parecer, começar, é o ligamento sacroiliaco que está causando essa dor. Dor nas costas que vem das articulações, geralmente está associado à artrose, desgaste da articulação, ou à síndrome facetária, que é uma espécie de inflamação da articulação. Você vai sentir uma dor muito mais perto da coluna, muitas vezes você consegue apontar com o dedo o local da dor e dá aquela sensação de machucado. Toda a região da dor está sensível, ou para você apertar ou para encostar na cadeira. E a dica para essa dor ela começa quando você fica muito tempo parado e vai se movimentar, aquela sensação de que está enferrujado. Ficou muito tempo sentado assistindo TV, trabalhando, na hora que vai se mexer, é aquele problema. Os exercícios vão ajudar a alinhar as articulações e colocar mais graxa e melhorar a lubrificação. Alexandre, e a hérnia de disco? A hérnia de disco verdadeira não dá dor nas costas, ela dá uma dor que desce para a perna, que é pior do joelho para baixo e que vem associada com sensação de choque, dormência, formigamento ou tudo junto. Eu já gravei um guia completo para a hérnia de disco lombar. Estou deixando aqui no card caso você queira assistir.
Vamos falar de coisa boa? Vem comigo.
E a gente vai começar a nossa sequência de exercícios deitado, tá? Deita de forma confortável, com o travesseiro apoiando os ombros e a cabeça, as pernas dobradas. O que a gente vai fazer aqui é uma sequência de exercícios e é preciso que você preste atenção na tua segurança. Você vai saber que o exercício está seguro para você, está seguro para a tua coluna, que não vai piorar a dor quando você estiver fazendo exercício com conforto. Conforto é igual segurança para o teu corpo, segurança para a tua coluna. Se você está apertando ou esticando durante o exercício e está confortável, está ótimo. Se começar a cansar, doer, ter algum desconforto, puxa menos, pausa o exercício ou até passa para o próximo. Combinado? Conforto é igual segurança da tua coluna. E no primeiro exercício a gente vai fazer uma massagem para o intestino. Na verdade é para o intestino, mas ajuda o psoas, o músculo psoas, e ajuda até o rim. Nessa posição, deitado com o travesseiro, pernas dobradas, você vai fazer 3 movimentos: cavar, esperar e esticar. Sabe quando você é criança, que você vai fazer castelo de areia, que você afunda o dedo mindinho na areia, você cava para poder fazer o montinho de areia? Então, é mais ou menos essa a ideia. Você vai cavar aqui, ó, perto de onde o intestino começa, o intestino grosso começa, perto da bacia, entre o umbigo e a bacia, perto da bacia. Simplesmente afunda a parte do dedinho até onde for confortável, começa a parte de esperar. Você vai esperar ficar mais agradável, o teu corpo vai se acostumar com essa pressão que você está fazendo. Isso é ótimo para quem tem aderência da cirurgia de apendicite, tá? Assim que ficou mais confortável, isso leva em torno de 30 segundos, você vai puxar tudo que você está segurando, vai puxar as 2 mãos em direção ao umbigo. Atenção que eu quero que puxe 1 centímetro, é pouca coisa, é pouca força. Ó, puxou, isso, você vai ter uma sensação de alongamento diferente, é diferente de alongar o músculo, você não sabe bem onde está esticando, onde está alongando. Fica nessa posição, fazendo esse alongamento suave, esticando suavemente 1 minuto. Durante esse 1 minuto, você vai ter a sensação de sangue circulando, aquele calorzinho descendo para a perna, vindo para a barriga, para o abdômen, indo lá para as costas. Isso é um ótimo sinal. A última dica é preste atenção nos ombros. Eu conheço muita gente que quando puxa, faz força lá na mão, o ombro sobe e fica tudo tensionado aqui em cima. Então, relaxa. Tá bom? 1 minutinho é o suficiente. É importante que você solte devagar e faça também o mesmo exercício com o outro lado. O próximo exercício a gente vai deitar com a barriga para baixo. Pode ser no sofá, na cama ou até no chão, se ficar confortável para você. Deitou a barriga para baixo e apoia nos cotovelos. Tenta olhar para frente, colocar o peito para frente. Se o pescoço incomodar, mantém o peito para frente e só olha para baixo até onde ficar agradável, até onde passar essa dor no pescoço, tá? Essa posição já é uma espécie de alongamento para tudo que está na frente da coluna. Músculo psoas, intestino, rim, fígado, mas também melhoram os ligamentos. Respira de forma relaxada. Se quiser dar um passo a mais, aumentar o alongamento, você pode fazer a respiração de alongamento. solta o ar contando até 3, no 4 você puxa, ó. Conta no teu ritmo, devagarinho, fica nessa posição com a respiração de alongamento durante 1 minuto. E agora a gente vai melhorar o fígado, a gente vai sustentar um pouco o fígado, e isso vai fazer com que ele melhore o movimento, ele equilibre o movimento e tira também essa tensão dos ligamentos que sustentam o fígado. É super fácil, vai ser muito parecido com o primeiro exercício, cavar, esperar, só que agora a gente vai levantar. Vamos aqui junto comigo, ó. Vou levantar a camisa aqui, de novo, tô parecendo o Whindersson, né? Só quero fazer vídeo sem camisa agora. Vamos lá, ó. 2 dedos abaixo da linha das costelas do lado direito, ó, 2 dedinhos, é onde a gente vai cavar. A gente vai entrar com a parte do dedo mindinho. É importante que você esteja com o corpo relaxado, então apoia no encosto da cadeira. Depois que cavou, simplesmente espera. Aos poucos o corpo vai se acostumar com esse contato, com essa pressão que você está fazendo, vai ficar mais confortável. Isso leva em torno de 30 segundos e depois é só levantar meio centímetro, tá? Ó, faz um pouquinho de força lá na ponta das mãos, como se fosse sustentar, segurar o fígado no colo. É só esse movimento. Lembra de relaxar os ombros e observa o que vai acontecer com o teu corpo. Você vai sentir uma onda de relaxamento. Esse não é tão parecido com a sensação de sangue circulando, é mais uma onda de relaxamento geral, descendo para a barriga, para a perna, para a coluna lombar, a dor diminuindo na hora. Se o fígado estiver causando essa dor que você está sentindo, você vai sentir a dor diminuir como mágica. E essa onda de relaxamento também vem para o peito, para a garganta, para os ombros. Você vai ficar mantendo essa sustentação do fígado de 1,5 minuto a 2 minutos. Lembra de, na hora de soltar, não soltar de uma vez. Solta devagarinho. Você pode até testar para ver o que é que mudou, como é que está a tua coluna agora e deixar nos comentários o que foi que mudou. E no próximo exercício a gente vai melhorar todos os músculos, tanto os que vêm, os que saem do ombro, quanto os que saem da pelve, tanto os músculos que causam aquela dor e queimação, quanto os músculos que acumulam ponto gatilho. E o que a gente vai fazer é procurar 2 ou 3 pontos gatilhos, pontos sensíveis, e desativar esses pontos. Deita de lado, com o lado direito apontando para o teto. Pode buscar um jeito bem confortável, travesseiro, perninhas dobradas, e você vai procurar esses pontos com a digital do polegar. Começa procurando nessa região, ó, por cima do osso da cintura, do osso da bacia, e do lado da coluna. Vem com a digital do dedão, do polegar, procurando o ponto mais sensível, com a sensação maior de machucado. Assim que você encontra esse ponto, alivia a pressão para ficar com o mínimo de dor e a gente vai manter essa mesma pressão por 90 segundos. Você vai sentir o músculo desarmar embaixo da tua mão. A dor vai diminuir e o músculo vai derretendo. Não vai atrás do músculo, tá? Tem muita gente que vai apertando assim que o músculo vai relaxando. Tenta manter a mesma pressão do início ao fim. Terminou os 90 segundos, você pode procurar um outro ponto dolorido nessa região ou passar para o ombro. E no ombro é super fácil. Com a digital dos dedos, da mão de baixo, tá? Da mão esquerda, você vai acompanhando as costelas aqui do lado. Ó. Vai encontrar o osso da escápula. Você vai fazer isso, acompanhando as costelas, encontrou o osso. Você vai tentar entrar por baixo desse osso. Vai devagar que ele pode estar bem dolorido. Olha só como eu estou fazendo com a minha mão aqui, ó. Procura o ponto mais sensível, mais machucado aqui e simplesmente relaxa, alivia a pressão, mantendo o mínimo de dor e relaxa. Tenta manter uma respiração leve, demorada, o ombro relaxado, apoia a mão aqui embaixo. Você vai manter essa pressão leve, também a mesma pressão do início ao fim, por 90 segundos. E você já deve ter observado que com poucos exercícios a gente está melhorando a tua coluna de formas diferentes, melhorando muitos problemas. Tudo que eu estou te ensinando hoje é para te ajudar a aliviar essa dor, a sair dessa dor que você está sentindo. Mas se você quer evitar que essa dor apareça de novo, a tua coluna precisa de muito mais. Ela precisa relaxar a tensão de outros músculos que acumulam tensão, que tem uma espécie de reflexo de proteção. Precisa acordar os músculos certos que dão sustentação para a coluna, que protegem tua coluna. Precisa abrir as articulações, alinhar as articulações. E precisa melhorar outras partes do corpo, como o ombro que a gente está fazendo agora, que podem desequilibrar a tua coluna toda de novo. Tudo isso eu ensino no programa Coluna Leve, uma forma boa e barata para devolver todo o bom movimento que a tua coluna precisa. Esse programa é um passo a passo prático. Você vai fazer os exercícios do dia junto comigo, como se estivesse reconstruindo a tua coluna. E o programa é baratinho, R$ 15,90, exatamente para ser acessível e poder ajudar muita gente. O link está na descrição desse vídeo, é só você clicar e começar o programa hoje mesmo. E esse exercício é perfeito, principalmente para as articulações, lembra? Botar a graxa e alinhar, e para os ligamentos, relaxar os ligamentos. Você vai precisar de uma parede, fica a uma distância de 1 passo ou 1,5 passos, apoia o ombro, mão na cintura e leva o quadril em direção à parede, até onde você sentir espreguiçado do lado de dentro, aquele alongamento gostoso, agradável. Espreguiça e volta, sem pressa, sem forçar. Você vai fazer 3 séries de 10 movimentos assim, ó, espreguiça e volta. É importante você fazer dos 2 lados, tá bom? E se você, de vez em quando, ou sente também dor na coluna do lado esquerdo, eu já gravei esse vídeo aqui onde eu sugiro exercícios específicos para essas dores que aparecem só do lado esquerdo. É só você clicar e assistir. Eu vou ficando por aqui, um grande abraço e até a próxima! Você não sabe se a dor nas costas ou na perna vem da coluna ou não, ou pior, começou uma dor do nada na academia e agora você está com medo de ter lesionado a tua coluna. Nesse vídeo nós vamos testar a tua coluna lombar sem sair de casa e eu ainda vou te mostrar como aliviar articulações, discos e músculos da coluna de uma só vez. Eu sou Alexandre Mota e ensino exercícios de fisioterapia especializada de um jeito fácil para ajudar a maior quantidade de pessoas que eu puder. Esse vídeo está dividido em capítulos, você pode pular para qualquer parte você quiser, mas eu aconselho que você assista na ordem. Na parte 1 nós vamos testar força e sensibilidade, o tato de cada parte da coluna, vamos testar o nervo ciático, os discos e as articulações. Na parte 2 eu vou te dizer o que fazer para melhorar a dor e para acelerar a recuperação da tua coluna. E na parte 3 nós vamos fazer exercícios que aliviam mais de 90% da dor nas costas em menos de 5 minutos.
É bom pro lumbago!
Perder força, perder sensibilidade, o tato da perna, pode ser sinal que tem alguma coisa mais grave acontecendo com a tua coluna. Então é importantíssimo você saber testar a força e a sensibilidade, tanto para saber se tem alguma coisa mais grave acontecendo, se tem risco de ter alguma coisa mais grave acontecendo, como saber se está melhorando ou piorando ao longo do tempo, se o tratamento que você está fazendo está funcionando ou não, tá bom? A gente vai testar parte por parte da coluna. Vamos começar testando L2, a segunda vértebra de cima para baixo. E a gente testa ela usando a força para dobrar o quadril. Você vai ficar sentado na cadeira, com a coluna bem apoiada no encosto da cadeira e simplesmente tenta levantar a perna, afastar a coxa do assento da cadeira. Compara um lado com o outro, vê se o lado da dor está mais fraco, se a perna está pesada. Para a gente testar a L3, a terceira vértebra de cima para baixo, a gente vai testar a tua força para esticar o quadril. Então, ainda sentado, você vai colocar um dos pés para trás. Ou você vai apoiar o peso mais no pé da frente, tá? Levanta devagarinho, sentindo a força, o esforço que você está fazendo para levantar e para sentar novamente. De novo, compara um lado com o outro. Para a gente testar L4, a quarta vértebra de cima para baixo, a penúltima vértebra da tua coluna lombar, a gente vai testar a força para você caminhar nos calcanhares. Então fica em pé, levanta a ponta dos pés e tenta caminhar um pouquinho sem tocar a ponta dos pés, apoiando só no calcanhar. Vê se tem um lado que é mais fácil você manter o pé e o outro, geralmente o lado da dor, o pé não fica muito tempo, ele cai. Para testar L5, a última vértebra da tua coluna lombar, você vai testar a força para levantar o dedão do pé. Então, com a perna cruzada, você simplesmente segura com o indicador em cima da unha do dedão e faz força para levantar, empurrar o dedo para cima, levantar o dedão. Novamente, compara um lado com o outro. Vê se tem um lado que você percebe a diferença de força nas tuas mãos que está mais fraco ou que você precisa colocar mais força nesse pé. E para testar S1, o final da lombar, o começo do sacro, você simplesmente vai testar a força para caminhar na ponta do pé. De novo, compara um lado com o outro. Para testar a sensibilidade, também a gente vai fazer a cada nível da coluna e você pode usar um pincel como esse aqui, ó, um pincelzinho escolar mesmo. Se não tiver o pincel, pode ser uma bolinha de algodão ou até uma esponja de lavar louça, mas que não esteja usada, tá bom? Uma esponja limpa, aquele lado mais macio da esponja. A gente vai passar em partes específicas da pele, eu vou já te falar, e você vai perceber se está igual a sensação de um lado para o outro. É importante que outra pessoa faça isso para você. Você fica lá deitado, tranquilo, como diz minha filha, de boa na lagoa, e a outra pessoa vai passar o pincel, o algodão ou a esponja e você vai perceber a diferença de um lado para o outro. Se tem diferença ou não. Repetindo, você vai ficar deitado, deitada, e outra pessoa vai passar o pincel, o algodão, a esponja, e você vai comparar a sensação de uma perna com a outra. Pode até ficar de olho fechado e dizer aonde você está sentindo, certo? Então, para testar L1, a primeira vértebra da coluna lombar, de cima para baixo, você vai testar a sensibilidade, testar o tato aqui perto da virilha, aqui na raiz da coxa, tá? No comecinho da coxa. Para testar L2, você vai descer um pouquinho mais, é nessa parte do meio da coxa. Então, testa de um lado, compara com o outro. L3 já é um pouco mais embaixo, já é na frente do joelho ou chegando do joelho. Testa um lado e o outro. L4, a quarta vértebra de cima para baixo, já é aqui no lado de dentro da canela ou da panturrilha. Testa, compara um lado com o outro. L5 é na parte da frente da canela e no dorso, nas costas do pé. Compara um lado com o outro. S1 já é no ladinho aqui do dedo mindinho, mas principalmente na panturrilha e no calcanhar. Então é nessa região aqui que você vai testar a sensibilidade, passar o pincel. Para testar se o ciático está causando essa dor ou tem alguma coisa a ver com a dor que você está sentindo, ou na coluna, ou descendo para a perna, a gente vai fazer o teste de esticar o ciático. Na verdade, a gente vai esticar o ciático, o nervo e os músculos. E no final, no último movimento, a gente vai deixar de esticar o ciático. Se no último movimento a dor sumir ou melhorar muito, é sinal que o ciático tem a ver ou está causando essa dor, tá bom? Você vai precisar de uma cadeira, então senta mais um pouquinho na ponta da cadeira. Primeiro passo, faz um C com a coluna, como se estivesse levando um soco no estômago. Segundo passo, queixo no peito. E agora você vai esticar o joelho devagarinho, com os dedos apontando para o teto, até onde a dor começar. Na hora que a dor começa, você simplesmente olha para frente. Na hora que você olha para frente, para de esticar o ciático, continua esticando os músculos. Se na hora que você olhou para frente a dor sumiu ou melhorou muito, quer dizer que o ciático tem a ver ou está causando essa dor. Se na hora que você olhou para frente a dor não mudou, não é o ciático, provavelmente alguns músculos ou ligamentos da coluna. O último teste é para saber como é que tá os discos e as articulações. A gente vai meio que aumentar um pouco a pressão nos discos, a pressão nas articulações. Se elas estiverem machucadas, se estiver lesionado, se estiver sensível, você vai sentir a dor piorando, tá? Continua na cadeira, a gente vai fazer simplesmente isso, ó. Senta com a coluna reta, o mais elegante que você puder, que ficar confortável. Segura no assento da cadeira e simplesmente você vai empurrar para baixo, como se estivesse empurrando o bumbum na cadeira ou puxando a cadeira para o teto. e sente o que é que acontece. Numa coluna normal, você simplesmente sente o peso na coluna, sente o bumbum sendo apertado contra o assento da cadeira e a coluna continua lá bem firme, tranquila. Se na hora que você puxou, sentiu dor na coluna, dor nas costas, uma dor mais pontual, é sinal que alguma articulação, alguma faceta articular está com problema. Precisa que você crie espaço, que você alinhe essa articulação. Se na hora que você puxou a cadeira, você sentiu a dor irradiando, é sinal que provavelmente tem algum disco que está comprimindo, está irritando o nervo que desce para a perna, e essa pode ser a causa da dor que você sente. Eu quero começar essa parte com a ótima notícia. Dor nas costas tem cura sim. Na verdade, se você não tem nenhum sinal de alerta, sinal de perigo, é quase certeza que essa dor nas costas vai passar, que essa dor que você está sentindo vai desaparecer. E os sinais de alerta para você ficar atento, para tranquilizar a mente e o coração, os sinais de alerta são: se você está perdendo força, perdendo sensibilidade, perdendo tato nas pernas, a gente já falou sobre isso nesse vídeo. Se, além da dor, você está sentindo febre, mal-estar, fraqueza. Se a dor começou depois de uma queda, uma pancada, um acidente de carro, uma cirurgia recente. Se você está com incontinência, que é a dificuldade, ou você não consegue segurar o xixi ou as fezes. E por último, o último sinal de alerta é o que a gente chama de anestesia em cela. É você simplesmente deixar de sentir a parte de dentro da coxa e a região íntima. Imagina que você está sentado, montado no cavalo, a parte que toca a sela, essa é a parte que você deixa de sentir. Se você não tem nenhum desses sinais de alerta, desses sinais de perigo, é quase certeza que a tua dor vai desaparecer de 4 a 6 semanas. 90% das dores nas costas melhoram, somem de 4 a 6 semanas. Então, tem a fase onde você precisa controlar a dor e tem a fase que você vai ajudar o teu corpo a se recuperar. A fase de controlar a dor é nessa fase que entram os remédios, o anti-inflamatório, o analgésico, o relaxante muscular. Muita gente acha que os remédios, esses remédios que a gente toma para diminuir a dor é tratamento. Não é, tá? É só para te ajudar a passar, a controlar a dor. E eu vou já mostrar exercícios que vão te ajudar a controlar essa dor e não depender tanto desses remédios, tá bom? Dar um descanso para o fígado, para o estômago, tá certo? Depois disso, aprendeu a controlar a dor já está controlada, você vai ajudar o teu corpo a se recuperar. Nessa fase de recuperação, a gente tem que voltar devagar para a vida normal, o quanto a gente tolerar, o quanto a gente conseguir. Você já está começando, aguenta trabalhar um pouco, vai voltando aos poucos, até onde não magoar, não machucar a tua coluna. Então vai voltando aos poucos para o trabalho, para a atividade física, para a tua vida social. Nessa fase, o controle de estresse, né, cuidar da cabeça, das emoções, ajuda muito. Uma outra forma de acelerar, e esse é imprescindível, de acelerar esse tempo de recuperação, para você não ficar 4, 6 semanas sentindo dor, é o acompanhamento de um osteopata ou um fisioterapeuta especializado. Mas não se preocupa, se você não tem acesso a bons profissionais na tua cidade, perto de você, você pode usar o programa Coluna Leve. É um programa de 2 semanas de exercícios fáceis, seguros, para você fazer em casa. E esse programa, além de te tirar da crise de dor, vai ajudar a acelerar a recuperação da tua coluna e vai evitar novas dores, tá bom? Eu estou deixando o link do programa Coluna Leve tanto na descrição do vídeo, como no comentário fixado. É só você clicar e dá para começar o programa hoje mesmo. E agora chegou a hora dos exercícios para controlar a dor. Você vai fazer esses exercícios junto comigo, então pode procurar um lugar para você deitar, pode ser cama, sofá, o chão. E esses exercícios são que eu sugiro para te tirar da crise de dor. Você pode fazer esses exercícios quantas vezes precisar, ou pode escolher o que mais alivia a tua dor e fazer sempre que a dor apertar, em qualquer lugar, em qualquer hora do dia, tá certo? Esses são os exercícios do dia 1 do programa Coluna Leve. É bom que você já tenha o gostinho, já sente na pele se o programa vai te ajudar, vai servir para você ou não, tá certo? Vamos lá, primeiro exercício são 3 posições. A primeira posição é deitado com a barriga para baixo. Vai deitando devagarinho, fica numa posição confortável. Pode ser braço para cima, braço ao lado do corpo, testa apoiada na mão, do jeito que ficar melhor para você. Você vai ficar nessa posição, deixa eu marcar aqui o tempo, 1 minuto ou enquanto a dor estiver melhorando. Você percebe que a dor está melhorando quando a dor está diminuindo, ela está ficando mais leve e está deixando de irradiar. A dor que descia para o bumbum, para a coxa, para o joelho, começa a ficar mais perto da coluna. Ela está diminuindo a dor, a intensidade e está deixando de irradiar, é sinal que a tua coluna ainda está melhorando. Só respira de forma relaxada, já faltam 30 segundos. Observa que essa respiração solta, relaxada, já faz uma espécie de massagem com a tua coluna. Quando você puxa o ar, a coluna sobe perto do teto, quando você solta o ar, a coluna baixa, você sente os músculos relaxando. Esse exercício, essa posição, parece fácil, parece simples, e é fácil, é simples, mas ela é importantíssima para os músculos, para as articulações e para os ligamentos da coluna. Terminou o minuto, se ainda estiver melhorando, você vai continuar nessa posição, tá? Se a dor passou ou se ela parou de melhorar, ela estacionou, você passa para a posição 2, que é apoiado nos cotovelos. Se nessa posição o pescoço incomodar, simplesmente você vai olhando mais para baixo até o pescoço ficar ok. Eu não quero que você sinta dor durante esses exercícios, combinado? De novo, mais 1 minuto nessa posição ou enquanto a coluna estiver melhorando. Respiração solta, relaxada. A massagem na coluna continua sendo feita e agora a gente começa a alongar, esticar um pouco os músculos e as tensões da frente da coluna, incluindo o diafragma, tá? Observa a dor diminuindo, deixando de irradiar e só respira de forma relaxada. Se teu corpo ainda não estiver pronto para essa segunda posição, você volta e fica na primeira, não tem problema. Faltam 15 segundos agora. Observa teu corpo, é importante durante todo o exercício, durante o tempo todo, você perceber o que é que teu corpo está te dizendo. Se em algum momento ele te disser que está cansando, que está ficando desconfortável, que está doendo, que está começando a ficar ruim para ele, você simplesmente volta para a posição anterior. Já deu 1 minuto aqui, agora vamos para a terceira posição do exercício 1. Coloca as mãos embaixo dos ombros e devagar tenta esticar os braços sem botar força na coluna. Estica até onde ficar fácil, tá? Se você conseguir esticar só até metade, vai até metade e volta. Aqui você não vai ficar 1 minuto na mesma posição, você vai fazer isso até 10 vezes. Estica até onde for confortável, trouxer essa sensação de alongar e volta. 3, 4, se cansar, doer, incomodar, teu corpo disser, mostrar que já está no limite, você para o exercício, tá bom? Mas pode fazer até 10 vezes, não tem problema. Eu conheço gente que melhora tanto que faz até mais de 10. E aqui, além do relaxamento, o que você vai sentir mais é que parece que a cada vez que você sobe, a coluna está mais solta, você consegue mais um pouquinho, é mais agradável. Ai, maravilha! Esse é o primeiro exercício. No segundo exercício, você vai deitar de lado, começa deitando com o lado da dor para cima, tá certo? Vamos supor que a dor que eu estou sentindo é na coluna do lado direito ou desce para a perna direita. Então, deixa eu tirar aqui meus tênis. para não botar o tênis em cima do sofá. Você vai deitar com o lado da dor voltado para o teto, pode usar um travesseirinho aqui, e a gente vai procurar o ponto mais dolorido, usando a digital do polegar, o ponto mais dolorido, ó, deixa eu levantar minha camisa, aqui por cima do osso da cintura. Você vem devagarinho, apertando. Com certeza você vai encontrar algum ponto que vai te dar vontade de gritar, então aperta devagar. Quando você encontrar o ponto pior, o mais dolorido, você alivia a pressão para ficar com o mínimo de dor e a gente vai ficar esperando aqui, relaxando também durante 1 minuto. Eu vou marcar aqui, é o tempo que você procura o ponto mais dolorido em você. Encontrou? Se não encontrou, pausa o vídeo. Agora encontrou. Começou 1 minutinho. Não precisa machucar, tá? Lembra de diminuir a pressão para ficar com o mínimo de dor. E tenta manter essa pressão com a dor mínima do começo ao final do exercício. Você vai sentir o músculo relaxando, ele vai meio que derretendo embaixo do teu dedo. A dor vai diminuindo. E essa sensação de relaxamento vai se espalhando. Muita gente, quando faz esse exercício, tem a sensação de um calorzinho, como se fosse o sangue voltando a circular, descendo para a perna, vindo para a coluna, às vezes chega até o ombro. E muitas vezes é isso que acontece mesmo. Quando os músculos desarmam, eles perdem essa reação de proteção, essa hiperreatividade, a circulação melhora e a gente consegue perceber isso. Já foi 1 minuto. Depois de fazer isso do lado da dor, com cuidado, você vai deitar com o outro lado para cima. Se você estiver numa cama larga, você só gira para o outro lado, tá? Mas aqui, como eu não estou numa cama larga e eu preciso ficar olhando para você, eu vou sentar e passar para o outro lado. Mesmíssima coisa, polegar, procura o ponto mais dolorido por cima, acima do osso da cintura. Aqui encontrei não tá tão dolorido, mas tá precisando de uma melhora. Alivia a pressão para ficar com o mínimo de dor. E relaxa, vai sentindo o teu corpo, o músculo relaxando, na verdade, os músculos. Sentindo a dor diminuindo, aproveitando essa onda de relaxamento. Se você estiver cansando a mão, uma dica é equilibra o braço mais ou menos em cima do polegar, que aí você não precisa colocar tanta força na mão, tá? Maravilha. Espero que você esteja fazendo exercício junto comigo. Se não tiver, volta para o começo dessa parte. Procura um lugar para você deitar e faça o exercício junto comigo. Quero que você sinta na pele essa melhora. E mesmo que você não esteja com dor, esteja só assistindo de curioso, faz, que eu quero que você perceba no teu corpo o quanto que isso traz equilíbrio, o quanto que isso traz leveza, traz sensação de bem-estar para a tua coluna. Maravilha. Quando termina, solta devagar. Terceiro exercício é fácil, você vai continuar nessa posiçãozinha deitado sobre o lado da dor, o lado da dor tá para baixo, tá no colchão ou no sofá. Você vai entrelaçar os dedos, apoia no peito, dobra as pernas até onde ficar confortável e deixa o peso do braço puxar o teu corpo. Você vai sentir alongar a parte do lado da coluna, alongar lá no quadril, alongar nas costelas, pode sentir alongar até o ombro. E você vai ficar nessa posição, respirando de forma relaxada, durante 1 minuto ou enquanto estiver melhorando, a dor e a irradiação estiverem diminuindo. E se você tem medo ou tem dúvida sobre hérnia de disco, aqui tem o guia completo sobre hérnia de disco lombar. É só você clicar e assistir. Eu espero que eu tenha te ajudado. Vou ficando por aqui. Um grande abraço e até a próxima. Com a pelve equilibrada, a coluna fica equilibrada. Agora, se a pelve está desequilibrada, a coluna não tem sustentação. Nesse vídeo eu vou te mostrar 3 jeitos diferentes de melhorar a pelve sem dor e poder aliviar a coluna e o quadril na hora. Eu sou Alexandre Mota, fisioterapeuta, e eu abracei a missão de ajudar as pessoas a aliviarem dor e desconforto com exercícios fáceis que qualquer pessoa consegue fazer.
Exercício que alivia a dor? Como é isso? É feitiçaria?
Esses exercícios devolvem o bom movimento para o teu corpo. E o bom movimento alinha articulações, relaxa os músculos, para de forçar os ligamentos e ainda melhora os nervos e melhora a circulação. É isso que alivia dores e desconforto. A primeira forma de melhorar a pelve é abrindo as articulações. Quando você abre gentilmente uma articulação, você alinha essa junta e ainda ajuda o corpo a produzir mais graxa, melhorando o movimento. E a gente vai usar a força dos músculos das pernas para abrir cada uma das 3 articulações da pelve, tá? Vamos começar pela articulação da frente, do pubis. Então, preciso que você sente de uma forma melhor, mais apoiado sobre a bacia. Então, você vai afastar o bumbum da cadeira, empina um pouquinho o bumbum e senta com o bumbum empinado. Você vai sentir que até a tua postura vai estar mais elegante, a coluna vai estar mais equilibrada. Então, sentou com o bumbum empinado, você vai juntar as mãos dessa forma e colocar entre os joelhos. Vamos colocar 5 forças pequenas, como se fosse esmagar as mãos, como se fosse juntar os joelhos. Aperta até onde não causar desconforto, segura alguns segundos e relaxa. Lembra que é pouca força e o foco para você caprichar está no relaxamento. De novo, força, sustenta 1, 2, 3, descansa, aproveita o relaxamento. Terceira vez, aperta até onde não doer e descansa. Foram 3 vezes, são 5. Vamos lá, 4ª vez, aperta, tá terminando. Descansou, se você sentir dor nesse tendão aqui perto da virilha, coloca menos força. E a última vez, aperta, segura, 2, 3 e descansou. Vamos descansar um pouquinho antes de abrir as 2 outras articulações da pelve. Aproveita para você exercitar a gratidão. Se algum exercício que você vai ver nesse vídeo te ajudar a aliviar uma dor, trouxer mais leveza, mais bem-estar para o teu corpo, agradece ou a quem marcou o gostei e fez o YouTube mostrar esse vídeo para você, ou para quem compartilhou o vídeo com você pessoalmente. Combinado? Vamos lá. Para a gente abrir as articulações de trás da pelve, a gente vai abrir as 2 outras ao mesmo tempo. Você vai precisar de um cinto ou uma corda, um lençol. Passa o cinto, a corda, o lençol, faixa elástica, se for aquela faixa mais dura, por fora do joelho. E na mesma posição, lembra de sentar com o bumbum empinado, na mesma posição, você vai colocar força para afastar os joelhos. Também 5. Vamos juntos? Afasta e relaxa. Descansa. 2ª vez. Afasta, sustenta, descansa. 3ª vez. Afasta, segura um pouquinho, descansa. Principalmente nesse exercício é importante você manter o bumbum empinado, a pelve bem apoiada, tá? Cuidado para não escorregar para dentro. 4ª vez, afastou, sustenta, afasta, coloca a força até onde não doer, relaxa, capricha no relaxamento. 5ª e última vez, afasta, segura, segura, segura e relaxa. E a pelve, a bacia, também distribui o peso do corpo para as 2 pernas. Se a pelve está bem equilibrada, as articulações do quadril, joelho e até o pé funcionam igual dos 2 lados. Agora, se a pelve está sem o bom movimento, sempre um lado vai ficar sobrecarregado, inflama e desgasta mais facilmente. Jesus! O sacro final da coluna é o grande responsável por distribuir o peso do corpo da melhor maneira possível. O que a gente vai fazer agora é torcer o sacro para um lado e para o outro, como se ele estivesse espreguiçando. E para consertar o sacro, a gente vai primeiro movimentar ele para frente e para trás, como se ele estivesse mergulhando e subindo, igual um golfinho, e depois torcer ele para um lado e para o outro, tá bom? Você vai precisar ficar deitado. Primeira parte do exercício é com a barriga para baixo. Você vai deixar as mãos no nível dos ombros, um pouco mais aberto, um pouco mais fechado, que ficar mais confortável para você. Estica os braços sem forçar a coluna. Vai até onde você conseguir, até onde sentir esticar sem causar dor. E volta. A gente vai fazer isso 10 vezes. Então levanta devagarinho no teu ritmo, sentindo, escutando o teu corpo. Volta. 2. Estica os braços. E volta. 3. Cada vez que eu estico os braços, o meu sacro baixa a parte da frente, como se estivesse mergulhando. Na hora que eu desço, ele sobe a parte da frente, como se estivesse saindo de dentro d'água. 5, 6, vai no teu ritmo, tá? Se eu estiver fazendo muito rápido, faça mais devagar. 7, se tiver problemas nas mãos, incomoda ficar nessa posição, você pode apoiar com as mãos fechadas. 9, mais uma vez, estica e relaxa. Depois dessa primeira parte, para um pouquinho, fica só respirando, sentindo a tua respiração, mexendo com a coluna, relaxando a coluna e, consequentemente, relaxando o sacro também. Pode ficar mais um minutinho nessa posição, tá? Se não tiver paciência para esperar, também não tem problema. Isso é importante para os tendões, mas principalmente os ligamentos do sacro relaxarem um pouquinho e se prepararem para o próximo exercício, para a próxima fase. Nesse exercício, a gente vai, como eu falei agora, torcer o sacro para um lado e para o outro, tá? Então, deita de lado, dobra as pernas o máximo que conseguir até onde não causar dor, entrelaça os dedos, apoia no peito e deixa o peso do braço, vou afastar um pouquinho porque está tocando aqui atrás. Dobrou as pernas, entrelaça e deixa o peso do braço puxar o teu corpo para um lado e as pernas puxam a bacia, o quadril para o outro. A gente vai ficar 1 minuto nessa posição. Não precisa se preocupar com o tempo, deixa que eu marco aqui. A ideia é que você faça o exercício junto comigo. E começou. Respiração relaxada. Lembra que o que é para você sentir é a sensação agradável de relaxamento, de alongamento, como se estivesse espreguiçando de manhã. Não é dor. Se estiver sentindo dor, você pode ou trazer as mãos mais para perto do meio do peito, que aí o braço puxa menos a coluna, ou então descer um pouquinho mais o quadril, as pernas. Quando você desce, as pernas puxam menos o quadril e a bacia. Só sente teu corpo relaxando, essa tensão, essa sensação de alongamento se desfazendo. E aproveita esse momento para conversar, se conectar com o teu corpo, que isso é fundamental. A rotina do bom movimento, os exercícios que teu corpo precisa, são uma forma de você conversar e entender melhor o teu corpo. E dê 1 minuto, perfeito. Agora a gente vai fazer o mesmo movimento para o outro lado. Então, ó, sentou, passa para o outro lado, dobra as pernas até onde conseguir ficar sem dor. Eu vou colocar 1 minuto novamente aqui para a gente fazer o exercício. Entrelaça os dedos, apoia no peito e deixa o peso do braço puxar teu corpo. É o peso do corpo que faz esse alongamento. Você não está forçando nada. Não é para sentir dor. Não é para ser agradável o tempo inteiro. E eu aproveito para avisar os alunos BMV, os alunos da plataforma, que temos série nova, tem uma série inteira sobre dor ciática. Eu mostro como fazer o teste para saber se o problema é realmente o nervo ciático ou é o caminho que o nervo ciático passa. E, claro, os exercícios para você montar a tua rotina do bom movimento. Tá? Já está na plataforma, já está online para você assistir e maratonar a partir de agora. Se você não conhece a plataforma BMV, eu te convido a conhecer. No primeiro link da descrição e no comentário fixado, tem o link para você saber o que é a plataforma BMV, saber como a plataforma pode te ajudar e, se eu puder te ajudar lá na plataforma, fazer esse acompanhamento mais de perto, te ajudar a criar a tua rotina do bom movimento, eu vou ficar muito feliz. Perfeito, e dê 1 minuto. Volta devagarinho e senta. E é claro que a gente também precisa melhorar os ilíacos, esses ossos grandes, que na verdade são o começo das pernas. Se você tem algum problema no quadril, é quase obrigatório melhorar o movimento desses ossos. E para consertar os ilíacos, a gente vai fazer um processo parecido com o que a gente fez com o sacro. A gente vai esticar para um lado, esperar um tempinho, esperar o corpo se acostumar, se equilibrar e depois esticar para o outro lado. Você vai precisar ficar na ponta da cama de um sofá, senta bem na ponta da cama, segura o joelho. Eu vou começar com o joelho direito, que fica melhor para você ver o exercício, tá? Mas a gente vai fazer com os dois lados. Traz o joelho para o ombro do outro lado. Se você está puxando o joelho esquerdo, tenta trazer para o ombro direito. O máximo até onde não causar dor, tá? Até onde ficar confortável. E simplesmente deita. Você vai sentir que a perna está pesando, puxando o ilíaco de um lado, rodando ele para frente, e a posição da outra perna, você segurando aqui, está puxando o ilíaco do outro lado para trás. Então a gente está fazendo literalmente isso com a bacia. Vamos segurar aqui e ficar aqui por 30 segundos. Deixa eu marcar, só acredito marcando, porque vocês conversam demais e me atrapalham a contar. Desculpa. 30 segundinhos, capricha no relaxamento. Uma dica é fazer a respiração de alongamento. Solta o ar contando até 3, puxa no 4. Você vai ver que cada vez que você solta o ar, parece que a perna desce mais um pouquinho. A minha, por exemplo, aqui já tocou no chão. E 5 segundinhos para terminar. Essa respiração de alongamento é literalmente o alongamento do diafragma, tá? 30 segundos. Perfeito. Você sobe, quase que eu não subo, segura o outro joelho e vamos fazer do mesmo jeito. Deixa eu pausar aqui, começar de novo, para a gente fazer o exercício juntos. Ó, puxou o máximo que conseguiu, desceu, deixa o peso da perna puxar a perna para baixo, enquanto você segura a outra aqui em cima. Nenhuma causa dor, tá? Fazendo a respiração de alongamento. Maravilha. E 30 segundos. TPM também pode ser resultado de uma pelve sem o bom movimento. Nesse vídeo aqui eu mostro alguns exercícios fáceis específicos para esse problema. É só você clicar e assistir. E lembra, se algum exercício te ajudou, ele pode ajudar mais pessoas. Então marca o gostei e compartilha esse vídeo com quem precisa. Eu vou ficando por aqui, um grande abraço e até a próxima. O teu quadril estala aqui, aqui ou aqui. E por mais que esse estalo aconteça quase sempre sem dor, muita gente tem medo disso acontecer por causa de artrite, de artrose, do quadril desencaixar, sair do lugar. Nesse vídeo eu vou te mostrar o porquê que isso acontece e como o bom movimento pode te ajudar agora. Eu sou Alexandre Mota, fisioterapeuta, e eu abracei a missão de ajudar as pessoas a aliviarem dor e desconforto com exercícios fáceis que qualquer pessoa consegue fazer.
E como é que exercício alivia a dor? É algum superpoder?
Esses exercícios devolvem o bom movimento para o teu corpo. E o bom movimento alinha articulações, relaxa os músculos, para de forçar os ligamentos e ainda melhora os nervos e melhora a circulação. É isso que alivia dores e desconforto. E esse vídeo está dividido em capítulos. Você pode pular para qualquer parte que você quiser. Pode pular para o que pode ser, o que fazer ou até algum exercício específico. E o nome desse problema é ressalto no quadril ou snapping hip, para ser mais chique.
Eu sou chique, bem.
É quando o quadril faz barulho em alguns movimentos. Por exemplo, quando você eleva a perna, quando roda a coxa, quando senta ou levanta de uma cadeira, quando faz um agachamento. E esse barulho ele pode ser sentido por você e pode ser até ouvido e visto por outras pessoas.
Ih, rapaz.
Quando o estalo acontece na lateral, no lado de fora do quadril, é porque o músculo glúteo máximo e a fáscia lata esfregam nessa ponta de osso, no trocânter do fêmur. Então imagina que o meu dedão é a ponta do osso e aqui o músculo e a fáscia lata. Quando eles esfregam, o estalo, o barulho acontece. Quando o estalo acontece na frente do quadril, mais perto da virilha, é porque esses músculos, o psoas e o ilíaco, esfregam no osso da pelve, no osso da bacia. E da mesma forma, quando o músculo esfrega no osso, o estalo acontece, você percebe esse estalo na frente do quadril. E ainda pode acontecer do estalo ser realmente dentro da articulação do quadril. Nesse caso, a sensação é diferente. É menos como se fosse um estalo e mais como se você batesse em algo duro, como se fosse um osso batendo no outro. Estalo na articulação não é síndrome do ressalto, não é snapping hip. Você precisa procurar um médico ortopedista para descobrir se tem alguma coisa quebrada, machucada ou diferente dentro da articulação, dentro da junta do quadril.
É verdade. Quer dizer, às vezes não.
Geralmente não tem dor na síndrome do ressalto, no snapping hip. Mas, como tem músculo esfregando contra o osso, pode acontecer desses músculos inflamarem e doerem. Por exemplo, o ressalto, o estalo no lado de fora do quadril, pode ser a causa da bursite trocantérica na bursite do quadril e também da tendinite do glúteo médio. O que causa o ressalto, os estalos no quadril, é primeiro a rigidez do quadril, ou seja, o quadril duro, precisando de um pouquinho de graxa, é a tensão muscular, alguns músculos acumulam tensão, não conseguem relaxar, e a fraqueza de outros músculos. Eu vou mostrar exercícios do bom movimento para melhorar essas três causas e contribuir para o teu tratamento. Os exercícios que você vai ver aqui não são tratamento, ok? O tratamento do ressalto no quadril, do snapping hip, é feito com a boa fisioterapia. Nos casos onde a fisioterapia não funciona por mais de 3 meses, ou então se tiver algum perigo para o teu quadril, pode ser preciso a cirurgia. O ideal é que você procure um fisioterapeuta especializado e um médico ortopedista, de preferência especialista em quadril, para avaliar você e decidir qual é o melhor caminho, o melhor tratamento. E chegou a hora. Agora nós vamos fazer juntos exercícios do bom movimento para desbloquear a articulação, alongar e fortalecer o quadril. Isso vai melhorar, vai resolver as causas do estalo no quadril, do ressalto. É importante que você teste todos os exercícios junto comigo e os exercícios que te trouxerem alívio, leveza e bem-estar você tem que fazer todos os dias. Amanhã, quando você voltar para fazer os exercícios que te ajudaram, lembra que o vídeo é dividido em capítulos. Você pode pular direto para os exercícios que te ajudaram.
É claro.
E agora, no primeiro exercício, a gente vai destravar a articulação, principalmente os ligamentos do quadril, e também alongar e fortalecer alguns músculos. É uma espécie de passo a passo, são 3 passos, 3 momentos nesse primeiro exercício. Você vai precisar de uma cadeira, de preferência sem os braços, você vai já entender o porquê. Senta com o lado que você quer alongar, que você quer esticar, o lado do estalo para fora da cadeira. Então senta só com metade do bumbum na cadeira. Mantenha uma postura, um alinhamento mínimo confortável para a coluna. Você vai segurar na cadeira e o primeiro passo é deslizar o pé para trás com o joelho apontando para o chão, tá? Faz isso até você sentir um alongamento na coxa ou aqui passando pela frente do quadril. E lembra que eu estou falando alongamento, o exercício inteiro é para fazer sem dor. Alongamento é um alongamento agradável, parecido com quando você está espreguiçando de manhã. É um alongamento sem dor, combinado? Procura essa posição de alongamento, a gente vai ficar nessa posição por 1 minuto. Não se preocupa com o tempo, deixa que eu marco. Estou esperando você se ajeitar na cadeira, encontrar a posição de alongamento confortável. Pronto? Então vamos lá. Começou. Mantenha a respiração relaxada, não se preocupa com o tempo. Eu quero que você perceba, se conecte com o teu corpo, veja o que está acontecendo. A sensação de alongamento diminuindo, ficando mais espalhada. Se aparecer algum desconforto, procura uma posição em que alivie esse desconforto, em que esse desconforto desapareça. E mantenha a respiração relaxada. Vou aproveitar esse tempinho aqui, esses 30 segundos, para lembrar, quem é aluno BMV, quem está no programa BMV, tem série nova, tá? Uma série inteira sobre bursite, tendinite do supraespinhoso e síndrome do impacto no ombro. Já está na plataforma, é só você entrar, maratonar. E também temos live exclusiva, tá? Mais uma live realizada e também está na plataforma falando sobre coluna cervical, dor no pescoço. E foi 1 minuto. Se você precisar, volta, descansa um pouquinho antes da gente passar para o segundo passo. Tranquilo? Então volta para a posição de alongamento. Você pode se surpreender que a perna está indo muito mais até chegar na posição de alongamento. E aqui você vai, de novo, manter um alinhamento, a coluna alinhada de uma forma confortável. E a gente vai abrir o joelho, tá? Leva o joelho para fora até onde conseguir e volta. Não é para causar dor. Se está sentindo dor em uma determinada posição, vai até antes da dor. É simples assim. 3, vamos fazer isso 5 vezes, tá? 4 e 5. No terceiro passo, a gente vai fazer uma espécie de fortalecimento dos músculos da lateral. Lembra? Glúteo máximo, fáscia lata, que estão relacionados com o estalo do lado de fora do quadril. Agora a gente vai fazer o seguinte, vamos colocar força como se fosse arrastar o pé para fora, como se fosse empurrar a cadeira para dentro, tá? Então, força, bota a força aqui do lado da coxa, segura, um pouquinho de força, tá? E relaxa. Eu quero o mínimo de força. Lembra que a força é só para quebrar o relaxamento. Segunda vez, força empurrando a cadeira, eu tô até empurrando um pouquinho, coloca menos força. Relaxou. Terceira vez, empurra. E relaxa, você vai sentir a contração da lateral da coxa, da lateral do quadril e talvez aqui em cima também nos abdominais. Quarta vez, empurra, segura um pouquinho e relaxa. Quinta e última vez, abre, segura e relaxa. Lembrando que não precisa fazer os 3 passos seguidos, você pode parar, descansar e depois continuar. Todo exercício é feito sem dor. Se você não conseguiu chegar no ponto, fazer o segundo ou terceiro passo, não faça, é o teu corpo dizendo que ainda não está preparado para isso e compara como é que está teu quadril agora, como é que está o estalo, a posição, o movimento que causa o estalo. O que foi que mudou? Se você sentiu alívio, leveza e bem-estar, eu te espero amanhã para a gente repetir esse exercício.
É bom pro lumbago.
E o foco desse exercício é no músculo ilio-psoas, no ilíaco e no psoas, ou seja, o foco é para quem sente o estalo na frente do quadril, mas mesmo que você sinta o ressalto, o estalo no lado de fora, é importante que você teste esse exercício também, porque isso pode ajudar e muito a alinhar o teu quadril, e nesse caso você vai sentir alívio, leveza e bem-estar para fazer todos os dias esse exercício junto comigo, tá bom? Você vai precisar de uma cama, um sofá, onde você consiga sentar na ponta e deitar, tá certo? Senta bem na ponta do sofá da cama, puxa uma das pernas, um joelho, como se fosse levar o joelho no ombro do outro lado, tá bom? Não é no mesmo lado, é no outro lado. Tem que cruzar a barriga, cruzar o peito. Vai até onde ficar confortável e simplesmente deita. Deixa eu puxar aqui um pouquinho a calça que está limitando o movimento. Deita e deixa a outra perna cair no chão. Só nessa posição, você já percebe que está alongando, o lado que você está segurando alonga o glúteo, alonga aqui perto do bumbum, e o outro lado alonga a parte da frente da coxa. E ao mesmo tempo a gente está torcendo a pelve, ou seja, a gente está alinhando, consertando o osso da bacia, o osso da pelve. Primeiro passo é ficar 30 segundos nessa posição, fazendo a respiração relaxada, tranquila, sentindo o relaxamento do teu corpo. Quase acabando. Gosto muito desse exercício, vocês não têm ideia. 30 segundos. E agora a gente vai colocar 5 forças, como se fosse levantar a coxa do colchão, do sofá 1 centímetro, e também fosse empurrar a outra perna, como se você fosse levar uma perna, uma coxa em direção à outra, tá? 1 centímetro só. Então volta para a posição de alongamento faz um pouquinho de força em uma coxa e na outra, segura e relaxa. Alexandre, o alongamento do bumbum sumiu. Puxa um pouquinho mais até encontrar o alongamento. Segunda vez, empurra uma coxa de encontro à outra, 1 centímetro e relaxa. Quanto mais você relaxa, mais o alongamento acontece de forma natural, sem forçar o teu corpo. Terceira vez, força e relaxa. Muito bom. Quarta vez, força, segura um pouquinho, é pouca força e relaxa. Quinta e última vez, força e relaxa. Segura, espera, aproveita o relaxamento 10 segundos e a gente vai levantar. Você levanta da forma mais confortável para você, tá? O ideal é simplesmente senta e troca de perna, porque como a gente alongou o lado de fora da perna que a gente segurou o joelho e o lado da frente, o lado de dentro da perna que relaxou, agora a gente tem que fazer o contrário. E ao mesmo tempo a pelve. Você torceu a pelve para um lado, agora tem que torcer para o outro. Então vamos repetir o exercício. Segura o outro joelho. Se você não conseguir dobrar o joelho tanto, pode pegar aqui atrás, não tem problema, tá bom? Puxa em direção ao ombro do outro lado até sentir o alongamento. E deita. 30 segundos, curtindo o relaxamento. Se estiver usando alguma calça, você pode puxar a calça para cima, para a calça não atrapalhar o alongamento. Isso, 30 segundos nessa posição. Respirando de forma relaxada, confortável. O bom desse exercício é que você sente a perna de baixo cada vez mais perto do chão. Isso é sinal que o teu corpo está se adaptando, está alongando esses músculos que precisam, está mexendo na bacia, na pelve. E 30 segundos. Se precisar, para, descansa, antes de passar para as 5 forças, tá? Lembrando que a força é para levantar a coxa de baixo 1 centímetro e para baixar a coxa de cima 1 centímetro. Vamos lá? Primeira vez, força, 1, 2, 3 e descansa, capricha no relaxamento. Segunda vez, empurra, sustenta e relaxa. 3, empurrou, segurou e relaxou. Capricha no relaxamento. Quarta vez, levanta 1 centímetro e relaxa. Última vez, levanta 1 centímetro e relaxa. Espera uns 10 segundinhos, aproveitando, curtindo o barato do relaxamento. E levanta do jeito que o teu corpo consegue hoje, tá? Se precisar virar de lado, empurrar com o braço para sentar, faz assim. Se conseguir levantar sem problema nenhum, faz assim.
Certamente que sim.
E esse exercício é focado nos músculos de fora do quadril, mas mesmo que você sinta o estalo na frente do quadril, o ressalto na frente do quadril, é importante que você teste esse exercício também. Se ele trouxer alívio, leveza e bem-estar, você volta amanhã para fazer junto comigo, tá bom? Então, você vai precisar de um sofá, de uma cama. Eu prefiro um sofá e uma cama porque já é bem acolchoado. Aí você pode usar uma cadeira para apoiar o joelho de forma que não cause dor, tá bom? Chega num lugar, numa ponta do sofá ou da cama que você consiga passar a outra perna pela frente, fazer essa espécie de cruzamento aqui. E aí eu recomendo que você use uma cadeira para ajudar no equilíbrio, tá bom? Então, primeiro ponto, cruza até onde você sentir alongar o lado de fora ou até a frente do quadril. E aí você avança, ó, leva o tronco para frente, tenta não deixar a coluna, o quadril rodarem. Então leva o quadril lá para frente, ó, até sentir esse alongamento, essa sensação boa como se estivesse espreguiçando. Vamos ficar nessa posição por 30 segundos. Respiração relaxada, sentindo que teu corpo, o que está acontecendo com o teu corpo, que teu corpo está querendo te dizer, sentindo esse relaxamento. Se estiver incomodando, apoiando muito na perna de trás, regula o peso para você apoiar mais na perna da frente. Passaram os 30 segundos. Se precisar, volta antes de fazer o segundo passo, tá bom? Vamos lá, posição que sente o alongamento. São 5 forças, como se fosse empurrar o sofá para longe de você. Lembra que é pouca força. Eu falo para empurrar o sofá só para a gente ter uma ideia na direção que eu quero que você pense, tá? Então, ó, empurra o sofá para fora, sustenta e relaxa. Segunda vez, empurra o sofá para fora e relaxa. Terceira vez, empurra o sofá para fora Aí relaxa. Se não estiver sentindo mais o alongamento, você perceber nesse exercício que pode alongar um pouquinho mais, tenta ir um pouco mais para frente, um pouco mais para dentro e continua fazer agora as forças, tá? Empurra o sofá para fora. Ai, descansa. Quinta e última vez, empurra o sofá para fora até onde não doer. E relaxa.
Oh my God! Wow!
E agora, nesse exercício, a gente vai esticar, relaxar, alongar os músculos de fora e de dentro do quadril, tá? São 2 passos só. Você vai precisar de uma cadeira, de preferência sem braços, para você ter mais liberdade de movimento. Senta um pouco mais na ponta da cadeira, cruza as pernas e o primeiro passo é puxar o joelho para o ombro do outro lado. Faz isso até você sentir alongar, lembra? Espreguiçar sem doer, alongar aqui na lateral da coxa ou até no bumbum, no glúteo. Segura nessa posição de alongamento por 30 segundos. Eu vou colocar aqui de novo o timer para a gente não precisar se preocupar com o tempo, tá? Começou. Mantenha uma posição agradável, alinhada da coluna e relaxa. Respiração relaxada, suave. Sente essa tensão, esse alongamento se desfazendo, o alongamento ficando mais fraco, menos intenso, se espalhando, ficando mais agradável. Luta um pouquinho, não quero que você puxe mais. Muita gente sente que o alongamento está funcionando e quer puxar um pouco mais. Não puxa, segura onde está agradável, deixa teu corpo se adaptar a isso. 30 segundos, desceu. Agora, no segundo passo, a gente vai ajudar o joelho a descer, tá bom? Senta de uma forma confortável, relaxa a perna. Você vai apoiar a palma da mão na parte de cima, na parte do joelho que está apontando para o teto. Tá bom? Eu sei. Você vai apoiar a mão na parte do joelho que está apontando para o teto. Não vai empurrar. Você vai puxar o joelho para o teto, tá? Não é a mão que empurra, é o joelho que sobe 1 centímetro. Então, posição elegante e confortável da coluna. Relaxa o joelho, empurra o joelho para o teto e a mão não deixa. Segura e relaxa. Isso, a mão continua só apoiando. Segunda vez, empurra o joelho para o teto, 1 centímetro, a mão não deixa e relaxa. Capricha no relaxamento. Terceira vez, empurra o joelho para o teto, a mão não deixa. E aproveita o relaxamento. Relaxamento é o principal, o foco é o relaxamento, não é a força, tá? Quarta vez, joelho no teto. E relaxa. Se começar a doer, não deixa o quadril passar, chegar até a dor, tá bom? De novo, força. E relaxou. Sempre no final, eu gosto de ficar uns 10 segundinhos aproveitando o relaxamento, sentindo o bem-estar, a leveza no corpo, para depois sair da posição.
E lá vamos nós.
E esse exercício agora é para fortalecer e organizar o quadril, tá? Para melhorar a força dos músculos e melhorar a coordenação, fazer com que eles trabalhem juntos do jeito certo. É um exercício mais de concentração e percepção do corpo do que aquela força, que é aquele treino de força da academia, por exemplo, que você bota uma força grande. Você vai precisar ficar deitada no chão. Bota um colchonete, bota alguma coisa para ficar confortável, mas no chão é melhor do que na cama, no sofá, porque você precisa ter a noção da posição da coluna e da pelve durante todo o exercício, tá? Vamos aqui comigo, deita com a barriga para cima. A primeira coisa é empurra a coluna para ficar toda encostada no chão. Sente principalmente a coluna lombar lá no chão. Se precisar, se você tiver a coluna muito arqueada, muito selada, você pode pegar uma toalha, um lençol pequeno, dobrar e colocar aqui atrás da coluna para você conseguir sentir se a coluna vai sair ou não do chão, tá certo? Então, ó, a concentração, o foco é nesses 2 pontos, na coluna lombar, quer dizer, e no final da bacia lá embaixo, tá? No último ossinho da coluna. Durante todo o exercício, você vai prestar atenção para o final da coluna não levantar e para a lombar não sair do chão. Não quero que aconteça isso e nem isso, tá bom? Mantenha essa posição o tempo inteiro. Então, se você precisar, fecha o olho, sente, percebe a coluna, o contato da lombar no chão e o contato do final da coluna no chão. A partir daqui, vamos trabalhar o fortalecimento da perna que está estalando. Tá? Levanta o quadril aqui, ó, ficar mais ou menos a 90 graus Sente, lembra de prestar atenção no contato e a gente vai fazer esse movimento. Ó, desce até onde o calcanhar toca no chão e volta. Movimento lento para não tirar o final da coluna e nem a lombar do chão, tá bom? Vamos fazer juntos, faça no teu ritmo, percebendo o movimento para que a coluna e a pelve não saiam do chão. Vamos lá? Levanta, desce e sobe. São 5 movimentos, vai no teu ritmo. Se eu estiver fazendo muito rápido, faça devagar, não tem problema. Ah, importante, se durante o exercício você sentir o ressalto, o estalo, você pode regular a rotação da coxa. Então, vira a coxa um pouquinho mais para fora, para ver se o estalo não acontece. Pode testar, virar a coxa um pouco mais para dentro, o pé para fora. Faz de um jeito que o estalo não aconteça. E se mesmo assim você não encontrar a posição, faz o movimento até antes do estalo acontecer, tá bom? 3, 4, se precisar parar para descansar e depois continuar, para, não tem problema. E 5.
Legal. Bem louco.
E esse exercício também é para fortalecer os músculos e para organizar, para coordenar os músculos do quadril, tá certo? Para fazer eles trabalharem juntos. Você vai precisar de novo de uma cadeira e dessa vez de algum pano de chão, algum pano que você possa esfregar no chão, tá? Se for o pano de chão, é bom que já vai limpando a casa. Você vai sentar na ponta da cadeira, mais na ponta que você conseguir, coloca o pano de chão na frente da perna que você vai fortalecer, apoia o pé lá no chão e você vai encostar na cadeira para ficar o mais perto do alinhamento, como se você estivesse em pé, tá certo? Ó, imagina que tem uma linha saindo do calcanhar, passando pelo quadril e vindo até o ombro, o pescoço. Tenta deixar a coluna esticada com a perna o máximo que conseguir, por isso é que a gente senta na pontinha da cadeira. As mãos aproveitam para apoiar aqui, para ficar mais confortável. Encontrou essa posição, você vai apertar o pé no chão e esfregar o pano para fora e para dentro 5 vezes. Vamos fazer juntos? Para fora, para dentro, 1, 2, lembra de fazer o exercício até onde ficar confortável, até onde não doer. E não se preocupa se não conseguir fazer as 5 vezes hoje. Lembra que é um processo. Se o exercício te ajudar, se você sentir alívio, leveza e bem-estar, volta amanhã para fazer o exercício junto comigo de novo. Aqui é importante porque a gente fortalece os músculos que melhoram, que dão a sustentação para o quadril e também os músculos certos para melhorar o movimento do joelho. E se você sente estalo atrás da bacia ou nas costas, na coluna, nesse vídeo aqui eu mostro um jeito fácil de equilibrar toda a pelve. É só você clicar e assistir. E lembra, se algum exercício te ajudou, ele pode ajudar outras pessoas. Então marca o gostei e compartilha esse vídeo com quem precisa. Eu vou ficando por aqui, um grande abraço e até a próxima. Bom dia! Seja muito bem-vindo, muito bem-vinda ao Bom Dia Movimento, nossa live semanal, onde a gente faz exercícios juntos para devolver o bom movimento, aliviar dores, ter mais saúde, mais alívio, leveza e bem-estar. E eu também respondo tuas perguntas. Sim, hoje a gente vai fazer 3 exercícios para melhorar o pé de todo mundo, para devolver o bom movimento que todo pé precisa. E a live começou e eu não sei se começou mesmo, mas vamos lá. E na segunda parte dessa live eu vou responder perguntas. Então se você tem pergunta, quer tirar uma dúvida, tá precisando aliviar alguma dor no corpo, guarda a tua pergunta que daqui a pouquinho, na hora que eu disser, tá valendo, isso aqui nem passa ou repassa, todo mundo com a mão na orelha. Aí bota a tua pergunta que eu vou responder o máximo de perguntas que eu puder, sugerir exercícios para tentar te ajudar. Se você não me conhece, muito prazer, seja bem-vindo. Você chegando por aqui a primeira vez, eu sou Alexandre Mota, sou fisioterapeuta e eu faço esse trabalho de trazer exercícios da fisioterapia de um jeito fácil há 8 anos e meio aqui na internet, aqui no YouTube, na verdade. Então seja muito bem-vindo. Eu quero te pedir um pequeno favor. Eu tô aqui para te ajudar da melhor forma que eu puder. Quem tiver no comentário aí, vai dizendo aí se tá ao vivo, porque aqui no programa ainda diz que tá sincronizando. Então não sei se eu tô falando e alguém tá me ouvindo. Então vamos aproveitar esse momento de bug no sistema para compartilhar, chamar as pessoas que sentem alguma dor para participarem ao vivo aqui com a gente. E se não puder participar ao vivo, não tem problema, a live fica salva. A gente vai deixar esses exercícios salvos e ela pode ver, assistir depois e espero de coração que eu consiga ajudar você e ajudar as pessoas que você gosta, tá? Então compartilhe o link dessa live, que isso é muito importante para que você me ajude a alcançar mais pessoas, aliviar a dor de mais pessoas, tá? Isso é uma missão para mim, por isso é que eu tô toda segunda-feira aqui, toda quarta e sexta tem vídeo novo e por aí vai. Vamos lá. A Neide disse que tá me ouvindo, o Eustáquio tá ótimo. Pronto! Ai, que coisa boa, que susto! Tecnologia, gente, pra quem a barba começa a ficar branca, assim, começa a branquear os cabelos, tecnologia parece que vai, né, se afastando um pouco. Deixa eu dar um bom dia aqui pra quem já chegou, ó. A Sol diz que tem faceite, Rosinei, bom dia, uma semana abençoada. Eustáquio, bom dia, a mãozinha, o cap... Eustáquio.
Sizable gap to still maybe continue to go along with here on Tesla. So there's a lot to look at. I mean, jokingly, you can forget about the 334 at the time when I sat down seemed like a little bit of a thing, but now I'm going to be looking at some of the afternoon highs. You know, like this, we faded off at 342 on Tesla. I just want to be continuation for Tesla, so I think this gives us a bit of a level, and then VWAP down here at 339 because you can stick a fork in something like 334. That would have been the first place I looked when it started going, which is the prior low and where it was breaking out from, but got to look a little bit higher here on Tesla and be willing to join the move as opposed to get that bottom barrel, hey, I got the low price. Because I feel like if you get that today, you don't want it. So we'll look VWAP, we'll look 42s for longs here on Tesla. And looks like we have ourselves a poll. Nike, is it dead? If you want to vote on this poll, here I'm going to say no. Because, well, I mean, at least not today, because I'm looking for long on it today. But if you want to vote on the poll, you have to be a subscriber because it's in the chat and it's a subs-only chat. So hit that subscribe, jump in, let us know if you think that Nike's dead. I'm pretty sure Tesla's not dead today, and I like them both for longs.
Look, get this right here, 650. So, all right, 7,300 of you watching. So right there, 650. Go down, hit the like button. We'll check this in a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can double it, right? 1,300. I feel like 1,300. Wait a minute, 600 times 2. 1,500. Double that, upside, see if we can get that going. So please hit the like, the subscribe. Over 7,000 of you. Absolutely free information here off the watch list. So make sure you go and check that out. I don't have Tesla written down on the sticky note today, but I do like it. It's obviously had that pretty epic move there on that release of the full self-drive news coming through for China. 50-period moving average is normally what we play back to, but obviously off the open for a name like Tesla that has dramatic moves off the open, that's for sure. I don't really want to play that right now. I feel like that's probably overdone a little bit. Not that I think the news is huge, and I think it's the next step. I just wonder about that kind of a bump. I could see it fade back, and if it does, then I'm sitting here at the 200-period moving average. So 337 or so for Tesla right now. Feel like that's a good area to start to, dip by some love here for TSLA. So if we can get something into that area, I think that's reasonable. I mean, just look, if you want to get more aggressive than that, then you're probably coming into a level right now, 342. There it was. We couldn't get through. Then whoosh. And I wasn't obviously here on Friday. We didn't need to be. This is all Friday. Here's the 50 period. It just never bothered it. And then obviously today, this morning, we crossed through. So if you play that cross right there, that's 336 to 337. So that's kind of where I'm thinking for a potential dip buy into the space there for TSLA. So yeah, I'm a buyer down there in and around 344, 345. Does anybody like some fruit salad? Because we did have a new caterer right now, and pretty good, man. Green and red grapes.
Yes.
I'm more of a green grape guy.
I like the green, but
Yeah. I like the green
I like
grape.
the variety. I'll take the variety in the fruit salad, but yeah.
I like the variety as well.
We're green in our fam.
970 of you have now hit the like button. So let's get going a little bit more on that one. We'll take the 50% bump, but we're looking for 100. So only 13 minutes left now until we go. Is Nike dead? Of course not. All right. They just got that deal with Skims, right? So, all right. Well, Skims got the deal with Nike, I should say. The other way around. Yeah, seedless, of course, number one.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
So, yeah. And then if you mash certain grapes with your feet, you get a magical juice that appears.
The elixir of the gods.
Exactly.
Palantir?
I don't know.
Maybe?
Maybe.
We'll see.
Right, brought to you by our friends over at Foremost Energy. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet currently, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located throughout the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on exploding nuclear markets and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your energy, or is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST, or here in Toronto on the CSE. FAT is the symbol. Check out Foremost Energy, foremostcleanenergy.com. Back to Thursday, I guess that is Thursday's low here right on the dot for Palantir right now. 4.25% as this sell-off continues. If you missed it, mid to end of last week, government comes out, says they're going to cut the defense spending budget. That kicked off the selling. We had some insider selling, meanwhile, for Palantir executives. Not much of a bounce yet.
Not yet. Not yet. We'll have to wait and see if the bulls step back in. Yeah, so as you mentioned, Brendo, sold off aggressively last week, 4.6% on Friday, another 19% previous to that over the last few trading days, but it's still up 300% year to date. So it's a good look there. The past year, I should say, not year to date. Some of the reasons, as Brendo mentioned, we were selling off aggressively. The defense stocks got sold off aggressively last week as a Trump administration vis-a-vis the new Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth looking to cut about 8% of the Pentagon spending per year to the tune of about $500 billion or so. Widely speculated that may influence Palantir. There are other opinions on that, of course. Then CEO Alex Karp came out and said he's going to sell about $1.2 billion worth of shares, which is also weighing on investor sentiment, Brendo. But Daniel Ives, as he typically does, he's going to come in, take the bull case here. He sees it as an entire overreaction. He believes that the company's valuation of 180 times forward earnings is absolutely justified.
Fine. $100. Definitely a thing here for PLTR. But well, yeah, I mean, what a chart. Still, what a chart. Sean.
I mean, thanks, Brendo. Yeah, no, I think that, look, it's obviously what goes up must come down at some point. But down like an elevator, though, is the thing here with Palantir. It kind of took a little bit of stairs up there, but there did have some elevator moves both ways. So, yeah, just there's the Alex Karp news. There's it coming down. Then it couldn't catch it all last week. Couldn't really find bids, right? I mean, I was here about one day last week, and I tried to get the long in and around 104, 105, and then that was the day that this happened when it whooshed down to 101.50 or something right off the open, and then made a way back up and then continued again. So I wrote down here, it is going to be on the sticky note for a long, but that's just because I just want to try it and then not be married to it. So down here at 95, you know, it has big moves off the open. Unless something's changed, that's generally what can happen with Palantir. Again, pretty choppy there, but when you look at this is still $2. Then there's the move down again, right? So that's actually not even that bad on Friday. Thursday, huge move down again, straight off the open, right? So we can find out some weakness here right away. In a couple minutes, we're going to get that imbalance. I just want to sit there and try this long down at 95. If it wants to hold it, then great. If not, then we're going to bounce out. So I like the trade. The low's only been 96 and change. I'm going to give it to a 95 handle. And I wrote down on here, let's not be stubborn. If it breaks it, then we're just going to get out. I'm not going to sit here and talk about PE. It's overbought. It's oversold. It's over this. It's over that. CrowdStrike, Tesla, Amazon, so many names. Like, we're buying Bitcoin with, gold. By the way,
GLD.
You guys want to talk about this? You guys want to talk about making calls on things? 4 weeks ago, I'd said right there on the market recap show, it's time to buy gold. And for the first time ever, we bought some gold. So, I mean, this has been something that we've been really proud about right here over the last little while of what gold's been doing. Now, we're not long down here. We're long somewhere here once we started to break through. We had bought some in and around here, and there it goes to the upside. I just used GLD. I didn't buy physical gold or anything like that, but this is working in the portfolio. Obviously, I'm not loaded into gold. I've never been a gold bug, but I'd said on the recap show, and those of you that were watching that, I'm actually making calls and taking trades. So that was one there that I was really happy with. Now we have the 50 period there. It's not a huge part of the portfolio. It's not even 1%. Like I was just buying it to see, and I wish I had bought it for reals. But right now, gold, nice little move to the upside. I'll probably just hold it, but at the end of the day, that's really moving as well. So you can get some hedge, right? I mean, we had sold some Palantir at 114, thought that was a good time to do that. And we did buy Tesla it was around 328 to 330. So that's been working out, that exchange. But yeah, Palantir, pretty tough week, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was rough for Palantir. There was the long on Thursday. There's no question about that. But then Friday was just a matter of, you had a couple of shots at some shorts on Friday in Palantir. I would have thought continuation could have taken us maybe through like, obviously it broke the 100 level pretty early, but even if you get a bounce off of that low, I'd probably look back. I'm looking back at the 100 to 101 as a bit of a fade. I feel like if we get up there, I'll probably be in a short of AMD, and ideally that has popped as well. But back into 100, want to look for some shorts. When you look at that daily chart, however, it's just to keep a mind out there. The 50 period now also sits at a pretty large level, down around 85, 86. That looks like it's going to be a very good spot for a bounce play on Palantir. If it ends up in the 90s and holds the 90s, I think the next stop is bouncing off of that 86. That's not something for today. For today, I want to look at that fade 100 to 101. But in the next coming days and weeks, I think that's a buy on Palantir at 86 if you can get a print down there this week.
Was strong. I mean, it's still up on the morning, 1.3% here, back to 52.50 coming into play here this morning. Nice pop, though, on this SEC note if you missed it pre-market.
Yeah, it's nice to get that headwind out of the way, Brendo. Obviously, the old SEC had filed a Wells notice, and they were going after Robinhood for illegally selling securities, specifically these meme coins. So they've ended that investigation with no enforcement action against them. Robinhood did receive a letter, I believe, on Friday confirming the closure of the investigation. Coinbase got one, as we recall, a few days earlier above that. Before, just to give you an idea over here, the SEC back in May 2024 warned Robinhood that it might face charges for potential securities law violation within specifically its crypto unit. The closure of the SEC investigation is widely viewed, as a broader regulatory shift in the crypto industry after the new administration took place. Gary Gensler, who was a previous SEC chair, had been widely criticized with this regulation by enforcement tactic, basically not answering any of their questions, kind of duping them in, getting them to make statements, and then seemingly filing actions after that, widely criticized for doing that.
And it's amazing how fast all of those have just been pushed aside. Yep. 1.75, still not bad start here, guys, for Robinhood.
Kind of expected a little bit more, but after what we saw with Coinbase in a similar spot, it just didn't really follow through for when Coinbase had similar news here, and Bitcoin's not really doing much of anything. And yeah, it doesn't feel nearly as strong as I thought. I think Tesla looking a little bit more interesting, and Nvidia today. But I think you work off the lows here. 51 bottom on Friday, 51 big level on the daily as well. We had some support to resistance. If we lose 51 bucks, yeah. We just talked about it on Palantir's 50 period being a prior support level or big level. I think Robinhood's the same thing at 47. So if we lose 51, I don't think you fight this thing. It's a little bit of a gap in here to 47. I can't imagine. It'd be weird that we lose a bid like this on positive news to lose that low. But if it were to happen, I think you're looking longs this week at 47 here on Robinhood. There's a couple of names. I feel like we didn't talk about a few things. We still have a couple minutes in here to go. I just wanted to quickly mention SMCI. So SMCI, if you saw on Friday, it was the same thing as Thursday. If it gets to 60, someone's selling it at 62. On any strength, I think that's a fade, but it's starting to break down and do a bit of a flat bottom break here on SMCI. So first look would be fading the 50 in front of 56, looking for a gap fill. If it breaks out, respect the seller at 62. They've been there pretty much the back half of the week. It looks like we're not going to get there now. The stock falls.
All right, we talked about Robinhood, and look, I like it. Let's look similar to Palantir to me. What an awful week. Almost exact same week that Palantir had, where it got going early and just couldn't catch another bid, right? So Robinhood right there, looking to fall back in. I think it's worth the buy. Like, honestly, if you can get into the 50-period moving average, I feel this week is so important. We have big-time earnings coming through, and then we have PCE at the end of the week.
Whoa.
I'm excited to see what happens there for that one. Palantir's come way in, so we'll have to see if there is an
Tesla just
balance
$5
there as well. Tesla went up,
down
$5. Yeah, so we're waiting to buy some Tesla down here in and around 337. So we'll wait to see if that comes through. Tesla with the sell side right now. Yeah, the whole market's coming in. Remember what I was saying? It was like, I don't want to start calling these longs because we were dealing with VWAP. And then all of a sudden, now we've dealt with it the wrong way. It's come back in a little bit here on those early sells. So Walmart also with the sell. People were liking the 95 level. So I'm sure even the gentleman to my right there, maybe he's buying some up. We talked about Walmart before. And I'm not in the name, and I was thinking about this would be also a decent level for Walmart, catching that there from their report last week. So some nice moves. And then, a name that I put in the swing account that I didn't even check. We bought it on Thursday when we were here. I know it made a move down there on Friday. Big Bear AI. So we'll have to watch out for this name as well. Another name that I like that I will be buying more of in the swing account as we get going as well. So 9:29 in 35 seconds, we will get that opening bell. So there's a nice move down there for Tesla. My guy Alex, are you selling early or what? What's going on here? Nice move to the downside here for PLTR. I'm going to be buying 95 flats basically, and then breaking through that, we're gone. So if that off the open, especially if it wicks down through 95, we may catch the bottom wick. And if we do, we do. Like, not a huge position here to take too much risk right off the open on Palantir. But I do like that dip buy opportunity. All right, here we go, man. Thank you to Foremost Clean Energy to sponsor this opening bell. It's a little early, don't ring it yet. No, it's not ready to go. 3, 2, 1. We are now open. There we go. Thank you. Unless my clock was off there. There it is. Palantir with a nice early move to the downside right now for PLTR. We just got long at 95.15, guys.
Wow, and a little bit of a bid there on Tesla as it broke through VWAP. It might get that 334 after on Tesla.
You know, we're huge
also
already.
79 break on Nike imminent here on NKE.
$4 in the money. Like, we are right now ripping. This is a huge day already. This is a huge day. Holy crap, I'm so glad we're back. What a day. Tesla right there, $2 in the money. We told you, we put it right there in the chat. We're here, we're him. Nice move to the downside for Tesla. $4 still going. You guys put in the chat, where is the level for Tesla? I said 337. We're long 337.50 right now, Neil. Double the day's expectation right now, early to go here, Neil. So I'm going to pass it over to you. We're well exposed here to this market. So far, so good.
So far, so good as well as Nike broke out. We got that one to the long slide. Palantir starting to come in a little bit heavier to the downside. Right, so watch out. You're also getting a breakout on NVIDIA as well, but that chart is still on Tesla. We just crossed 79.5 into 79.80 here on Nike. Trying to add to this one on the 79 level. 80 on the daily is the 200 period moving average on NKE. So Nike with a big strong move to the upside. Tesla starting to come back into VWAP as well. And as we said, Palantir fading down into 95. So there hasn't been a pop to be able to fade that one just yet. But so far, so good. And the market's coming to the downside, so to be able to catch some longs is looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, no. There was a fade for Palantir. Palantir went to $97 already today. I know you're probably looking for more near 100. If we can get anything near 100, we still have 40% of this trade, but we're going to hold it out. Neil, it's $4 in the money right now for Tesla. So there goes Tesla, man. This is going to be, again, for me, a monstrous trade. And we're just going to relax. So, yeah, okay, so this is the thing here. Shia mattress there, that little move is not worth the screaming. It depends. If you have shares, I'll trade the bigger accounts. So for me, those kind of moves are quite significant. So you just leave it at that, and we'll handle everything else from there. But I do appreciate the new watch as well. We're over $7 in the money in total, right? Neil's got Nike on right now, so like again, just a little bit different styles, right? Like these trades that I'm in are very, very aggressive to the upside. So like look at Palantir right now, $97, $2 in the money, and the reason why we get excited is exactly as it was written right there. So I've made my day already. I guess with one trade, we'll see what Neil's reaction is to his trade. But for right now, man, it's just a monster day. Glad to be back. Hope all you guys are so here for winning trades, because if you are, then that's what we're here for, right? I know that's not always the case, but that's what I'm putting up right now. There it is, man. Nice move for Palantir, but it's Tesla right now that's fading out. We only have about 20 to 25% of each of these positions. So Nike, Tesla, and Palantir, let's go.
Yeah, Palantir looks like it's going to continue to get to that 100 level. Tesla just came back in to VWAP there, so let me just get a stop. It's bouncing off of VWAP. Nike, if it doesn't hold 80, that's where the trail's going to be. We said the 200-period moving average was at 80 on Nike, so let's see if it can respect it. Prior support there on TSLA. It just wicked it, came back above. All right, filled at 339. So you're getting a consolidation level. That's a prior close. If we lose the bottom, we are jumping out of this. So we've got to make sure we have our stop out underneath. NVIDIA, I know I just heard Sean say NVIDIA. NVIDIA, there wasn't any dip to be able to grab. You know, you're not going to be able to get 134 or 135 at this point, but it is holding on to prior high. Like to see it hold that prior high and then start working off of VWAP for NVIDIA. So if you're not going to get that crazy dip at the open, then we got to be patient to try to join that long. AMD, well, you're not going to get a pop right now to short. AMD already red and down a couple of dollars. So not going to chase AMD down here. Just going to have to work with the longs, because the stock I like short is gone to the downside.
All right. I mean, so like we had said that Palantir was worth the shot, right? At $95. So right now, we've hit our goals. It's 4 minutes in. So I've changed sort of the structure of what I'm trying to do here. And that is I'm trying to talk about trading, winning trades, bigger positions, you know? And I mean, this is, you know, after taking a week, you know, coming back in here right now, sitting down, and now we're $6 in the money on 2 trades over there, Sharif. Okay. So you know, this is what trading's all about: hitting your goals, hitting these winning trades, and then just making sense of trades. Because as we hear Neil talk about this as well all the time, you know, if you can't replicate something, then it's not worth it, right? Which is why I'm trying every single day to put out that sticky note and show you guys, like, these are the trades I'm looking at and why we're looking at them. So just here for Tesla again. Does this one have a chance to go? Yes. I mean, our best outs right here are 341 and change. So now that I look at the upside, you always have to look at downside too, which is why we're starting to get out, right? So even though you make your goals for the day, you could lose them. So right now in Palantir, for example, I have 8% left of this trade. Why? Because we have the damn bottom of the day. We have 95.08s right now, or 95.15s on Palantir. It's up to 99. So it took out 50, took out VWAP, took out 200. So like we're cruising right now here today. So far, so good. Big time action happening, and it's these 2 trades that are really carrying the day here. So so far so good on these plays. Let's see if we can continue higher. I believe I'm going to hold Palantir, especially now that if we can. I mean, I'm going to get out another piece right now. Let's just get out something here at 99s. Money. You know, it's a $4 banger right here. So that right here is 4% in the money right now on this one trade that was one of our best ideas of the day. So far so good. $6 in the money. All indices are red, but not the account. NASDAQ's not red, nor is ES. So just saw someone in the chat say that. But yeah.
NASDAQ just broke the low though.
Yeah, it just broke the low, which is unbelievable. Our net is climbing right now. So far so good there. As the net breaks lows, we go short. We go long right now. Maybe it is time to look for some shorts. We did like Apple.
I don't have any short ideas that are at any levels I like. But Apple did break out. So Apple, glad I wasn't short. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
Just be aware here of FUBO. FUBO, certainly not a short here, pushing to the upside. FUBO, there were some antitrust-related issues being flagged by some senators last week with regards to his deal with Disney. But the real reason to keep an eye on FUBO this week is they report earnings on Friday. So Friday before the open, we will hear earnings from FUBO for the first time since their Disney deal was struck. It's also worth noting FUBO does have an 11% short float. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So 80 over under on Nike. It failed to break out at that $80 level, so we jump out. Going to look for VWAP to retrace back in on an early look there for Nike. Still like the long. It's a continuation long as far as I'm concerned. You got it on the daily chart there, breaking out, but there's your resistance on the 200 period. And the reason, we say this all the time, if you're going to use a moving average, then make sure the stock respects the moving average. Nike respects the 200 period moving average on the daily. It's been rejecting it for the entirety of the year. So just want to respect that. If it breaks it out, I don't mind taking that long. But let's get the dip buy here in Nike off of VWAP. Just want to see it make a bit of a curl. Tesla is still kind of chilling. The market's not that strong. Like you're right down into overnight lows here on the ES, and NASDAQ doing about the same thing. So if we bounce off this, great. I think that anything that's working for a long, you want to look for some ads. But I got to start thinking about where I want to get short AMD as it's pulling back into VWAP potentially. AMD turned red. There's obviously a lot of things that turn red with the market weak, but this is the one that we wanted to short in today. I just thought we'd get a pop, which has happened every single day last week. There was a pop and fade on AMD, except for this morning.
All right, let's just keep on looking. So let's just let's stick with what we're doing. NVIDIA 135.50 long we had written down. So let's go have a quick look. I know it's way up there now, so we'll look at some more stocks right now. Okay, so we're into 5% left now of Palantir. All right, because we just got some out there at 97, and then we also got some out right there at VWAP at 97.40. So far, so good. I'll try another reload down there, but it's going to have to come right into me one more time. And if that happens, then we won't take that many shares, but we'll reload it just a little bit. We'll probably put on a quarter of what we had on that trade again for Palantir. And I'm talking like this is you know, again, I feel like it's important because if we just sit here and we just say like, oh, we're long this stock, but like how much risk do we have in the stock? And I think that's something that's important for everybody. So when we reload certain names, I'm going to tell you like this was a big position right there, big one. Obviously we hit 2 times our daily goal on this one trade alone. So I'm only going to put on a quarter of that back. We only now have 5% left. So we'll put on in total of 30% again of that trade. And then if it breaks down, it breaks down. If it goes, it goes. And we will be able to hold pretty much all of it. So that's something that, you know, I'm really trying to pride myself on is to work on better sort of risk management and not just give everything back when it comes in and maybe, you know, slips up one more time, because that early move is really what I'm looking for. And we talked about that on Tesla and we talked about that on Palantir. I mean, so we're back in the building, and I hope the excitement's back, and I hope that we're ready to rock and roll, and all of you guys are too. So please, you know, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Over 1.4K of you have done that. Over 11,000 watching, so thank you so much for all of that. We're back in the building, baby. We're kicking, and not only that, man, we're kicking the door open. We just gave you 2 of, I don't know if you'll find, for me, bigger bangers than those right now. I know Neil hit Tesla as well with me there. And then he had his own trade there with, well, we're all our own trades, but with Nike, the one that I hadn't looked at. So good job there over on that side. And then Apple right here. Let's just see what's going on with Apple. 248. So we knew this was going to be the fade play, but we also didn't think this was going to happen. We had said maybe in and around that 245.50 area. Would have been a decent short. Looks like that's where VWAP is, so maybe we can play off that right now. But I'm going to sit on the hands for a little bit here and try to look for some more opportunities. So there it is. Thank you so much, Sharat. Right here, my trades are the best. I hate it when you're not in the building. Likewise, my guy. Welcome back, boss man. Thank you so much for that. Awesome. You know, we just. I'm glad to be here and to give you guys the juice that you need. Right? I mean, hopefully, you know, again, you guys can ask us. Again, you know, what we're up, what we're down as far as percentages or things like that, try to get creative. But at the end of the day, the trades need to be yours. I'm just glad that Neil and I can sort of explain what we're doing and hopefully give you some ideas to trade yourself, because everybody around here trades completely different share sizes, completely different rules, risks, and everything. So find your own zone and your own spot. And we just want to thank everybody for watching, because at the end of the day, we're building community, right? I mean, and that's what it's all about. Many people watch football and have no idea how to play it, so you watch it for the rules. Hopefully we'll be able to, you know, help guide you that way as well. So, yeah, let's keep it going with that. Shout out to Brett Favre.
Yeah, shout out to Brett Favre. That was I was glad you're able to make it for that one, man. Because it would have been.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was
No,
not
the week
me.
would have been. It would have been a weird one to have had a chance to talk to, obviously, a Packer legend without Sean here at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I say Packer legend lately. No, and we'll get him back. No,
Palantir's breaking 95.
Just a couple of things. Look, the market's breaking down off the lows. Prior support on Tesla just turned into resistance. Remember, we liked that 342 level. So we lost that 342, dip by, it just curled off that same level. A couple of rejections off of Tesla here at 342. Well, I like the dip by at prior close. So we'll go into that if it can make a little bit of a bounce here, but it's starting to look like, why am I not short anything? And I don't have a good reason except for the fact I didn't get AMD. So Tesla worked. Nike didn't give us back into VWAP, but got to start looking for another opportunity short. Haven't been able to get VWAP on AMD yet. And SMCI was the other name that we're looking for a fade, and suddenly that's actually a little bit strong. Like, it's trying to creep above VWAP. So I think I have to be patient with SMCI, maybe get into some resistance here at 56.5. It's that or AMD that I want to the south side. Adara?
Just be wary of ATCH. This is a small cap runner. They were actually featured on the watch list this morning. They did have earnings this morning. Basically, they did actually have a decrease in a year-over-year basis for their earnings per share, but I guess well-received report here worth noting the 9% short float. Also worth noting here, everyone, thank you so much for being here, and make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content. Check us out every single day. The markets are open. Back to the guys.
The supply zone on Rivian at like 13.25 on Friday. Like, it was all morning, it was a short. Today, there was no chance at it. This is very much like AMD, well, in the market too. It just sort of rugged it. You've now broken $12 and flat bottom break potentially on Rivian here. Look, maybe you get a pop in the VWAP and we get some kind of a play back in there on that bad boy. But yeah, not looking very good for Rivian. Down 7% and still heading lower, unfortunately. Not looking good.
Yeah, Rivian was the only short idea that we had today on the sticky notes, so we'll go bang, 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 bang for that one. But you got to take it first for that one as well. So, by the way, Palantir breaks. So we did give back about 15 or so percent on that play right there. But look at this. This is the wins, right? $4 to the maximum, and this is the loss, for 30 cents. So we get out a great price there as it breaks below 95. And then actually, I can tell you the price we got. Actually, we got 94.60s. So we were waiting for 94.75 to break. But it broke. It was immediate. The minute it broke 95, it just flushed. So obviously, good trade to get out. Glad to do that. Palantir will be P&L number one by far so far today. The Tesla trade that I'm holding, if I were to get out right now, it would overtake the Palantir trade. But I'm going to wait for right here 342 to come in right there as well. So my number one trade idea was NVIDIA long. We probably should have looked at that again on that VWAP dip buy into 137. So big miss there for NVIDIA. We were waiting lower. We were waiting at 136 where the 200 period is, but missed opportunity there for NVIDIA as we're starting to break higher right now on NVIDIA. I think it's probably worth that long. There goes Tesla, man. Neil, I don't know how many times it was hit last week. I hope a lot. But 1, 2, 3, 4 plus dollars right now. We were just 5, and we took it out there on Tesla at 342. So the money's coming back in right now. But yeah, the Qs. Probably a good trade there from John mentioning there to try to pick up that bottom. So we could definitely do some of that right now. But yeah, we'll go 2 for 2, just sitting here waiting. And I'm just glad that we had used a little bit of an upsized position there to make the money early, because right now it's trying to battle back. Just not so sure about what levels to trust here, as it's only 9:46. Actually, I guess it's a little later than I thought. Right
Yeah, we're
now.
15 minutes in.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, so this is okay. NVIDIA having a problem here at 138, but I do like the pullback into 137. So I'm gonna try to dip by this into 137, maybe giving it to like this local bottom 136.50. I think that's worth it.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this AMD short, just try to get into something to the south side. We're starting to pull, maybe get back into a VWAP dip as well on Nike. So there's AMD just underneath VWAP. Here's Nike, actually well above the 80 level, looking to buy about 79.5 where VWAP is going to sit. That's on a 3-minute chart. And we started about 6 o'clock in the morning, our data. So a lot of times it's like, hey, Neil, your VWAP is wrong. Well, if my VWAP's wrong, you probably have a different start time on your chart, which is fine. Tesla's starting to pull right back into that support level that we liked from before.
Yeah, I can
so
do
if we can grab that back in here to 3 off of this low, 337.5 prior close. Need to hold on to that, and we can try to go into a long opportunity. Oh, there's a couple of halts in here, and I know some people have asked about this. RETO, don't really know the company, but I can tell you they're halted at 110. This is the 4th halt of the morning so far, so just watch out. A bit of a halt fest on this Reto, whatever they happen to be. Hasn't been able to open for more than a couple of minutes, but obvious breakout level if it can take about $1.25 on that. So looking at this Tesla.
That's for a while.
What the? Oh, wow.
Fabian.
Palantir could go. All right, Palantir could go SSR. Just, I didn't realize it was almost down 10%. Palantir goes down 10%. We're going to look for an SSR bounce.
Yes.
And a mean reversion here on Palantir. That could come pretty quickly. That'll be about $91. If it gets down to 91, look for an SSR bounce on Palantir.
I mean, we're doing it again. We'll go 3 for 3 today. There goes NVIDIA. I mean, we just took it at 138. I'm like, traders got to trade. And I mean, there it goes again, right? So whatever. Let's see if it goes higher now. We're getting out of a little bit of this. Obviously, I don't want to play against the market too much. So we got out right there of 20% at 50s. There's another 10% right here at 40s. So it's not going to be a huge trade. It's just a topper. So we'll wait to see. Look at those outs. You know, like these are the things, man. I'm going to get out of this if it breaks 335 on Tesla. But I've already explained this a couple times. We have 5% left of Tesla right now. NVIDIA, again, like, I know Neil's looking for that short there on AMD.
Not NVIDIA, but...
No, on AMD there. So, that could definitely be a play. Okay, here comes NVIDIA coming in again. So remember where we're trying to bid, right? We're trying to bid a little bit lower on this name, in and around 137. All right, we did get a little bit more shares here. There goes Tesla right into that bottom of the day again. Our offer is at breaking through 335. So this one's going to have to go about $1 and change against us right now. But here it is. It's a reloaded position for you on Tesla. Let's see if this one wants to work out for us. But again, market needs to go first. But right now, the market's going the oppo to the downside right now. Big trade alert happening, I guess, on Tesla as we just take, Neil, guess what? Another $1.
Yeah, this nice little bounce around Tesla. I broke down under support level, so I'm not taking it. We're about to get AMD at the quarter level. We just got in underneath prior day's low. So the first time we're breaking lows on the NASDAQ. The other thing that's starting to come in there is, remember, $91 would be approximately SSR on Palantir, not to the penny. It'll be like 91 a quarter or something like that. So it gets another $1 to the downside. Going to start looking reversion on Palantir. Finally short in AMD. There's the trend. It speaks for itself. Underneath prior low. Going to give it to about 150. Sorry, 110.50, I should say. We get to the low and break 110 again. Going to start taking profit on that bad boy. SMCI, not really looking like it's going to be the setup for the short trade that we want, unfortunately. And Nike, we're trying to get back on the bid here, 79.5. That's also going to be VWAP up 5.5%. It's doing it just fine. With the market at lows, it's maintaining its strength very, very nicely here. And yeah, Palantir, I just feel like that's going to happen next. So, we're into the AMD short. But Palantir is now cruising. It just broke 93. Going to look for that mean reversion trade on Palantir. We've seen this before. You want to get it when it breaks trend. If it doesn't get to 10%, okay, I probably don't like it as much, but I still want to take the first mean reversion we get here on Palantir.
Okay, so yeah, market coming back in a little bit here. Yeah, let's maybe sit on our hands a little bit. So we have our positions. I don't have any more bids out. I guess I actually got to make sure I don't have too many more bids out anyways. We do have some bids lower on NVIDIA, but those are much lower in case those can come in, through here. If we lose this 136.75 area, I'm going to get out of 75% of this position for sure. So, okay, so some of these trades have come back a little bit. So we got some out there on Tesla as it went back up through 337, but then there's the break again. So look at this market to come down. The fact that we've had 2 longs and they've been working has been incredible, or 3 longs. So we're kind of just waiting to see now if this market will hold. If we're going to look at a broader market, we had that huge sell-off, right? And it kind of came right into a little bit of support. But if you go to the downside here, the Qs really have this 522. So you could be down another 2 or 3 points here on the Qs before we even think about bouncing at this point. So give it a second. It didn't hold the day's bottom. It's not really holding anything right now as the market be getting a little bit weaker. So, all right, NVIDIA. Okay, well, here it comes back in. So we talked about the 200 period or so and that we would sit on and not just like exit out of everything completely. But right now it does look like, you know, downside move into 136. We had written down here on NVIDIA 135.50. So we're getting close to that area where we're thinking about dip buying much serious position. But again, I don't know. The market's just barely red. Like we could really get to a tanking spot here. 135.50. Let's wait and see if we can be patient for NVIDIA. But then great short there. I hope for you out there on AMD. So yeah. And then Palantir, you mentioned 90.91. Yeah. There it goes.
Any second now.
So the sell programs are here. Look at this. 4 or 5 straight to the downside there, Neil.
Yeah, this could be that spot. Like Palantir is now 9.7. It hasn't ticked past SSR just yet, but clearly it's falling like a rock here. The Nasdaq's not down that much. It's just more the fact that we look like we're in a recovery phase. Monday morning, early sell-offs, I find to give some of the best bounce backs, specifically on Mondays. But sometimes it's like at 9:30 in the morning. This is a little bit later on in the session. So there hasn't been any kind of a green or up candle here on Palantir. It just ticked it. If we close this bar above the trend line, I'm taking the long. I'll quickly show you guys. AMD. Oh, this V. Oh, anyways, just ignore VWAP. I'm missing some data on that chart. So AMD broke 110. We got some out in front of 119.5. I'll have to close and restart that chart again. But Palantir, to me, is the next trade. Now, if it closes this prior bar breaking the trend, I'm punching long. The stop is at the prior low. Like, there's no holding on to it past the bottom, but it's got to hold above the trend line, which hasn't even happened yet. Let's go take care of some business. The market's taking care of some to the downside.
It sure is. Each year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach, wow, $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Make sure you scan that QR code right there on your screen to learn more about Oragenics and the concussion protocols. But again, we had Brett on last week to talk all about that, and we've seen sort of the effects that some of this new medicine can have, and hopefully in the right ways. And as we look for,
it was a nasty one to a Dodger pitcher.
As we look for some more, yeah.
Some young Dodgers pitcher took a 106 liner off the head, and they don't wear helmet. You're not wearing a helmet on them.
No, I know. Baseball is actually more dangerous than hockey.
There was a guy I played with in my men's league.
Yeah,
a really good dude. He took one off. He took one off the dome, and he had. It was very. It was like life threatening.
That's the big worry that I have.
We got to switch to wood bats after that because we're using, which you should.
Crazy.
Grown men should not be hitting with aluminum bats. It was never safe to begin with, but thankfully he's fine. But so a bit of a turn. It's weird because Palantir's turning here. I just might have missed it, but the market's still heading into the downside pretty precipitously. But it's closing above, and it just held 91.50. So I have my stop underneath 91.5, looking for the long. Randy. Rivian, what in the blue blazes?
This is perfect for you guys.
Well, we mean you guys.
I thought you wanted to buy dips as well.
10. It's at 12 right now, but I'm saying $10 is the only level to buy it. But I curled. By the way, you weren't here. I said if it loses 12, I'm selling the rest of it. So I know I've been trailed out of this. Probably it should be. Well, whatever. I'll check at lunch. I should be trailed out of this, and if it gets back to 10, I'll pick it back up at 10. But the biggest mistake was the first time not selling when it got into the teens. Next time I did sell some in the teens, and I've sold the rest of Rivian. And if it gets to 10, I'd buy it back again. But not a great look for Rivian. Wait for 10 though.
Yeah, so NVIDIA goes right down to the exact bottom, pretty much that we wrote down, 135.50. It went to 135.43 there, or so was the bottom right there for NVIDIA. But that might not. I didn't get any out. It went right back up to 136. That's my average price. So I'm willing to take this $1 the other. Like if we lose $1 on this, I'm pretty comfortable doing that. I mean, and we'll work on it at that point. But here it is right now at a level that I like. So we bought some shares down there, but it's relentlessly selling. The market is starting to come way in. So, I mean, the market, someone just put what a cooked market. Yeah, I mean,
Bitcoin's under 95.
we just made all-time highs on Thursday. Was it Thursday or Wednesday? And then all of a sudden, boom, right? So it just takes a couple bad, like, not apples or anything like that, but it's just like today, you know, you do get these downside moves, and
Actually,
it's part of it. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't want to say, like, it's not an Apple story because
Apple's literally at the high of the day.
Apple's ripping.
There's no bad apples in this market because
No.
Apple is once again at the highs.
They're selling NVIDIA. I mean, they're selling NVIDIA ahead of earnings, so it's kind of doing like Apple, what I thought would happen right now. So we're going to get out if this breaks through 135. That was our level. We talked about, here it goes. So we're going to be out. There we go. We're out. So we talked about that as being a level there. The sell pressure just continues. So I'll probably take 135.50 break upside again, and then that would be it for me on that one. We might have just got rinsed out there at 135, but I'm happy to do that on NVIDIA. So we will have the red stock today with NVIDIA right there because just kept on falling down. We tried it. Probably should have flipped over the short. Great call there on AMD. But yeah, there comes NVIDIA. I'm going to try 135.50 break again, and then that would be it. But it looks like it's trying to battle with some demons down here in and around 135. So this is why it's that hit it and quit it moment, right? We talked about that.
Speaking of,
yeah, go ahead.
AMD support is at the 109 level. So this is a target for me in here. Just come to my 15-minute chart for a quick little second. There we go. There's 109 a couple of times a couple of weeks ago. So flat bottom break here on AMD into here, and then play the next available bounce. This market's really flushing. I can't believe Apple's holding up this well. But try to remember, Apple did this last week, and eventually Apple did this Friday.
Oh, yeah?
And then it looked so strong, and then when it finally reverted, it was pretty good, and it was right up here at 249-ish. But a rocket ship so far on Apple, sitting here like did it last week. We literally did it on Friday, where it failed just about $1 higher from here. If this market keeps dropping, I don't think Apple's going to hold it up forever. So my trail is going to be in just above the 109 on AMD, and Apple, if it breaks trend, just because of what happened on Friday, if it breaks trend, I'm going to look for a reversion on Apple here. Let's go to Adara at the desk for happening now. At least I think so. Yeah.
It's been quite the morning so far today. We have this headline here from our friends at Bidziga from earlier today. Wall Street looking to bounce back. And then we gave up pretty much all of that bounce here, more than all of that bounce. We have the S&P 500 near day's lows. NASDAQ here also near day's lows. Not everything is sharply to the downside. There are some positive spots. It's worth noting some smaller names here like B. Riley with a 55% short float popping up right now here as well. So not all hope is lost, but a lot of these larger names struggling. Microsoft actually trying to break a new day's low. MSFT here was plagued by quite a few worries here that were circulated in social media, initially stemming from TD Cowen analysts saying that there's a sign they've cut back here in some of their data center growth. Then we have PLTR trying to bounce a little bit here, but much like Microsoft and a lot of these tickers, near low of day as well here. Palantir still dealing with the impacts of reports that there's going to be a bit of a spending cutback with regards to the Pentagon. We know that they rely very heavily on military spending. So PLTR and MSFT, just a couple of the names on watch here. Robinhood on watch as well. HOOD did pop this morning after announcing that they are basically ending their SEC case. They're not going to be seeking any or having any charges sought against them by the SEC. So keep an eye on these tickers and make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
I mean, thank you, Adara, for all of that. Like Tesla is like
327.
327 right now. So I know this has been a pick. This has been a top pick this year for Brendan, a top pick for my guy Joe over there this year. And Tesla's really been getting smoked. So I don't, like whether or not we hold this 320, like I told you guys, we bought recently at around this level. And we also had sold some Palantir to do that. So we're fine with that. But like, wow. Tesla really getting hit to the downside right now. All the political stuff, man, it's not great. Hitting the name for sure there for Tesla. We're trying to be patient, trying to load into some other shorts. I'm going to reload my e-signal thing here. I wonder if it's, I'm not getting too many scans coming through right now. So I think it's just because many of...
what's at the top of the list right now?
Yeah.
Soxel.
Oh, well, yeah. NVIDIA's down to 134.
Yeah, so when I say what's the top of the list, the hot, like a trade rate list here at eSignal. So it's not percentage down or anything like that. It's just, you got Soxel, you got the SPY. Robinhood we didn't even talk about. You got iBit, I don't want to say bleeding. There was a thing on Friday where we'll leave the whole bleeding and tanking for the bigger moves, but you're having a strong down move in Bitcoin as well. So some weakness coming into there. Apple, as we said, was strong. But even on the way up, getting out made sense on Tesla, but then sometimes you get out at target and then the stock goes even lower. So AMD's not bouncing off 109. You're still falling here. So we've had 3 positions, 2 long, 1 short. They've all worked, but this could be like a Friday situation where I'm getting feels of Friday, where we had Palantir and then we gave up Palantir a little bit too early on the short, and I just have to wait for that chart to load. Oh, the other thing that's happening, SMCI just broke $52 and continuing to go lower. So I thought we'd get some kind of a pop on SMCI before they report theoretically tomorrow. It's just not happening. So we're out of our 2 longs. Thankfully, both worked, and our 1 short, but starting to look for that next opportunity wherever it happens to be. And there just isn't a heck of a lot of strength in this market. I think Apple on a reversion might be the next play for me because it's at Friday's top. So Friday's high right now with the market breaking lows. And what I mean by reversion is just a break of the trend. So we break this trend, go short, stop into the high on Apple. I'm just essentially just connecting the higher lows for a trend line. If we break that trend line, look for the short, stop goes in at the high.
I mean, what are we even doing here? Oopsies. I want to go into the zoom mode here and just to see like what this, oh, I'm on the wrong screen here for you. I just zoomed into this Tesla just to see that bottom right there is the daily 325. So that comes back in on whatever day this was, Feb 11th. So you are getting really close to this Tesla breaking the bottom right now. And I think that would be something definitely that I want to look at here if I can. Wow, 320. Oh, sorry, I'm not even on the stock. There it is right there, 325 Tesla coming in. I think it's worth a little bit of a break. So I'm gonna try it there. I don't know how far to cross down on this trade. I'm gonna give it only 25, 30 cents crossing into that move down. Like I want to get short something. Obviously it's gonna be a little late to do that on some of these plays. Thank you. So we'll wait to see if that can hold. So right now it is holding. NVIDIA down to 133. I mean, get the heck out of the way there. Like, glad that we haven't fought any of these plays that we like. The only short that we did like initially was Rivian.
Somebody just...
What?
Somebody just tried to hold the bid at the low of the day on Palantir for like a $250,000. I think that's what I saw. And they just chewed right through them. Like, they just posted the whole lot right at the low of the day and just said, give it to me. And they got everything they wanted almost in one shot. So Palantir is not reverting just yet, but it is SSR. And if that bid had held, I was probably going to punch along. But now that you're breaking the lows, you're still not breaking the trend here on Palantir, but it's SSR, and that means I'm looking for the bounce. It just has to show you some kind of a reason to get into the long trade. So it's either reversion there or reversion on Apple, which hasn't happened yet. Like, it's attempting to break the trend line, but it's strong enough that I don't think you want just any entry short into Apple. It has to really break this trend line. And now I can hit save on it. Looks like we've closed now beneath the trend line, and we can try to get into Apple in here at 247.5. Give it to the prior bar high, which is about 248.
Man, everything is, I'm still trying to, like, I'm trying to find something that potentially, you know, is at some decent levels here. I mean, here's the trade rate for us right now. Oh, Robinhood down nicely, 6%. So this name just continues to get flushed as well. Nice move downside there for Robinhood today. Wow, MLGO down 30% as well. Micro Algo.
Story there.
I don't know.
Oh, wait a
man.
minute.
Getting,
that was...
yeah. Okay, there it is. So now we are into Tesla. So, all right, well, what price did we get is the question. 75. So we get the price that we actually crossed down into. So, that's never great. I mean, I'd rather have, I told you we were only crossing 75s. So, all right. Again, we don't want to play too many breakouts with huge amount of shares or anything because we had played that before and you do get sometimes that bounce back up to the upside. I did think it was worth getting into a little bit here on that. But the problem is like where on any kind of a bounce, how much of that bounce can we trust? Well, these tops right there have been 36.60. So 37s, I think, is maybe where we'd have to stop out of this trade if it does get away from us. So yeah, we'll wait on it, but here it comes to the downside. We'll get some more short in and around 326 if we can. So far so good here for this play on Tesla. We're in the short now, new position. It's holding 325 real good. So I'm gonna put a bid at 324, like 15, see if we can get up something down there. But yeah, so far we are short to the downside.
Yeah, the market's now 1% down on the NASDAQ, just hit. ES just tagged a 0.5% to the downside. Like everything is more or less flushing at this point. I think we can use that term because NVIDIA just went 1.6. Palantir still has yet to make a curl, but it's accelerating and trying to hold this 90.
Now the market goes.
It's gone up and down 90 3 times here on Palantir. I think this could be the level that's starting to hold. So if we can close above 90, close this above 90, I'm going to look for that long. We are in the reversion on Apple. That breaks 48. It's a relatively strong stock. So if we break back above the prior bar high on that trend line, then I'm just going to get out of there. It's only about 30 cents worth of risk. Give it some slippage above that even dollar. But if you're going to take a first hit, then it's going to be a tight one because we're short a strong stock.
Right.
And that's just got to be able to respect it. AMD, I would like to get back in AMD, but I'm going to be very, very patient about where I short this thing after getting trailed out of it. Continue to go lower, now down 2% here on AMD. SMCI, I just saw TX Trader, SMCI bouncing off 50 clean. That's what I'm looking for on Palantir, although Apple just came out, but I got to worry about getting into Palantir, just closed above that 90. Now we'll look for the bounce on PLTR, maybe back through 91 even.
Okay, so, I mean, Tesla, I have to slap a fail. You know, we went long the first time it worked, then it broke, then we just went short. So we got out, so I'm trying to rebuild another position here. That's a huge bump up in the market. Like, I don't really see what's going on right there, but it is starting to go back up to the upside. So we're going to have to try to respect that. I'm just going to try to wait to this 330, 331 area. That's 331.25. So we'll sit here. ATCH, up 300%.
That's halted twice.
Right now, yeah, just reopened. So there it goes, $10 right now for, what is the stock? ATCH? It's not Archer, is it? Oh no, it's at Atlas Clear Holdings right now, breaking through 10. So
Atlas didn't shrug there.
Yeah, probably something up with that name. We'll definitely check it out over there right now. So nice move upside.
No one knows that
for Atlas.
I think it was
earnings.
Oh, apparently it was earnings. Well, the other thing on that ATCH.
It was.
Shoot, I had it up there a second ago. Where is it? It's only a 23 million float on ATCH, so relatively small float on ATCH. Apple just broke the high of the day, so we'll slap the L on that one. It's the first time we took an L today, and it was short of strong stock. Had to give it a tight stop. Palantir. So there's the. Can I zoom in? Yeah, I can. Hopefully, does that look any better? Yeah. Bottoming tail wick through 90.5 was a prior low. So there's your wick through 90. It just held the prior low. Actually got in and instantly, I don't know, I think I must have keystroked it because I instantly got out of half like a fool and then tried to jump back in at the same price. Didn't get it. We'll see if we can push into 93. Otherwise, it holds 90.5, and we're looking for just some kind of a reversion trade here in Palantir. As the market's trying to bottom, I think you got to start looking for some obvious longs. SMCI is too far gone at this point. Like SMCI is already back at VWAP, so then you can kind of stick a fork in that. Hopefully Palantir can do something resembling this, but you pick the one that you want. And SMCI, I wasn't really expecting it to be that big of a move back into the upside. If Palantir does half of that, we'd be happy with it. Apple looking very strong. We'll go over to that one for you guys. As we did take out that 48, short under trend, break of the prior bar close at 248, and we'll just have to work on this one to the upside. You know, at this point, I feel as if the longs that we like, not even getting back into Nike, that can't even sniff VWAP, that's still going stronger. Palantir is more of like a gimmick trade at that SSR, and then going back over to Tesla, that was another one that we want to take longs in. This one would have been a nice mean reversion. But if you had 325 on your bingo card this morning, then more power to you. I can tell you there's no chance that I had that. So I wasn't even looking at these levels. Just Palantir and SSR, and we'll see what trade is going to come in next here for us. Maybe a reload in AMD if the market's strong enough.
Yeah, hopefully a tank in Tesla happens here because we are short right now some Tesla into that 331. So we went short down here. We just thought they could continue. I mean, I thought it was worth it. I mean, at the end of the day, we wanted taking that $2 hit on that. You know, we've spun earlier winners on it, but we'll obviously turn red here on Tesla. It's going to be this position pending, and I'm trying to use this 331.25 or so area to go right there. So that's a very, very interesting spot here to look at for TSLA for sure. NVIDIA's made its way all the way back up, man. I mean, again, talk about like trying to find good names at good levels. Like that's a good one there. Like you mentioned, they're trying to find that Palantir bottom as well. But right there, 130s coming into play, 132 or change there for NVDA, possible bottom spot there. You're already on Palantir. And then now we don't want to break through 330. But if this market does try to come, I mean, when we looked at the cues, we actually, and again, you know, those of you guys that were in the chat there, we had talked about, you know, where that next sort of level was. We did whoosh down into 520. We said maybe that 522 was the next spot. So right now you're up about $1 from that, and you also went down about $1 from there. So now you're trying to play with that 522 level on the cues and see if there's anything with that one. But for right now, we're kind of like dead in the water here. If this breaks up too much more on us here for Tesla, then yeah, we're going to have to stop out because this name really strong, caught a bid there off the bottom of 325. So we sit here to take risk. We talk about that, and there it goes. We are at 75% as that continues to go back up to the upside. So yeah, Tesla not really working out there. And there goes NVIDIA, man. Wow, I was saying I was going to take 135.50 long again. Wow, should have just gone long down at that bottom. All right. So here's Tesla. I think we just wait on it. The market's making its way to VWAP. Maybe we just wait to see if that's going to be it. But Nike, someone just said, look at that. Is that ripping, I guess?
It's ripping, but 6,000 on the ES just held. So I think maybe this could be one of those types of moves. If we close, here, let's just full screen this because you guys can't see that properly. You could essentially put a bottoming tail candle on the ES, breaking that 6,000 level, and then going right back on a 15 and closing above the prior bar low. That's a heck of a potential bullish reversal. So longs into VWAP, I think, make a lot of sense. If you can hold on to this bottom, it's like 6,015 on the ES, or if you're looking at the NASDAQ, it's like 2156, something along those lines. I think you look pretty strong. That said, I'm putting Palantir into a different category. It just tried to get to 93. At this point, trend in, trend out. So if either it breaks 93 and gives us VWAP, or if it loses the trend, which would be right now it's under 92, then I'm going to jam out of Palantir. Look for some reversions as well on stocks that I think are strong. Because if we do that bounce that we were just talking about on the futures, I think you're going to have some opportunities at longs. And I'd rather be going into a strong stock. So as much as this was the losing trade for me on Apple, and then it eventually wicks the high and goes back in, I think I'd look for a long play here on Apple. If the market's going to hold this low, Apple above VWAP makes a heck of a lot of sense. I mean, you're out and about above the 50 period on the daily. A reversion trade is like it's a setup, but it is not the trend. It's the opposite of the trend, and Apple's trend is to the upside. So if we're reverting on the futures, Apple long off VWAP kind of seems like a no-brainer to try a test in. Tesla's pretty much far gone. Oh, and that MLGO, everybody, micro algo, yeah, load. Halted to the upside now, but still down 30%. Be careful with this. It hasn't been holding open for very long. A lot of times if you can have like a consolidation, meaning it actually goes more than 10 minutes without a halt, that's a good level to trade off of. So I'm just be patient before looking at this small capper, but it's now halted to the upside. Tap is 446, which is effectively flat.
Yeah, so a couple holders there. Join the midday show, of course. Joe's back, so that's really great. We're happy to have a full complement today. All right, so shout out to Joe who's back. All right, so NVIDIA didn't quite get to the shorting area there of that 136. If you were thinking the market was going to turn around just a little bit. Not right now, apparently, on NVIDIA. So we'll see. That might have been the top at 135. We'll see if it wants to give out a little bit on that one. The full self-drive seems to be working out for Teslas. That's back to 332 right now. I don't really want to short this name, so I know that you had that good long right now on Palantir, and then maybe AMD.
I literally trailed out the second you said the word Palantir.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's good though. All right, so
What are the odds?
AMD underneath though, coming into VWAP again, still down that 1 point something. Probably better to short some weaker names, right, than going after a strong name again like a Tesla. That high wick there though got to 109.70. Feel like that's probably reasonable. Let's start something now on AMD and see if we can get into it. Well, we're into it now, but really into that 110. I mean, that's going to be good. You got a lot of support there, you know, plus the market trying to finally potentially come back in. Let's put on a little something there now. Give it up to that 110. But if we can get something even more, that would be fine. We'll push it a little bit more now. 109. I was looking at the level 109.80, I guess. 10, yeah, I mean, somewhere to feel like we really want to put something on. But here we go. We got a position now. So if this can work out, great. But even if it goes down, right? I mean, how far? I think this 108.50 would be a good little level there. Forget about that sort of flush junk down there. But at the end of the day, yeah, there it goes right now for that. Palantir is still going to be P&L number one today. Just because of that, we've given it back on Tesla there. We are going to be in AMD. We'll see where that works out. But yeah, Tesla, not good. Palantir, great. That's holding the day right there. And NVIDIA's been fine, just lost it right there. And then there's that 135.50 level that we wrote down as a long. It looks like it was the exact top there for that play. All right, so AMD dancing. It's the only short that I have right now. Oh, no, yeah, I'll throw it back to Neil in a second. Big Bear, someone just asked about, what's up, Charlie? So it's down, okay, so I should be buying some more, actually. I don't really... So we bought Rigetti at the 50 period moving average, and that worked out huge. And you could see Big Bear actually worked out for that pretty good all the way back into the fall. So that could be something if you really thought, but why not start it right now? All right, man, right there, the P&L number 2 for you on the day is now AMD, and we just put that trade on. So let's get something out here on the downside and then see if we can hold the rest into that 105.50 area for Palantir. There it is right there. So you just got to sort of stick with what you're doing and trade the short names into a market that looks like this.
Yeah, and Tesla. Also make sure you get out of the
And now Tesla does that?
Because as quick as you do, what goes up must come down all morning long here. Palantir, as I said, the second, like Sean was talking about Palantir, I trailed out of Palantir, trend in, trend out.
Why did it do
I think it's going to be that kind of a morning where if you get a reversion trade, make sure you take your profit. The second it broke that very slight upward trend from 91.5, we got out at like 92. Obviously, the trend line moves, like the longer it goes up, you know, your trailing stop gets a little bit higher. So instead of 92 even, it was like 92.25. So we're in and out of Palantir. Nike's breaking the high of the day, so there's no chance to get back into that one yet. But this is sort of the other thing. Like, when I'm getting in, trend out, not getting a reload at 79, not coming into VWAP is Nike at all. But it's now up 6%, and it's about one of the only things that isn't a small capper that's actually running to the upside. So if you're looking for a long, it's probably this. Here on Nike. It's just a matter of we're able to join it again. Only Apple has been bad for me, and that's because I went against the trend and the grain. Let's see what other small cappers might be moving with Adara and the small cap recap.
We're going to start off here. IWM, this is the 15-minute chart, down about 70% right now, is the Russell 0.7%, not 70%. 0.7% to the downside here for the IWM, the Russell 2000, continuing to make lower highs from last week. ATCH, that's Atlas Clear. They're certainly going to be on watch here. Ash Sharif mentioned they are an earnings play with about a 9.5% short float. They did actually have a year-over-year decrease in their earnings per share, but I guess their sales were well received. Also, the short float, probably a great look as well for ATCH. RILY also on watch, a bit of a larger cap name, but in case you missed it, they reported their earnings for Q3 pretty late, but with an hour left until their delisting deadline. That was Friday, right before the close there. Now, today, they've announced that they're actually going to be reporting their Q4 earnings on March 3rd. Market liking that pretty well. They're up quite significantly. And also with B. Riley, we have a pretty significant short float, about 55%. Last but not least, NVNI. This is a Brazilian company here. This company is going to be on watch. They rallied in the past with about a 5% short float, but no news today. Back to you.
You won't like... you know, in talking about picking something perfect, pretty much, that 332 level was huge. And then I just go back to it. We'd be up on Tesla if we had just held that, but we got stopped out there at 332. What can you do? Breaks that level and goes down to that downside. Adair is still live, by the way. So here we go. All right, so just honestly, nailed the level. I hope you guys have it there on Tesla. Just stopped out right there on the biggest position, notionally probably 100x that you've seen on the show today, at least probably the position that I had on there right there. So that is what it is, but stopped out there on Tesla. So, all right, that's too bad because that was just a huge play. So nice downside play there. I do want to give a big shout out to Adara, like making some real money over there on the desk. So big shout out to Adara, the #1 trader here at Trader. Right? #1 P&L right now at Trader TV Live is Miss Adara. So shout out to that right there. So congrats to Adara. I want to say get it to Adara. Congratulations. As that's all we have here is good vibes. We shout out good vibes. We shout out congratulatory statements all of the time. So congratulations, Adara. The #1 P&L, and it's not even close today. So thank you to Adara for that one.
Good job there, Adara, for sure. I'm going to get back into Nike when we get an opportunity. I've got to look for the next trade, everybody. AMD is at VWAP. I know you're in that one, but I'm still looking for it a little bit. Actually, no, it's not at VWAP. Check that. AMD is not at VWAP just yet, but it's getting pretty close. We'll look for the reload if we get an opportunity there. Trend has been down and nice on that.
Oh, my God, Tesla.
Apple also looking a little bit tipsy here. It's trying to make a little bit higher. Another move into this 247. The NASDAQ and the ES are still pulling the same move. You're still trying to hold that higher low. So you've wicked underneath, but this is the key 15-minute bar. Can you close it? If you close it above, or at least above this 60-17, 60-16, you can close above that. It's a bullish reversal. You close underneath, it's the opposite. So want to see this in the next 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes. Are we able to do that? Hold. If you do, I want to look long for the VWAP. Reload those short opportunities if we close underneath it. So I think patience makes sense unless the stock is at the level that I like. So if it's maybe Nike off of VWAP, I don't mind that. Down here at $80, but I'm not buying any highs when the futures are trying to resolve themselves. You got to be at least a little bit more patient. And I saw in the chat, someone's like, why is Robinhood down? Because A, because the market's down, but B, specifically on that SEC news, remember that Coinbase didn't exactly have a good day when they had the same story last week. You know, they gapped up and then reverted the entire thing. But keep in mind, it said 47 on Robinhood, 50 period. It's also prior support. We get to 47 on Robinhood. I'm looking for longs. It's already broken 49 a couple times, so this is within spitting distance. We said that at the open, and it's like, what are the chances we get down there? Well, suddenly, there's a decent chance we see 47 on Hood. That's where I'm looking for the long on Robinhood.
All right. You're welcome, Hang. You're welcome to everybody there in the chat for this Tesla trade. That's so frustrating because, oh boy, we could have been joining the ranks of Adara as far as trading excellence because we should have hit that right there. But we got stopped out, man. We got stopped out by about 60 pennies on that trade. So yeah, that's too bad, right? Anyways, yeah, congratulations to all. And hopefully to all a good night on AMD. I mean, hopefully this will come back in, right? I mean, we're fine. I'll be red on the day because of that trade, right? And so, but that's okay. We'll get it back. I'm not worried about that. I'm just sad that we let it go down up there on Tesla because, like I said, what we had on board there would have turned all these frowns completely upside down. Instead, the frown increases, but it's okay. We went over to another name, right? And now we have never held this against us right here. AMD now representing that 50 period. There it is. Yes, sir. All right, we'll put another bid rate. Oh, we just held it up at 94. No, we didn't. Nice move down there for AMD. We said 108.50-ish would be a decent area. So I'm going to put a bid at 108. 60-ish and get out a little bit more down there for AMD, and then hopefully we can get a little bit of a lower move if the market does come back in. So there it goes right now, man. Nice move to the downside. We have a bunch of videos out for those of you asking, so go check it out at Trader TV on YouTube. You'll get all of that. Over 9,800 of you watching, 1,700 likes. Get that like button going. Come on, AMD, get to the downside right now. I'm short AMD, nothing right here for Neil, but we're waiting for more opportunities to go. So, oh, that Tesla is going to make me sick, but that's okay. Palantir right here, cracking 90 as well. That low of the day right there, 89.40. Let's see what winds up happening with that one. But hopefully it's an AMD disaster day, but I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. So we'll go over to the desk right now at 10:27 with Adara.
Keep an eye here on the trade desk. TTD getting a little bit of a volume pop. I'm seeing this article circulated here on X. Apparently, Microsoft has launched a free ad-supported version of Office apps for Windows. The functionality is limited, but the ad-supported part is what's important here for TTD. They basically help with ads. They're an ad, I guess, related tech company. So TTD pushing to the upside here with some volume on this report that Microsoft has launched an ad-supported version of their Office apps for Windows. Back to you.
All righty then. Yeah, daily range for Tesla, yeah, it's generally quite large. So 346 right there. We did have that pre-market high of 346. We do have that low down there of 324. So watch out now for Tesla coming back in. And again, though, you know, like we lamenting that trade, right? That's just because, again, when you put on size and it doesn't work out, it sucks, especially when 2 minutes later it does. But you know what, man? We put on our big boy pants and come right back. And then, I mean, this is what AMD's doing. So Neil, we got P&L number 1 with Palantir. We got P&L number 2 with AMD. We've got the disaster P&Ls with NVIDIA and Tesla. So let's just, you know, find out better trades and find out where we can put on some more liquidity. And again, we don't discuss share sizes, but you guys put on whatever trades and share size that you want. If you like certain trades, take them. If you don't, then don't. And put your ideas in the chat as well. Tweet them at us. You know, I put something out every morning a couple times about trade ideas and whatnot. So, you know, let me know what you guys are thinking. There goes Palantir there, breaking through 90 now to that downside. So, you know, mentally, hopefully I'll try to recover from this Tesla trade, but oh boy, did we have shares up here, and nice move to the downside. Congratulations to all that did it right there. But, you know, John's like, man, why is it not on your account? We already showed you and told you why, but we're happy to have AMD coming back in as well right now. So yeah, Walmart, yeah, Robinhood, again, like, some of these names, I know Neil just talked about it, but Robinhood also getting hit to the downside. Now, it's only down 5%, but Palantir went SSR a minute ago, now down 11.5%. So that Tesla's a hell of a banger. You are right about that one, guys.
JP Morgan's down. I mean, the fact that the XLF is actually up is it's not a miracle, but it's actually off the lows. But you're bleed everywhere in the market except for Apple and Nike, as far as I'm concerned. You just want to find the next opportunity that's right. Because I look over and it's like the only thing that wasn't part of the initial trading plan was Apple. And like that's the one that's going to end up being a loss. Like Apple, the level was 245.5, and Apple was above 245.5, and I shorted it above it and took the L on it. But as far as I'm concerned, if it doesn't break that low, I want to look for some kind of a long here on Apple. Nike is starting to pull right back into VWAP, so it looks like we might get an opportunity to jump back into this with this market. It's not looking very good, but at least Nike's relatively strong.
It's not working.
So this 80 level here on Nike, we're waiting for it to pull back into VWAP and the 80 level, and that's going to be hopefully it. Tesla's still doing its thing. AMD never got to VWAP for us. That's a great shorting stock. I think when you call it the advanced money destroyer, until proven otherwise, this thing is going to be a short. I was looking for a press a little bit higher to get a little tighter into that 110 level because I wanted to give it to 110. Didn't really break that 109.5. So just going to be patient. As I said, only had one miss hit. I think it's because I wasn't patient enough in Apple, and we'll see what comes next. I do still like Palantir for some reversions, but at this point, if you're going to try and kind of sniper Palantir for a long trade, it's going to have to make some kind of a distinct bottom. It just broke the low again. If you pull out the daily chart, I hate to say it, but you're now all of a sudden only a couple of percentage points away from that big 50-period moving average at 86. That's the go zone for Palantir. If it doesn't hold 90, 86 would be the one. Oh yeah, and Rivian. That was the other missed opportunity. That said, Rivian's at VWAP when the market's at the bottom. Rivian might be putting a little bit of a buy in here if it can hold above VWAP. We've seen it do this story before where it looks weak off a resistance level and then just starts holding VWAP for the rest of the day. So keep an eye on Rivian for that play. I just feel like it's going to be Nike at 90 if we even get a shot at it. Doesn't seem to want that VWAP there. I'm not really looking at crypto, but I am glad that Adara is about to give us the goods on what's going on in that sector.
Here's Bitcoin in the daily chart. Unfortunately, it's not a great look. We had sort of the double top here when we made all-time highs, though slightly above it, of course, to make that high. That was on Inauguration Day. Since then, we've only really had lower highs and lower lows for BTC. The next low that we could take out here, which was from last Tuesday, February 18th, that came in around 93.4. So right now, trading about 1,000 points above that at 94.4. Let's see if BTC continues its decline. But this would be its second straight losing day, and certainly a decline from that high that we made on February 21st at around 99,500, just shy of the 100,000 level. And in case you were not aware, we have not been above 100,000 since February 7th, and we haven't closed above 100K since February 3rd. In terms of crypto-related news, I think the biggest catalyst here by far in the crypto space was going to be Robinhood getting its SEC case dismissed, according to the company. So back in May 2024, there's an investigation opened by the SEC specifically into Robinhood's crypto division with regards to its asset listing, custody practices, and trading operations. They believed the company potentially violated some securities laws. Now the investigation has been closed, and this is the second investigation closed in basically 2 days, or at least 2 trading days, because Coinbase on Friday announcing that their investigation from the SEC has also been closed. So maybe some regulatory relief for the crypto space. BTC down about 1%. Ethereum getting hit harder here, hanging out around 26.5s, down about 5%. XRP down about 5%. Solana 9%. BNB 2%. Cardano and Doge both 6+%. So to make a long story short, lots of weakness in the world of crypto. Back to you.
We are still pushing this right here with AMD. So we're still going to watch to see. It's now near that bottom. I do have a bid here at 62s for some reason. Looks like I should just be at 70. So let me just change that right there. And then cancel. Oopsies, that's way too many shares. Let me just cancel that order now in the 60s. Keep it there in the 70s. And then there it is. Yes, sir. So that's a good one. We will get chicken dinner winner. Why not? Right there. Thank you. Those of you that missed me last week, I missed you as well. Glad to be back right now as well. So that's going to be a good one there. The missed trade of the day for me would be holding on to that trade. But we did do well by going right back into AMD, man. Put that butter right on that bread, and good trade there for us on AMD with that short. So making back a little bit right there on that play. All right, let's look. I want to check out some energy names. XOM today as well, 111 and change coming through. So that's 111, 111.50 to the top. Kind of boring right there. Occidental. I saw that Warren and change is sitting on a lot of cash. So we'll have to wait to see if they're in there to buy some Oxy. Nice little downside move into their 46. Might be buying the other kind of Oxy. I don't know. But right now, Oxy, nice move to the down upside as Occidental. Not today, but off that bottom, 46. Where's the buy level right now? We'll have to find out about that. I didn't read enough about the Berkshire letter there to see what their plans are moving forward. But with that name, I was going to look again. Apple was a name that we often talk about. Into VWAP there could be a dip buy up on the day, which is nice, up at 3/4 versus the market down 3/4. ES also down a little bit. The market did try to recover, but not for very long there today. So this could be a decent opportunity there. Thing is, we're starting to, I'm still trying to push that short. So for right now, we're going to do that. My next trade is just trying to wait for AMD, see if we can get it back to any of these levels, including a VWAP trade. I just don't know if that's going to be coming through as well. And then before we go back to Neil, the other trade that we had short was going to be Rivian. So I wonder if that can come back up to the 200 period as well and look for a reloaded short there. Doesn't seem like there's too much action happening. We wear our high park hat because we were at baseball evaluations on Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
That time of year.
That was a lot of fun. Then we had to drive up to Gravenhurst, where your Etobicoke Dolphins took down the North Bay Trappers. Okay, nice move to the downside. One more time here for Advanced Micro Devices. Bang! It is your money trade of the day. This is now the number one P&L stock here is AMD. Neil, kill him with kindness.
Where can you find trading opportunities? I'll tell you where. With eSignal traders, because listen up, the first month is going to be free. They're waiving fees over at eSignal. Try it out for free. Lightning fast data, highly customizable charts, entitlements pretty much on every single market that you could imagine. The ability to back test, forward test, all of the indicators and studies that you would want so that you can trade confidently, get those lightning fast market insights with game-changing charts with eSignal. It's all about the all-in-one platform. You can connect to your broker or many brokers out there. The ability to connect to an API as well if you want to automate your trading. Shout out to eSignal. Do not miss out on this opportunity. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you. Free is a pretty good opportunity, everybody. If you don't like it, you just drop it. So take a shot over at eSignal. Link is in the description as well. Market heading back into the downside. Nike is trying to hold on to VWAP, trying to hold on to trend. It's trying to close above the trend line. Once it does that, they're going to look for the long off VWAP back into the highs, up 5% on Nike. It's broken out on the daily. Whoops, there you go. That's my eSignal. Oh, the other one's not there. So we'll just use this and go to Nike. Broken out when this loads on the daily here. But it is still trying to battle with that 200 period. So we've broken that 79. We're trend up into a into a relatively weak market. But once we close this trend above, going to look for the long in Nike. And then the next trade as well, kind of hunting for that Palantir. It might have done the reversion already. So I have to get into that Nike trade. The Palantir VWAP, if we don't get the bottom, then we got to start looking for the VWAP fade. Worth noting, 93 was resistance when we had the long on Palantir before. So double barrel resistance. I don't mind a 93 curl or VWAP curl on Palantir. Down 10%, so it is SSR. When a stock is short sell restricted, sometimes it can really get going. There is the close above the trend line on Nike. So we'll go into the long off 36, give it to the prior bar low. If it breaks 80s, then we're out of Nike. Probably want to look at Apple as well if you're trying to hunt for relatively strong stocks, but that just lost VWAP. So oddly enough, this ends up being an L here. Shorting it, could have jumped back into the short, but at the end of the day, we were looking at a lot of strength there in Apple, and the market was bouncing off of those highs. So right now, Apple underneath VWAP. I'd prefer to be long this stock, but we'll see how it resolves here underneath VWAP in the next 15 minutes or so. We waited around for that chance to get back into Nike. And Bill Ackman likes it. I like trend lines. We'll see if it ends up heading to the upside, back into this 81 here in Nike. Remember, up at these highs, is it rejecting the 200 period on the daily? So I would suspect there's some sellers here a second time through.
Okay. So the only thing that I was looking, I'm trying to look at Apple here. So I do have some bids. Apple just came back in, but it didn't really get in too low. I was trying to wait for this 245.50 area to have a look. So I was going to start buying some 245.75. So if that does come in, I am bidding again a big position down there at 245.75 just to try to see if we can hold those levels there. We're out of about 55% now. I'm going to get out another 5%. There it is at 75s there on AMD. It seems like it wants to hold these levels. So now we have 40% left of AMD at this level. So I'm happy with that amount. So we'll wait to see if that can go upside. So that's AMD. And then I was just trying to look through Palantir and try to figure out, if a break of VWAP and what that kind of looks like there on some of these plays for Palantir. So I'm going to do some work on this, and then we'll figure out what we need to do, because that VWAP right there is 93.50 or so on Palantir. That could, we broke it there on on Thursday, and we went from 101 up to 103. We broke it there at around the same time, 10:50 or so on Friday, but then didn't really get going at all. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that kind of a VWAP break on PLTR, but we'll wait for it to see what is going on. All right, big day today, and big green screen with Adara.
Some green in this market here, including in health technology, consumer non-durables, consumer services, communications, and health services with the exception of UNH. In case you missed it, UNH actually a day 2 move because on Friday there were some reports here they're going to be facing an DOJ investigation. Also basically a DOJ investigation to CRWD CrowdStrike over here in technology services. That name and Palantir are selling off pretty heavily. There's also some weakness in Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, and Netflix, though Google trying to bring this group up to the upside. Electronic technology has NVIDIA down about 1.4% despite initial attempts for this name to push to the upside off the open. Broadcom also selling off pretty heavily here. Now, in terms of other areas, I guess, of weakness, retail trade not looking great. Walmart, this would be earnings day 3, is selling off here along with Amazon and Home Depot, though other sectors here like commercial services are relatively flat. So pretty mixed picture, but there is some green to be found in this market, guys. Back to you.
It's not all bad. That Alphabet story.
Not down that much.
Yeah, I mean, Alphabet holding the lows there. They were one of the strong ones. We actually didn't talk about this in the pre-market, but they were one of the strong ones, but wasn't doing anything with that open trade. It just sort of lost it like everything else, but the Friday low managed to hold. I know if you're watching in the morning on Friday, or pretty much all day long on Friday, like I know both Obi and I were looking for that bottom on Alphabet. It was one of those, you could get away with the longs on it, but it wasn't really following through. I like Apple. I like Alphabet at that 200 period moving average. Why? Because the stock has been respecting it. So I don't know if today is going to be the day, but I suspect this week we might get a test for a reload in the long term, I should say, on Alphabet. We'll see if we end up getting it. But the only new trade is Nike, and so far so good on that one as it's bouncing off VWAP, just headed to 80.60. Let's see if we can get back into that high of the day at 81. Nike holding strength, market holding weakness. The trend is your friend, everybody.
Yep. Yeah, dollar right now on AMD. Thank you for asking, Sharif. There it goes. So nice move there for AMD as we just sit back and relax. And remember, many traders around here that we've had in the back, many traders, they'll trade in sim mode. And I mean, winning in sim mode is one thing. Actually trading to make money is a completely other thing. So remember, it's a mental game what trading is. So you gotta stay in that zone, and we're reminded of that today when we talked about, giving up that Tesla trade. And it's just like, if I'm in sim mode here or trading in small shares, it's easy to hold certain things, but when you actually have skin in the game is when it matters, So I just want to make sure that everybody understands, it's one thing to see some of these trades. It's another thing to be in them, right? And so get comfortable doing that. That's like my number one advice to you, is get comfortable making decisions that you would make regardless of share size. And I think that that's something that means a lot to all the successful traders around here. It's you can't ever get to that level until you're at that level. And once you get there, you'll know what I mean, right? So we're all trying to up our games and add more and more shares to all of the trades that we have as you get better. But, if you're in that zone right now where it's like, I'm like not really feeling it, then that's where you should be lowering your default, not going the other way. So again, take everything for what it's worth. But like this trade for me right there, this is why I'm trying to tell you, AMD PL number 1, Palantir PL number 2. These are the 2 biggest P&L names on the show. So where are the 2 biggest losers? Tesla is the biggest losing P&L day today, and it's on NVIDIA as well. So these 2 stocks right there, 2 for 2, bad side and red today is what I am. So that's what's happening right there on Tesla. But hey, man, you know, you take your shots and you deal with it. And we're going to come back, and we're not worried about it. But just letting you guys know that those are the trades. 109.50. We just took that dollar. We only now have 35% left on this trade. So we're just trying to take it out slow, piece by piece. And again, remember what we called when we were in this trade. We called 108.50, and it was just in this area. So now that we're seeing that, we're starting to get out more and more of this as we finally start to base out. So there it goes again and again and again. No, I know zero gravity. I don't want anybody interested in my P&L. I'm just trying to tell you guys that until you actually put the trades on, it's a completely different beast, and you got to get comfortable trading more share size. And until you do that, you know, you're just sort of pissing in the wind, right? And so that's the one thing there. But hey, put them together. Trading is a 98% failure rate. So, you know, it's not an easy game, but at the same time, I think Neil and I are doing a good job, and we all do on the show, of showing you, you know, what trades we're interested in, what we're looking at. Neil and I have completely gotten away, and maybe we should get back to it, of trading anything small cap.
There was none I liked today.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
Last week there was a few. There was a couple of.
No, I'm saying, but if you rewind, let's just say 6 months, definitely we were in many more names than we were today. So me and Neil definitely focusing on big cap names. The midday guys will focus more on mid cap names or small cap names, and that's sort of how we're doing it in and around here.
So Anthony, I want to address this. Anthony C3 says, whoops. Oh, sometimes the chat moves fast, but there you are right in there. It's a statistical 78% failure rate according to brokerages.
Yeah, it's way higher than that.
Yeah, I don't know what style of trading that's talking about. Like, who knows? Like, because if that could be like lumping maybe like some swingish, long-termish buy-hold stuff into primarily active trading. I can tell you for specifically day trading on a prop floor, it is much higher than that. So specifically, my guess is that statistic, 78%, is lumping some buy and hold sort of long-term swing strategies in there, which is going to skew the averages and help it out a little bit. Much harder than that, everybody. So when you're focusing on trying to like refine your execution, one thing I found is like trying to make sure that you're getting in at a price level or at an area that it makes sense to you, so you know where you're wrong. Like if VWAP breaks on, I almost said NVIDIA, on Nike, then we jump out of it. But for now, it's looking pretty good here.
Wow.
And I want to go with SMCI and AMD sort of next. So SMCI is now respecting VWAP. Get rid of that trend line. That's from Friday. Completely irrelevant. But SMCI is starting to hold underneath VWAP. 7% down. Every second that ticks on this thing. Why is this still Nike? I flipped to SMCI. Every time, yeah, it might be. All right, that chart's gonna crash. I'll just stick with a 3-minute. Every second that ticks here on SMCI is closer to the deadline for them. And I feel as if it was just a little bit of trepidation here. Even with that big bounce we saw at 50, can't get above VWAP. It showed a lot of strength. If we fail VWAP again, I'd look for a short trade. AMD didn't want to give us VWAP before, but it's right back into those lows. So sometimes you just gotta maybe get away from a particular execution strategy like short in front of VWAP, and I could have taken the trend trade there. I'm glad Sean got into it. It was a great one. But I have a strategy for that, and it's like the reversion. So you can revert it in the other direction, which would have been to the downside here on AMD. Next pop, maybe I'll look for that trend break. Adara?
US dollar here on the daily chart, if we're going to look at it from a technical standpoint, just continuing on this downtrend that we've basically been in since we made this most recent high here on January 13th. Since then, it's been a series of lower highs and lower lows for that US dollar. Next area of support or resistance really coming in here at around 101 halves, currently trading around 106.6 for the USD. So what economic events do we have to look forward to today? Not a lot in terms of any numbers releases, but we do have some Trump talk to be aware of. Donald Trump greeting Macron here, the president of France, at 12:15. Then they'll be apparently meeting at 12:20. There'll be a press conference at 2 p.m. I looked into this. There's nothing immediately market moving that I could see that would be discussed here. It's more likely going to be geopolitical. But regardless, we will keep an eye on the Twitter sphere, see if anything is said with regards to this meeting that will be of notice Tomorrow we get some Fed speak, including Fed's Barkin and Fed's Bar. And then if we go forward later in the week, as of Thursday, we're going to be getting some GDP data and more Fed speak. And then Friday, we're getting PCE. So I think Thursday, Friday are going to be the bigger days when it comes to economic data that could be market moving. Be aware of that, but also be aware, today I'm not seeing any Fed speakers on the docket, but other than that, they're on watch pretty much every day this week. So Fed speak, certainly something to be aware of, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we talked about it being a huge week, so we'll get the earnings calendar out to you guys soon as well. Yeah, Hims up, Nike up 5%.
Hims is reporting.
Ooh, Berkshire.
That's a big one, man. Hims 32.5% short float. Shout out to the Jedi in the chat, or just Jedi in the chat. We appreciate the super chat here. Morning, Hims and Zoom today. Any thoughts? Well, that's kind of why I was just throwing out there that Hims is going to be a big one. Last week, Hims was, let's just say, a bit of a volatile beast. Can't speak for Zoom. I haven't really looked at the stock, but Hims, we just talked about the escalator up and the elevator down. This was elevator up, elevator down on Hims. The good news, I think, is because it's dropped so far, at least it has a better chance to squeeze back into the upside, because Hims has already pulled back 30-something% after the Friday run plunge, and then, of course, another 5% in here for Hims. So you get a bit of a trend reversal, I think, could happen, already happening here on Hims. I think you've got to be a little bit patient. Just look to see if it's going to, like, it's at the VWAP. You got to break out that 48 level, I think, and then maybe start making a couple more higher lows. When you're taking that bottom trend reverse, if you're not long there, picking it up before it actually breaks out the top is a little bit tricky because it could stay on trend. Zoom is one that I haven't looked at Zoom in quite some time. I can tell you we use it pretty much exclusively here. That's not helping the stock down 3% today. And usually when I see this, like, if you're not short the flat bottom break, wait for it to get to the next big level. 78, there it is. Lovely graphic. 78 is the next level here on Zoom. It already gave you a flat bottom break. I think if you had that in this morning, I'd ask what the catalyst would have been to have taken it. But 78 level once, twice, and very likely thrice. It looks like the stock wants to see it. We like Zoom.
All right. Yeah. Zoom is a good stock there. Look at AMD. AMD right now more than $1 as it continues to go to the downside. We're out of BABA, man. We sold at 137. We talked about that on Thursday when we were here. I was like, I'm getting out of this stock. So we did get out of Alibaba at 137 on Thursday after market. Maybe it might have been 136 and change. I have to check the liquidity on it, but we're out of Alibaba. We talked about that huge move to the upside. So last time we had got out in and around 117.50, made the move down, just made that move up. Now down 10% today is Alibaba. So, and again, that was a reported trade that I had talked about on Thursday that we were going to get out after hours there on Alibaba. The only trade that we were waiting for here this afternoon, or this during the after part of the closing part of this show, was to get that Apple long. And unfortunately, it didn't come into the 200 period moving average, but what a good long that had been right there. We are under 30% left now. I'm going to put another bid. There we go. Take another 5%. So we have 20x%, low 20s left now on AMD, as this name just keeps coming out to that downside there. So for me on the TQQs, like, I still want to get short here for sure today. And I would think this 50 period moving average is just like, we got, waxed is the wrong word because we didn't. But I was just going to say there on Tesla, the problem is that we had gotten out there. Now, I don't, as Neil mentioned there, you got to find the key levels. And I think that that's something that, I don't know why 332, 40s or whatever, that 333s, I guess, was the high. We used 332 and change there to get out once it broke. And then now you're seeing that move back in right now. So not a great play there so far here for the name that is Tesla. I wish we were still in that. We are not, as Tesla continues to make that move lower here. So not a great day for TSLA. What was the for there?
New low on NVIDIA.
Oh, okay, good. Well, hopefully new low on AMD too.
Yeah, it's just one of those, if the market hasn't made a new low and NVIDIA has made a new low and holds underneath it, then the market's probably about to, because that's just how NVIDIA rolls. That's why they're the most important stock out there.
Yeah,
definitely this week, certainly, but We'll see if we can get one more bounce. If we hold the low and bounce off VWAP, I'm going to reload Nike. And then I also saw someone talking about Nikola to the downside. Remember, if you're trading Nikola, they've already filed bankruptcy. I don't know why we weren't looking short on Nikola today. I'm saying when someone files bankruptcy, just look for the short every single day. There was another good one off the open. Didn't really pay attention to it too much. But I think if it holds on to VWAP, I kind of like what it's doing here. Might go pay for the locates and see if we can't grab that one. But not looking very good at all for NVIDIA. And brings me back over to Apple. Apple, again, trying to hold on to VWAP. So the market's at the low, both the ES and the NASDAQ. It's put up or shut up for two of the strong stocks, and that's holding VWAP on Nike and Apple. Otherwise, we have to start looking for the other direction on both of these. SMCI did say I want to look short off of VWAP. It's not getting there with the market breaking these lows. It might just be a 52 breakdown. So if I don't get a chance to short off VWAP here on SMCI, then I'll just take a break of this low as long as the market's still looking weak. So I just heard BABA flat bottom break. Well, I have a trail on that one that probably, did it fill? No. Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, of course it did. You broke the prior high. So 132 did break. It broke this prior high. We put that trail on last week. Sorry, put that trail in, I should say, on Alibaba. So I've taken some out. I'm still in it for the long term, but I wanted to take profit at some level, but didn't have a price target in mind. So I put a trailing stop on it. And that triggered today. And it's now SSR. So you know what that means. It was already SSR. 10% down, double bottom on Alibaba. Next trend reversal, I'll probably take a shot at this. Very much like Palantir, though. Has to break trend, stop at the prior low, gets to VWAP, get out. Very simple plan when you're making the reversion. SSR, I can't remember the last time BABA was SSR, actually.
Yeah.
I can't even think of it.
Probably a month ago. Okay, so we'll check it out. All right, not much else. Like nothing's really hitting. I mean, the market, although downside action there, we just talked about like, you know, making sure that you're trading the right names, the names that are actually moving around and whatnot. So like XOM was hitting, I mean, Disney was coming across there, DIS.NY, of course. What is that price? Yeah, underneath 110. SPY, Robinhood trying to catch a bid there. Palantir's at 90, Q's, Tesla. Walmart, Walmart's getting absolutely destroyed. It's going to continue to do that. What's wrong with my charts? Disney. Oh, it's stuck on Disney. Okay, Walmart. I'm going to say like down 3%. Like this is what I mean by destroyed. I mean, it's down a lot off of this apparent record earnings that they had. 104 all the way down to 92. Like you're down 15%. So we want to talk about trimming certain positions and whatnot. Like, I mean, I don't know if you didn't get out of Walmart, you're now all the way back to January, going to break the year maybe on Walmart and give everything back all year here on WMT. What went parabolic, kind of stair-steppy a little bit to the upside, has elevator down pretty dramatically on Walmart. So just be careful on that stock. Like, not really certain of what to go on there, but Walmart right now, nice downside move off of earnings. Big Bear, maybe we'll buy some of this. Not maybe, we will buy some of this here this afternoon. Big Bear AI down to $6. I like the $5 level. If we can get that, that'd be good as well. So we'll add some more to our, shout out Charlie Taft there as well. We talked about buying some Big Bear over the last couple of days. So we're going to be doing that again right now. Good covers down there on AMD, man. Not bad. You know, couple wins, couple losses there today. And again, a big shout out to Adara for holding fort there. Maybe she'll talk about it more on the midday. But here we go with only 20 seconds left. We'll see everybody very, very soon, 2 p.m. But on the midday, they're talking about something? We're talking about, chart patterns on the midday. So check out these two's favorite chart patterns. Yeah, of course. And there's always a lot of talk other than stock. So that'll be push-up talk, I'm sure, as Neil just showed you right there in the midday as well. So if you're here for banter, it's a great opportunity as well. So, all right, man. So far, so good, man. Palantir holding the line at $90.
Yeah, it's managed to catch that bid. Remember, Palantir is SSR, so you can't hit, if it makes a flat bottom break, you can't hit that short unless there's an uptick. That can give fuel to some of those longs if you look for that right entry point. But it is a negative day for the market, almost 1% to the downside. Some relative strength here. And a few names, we talked about Nike. I want to get Intel up because I just heard Intel.
They released some new chips.
Okay, Intel released a new chip, but it's barely moving on that. So 3%, 3.5% to the downside. Intel still looking good on the daily chart if you pull it out, but not a huge move there.
Damn,
it is 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 for you. Hopefully the market does a little bit of a bounce because I know you guys are going to vote for that playmaker long, despite the fact we're having a red day. Yes. Let's see what the Bash Brothers have to say about that.
Will. Yes, they will. Bash Brothers.
Can't hear the music. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That's your boy Joey Options with the tan.
He's back. We're back.
Yeah.
Hey, we're back now, man.
Yes, sir, man.
Yes,
How was
sir.
the tan?
He's back. We're back.
Yeah.
Hey, we're back now, man.
Yes, sir, man.
Yes,
How was
sir.
the vacay?
It was good, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, lots of fun. It was some nice sun. Traded some bava too.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah,
We saw.
you guys saw that. Yeah, right from the balcony, so you can wake up and yeah, that's it. But we're gonna send it off to Adara real quick, guys. Yes, sir.
Sorry about that, guys. We actually have 2 Intel catalysts coming out at virtually the same time. So one is actually directly from the company. That is going to be apparently, as mentioned here, Intel unveiling a new leadership AI networking solution here with this Xeon here, 6 processors. So processor announcement here from INTC. Now here's the other catalyst, which I think is pretty interesting too. Around the same time, both of these news catalysts came out 1 minute ago. We have Ming-Chi Kuo here, noted supply chain analyst, saying that basically Intel's first Panther Lake engineering samples here made with Intel's and IFS's 18As are currently being tested by major PC makers, but apparently Ming-Chi Kuo's early 2025 industry survey showed that these yields come below 20 to 30%, which means there's a lot of room to step up, saying that doesn't, quote, bode well for Intel, actually making TSMC stand out to Ming-Chi Kuo. So one Intel announcement, another possibly negative catalyst for INTC via supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. Back to you.
Very much there. We got to do the patented shout out though. Everybody's like, yo, I'm here. You shout out my name. We got Berto G. How about Kendall Lopez? Sam L says Yusuf is in the house. His name is Joseph. Shout out to Trejo. Stop saying bad words, Trejo. We got Odyssey Flights. We got Brad Does Real Estate. We got Stuart. Hey, right back at you, bro. We got Kobe the Kid. We got EBZ445. We got Amy Tiger. We got Osama, Marius Lyman, Gorev, Robert Liu. We got Sean and Neil. Someone's name is Sean and Neil. That's nice. We got Vern. We got 1320. Oh, shout out to Ronaldo, Retro Stocks, Lo-Fi Soul, Tiger, the Cosmic Dang Cat. We got Dino. We got Sean and Neil again, the stock professor. Excuse me. We got we got Mr. Greenfield, Brandon Townsend, Scratch Life, Minnesota Trader, Diggity, Jacobs, T-Dot. I like that one the best. Easy Media, Tough Aldrin. We got even Neil. Neil's in the house. Bob S. Matt G. Bill Pruitt. One more. Kobo, Jiki. No idea what that is, but I like your name. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. It was an interesting weekend here. We kind of lost the really cold spell that we had, which was keeping the insane amount of snow that we had got the week prior very much frozen, very much intact. Joseph, that's all ending this week as things thaw out, and we're going to get rid of that.
Well, yeah, exactly. So now all the water's going to start flooding probably the streets. It's going to be a slushy mess, and that's what happens kind of in these transitional periods, guys. But it is so good to be back. I missed you guys here in the chat. There's no doubt about it. And for those who like Roland, some people were messaging me on Twitter as well too. Sharif saying just have a good trip, be safe, and etc. So guys, thank you for that much love, and I can't be more happy to be back. I love being here with you guys, sitting next to my boy, sitting next to everybody here. So yeah, I mean, I missed the Friday, so thank God. I heard it was hectic. There was blood in the streets. It was absolutely crazy. We have a lesson to do, guys. But first, what we're gonna do is talk a little bit of sector rotation. Sharif and I were talking about it this morning. Is you want to look for areas of relative strength. Michael Noss did that this morning, going overseas, looking at all those markets as well, too, guys. But what do we have over here? And the best performing sector this morning is the healthcare sector, guys. So I pull up XLV. XLV is looking fantastic compared to the rest of the market. consumer staples, but XLV, so the healthcare sector is only up about 0.9%, but the consumer staples is up 0.5%, and I pull up the Walmart chart, and I'm like, oh my days, that does not look good. So I'm curious to where that strength is. We'll dive a little deeper into there. Consumer staples only up 0.5%, and then the real estate sector, you can use XLRE on that one, up about 0.6 there, guys, a little bit more than that. So that's the three strongest. We're going to take a look at some of the weakest ones here, and I think we're going to head with that one, Sharif. So in third last, we have consumer discretionary down about 0.5%, utilities about 0.7 as well, but the tech sector is down over 1%, guys. So if you're looking for those strong sectors, you got to pull up those top performing and see where the money is starting to flow into, my guy.
Yeah, this is a complete, whooping today, the last couple of days on these here markets. So I hope everybody's practicing safe trading and you're taking some profits as you go along if you're going along, guys. All right, let's do this. We're talking about the 3 inside up and the 3 inside down pattern. This is a reversal pattern here. Chart reversal pattern. Let's get right down to business because we got some trading to do, baby. What is it? What the hell am I talking about here? Well, the term 3 inside up and 3 inside down refers to a pair of candlestick reversal patterns. Underline that, reversal patterns. The pattern requires 3 candlesticks to form in a specific sequence, showing that the current trend has lost its momentum and a move in the other direction might be starting. And there, see what I tell you? See, as soon as he starts going up on the ladder,
that's it.
then you know things are happening. He's measuring, he's doing stuff over here. So if you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, we are going to go through some big boy renos in and around this place, and it's already starting, and we could not be more happy because, well, when the show grows, we're happy. So let's talk about this. So dissecting the 3 inside up, 3 inside down pattern. So before jumping into the 2 variations, let's understand some key elements that make this a reversal pattern. First, the trend preceding the pattern. This pattern thrives on established trends. I'm talking about 3 inside up, 3 inside down. It thrives on established trends. A 3 inside up emerges during a downtrend. Remember, this is a reversal pattern, so it's the opposite of the trend that we were previously in. So the 3 inside up emerges during a downtrend, suggesting to you a potential shift towards bullish territory. Conversely, a 3 inside down appears during an uptrend, and it's hinting at a bearish reversal in the coming days or weeks. Okay? Number 2, the inside bar, so to speak, concept. What is this? So the core of this pattern lies in the second candlestick of the 3. So imagine it as a smaller rebel trapped within the larger dominant trend represented by the first candle. The inside bar, which is the second candle, signifies a temporary halt in the preceding trend's momentum. Okay? And number 3 here, the confirmation candle. That's the third, right? The third candlestick acts as the playmaker. May God rest his soul. Ideally, it should entirely enclose the first candlestick's body, similar kind of to the second candle, but crucially, it needs to break free, so to speak, whether to the high side or the downside, depending if it's a 3 inside up or a 3 inside down. So I want to repeat that. Ideally, it should entirely enclose the first candle's body, but crucially, it needs to break free in the opposite direction of the prevailing trend. So a strong close for the third candle, accompanied by increased trading volume. Your boy Joe there would definitely agree with that. Don't want to put words in his mouth, but he loves volume. Accompanied by increased trading volume bolsters the reversal signal. So let's talk about the pattern itself. So the 3 inside up. This is, let's talk about this one first. This is a bullish reversal. So this pattern signals a potential, believe it or not, bullish reversal. Here's how to identify it. Number 1, you're looking first and foremost for a downtrend, right? This is a reversal pattern. So it's telling you it's a bullish reversal. So what's the pattern that has to precede it? A downtrend. That's number 1. Number 2, you're looking for a large bearish candle to manifest on the chart on whatever time frame you're charting, okay? So the first candlestick is a relatively large bearish candlestick with both a long upper wick and a lower wick. Number 3, you're looking for bullish inside bar. What does that mean? specifically, the second candlestick is a much smaller bullish candlestick entirely contained within the first candlestick's body. So it's kind of like an inside day, so to speak, where we're engulfed with the highs and the lows of the previous day. So that's number 3. Number 4, you're now looking for a break upward. So the third bullish candlestick closes above the first day's candlestick high entirely inside its body. I got plenty of charts to show you, so let's get right to it. So there's candlestick number 1 first. So we see the downtrend. So lower lows, lower highs. Then all of a sudden, we kind of, throw in an inside day. So that's number 1. Number 2, you kind of get that second candlestick is a smaller bullish candlestick entirely contained within the first one's body. And then you get that number 3 to the breakout side there. Again, you kind of have the same look there, the 3 inside up variant. So it can look multitude of different ways. This is some of the ways that the 3 inside up variant can look. I'm sure there are more than this, but I just want to kind of show you some of these possibilities. And then there are different rules that you can start placing for this one. For example, it has to close above, I'm talking about the second candle or the first candlestick, sorry. It has to close 50% above the first candlestick's the halfway mark, for example. And then again, you can add all these different rules. I don't subscribe to much of these rules. It helps narrow down, obviously, your entries and exits. And then the entry the book suggests would be above the second candlestick's pattern there. Your entry is really going to depend on how aggressive or non-aggressive you are. Lots of different traders would take the first 5-minute or the first candle to make a new high on a closing basis. Some other traders would wait for the second day to close and then wait for the third day to close or to move above the second day's high. I happen to subscribe to getting in on the close of the second day, but that's just kind of my little 2 cents there. So let's talk about the 3 inside down pattern. It's kind of the same thing, but in the opposite. So the pattern signals a potential bearish reversal. Here's the breakdown. Number 1, we're looking for an uptrend. So this is the exact opposite of the previous one, right? We're looking for an uptrend. So this pattern has to appear when we're on our way up, making higher highs and higher lows. Number 2, you're looking for a large bullish candle. So the first candlestick is a relatively large bullish candlestick with wicks on both sides. And then number 3, you're looking for that bearish inside bar. So the second candlestick should be a smaller bearish candlestick entirely contained within the first candlestick's body. And number 4, we're looking for the breakout or the breakdown, sadly downward. The third bearish candlestick closes below the first candle's low entirely inside of its body. And that's kind of what we're looking at there. You can take a screenshot if you like. And then some key points to remember as we wind down the lesson. As always, confirmation is key. Increased trading volume on the third candlestick, on the third one, strengthens the reversal signal. And there's not, it obviously goes without saying, it's not a guarantee. This pattern is a signal indicator. Use it with other technical analysis tools for more informed trading decisions. And last but not least, false signals are an ever-present danger in mostly everything we do with trading, right? But in this pattern in particular. So the pattern can sometimes be misleading. So practice is crucial, and make sure you are using other technical analysis indicators to help guide your trading. You know what I'm going to say, baby? I hope everybody prints up a storm.
Ease. Yeah, good stuff there, Sharif. I like that pattern. I couldn't agree more with you there. So I like that setup, just waiting for that other candle to open above the range and then look to join it on that front, guys. But here we are. Let's pull up and see what we got cooking up this morning. We tried a couple attempts here on Palantir. And you know what? Over my vacation, I was looking at some TA1s, and then Friday morning, I was just like, I opened my laptop, and then I'm like, you know what? I got palm trees and blue ocean in front of me, so let me put this away for a little bit. And then sure enough, I come back, and everybody's like, dude, did you see Friday? Did you see Friday? And I'm like, no. And I pull up my charts, and I'm like, oh, okay, there was a lot of blood in the streets. So one thing we will do throughout the show is we're going to talk about the VIX and some put-to-call ratios as well, too, because I think that's going to be really important. I mentioned something last week on the put-to-call ratio, and then we're going to see where that leads us to as of right now. But here, We got some PLTR cooking up. It's looking pretty good right now. Still down about 10% on the session. So this thing has absolutely been bleeding and over about 20% off of those all-time highs. So that came down with some extreme fears. We talked about the elevator, the escalator down. That was straight out the window, Sharif, from the top floor. That was an absolute monster selling. So I thought the 100 level would be slightly more defended, but that hasn't been the case. We're defending 90s. We're holding really well. You can see this base that we've now established and looking to somewhat bounce on it. Are we going to recover to this 10% on the session? Highly unlikely. I just think it's too weak, especially with how Friday was. I don't think that sellers were completely exhausted just yet, and I was looking for that continuation to the downside or somewhat of a bounce. And it may sound obvious. The market's going to bounce or you're going to continue in that direction. And when you notice that, hey, we're not bouncing as strong as we would like to, it was just seemed to be a liquidity grab, and then we take an additional leg down. So that's something that you need to watch out for. When you have something move so strong in a specific direction, one session, I'm not saying look for that reversion to the other side, but just be prepared that the buying or the opposite party may not be as aggressive as or strong to that direction from the previous session. And here we go again today, selling, selling, selling. So that's a little bit of a tough one here. And that's why I mentioned you got to look for those stronger sectors. Taking longs on these techs may not work all the time, right? Like they're not, like even though we know that they're the most liquid, we like to trade them a lot. When you run your scanners in the morning from a volume standpoint, that they usually tend to pop up because the liquidity is there. But what we have to do is kind of divert from that and then look for other strong sectors. And that's why I pulled up XLV and looking through there. I got to see what's strong in XLP, the staples sector, because Walmart is really, really weak and Costco is weak as well too. So we got to dive a little bit more and find what is strong, guys. But here we go with some Palantir continuing up to VWAP. I know Gorev and Las Pollos were telling me, hey, Joe, look at the overall market. We got some signals here near the bottom, and I'm like, yeah, okay, you guys are right. Let's see if we get that slow turnaround. And sure enough, we are somewhat starting to recover to the volume weighted average price. But that volume is dwindling, and I think that's really, really important. We're going to take a little bit more off the top here. Sharif, we got cooking.
Sir. All right, I got nothing cooking, but I'm trying to work in to some small cap gappers. There's a lot of small cap gappers today, but none are setting up in the way that I like. Let's talk about them. So the biggest, the baddest of them all, Joseph, ATCH, okay? It's up 323%, and after the open, after the bell that is, it's up another 150%. So this is a big boy mover. I've already got a couple of dip trades set up on this one. I'm looking for VWAP. I'm not going to give in right now and try to get in at the 20 exponential. This doesn't seem to me like one of those stocks is going to hold up here. If it holds up, fantastic at the 20 exponential. I got it wrong. I'll be the first to admit that. So I'm waiting at 850 and 8.25. I don't know exactly if it dips into that 8.25. VWAP is dynamic. Right now it's at 8.25. Maybe when it makes its way down, it's not, so it doesn't end up hitting it. And we've talked about buyer exuberance, where buyers see this thing up 320%. They start punching in a little bit higher than VWAP, well, because they're exuberant, right? So that's why I'm throwing one out at 8.5. The stop, below 750. So I'm going to have to give it $1. This thing's a nutcase, and it's trading like a nutcase. Yeah, get it, Adara. By the way, we're going to have to go to Adara at some point. She's going to have to tell us about that trade. Sorry, Adara. So I'm waiting at 8.5, 8.25. That's where I'm waiting right now on ATCH. Show yourself. There we go. So it's an absolute monster on the day, but it's very volatile. Please be careful with this one because, you know, you can get wiped out pretty aggressively on ATCH. You got a bunch of other ones, man. You got over here. Let's talk about the second biggest name on the day, STEC. This one, though, we're going to have to trade carefully. And the reason is, look at that pre-market high, baby, at 3 1/3. Well, I ain't touching this unless it takes out that 3 1/3. I won't. I don't care how aggressively it gets. It's halted, as I can see right now, to the upside at 261. Good for it. I won't trade it until it breaks above that 3 1/3. I've made this case before. I'll make it again. There are usually bag holders from that elevated level in the pre that keep this thing down. So we got to get through all those bag holders for us to have that parabolic effect to the high side that we typically see with these small cap gappers. And I'll submit to you, I'm not trading it until we clear that pre-market high. So STEC is on watch, but I will not touch it until and if we get above that that pre-market high there. Let's talk about some more. Show yourself.
Show yourself.
Why isn't this thing showing itself, Joseph? Let's find out over here what the hell's going on. Restore. There it is. Okay, good to go. All right, so we talked about ATCH. We talked about SPEC. There's another one. There's more. There's a lot more, obviously, but I want to talk about RILY. Riley. This thing is not up big. It's only 30%, give or take, a little bit more than that. But look at this beautiful pattern. It is breaking out to the high side. We've taken out the pre-market high. We're above VWAP. Look at this thing go. It's about to take out the high again. 4.5 right now. IRLY. It's a big boy mover on the day. I don't know what the hell it's up for. I don't really care. I'll look later when things slow down. But I want to set up on this one, likely into the 10 exponential, which right now is at 420. It keeps breaking out. Every time I look at this, it's 10 cents higher than it was before. So RILY on watch as well. This is a big boy mover. There was more. There was ATPC. So this one was another big one. Well, when I sat down and started looking at these, and again, it took out the pre-market high. That was that $2 area on ATPC. This is up 51%. But look at this, triple top on the 5-minute, can't break that 2.25 on a closing basis, and then all hell breaks loose. It drops from 2.25 down into 1.33. That brings it down below the volume weighted average price, which right now is at 1 2/3. So it's going to have to work its way well above that 1 2/3 and stay above VWAP for me to get involved. Otherwise, I won't touch it. Let's keep going over here. There's another one. We talked about that one. Yeah, this one's good. There's PEPG. This one, yeah, it's kind of breaking down as well below VWAP. This is up 83% still. At that $2.50 area. It was up much more when it was up at 4.5. So this thing gave up VWAP as well. VWAP right now at 340. So PEPG gonna have to work its way back above the volume weighted average for me to get involved with this one. But there's a lot going right now. I have a feeling there's gonna probably be more that show up onto the scene. Another one that I'm keeping an eye on if it's able to recover above VWAP, YYAI. This one was also quite aggressive in the pre-market as well, made the high there in the pre. Okay, so this made its high in the pre-market. So this is trouble. So this has a 213 or 212 high there right at 915. So this didn't even care about the bell. It continued to make newer lows. I see that it's holding up here at that dollar area, which is fine. It's a different trade at $1, north and south of that dollar. For my system, though, it's going to have to work above that $1.45. That's number one. And then number two, because this is the pre-market high right here at 212, it's going to have to break 212, which might be a tall order for me to ask of YYAI. It's getting shellacked right now to the downside, despite the fact that it was up big on the day. So I'm going to keep my eyes on those, but it's the Riley show right now, Joseph. RILY is exploding to the high side. We're talking about this one at 4.5. Check that, bro. That was 30 pennies ago, Joseph.
I got to pull this up.
Yeah, this is taking out highs. RILY. On one night right now, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, Sharif. I got to pull that up myself because that thing is moving really, really aggressively to the top side. So speaking of top performers, he goes by the name of Connor McDavid, and that's all I'm going to say here, guys. As we continue, that's all. That's it. It's done. It's really quiet in the chat now about that game. I missed that. So here we go, guys. PLTR continuing to climb higher. So this is what we're looking for. If we can break through VWAP, then we're going to be sitting on some pretty pennies, and we like that. So continuing to climb. Let's see if we can break it here, and I'm going to look for more things with relative strength, guys. Let's see what else everybody is looking at. Yeah, okay, I'm going to pull up Google because I want to talk about this. Gorev and I were looking for shorts on this name, but unfortunately it just hasn't come to fruition like we would want to. And I enter this trade already, and I'm like, oh, okay, after that blood red session that I seen on Friday, I'm going to have to look to exit this real quick because we are breaking through some key zones, and we need to keep that in mind, guys. So really what I did here is I entered, I'll pull this up. I'll pull this up. I entered in around here, okay? So, yeah, pull it. Yeah.
You just came back from Jamaica too, bro?
Exactly, yeah. So a lot of that. A lot of pull up and forward, that's for sure. But here we go, guys. I entered here with the stop setting around here, but it just blew past it. So I'm gonna have to reassess it. It eliminated some. I didn't readjust the orders, and now heading a little bit south. It's not very good because we are now running into some key prior resistance levels, and we have to focus on that because if there's gonna be more downside, I don't want any more part of that. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys. Let's go PLTR.
Get it.
NVIDIA earnings are on Wednesday. This is going to be a huge event. So I'm going to be preparing a couple TTV research infographics ahead of that report. So NVIDIA's color, as we know, much like my outfit today, is green. We've got this fun green background here, like the NVIDIA logo. And here's its Q3 2024 holdings according to its 13F versus the next quarter here, Q4 2024. Applied Digital didn't change. Neither did Recursion, but they actually cut their holdings in ARM a little bit here. Serve, Sound, and NanoX Imaging, as we know, were axed entirely, but they added positions in Nebius and WeRide. We got these holdings, I guess, now about a week and a half ago on February 14th. So if you want to know a little bit more about how these compare on a quarterly basis, check this out on X at TTV Research. So these numbers are millions of shares. More detail here at the top of this graphic. Go on X at TTV Research. Back to the Bash Brothers.
It's a great look there, dude.
Yeah, it's actually I'm loving it. I'm glad that she did that too because I was like, hey, Adair, you want to work on that one, and then bang, next day. I know it was done with the trades that we were putting on, but yeah, here we got our top picks. Sorry, that is. All right, guys, let's take a look at some. We're gonna talk a little options here and just see what the overall market is and see what we got cooking up. So I think it's really important. I was talking about this the other day is that we want to see what the volatility index is up to, and I did a little segment and we were talking about it being a buyer's market. Okay, but it's like, okay, well, Joe, everything was selling for sure, but you can buy puts, right? Like you can buy these contracts, and I think it's really important to understand that when you are looking for a specific direction, right, you want to pay the littlest amount of premium as possible, and that opportunity was a rise, but now it's kind of surpassed. So if you were to get into those options previously, if you were buying puts a couple days ago, last Tuesday to be exact, then if you haven't sold off like the rest of the market, you're strictly making premiums off of the increase of the implied volatility. So what we want to do here is we see that spike in the VIX here over the past couple sessions, starting from last Friday and then heading into today as well, guys. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But one thing that is really important is we want to take a look at the PCR, the put to call ratio, and see what's going on. So what we want to look at it from an average because a one-to-one isn't always realistic. So I guess the median and what everybody gauges, that rule of thumb is 0.7, Shreve. So now we've exceeded that, and now we're sitting around 1.5 here on the put to call ratio. So what does that tell us? More traders, more investors are buying puts, whether it be just long or hedge positions. So if you're looking to join that part, you're going to be in the right direction. Yeah, the market slowly looks like it's going to recover, but is everything going to turn around in one day? I don't know. I spoke about the momentum in the market to the downside, and it may continue. I could be totally wrong, but you just kind of want to follow where the big money is going. And as of right now, it's to the put side, guys. So really keep that in mind. I know a lot of people in the chat saying they had some puts and some other thing along those lines. So congratulations to you, and continue to hold even though we are pulling back right now. But one thing I also want to talk about, and what we are really cooking up here, Shreve, is PLTR. It's the only name that we're in, so we broke through VWAP now, looking like we're over $2 in the money on that front. Hey. So yeah, let's go. So 9106 is our thing, and then here we go, bang, 93, gonna push up to 94. But I mean, this guy's gonna drop. This guy's gonna drop the Jamaican accent the whole time. But here we go. Here we go. Let's pull it up and see what we got going on from a daily perspective, and just see from a percentage standpoint what's really going on with this name, because that is a hefty sell-off. Sharif was talking, he was like, Joseph, I think I should buy some puts. And I'm like, man, I don't think you're wrong, dude, because we are so extended. When you have this massive gap up here and then just the continuation with no real pullback or any healthy pullback, you're going to get a reaction that's probably going to be overdone, because that's what the market likes to do. It overreacts in some directions here. So here we go. From the peak to the bottom here, 28%. That is not fun if you bought up here at 125s or whatever. I mentioned before, I thought that we were going to hold the 100 level significantly better, but that wasn't the case. We drop another 14 or 15%. So will Palantir turn around? I think so eventually. Dan Ives loves Palantir. He still thinks it's one of the purest AI plays. And we're talking about the multiple trading extremely high, Sharif. I believe you said 180 times, I believe you said, forward earning.
60 something.
Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty expensive, right? But then we also got to take into consideration maybe multiple expansion with a company in this type of growth cycle, which I think is really, really important. So we're going to keep an eye on Palantir. It might be one of the plays of the day. One thing you got to keep in mind, it has been in play for an extended period of time, Sharif, and stocks like this don't always stay in play. So expect for, and I'm not saying it's going to be any time soon. It can go on for a year. It can go on for however long. But when it's that in play, eventually expect it to dwindle off. Look what happened to AMD. I'm not sure. I shouldn't compare apples to oranges here. But again, it happens that you get that sector rotation. You get those hands changing out of certain stocks. And eventually, I think that's going to be the case here in PLTR because it's been in play for an extended period of time and it traded significantly higher than what it probably should have been.
All right, man. We're involved right now with Riley. It's going to have to hold up here at the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential is showing me 4 1/4, 4 1/3. I was just exuberant. I'm one of those buyers who was exuberant that I always complain about. But this looked to me like it was setting up for a possible bull flag, despite the fact that we got in at highs. I'm 9 pennies out of the money right now. It's going to have to work its way up back above into that $0.75 for me to take any profits right now. So it's showing me 62s. I've got 69s on. Let's see if it works its way up. I've layered my orders to take advantage of a price spike up. Now, we've seen this one really break out from that 4 1/3 or wherever it was trading in and around there. There we go. Now we're breaking to the high side. So we just got filled at 75s there. Let's set up a little bit higher here with some smaller share size to take advantage of that high daybreak. There it is. We take out some more there. Now I'm waiting over here at 82s. It's not forthcoming into 82s. The high of the day, 84s, hence why I'm taking it out at 82. Because in case it rejects that 84 area, I want to be able to de-risk and wet my beak. So right now, showing me 79s. Can we get across into 82s? This is a bit of a I don't want to say it's a bamboozler, but you know, I definitely thought I would be able to get a bit more down over here at 440s. It doesn't really matter, though. We're involved with it now, so let's see if it can work and break to the high side, right? It's up 40%, and I'd like to be able to give you a lot of the details on this, but I just don't want to take my eyes off it for too long because softly volatile. Okay, $145 million market cap with about 5 1/3 million shares traded on the day. Joseph, it has a float of around 16 million, give or take. I don't know what the short float is yet. Allow me to just Google it quickly. Not Google, trade ideas, of course. RILY, what do we got? Okay, wowzers, Adara, 55% short. She just confirmed that it is accurate there. That is a big boy short float, Joseph. Heavily shorted name. Obviously, that gives us the potential, obviously, for explosive movements. But if there's a lot of people who are short, the chances are that they don't want to be out of the money either, so they may want to start punching in short at these levels, and that could present us with a bit of a problem. So I'm keeping my eye out on this one. Don't want to take out too much over here, but it has stalled out for whatever reason at that 475, 480 area. I submitted to you that we had a 484 HOD, but we don't have any closing prints north of 80, and we have one quick perfunctory closing print on the 1 minute above 4 3/4. So I'm inclined to believe that there is a lot of people either taking profits at the $0.75 or getting short aggressively at that level. Now, I haven't charted this one on the daily to kind of make an educated assessment as to where I think the shorts are involved. But this one looks like it's going to drop right now. I just have a feeling because the tape has stopped. Look at that. The tape is barely moving on a name that was doing aggressive volume. So when that happens, I kind of have suspicions that the buyers are starting to dry up here and they're not liking it at this level. And I'm absolutely right. It dips right back down into the 60s. Let's see if the buyers like it up here. No, they don't. So kind of a bit of a problem right now with the 5-minute chart on RILY. I have 3 lower high wicks on RILY on the 5-minute, but by the same token, I have higher lows. So 3 lower highs and 3 higher lows, a bit of a compression pattern. We'll have to see which way this one resolves. If you believe the textbooks, they typically say the compression pattern resolves in the direction of the trend. As you can see there, we're up 40% and we were making higher highs and higher lows. How that manifests and what time frame that manifests over, your guess is good as mine. I'm gonna have to pack my patience involved in it. Took some profits, waiting now for that either break or to get filled at 441, where I still have my not profit taker, excuse me, my dollar cost average there, but it's well below that level now. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. RILY. I'm still looking at other ones though. PEPG. We talked about this one because it was a big on the day. Now this one is working its way back into that volume weighted average price in and around 3.5. So this one could be a big mover if we can get into that 3.5 and hold above 3.5. It's going to have to stay above there. It's not going to be enough for me for just to wick and then move on its merry way. Secondly, I'm also keeping a Y on ATCH. And I just noticed that if I put a W, it's watch, right? So ATCH right now, I'm focusing on this one. I'm waiting for something in and around the volume weighted average price. It's been doing a great hold here at the 20 exponential, but this is awfully volatile. I'm not willing to pick it up at the 20 exponential. If that means missing the trade, then I will miss the trade. It's gonna have to come in to a more predictable area to me. That area is again around that $8.25, $8. We'll have to wait and see if that comes in. Back to RILY, it's still doing the dance with no pants. It's making lower lows and lower highs right now. So this one does look like it's gonna be a 4 3/4, 4 4/5 rejection around that 480 area. What I'm going to keep an eye out though is a closing basis break below that 445. So if we break below this area, a trough over here, which is kind of like the middle area of a double top kind of look, then I'll be a little bit concerned. All right, below this area, below this 440 area, we don't have to wait that long for a VWAP retracement because VWAP's at 430. So even though we have an area trough at around 445, 441, VWAP is around 430. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Adair's at the big desk.
We do have CYD here on watch. This company is called Yuchai. They are a Chinese ADR, about an 8%, or sorry, not 8%, about 8 million share float here. No catalyst from today, but on Thursday, apparently they announced a strategic agreement with this company, Kim Long Motor Hughes. So Kim Long Motor Hughes strategic agreement here with CYD. Also, I was asked about earlier, so this was the MSTR, basically just shorter into the 298s, risking 299s. This, here's some profit at 281, stopped out at 285s, and then META as well, just same idea, basically low of day, short off the open. So that was, those were the trades. Guys, back to you.
Sure, for sure. All right, guys, let's see what's going on, because a lot of people in the chat were talking about key signals that we go over time and time again, all right? So let's see what this overall market did. So we sold off in the opening drives, extremely weak. 5-minute orb continuing to the downside. But then we have multiple bottoming signals here, guys. Los Polios pointed out, Gorev pointed it out. Other individuals like, hey, Joe, look at this. We have these double signals. But the most important one, in my opinion, is this isolated here. So we got these isolated signatures, exhausting volume, and then turnaround. We had the inability to breach it to the low. So that's like, okay, that's really, really positive. Did it work right away exactly how we wanted to? No. When the market is this week, sometimes things take a little bit longer to turn around, all right? It's not a speedboat, it's a cruise ship. There's a lot of money, it takes a lot of time to turn things around. And here we go. So we had signal 1 and then signal 2, and then now we are trading above the volume weighted average price. So those signals were in play. We talk about them multiple times throughout the week, countless times to be exact. And every time new traders in the chat are like, hey, I see this, and I'm like, exactly, you're looking at the right things, and continue to do so, okay? So that's really, really important. One thing that I really want to point out, and we'll get a little bit better of a look here, guys, on the SPY as well, too. Really important. Zoom in here and look at this. Sell off in the early stages of the session, and then now you have that signal with that indecision candle at an extreme low, and then now we had the inability to breach it, holding really well. You have multiple signals, multiple doji candles on the 5-minute, and then now the market is slowly starting to recover. Let's see if we can come and test these pre-market levels here, these pre-market lows, because I believe that is the next potential target, especially if we can hold this pullback and we can hold the volume weighted average price. Is this a double bottom? Not quite, but it's pretty close. Not everything is going to be exact all the time, so keep that that in mind. But for those who are continuing to look out at these signals, that is extremely, extremely important. And I'm glad that you guys are having the ability to take advantage of them, all right? But we got some super chats here that we missed out on, and here we go. Brandon G, $10 super chat. Thank you very much.
Hey.
As a new trader who has failed the last 2 years, I just want to give thanks to the channel and everyone here. No, thank you. I've learned so much and appreciate everything you all do. Best day for me so far.
Bang.
Bang. We love to hear that stuff.
Man.
Continue to work. Every trader here, I believe, can agree with this, and probably 90% of traders, you're always learning. You're always looking to consistently grow. Today is your best day. Well, I hope you have even better days after this. You're now just setting a bar. Continue to climb higher. Adara smashing it. Sharif smashing it. A lot of people are doing good in these markets, and it's really, really tough. So congratulations to Adara on that monster trade. She was telling us about it. And yeah, we'll continue to talk about it, because when you're the best trader on the floor in the session, you get that type of praise, guys. So here we go. Q's starting to pull back a little bit. The volume is slowly starting to pick up here on the 5 minutes, but it is dwindling on the lower time frames, which is, I think, really important to gauge. Is this just a pullback? I think that's going to be the case. If we can't hold here, we do have some indecisions, which I think is really important here. So potential topping signal, but I think because of the past previous Friday bloodbath, swelling off this morning, not a good look. Let's see if these markets will continue to recover on the session, because the big money doesn't want to lose that much either. Yeah, can they be offloading shares? But at some point, everything will kind of bounce back, because it's not just straight capitulation to the downside, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joseph. Here we go. I'm in ATCH. We're at 9. We've been selling off at 9 aggressively. We're having a lot of trouble clearing 9 now. So I initially got in at 845 there. Scalp, scalp, scalp. A little bit out. Added at 882, and I scalped a little bit through 9. But now it's having real trouble taking and holding that $9 level. I'm technically now with a cost basis of 85, so a lot closer to 9 than I would like. So I'm a little concerned with this one right now. It's going to have to clear that $9 area, get me filled. Here we go. Now it's moving, but it's having a lot of trouble with 9. Look at that. There's a lot of selling at 9. There we go. Now we're clearing it. Now I'm waiting at a third, so I've taken out the majority of the position now. I've only got one beak wetter left on this bad boy. I'm talking about ATCH. It's a monster on the day, up 285%. Long 85s there. Initially was long at 45s. Scalped up to the position. I kind of, you want the truth? I fat fingered. So I got right back in because I made a mistake, took too much out. And so I was displeased with how I executed on that trade. So I took a bit of a risk. I'm like, look, this is a level that I like. It's a volume weighted average price. I was waiting for a long time to get in on this ATCH. I didn't want to get in at the 20 exponential because it wasn't setting up my way. So here we go. Now we're going to take a little bit of a beak wetter there. Happy with this trade. Good look right now on ATCH. Just take it out a little bit right there. There we go. Good look. So that's a good look right there. Now, this one, a bit of a problem. So, got into this one. I'm talking about RILY, scalp, scalp, scalp. I added a few times. We took it out near the highs there. And then here's the deal. I had my beak wetter, or sorry, not beak wetter, excuse me, dollar cost average at 440. The reason I had it at 440, VWAP. I added at 440, but because I had an add right there, I also had my stop. And this thing absolutely tanked to the downside. Look at that move. We're down below VWAP. We are halted now at 411. Thank goodness I had my stop at 4.25. This thing absolutely tanked to the downside. So we're negatory on this one now as we added over here, and then we have to get stopped out. So RILY, it's going to have to reclaim the volume weighted average price at 4.25 for me to get involved. Otherwise, I'm not touching this. It is trading now below VWAP. And that's what I mean when these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. You got to be careful with them. The bottom drops off at any time. They're unlike some of the mid cap or large cap or mega cap stocks that you'll be trading, unless there's a catalyst for those bad boys. They typically don't trade in this erratic fashion, so don't trade them the same way. So RILY, we're stopped out of the remaining amount of that one. I'm still keeping an eye here on ATCH. I'm happy I got it out at 9 and a fifth there, because it dropped all the way right back down. Right at when I got it out, it dropped down to about 8.5. And now it's trying to fight above the volume weighted average price. So I keep my patience with this one because we've got multiple levels here that we got to clear to the high side on ATCH. Let's look at the 5. And let me make my case for you why this one might be a bit of a tougher way to the high side. So it's great that we held up above VWAP, right? VWAP's at 8.25. Everything's gravy from that side. However, look at the umpteen amount of lower highs that we have. And I'll submit to you there was going to be likely selling at 10 o'clock. We did a bit of a consolidation sideways here at 10. That's if we can get above 9, that is. 10 will be a bit of a tougher look as well. 11, not so much, but 12 will be trouble. You had multiple topping tail candles through 12, all of which failed. Nothing was able to close above $12 at this part over here. You had one 5-minute candle that was able to close above 12. It closed at about 12.30, not the time, but the price, and then wicked into that 13.19 high day. Then all hell broke loose to the downside, and we haven't been above $10 since. So $10 is a problem area for me. If we can get above and stay above 10, I'll feel a lot more confident. And then that will give me a bit of a buffer between 10 and 12 than the other area that I perceive us to have a bit of a resistance level. So $10 resistance, $12 even bigger resistance, 11 not so much. Maybe it ends up being resistance, but on the chart, I don't perceive it to be that way. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I also see you guys talking about Peppa Pig over here. PEPG. Sorry, I had to drop that in there. Get it, Adara. So PEPG is trying to work its way back into that 3 1/3 area. It's having trouble with VWAP. It's been like a touch VWAP from the south side kind of dance. That ain't the move for me over here. It's going to have to get above and stay above VWAP for me to get involved. Guys, the small cap gappers today, they're all giving up the ghost, Joseph. They're all trading, well, except for ATCH. They're all trading below VWAP. They're all not tradable under my system. So hopefully something jives here. Either a new one comes up that's not below VWAP, or maybe these ones retrace the level. But right now, I don't like it.
Yeah, every time you say jive, it reminds me of semi-pro. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I know you probably, I asked you before. I don't think you've seen it, but there's a scene in there that I find pretty funny. Okay, but here we are, guys. A nice little addition here on Palantir. Let's see if we can continue to climb higher. I just want to say before we talk a little bit more, T, I want to say thank you to Artemis and John as always. Hey. Artemis, thank you for the kind words, and John, always thank you for your contributions. I mean, I think you're probably one of the kindest souls I've ever met. So yeah, you're always saying something nice. I've never seen anything bad come out. Yeah, never. Yeah, I've never seen anything say anything bad. Yeah, so much appreciated that to us, my friends. Okay, but here we go, guys. In PLTR, we now have that addition, and we're looking for the break of the 93.76. If we can break here, then I mean, this market can really start to move. We are hovering above the volume-weighted average price on the indices, which is really important, and can get signal somewhat some strength. So if we can get these big names to really start participating, we can climb higher in this market. Let's take a look at what NVDA is up to on this session. Again, really weak here, but I don't think the sell-off was as bad as some of the overall market. Maybe on Friday I wasn't here for it, but here we go from 140 at the open all the way down to 134. I mean, you can withstand that, right? That's a couple body shots, but I think you can recover from that half decently. But the overall market, not the prettiest. And PLTR, you don't want to be taking in, those are knockout blows from the top there, Sharif, on Palantir.
Shakur Stevenson with those body shots?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Shakur, but he was. I seen he got the TKO victory, which is good for him.
I think guy was game, but he took it on short notice, and he's outskilled.
Yeah,
Stevenson's like
right. Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's a good fighter. He reminds me kind of like Devin Haney and stuff like that. So I'm not the biggest fan. But here we go, guys. Let's see if we can start to climb here. We get NVDA to start participating in this recovery. Best believe that the market's going to join as well too. Google is something that is slightly alarming for me. I don't know what's going on with this stock. I mentioned before that we broke through some key levels and we're not really recovering like the rest of the market. Microsoft is starting to recover as well too, and we'll take a look at that because I know some individuals in the chat saying, hey, I have some calls all the way down here puts at 401, now recovering, but this 5-minute opening drive is really weak. So all those orb traders, that's exactly what you want to see, right? You want to see that. We're going to go to Katina Man in one second, or he's getting up from his chair. He's good. He's good. All right, we'll let him know. Sharif will let him know. Give me a second here, and then we'll go back to that. But here, down. Look at these engulfing candles. Like this is the definition, the epitome of weakness. When you see a candle like this that is just so like strong, barely little wicks. There's no wicks here, and then that 5-minute orb all the way to the downside, and not a single wick on that candle print. That is so weak. And if you were to watch the time sales on that, you would be able to identify that. Before I think it was, I don't know what day it was, but we did a time and sales lesson. Go back and see it. I gave examples of what extremely weak opening drives look like and what extremely strong ones do. If I were to go back and run replay, this is exactly what I would want to see in a week one, and that's when you want to participate. You're going to see those orders flushing on the bid, below the bid, below the bid, and then when you see that clear flush, that's when you want to start to participate, and then when the tape slowly starts to turn around and you start seeing the ass starting hit as well, that's when you want to start taking profit, but then you can slowly grind. You get, with that momentum, you will give yourself enough room and enough leeway to be like, hey, I can sit on this, slowly take partials on that trade, and then not worried about getting stopped out. And that's really, really important. If you have replay mode, go back and watch the tape on this, or if you traded it, watch that tape, and that's exactly what you want to identify in extremely weak or in extremely strong names.
Yeah, man, absolutely agree there. Yeah. I like what some of the people are saying in the chat. 5, 7, even investing pillow hands. Yeah. Shout out to the original pillow hands, Floyd Mayweather. It's his birthday today.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, man. His hands would break on like every fight. Remember that?
Did they?
And he would wear, what are they, winning? Remember these gloves? What are they called? Winning? Like the ones that, okay, so there's Reyes for the punchers, and then winning for the boxers who have to protect their hands because they always break.
Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't know this.
You're supposed to know this.
I know.
Bro.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's
right,
well, I don't got pillow hands. They don't break.
So you should know about the Reyes.
Yeah.
We got to go to Adair. She's got some for us.
I do have a potential small cap runner for you, Sharif, though it is a penny stock. It's about 42 cents right now, so unaware if that is going to cut it. But regardless, worth noting because the company's CEO here on X that apparently the company is meeting the growing number of investors in Singapore, Hong Kong, and the Middle East interested in Bitcoin and digital assets. So GNS here, Genius Group, touting its digital asset strategy, apparently specifically with regards to investors in Singapore, Hong Kong, and the Middle East. It's worth noting GNS, this one usually pops because of comments the CEO makes on X. He is very active online. So GNS, you're going to give a bit of a CEO-initiated pump. Back to you.
I like CEO-initiated pumps. They work. They work like other pumps, so everything's fine. All right, guys, we got in super quick here on ATCH. As this one was breaking, it's continuing to break to the high side. I got in at 9.5, and I took everything out at 10.25. So that was really quick move up, but this is kind of like the modus operandi right now for ATCH. You're going to have to catch the wicks. You're going to have to catch the dips down. The initial entry here at 85, we were scalping. Sorry, this is the 5-minute chart. Let me flip to the one. So it can appear a little bit better there. It's continuing to go. This is a very aggressive to the high side. I don't perceive there to be too much resistance at 10. At 11, excuse me. My initial area of resistance was 10, and then I'm looking at 12. So if we can break above and hold above 10, I see a bit of a gap. It's not a gap in the technical sense, but I don't see as much resistance in the $10 area as I do between that $11 and $12 area. So watch continually at that $11 area as I do between 10 and 11 and then 12 and above. Sorry, I kind of completely confused everybody by misstating that several times. I do apologize. But I'm keeping my eye on it. It's having trouble right now. We can see with that $10.50 area, 10.40, 10.50, it's kind of topped out there before. If we can squeeze above that 10.60 area, this could get very, very interesting. We'll keep tabs on that. I'm also back involved in Riley over here. I'm long at 46s. It's showing me 39s. I was able to scalp a little bit out over here. I'm looking at dollar cost averaging right into that 4 1/3. If it dips down to 4 1/3, I want to get a better cost basis for another move back up. But Riley is kind of bamboozling. Let me tell you why. The volume comes in spurts. Right? We have lots of volume on the way up. Then we have a consolidation sideways where we don't get too much volume. And now we're dropping down a little bit and the volume seems to be drying up. This one did halt to the downside at around 411 or so, 410, as somebody with a large position was offloading that. And it looks like, they still haven't picked it back up. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Wonder what you guys are looking at. Make sure you let me know if you guys are looking at any small cap gappers. I know Adara just called out Genius Group's GNS. It's a penny stock. It's not even positive on the day, so we'll keep tabs on that one. If that one wants to break to the high side, I'll be all ears and everything else. Right now, though, ATCH is what I'm focusing on, as RILY is not doing much, and ATCH, I don't mind dancing with this one at VWAP. Again, VWAP kind of sideways at this area at still around 8.25. But here we go again with another attempt to break and hold above 10. Keep your eye out on that 1060 area. 1060 did act as local area of support. And then once we broke down below it, 1060 acting as that area of resistance. So I will be on the lookout for that level and that level specifically to see if we can move up above it. Wookware, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. I have puts on OKLO, OKLO at $43. What are your thoughts, Mr. Options? Can we have a look at?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm ready for that one. As soon as I see those options pull up here, guys. So let's see what we got going on. On 43, like, if you bought those at the money and you're sitting on those, there's not much to say really, Shreve, other than, like, congratulations. It seems to be working out really well. OKLO selling off like the rest of the market. We'll see where we are down from the peak here, all the way down to the low. So 41%. Again, if you just flat out bought those puts, you didn't hedge or anything along those lines, then just write out a game plan. Be like, hey, okay, so I have these at 43. I'm X percentage amount in the money. I'm up this amount on those contracts. What can I do now? I have 4 contracts. Okay, let me lock in 25%. Let me sell 1 contract. If we continue to sell, then I still have 75% of my position. Or if you don't want to hold on to that much, be like, okay, I'll let off half, lock in some profits, because that's one thing that is really, I'm going to sway off a bit here, and I think that's one thing that is really underestimated and something that I've really started to hone in on is paying myself more when I should, right? Like, the thing is, like, when you're in the money, you're like, oh, I want more, and we all know the saying is, like, you have to let those winners run, but to what extent, right? Because not everything's going to go to the moon or to the bottom at all times, so when you've hit a decent amount, it's like, okay, I'm up 40% on this investment. Start locking in some profits and continuously do that over and over again, right? Keep those stops in place and then start locking in profits as those trades start to work. And I think that's the case here in OKLO. Like you have those 43 strikes. You're now trading at 35.30 with a low of 34. Again, like for me, it's like, okay, let me lock in some here. Now set my stop to say a trailing stop is like, okay, I'm willing to give up 30% or 50% of my unrealized gains. And then if it hits that, okay, yeah, you didn't make as much, but you're still taking profits. Neil says it all the time. You don't go broke taking profits. Sharif says it all the time. You don't go broke taking profits. So continue to pay yourself, especially when those trades work, right? Because now you're just going to learn more. Like that, and then I said this, I'm doing this more. Had a nice NVIDIA swing. Okay, pay myself for it. Okay, it's pulling back, trailing stop. I get stopped out. Okay, that's fine. I still make money on that trade. And I think that's the exact same case here in your OKLO trade. And for whatever it may be, stick to those stops and then write those trade plans out. I'm looking for this. If you don't get it, then that's okay. It's either you're going to get stopped out or you're going to hit your profit targets. And I believe that is really, really important there, guys. But yeah, we're still in this Palantir. I think that we might potentially break this VWAP here. Beautiful pullback. I'm really liking this. A big, strong ad. I didn't want to take any profits just yet because I'm looking for this break, and I think that's the right play, right? So we trade higher, nice pullback, add on the pullback, and then now I want to play that break because if this is going to be genuinely strong, we're going to breach this, and then we can tap into that $94 price target. Yeah, we're selling right now, but if the market holds, then that will come, and if it doesn't, then we just get out of the trade. 91.75. Okay, let me act as if I have a trailing stop. We hit 92. I'm just going to take whatever I have left out because chances are if it comes back that far into my entry price, you're going to be able to get back in and then potentially find a better entry price as well too. So don't get too comfortable. Always stay on those toes. Write those trade plans out and stick to them, and you're going to see your games change drastically higher. I'm seeing a lot of people tag me in the chat here, so I'll go over those in a brief second, but I really, really want to hyper focus on this Palantir trade, and it's really unfortunate that Google is just stinking the bed because Gorev and I had some sick trade plans on that one. So what are we going to do here, guys? We know that that tech is relatively weak today. So what do? We look at XLV, the top performing sector, and here it is. I'm going to pull up Walmart because a lot of people are saying Trade Desk and Walmart, and I'm going to pull that up here quickly. But here we are on the on XLV here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like one of the strongest sectors. We rarely talk about this sector, Sharif. But then again, you were referring it to morning is like you like seeing like, okay, you have all your charts up, and then you see that one outlying stock. Do that with your sectors on a separate page too, and you'll be able to identify strength really, really fast, and you're going to be able to identify weakness as well too. So, okay, Mr. Chad, we're going to take a look at TTD because you are slightly blowing up the chat here, so I'll pull it up. And again, it is trading nice. We're not going to complain about this. Let's see what we got going on from a percentage metric here, up 5% on the day from that bottom. So from that bottom, let's see what the next level is. I'm thinking maybe. Yeah, you're going to probably hit the 74 level, which isn't too far away. And that's a key pivot level here in this name, in the trade desk, Sorry, guys. And then Walmart, we'll pull up that one before we send it back to my guy. And yeah, we're going to go over Huckleberry. We're going to go over expected moves because I think this Wednesday is going to be a really, really big day. I forget what I had up there, but we know we have NVDA, Snowflake as well too. Those are the two that I remember for Wednesday. So there's going to be some action, and we're going to look at some of that open interest and expected move. But here we go from the bottom all the way up to this pivot high here on Walmart, up about 1.6%. And I'm absolutely shocked. Sharif was telling me I haven't read anything about this, but he's like, they lowered 26 guidance.
26, Joseph.
Yeah, so like that's like next year. We're not even relatively close to that. And this thing sold off almost, let's see, percent-wise, all the way to the bottom, like 12%.
There you go.
That's a buy. Like this is something that 1,000%. And if we close like this, Sharif, with that candle, I'm in it. There's no question about it. I'm in this name if we hold these levels, and that's when I'm going to start allocating Walmart because that's something that I've wanted to get in for a long time. And I think this pullback opportunity is one you don't get too often because if we were to go back into history all the way to 23, we don't see anything relatively close to that. Nothing. Everything pales in comparison. You have to go all the way back to May of 22 to see something relatively close. But sure enough, for the recovery, it didn't even look back. And I think that's going to be the exact same case here in Walmart, my guy.
Yes, sir. All right. I told Cameron Lum that I'd have a look at XYZ. XYZ, in case you guys don't know, is Block. It's no longer trading under Square because Block was trading under Square because it used to be called Square. Now it's a block, so it's three-dimensional, so XYZ are length, width, and height. You like that? Oh boy, Adara. I know, it was quite anticlimactic, but it's the best I can do. So on the day, we're definitely negative as we sold off after earnings. This was the earnings date last week. I covered that for you guys live in the market recap show. We're hanging out above 85 bucks. And then all hell broke loose to the downside, a couple of red days with the low today being $65. I do believe Block got upgraded today, if I'm not mistaken. Was it an upgrade or a downgrade? It was an upgrade, Adara? Yeah, it was. Where the hell? Show yourself. There it is. Block XYZ. So BMO Capital Markets upgrading this, but is a backhanded upgrade, guys. I forgot to tell you this, Adara. It was an upgrade, but a price target downgrade from $100 to 89 bucks. Usually I tell Adara that she adds context. But yeah, so a bit of a backhanded upgrade today on the day. As you can see, it's straddling the volume weighted average price. What that means is it broke down below it, and now it's using VWAP, which is always going to be the white line on my black charts. That is VWAP, and it's rejecting off that. Now we're putting in lower highs, multiple topping tails into VWAP, all of which sold off. So I feel like the market is pointing to the south side today for this bad boy. I didn't see the commentary by BMO Capital Markets to see why they upgraded it, but they dropped the price target. So you're going to have to do your own homework on that. But yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look. Look, I mean, they had some good things there with the earnings report. I know they're trying to work their way into Bitcoin mining now. Where the hell was this like a few years ago? So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this whole chart right now. It's going to have to find a base for me to get involved. Here's the daily again. Kind of, you know, a bit of a zig and zag area, hard to gauge area support. I feel there is area support at $60. Every time we seem to interact with that $60 level or low 60s, we're bought up. So if you're looking for this for a swing or the long term, perhaps pack your patience a little bit, wait for that 60 to come in. Otherwise, I mean, it's not my favorite company. I think Jack Dorsey's a hell of a guy. Very unusual guy, very intelligent guy, but not my cup of tea for a trade or an investment on the day. I'm still involved in Riley. It's trying to work its way back up above that $0.50. It probably behooves me to throw out some other beak wetters there to see if this bad boy wants to catch a bid. I'd like to be on the receiving end of that, so we'll throw those there. Sadly, though, here we go. I'm not an ATCH, and there it goes to the high side again. Here comes $11 on this monster. There's a seller at 90. He just got taken out, Joseph. Here comes that $11 area. This thing's up 336%, 59%. I mean, it's changing every second. We have a 13.19 HOD. I'll submit to you, I don't see too much in the way of resistance between 11 and 12. So if we can get above that $11 area with force, I think we could squeeze to 12. We'll have to wait and see if we can even do that. Right now, it's being met with aggressive selling as we do have bag holders from that higher price level that are still keeping this bad boy down, likely taking profits as it reascends. But if history's any guide, with the way these small cap gappers have been trading the last few months, I want to say subsequent to the election, we may have a shot at taking out that 3 and 5th level on the day. There's $11. It's still rejecting. So somebody is liking this at the whole dollar. Unsurprising, obviously, as that is kind of the nature of these bad boys to have psychological resistance and support at the whole dollar. So keeping my eye out on ATCH. Shout out to Tisha. I don't know if she's still in the chat. She had a day on ATCH. So we're going to shout her out because she's a small cap gapper. Adira's giving you a round of applause there. I'll second that. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. Let's go. I'm buying up a storm right now, says let's go. Tagging me in there. Shout out to Tisha. Again, yeah, I already shut the platform down and it ran. Shake my head. Don't worry, Tisha. You made your money. You know, we got to be grateful, right? We got to exercise gratitude at the end of the day. It keeps us mentally sound. If we're always going to be, you know, running after that other 10 cents or that 20 cents that we didn't get, life's going to be a little tough there. But I definitely share your pain because I've been down that road multiple times. I'm sure most traders have been, Joseph.
Oh, dude, I did a couple weeks ago. I'm like, yo, I wanted to make it like a whole dollar, and so I decided to make another trade, and then I gave back more than what I was willing to.
That Alibaba trade on the beach probably helped.
Dude, that was from the hotel room, man. Open the door, nice view from the hotel room.
Waterfront view.
Yeah.
Blue Jamaican water.
Trading, man. That was wicked, man. When I seen Alibaba set up, I was like, I have to take this trade. It was really nice, and it just kept running and running and running, which I was really surprised about. But giving back everything, that's what, dude. I was thinking about this because you're like, hey, Joe, I think this is a good time to start getting, like you were talking about when it was at the lows, right? It was like after that stimulus selling, right? And you're like, hey, I think it's time to buy it. And I'm like, yeah, this guy is right. But then sure enough, it rips and then gives back more of that gain. And I'm like, man, it's like this is why we classify this space as almost uninvestable, or you have to have like rock hands, right? Because it's like there's no continuation.
Well said.
It's too volatile. Like, it's very risky stuff. I mean, if you like it, then by all means, just make sure you have those risk measures in place. And I think that's really, really important. But guys, Mr. Huckleberry, your Huckleberry asked us, hey, Joe, what's going on with the expected move here on HIMS? Because I think there's two names that I would like to take a look at this evening on the report stream, and that's HIMS and Riot. Okay, so Riot, I think Riot Holdings is a Bitcoin miner, and HIMS and hers is healthcare stuff like hair products, whatever it may be, cosmetics. I'm pretty sure anyways. But here we go, a 19.1 expected move here on HIMS. That's pretty big. Like, I was not thinking that, and then I had to pull up the chart, and I'm going to be completely honest with you guys and frank. During this run that HIMS was on, I wasn't even paying attention to it. And that is my fault as a trader. When a name is this in play day after day, especially when we break here, that it is my job to find these names and then to look to trade them. So that is ignorance on my behalf to be like, hey, I'm not overly familiar with it. It doesn't matter. Price action is price action. Obi will tell you that. All right. He doesn't care about the name. He doesn't care about what they do. He just wants to see what the current price and action is up to, and I think that's really important. But now that we're on HIMS, guys, we're gonna take a look at the options chain, okay? And that's what we like to do. We like to see where we have the most kind of like fluctuation, the most area, not fluctuation, the most riddled area of open interest. Whatever I was trying to say. So let me pull it up here on HIMS.
Been there.
Yeah, I don't even know what word I was like. Where everything is pooling together, I guess we'd say, when everybody's gathering towards, okay? So for me, on the call side, we got that 60 strike price. We're now trading at 40.
these triangle patterns are continuation patterns, whether they're moving up or we're moving down. In this particular case, we're making lower highs with the same area of support, so we're moving down. So this one does seem like it is manifesting in that way, but we'll have to wait and see whether it does or not. VWAP, again, just to let you guys know, for ATCH, $8.40. I'm going to be keeping an eye out on that. I'm still involved in RILY. Did get the DCA there as it did wick into 4 1/3, and then it popped right back up into 4 1/2. So I have a better price now on, RILY, but it is having trouble with that 50 penny area. And so I am concerned about that, very concerned, even though it's kind of putting in higher wicks now. So each successive wick a little bit higher than the predecessor. That's from the price action side perspective, Andre. And then from the bat side, we're dropping in volume. So that concerns me a little bit. We got some bills to pay, Joseph.
Hey, let's go, guys. Foremost energy. Unlocking the nuclear renaissance with foremost clean energy. Leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denson Mines and Properties, strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE as FAT, FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for more details, guys. There it is. The Athabasca Basin. Wow, that was a tough one. I had to read that one.
Bro, can I tell you though, off topic for a second?
Yeah.
Canada is becoming a nuclear powerhouse. Not that we're building nuclear power plants hand over fist, but we have a ton of uranium.
We got it,
a ton of uranium.
Exploit it,
so
man.
we're an energy powerhouse. I already know, we already hit the oil sands. The oil is not as good, dude. We got nat gas, we got uranium, we got oil,
What else do we got? We got the loan. We have every natural resource that you can essentially you need. Yeah, exactly. Well,
there was just no political will to extract.
No, there was zero political will. But I think that narrative is going to change, and I think you will agree with me here in coming months. But possibly, I think we have to wait until November now. Yeah. Which
depends. Apparently, your friend Carbon Tax Carney.
That's your friend. That's your guy.
You like how I weasel that in there? Yeah. No, we're just joking, of course, guys. Hey, he's the guy that's likely going to replace the current sitting PM if he wins the leadership race. So a very prolonged kind of situation with the leadership race there. We'll get more into it as the day goes on. But I want to mention.
I want to talk about PLTR, guys. I told you the target. We're starting to move in towards it. This is exactly what we waited for. I told you I'm out at 92. We held that level beautifully, and now going to test this pivot that I was referring to earlier, holding on to that ad. So I've been in this since earlier this morning. What time? 11:02 to be exact. An hour and a half later. Sometimes it takes a while for things to cook. I mentioned Adair's like, Joe, I like that analogy on the speedboat and with the cruise ship. Yeah, it's exactly. Sometimes things take some time. I'm a momentum trader, so I get impatient.
O maluco parece normal, mas eu tive que pedir ela em namoro 3 vezes até ela aceitar. Foi porque ela não gostava de mim?
Não.
Foi porque você não queria namorar?
Não.
Foi porque o pedido não foi bom o suficiente.
O pedido não foi bom o suficiente. Pedido em namoro, tá? Eu quero deixar claro aqui, não é nem pedido de casamento, namoro. Eu vi esse vídeo, mas eu tinha visto primeiro um comentário na internet e pessoas discutindo acerca disso. Então eu vou trazer dois lados dentro da mesma perspectiva feminina, tá bom? Então 2 comentários femininos acerca do assunto. Mas quero primeiro pedir o seu like, a sua inscrição, o seu comentário. E se você tiver interesse em aprender o idioma do inglês, o WhatsApp do professor Léo tá passando aí na tela, tá bom? Fique à vontade, entre em contato com ele, ele vai explicar um pouquinho mais como funciona. E também uma dica muito importante se você está em busca, né, de aprimorar aí o seu físico, tá bom? Veja só. De 0 a 10, o quanto que você está satisfeito aí com o seu corpo, o quanto que você olha no espelho e gosta do que vê, né? Pois bem, eu acho que isso é uma coisa muito importante que eu mesmo estou correndo atrás desse aspecto, tá? Com a ajuda do Gabriel, e eu tenho certeza que você também pode ter essa ajuda personalizada com base aí no seu estilo de vida, né? Já que é muito importante você não desistir de si mesmo, tá? Eu acho que mais do que aquela coisa de, eu vou construir um corpo para agradar aí alguém, não, você tem que agradar a si mesmo, isso é muito importante, vocês sabem perfeitamente que eu concordo muito com essa afirmação. Então, quero trazer para vocês aqui essa consultoria online de um profissional que já está há anos fazendo consultoria, que tem para lá de 400 mil seguidores aí nas redes sociais e com resultados como esses que você está vendo aí na tela, tá? De alguns dos alunos, tem vários outros, se você entrar lá no perfil dele você vai encontrar, tá? Além de dicas e tudo mais, então eu tenho certeza que com o trabalho do Gabriel, ele vai te ajudar aí a chegar ao resultado. Tanto se você é um iniciante, está querendo aprender agora como que treina e tudo mais, como você também que está treinando, mas não está vendo aí muitos resultados, tá bom? Ou quer, né, melhorar seus resultados, então eu tenho certeza absoluta que com a ajuda deste profissional você vai chegar aonde você deseja. Então entre em contato com ele, não perca tempo, tá? Vá lá, fale que veio do canal do Bruce, se você falar isso você vai até ganhar uma condição exclusiva, tá? Dos inscritos aqui do canal, então não perca a oportunidade, tá bom? É muito importante cuidar de si mesmo, beleza? E bora pro vídeo.
Não parece normal, mas eu tive que pedir ela em namoro 3 vezes até ela aceitar. Foi porque ela não gostava de mim?
Não.
Foi porque você não queria namorar?
Não.
Foi porque o pedido não foi bom o suficiente.
Ele fez um pedido. Aí eu não gostei. Aí ele fez outro pedido. Aí eu também não gostei. Aí ele fez um pedido. Gente, antes que falem, nossa, que menina chata. Eu sou um pouco exigente só.
E eu sabia disso. E na verdade, é por isso que nosso relacionamento dá muito certo. O primeiro pedido foi lá em casa. A gente tinha feito um rolê com uns amigos. A gente ficou deitado depois vendo um filme no sofá. Todo mundo tinha dormido. E eu falei, gata, o que você acha da gente namorar? O que você falou?
Eu acho uma ótima ideia.
Logicamente. Vamos namorar?
Não.
Aí ficou ilógico. Eu queria um pedido orgânico. Nascer do sol tava vindo. E eu achei que ia ser um daqueles negócios do tipo assim, calor do momento, sabe?
E eu queria um pedido de filme de romance. Tá entendendo?
Um mês depois, eu fiz o pedido número 2. A Malu viajou pra ficar com a família dela na cidade de Natal. E eu vim pra uma festa, e a festa tava um porre. Nada tinha graça se eu não tava com ela. E daí eu liguei pra ela, e meu amigo veio e falou, pô, por que você não pede essa garota em namoro? Você não para de falar com ela, você só fala dela, você só quer estar com ela. Aí eu falei, bicho, é porque ela não me quer ver? Ô Malu, quer namorar comigo?
Aí eu falei, não.
Incrível, né? Eu não tinha aprendido a lição. E como quem faz mal feito faz de novo, e eu já tinha feito 2 vezes, meu córtex pré-frontal se desenvolveu e falou, e se a gente fizer direito? E daí eu tive um plano. Eu comecei a entregar coisas pra Malu ler, e eu cronometrava o tempo que ela demorava pra ler essas coisas. Por quê? Como isso se traduz pro pedido de namoro, você tá se perguntando? Calma, my friend, eu vou surpreender você e todos os outros. Dito isso, ao mesmo tempo, eu comecei a fazer um caderninho com todos os momentos que a gente tinha feito no tempo que a gente tava ficando. E aí eu levei a Malu num lugar secreto aqui que a gente foi. E no dia, tava chovendo muito. Tipo assim, não dava pra ver o carro da frente. Ela, né, muito esperta, já sabia que eu ia pedir ela em namoro. Falou, cara, você vai me pedir namoro logo hoje, que tá chovendo, e logo naquele lugar, a céu aberto. Aí eu falei, gata, meu santo é forte, vai parar de chover, a gente vai chegar lá, e vai ficar seco igual o deserto do Saara, a gente vai descer, eu vou te pedir namoro, e depois vai vir a chuva torrencial de novo. A gente chegou lá, parou de chover, eu levei ela pra beira-lago, pôr do sol dessa vez, e eu entreguei o caderno pra ela, ela começou a ler, e aí vem um pequeno detalhe. Eu sabia o tempo que ela ia demorar pra ler o caderno, porque eu tinha cronometrado os tempos antes. E eu comecei a distribuir fogos de artifício ao redor dela e atrás dela. Por quê? Porque a última frase do pequeno caderno era, nossa história parece até um filme de romance. Mas qual filme de romance que não tem fogos na hora do beijo? Assim que ela terminou de ler...
Tá aí. O vídeo terminou aí pelo visto, né? Mas deu para entender muito bem como foi o terceiro pedido, deu certo, né? Como ele disse, é por isso que dá certo. Eu acho que o principal ponto, acho que do vídeo é esse. É por isso que dá certo, porque a Malu é exigente e tudo mais e tal. E existe uma verdade aqui, que é a seguinte. Tem muitos homens, e se você reparar bem, você vai ver... Inclusive, esse é um dos motivos de... Tem caras que têm uma resistência enorme sobre esse tipo de conteúdo como o nosso, né? relacionam, por exemplo, eu estar falando de alguma característica negativa das mulheres, como se eu estivesse falando da mãe dele ou da irmã dele, sendo que não tem absolutamente nada a ver, né? Todo mundo tem defeito, todo mundo tem algumas questões. Eu apenas humanizo o feminino para vocês não entrarem nessa pira de que você é inferior a ela de algum modo, né? De que você precisa se provar demais e tal, né? Sendo que o ideal é, como ele mesmo disse no início do vídeo, uma coisa um pouco mais orgânica, né? Mas não, tem que ser igual de um filme, não sei o quê. E aí o que vai acontecendo? Muitos homens, como eu estava dizendo, né? Criam um cenário de inferioridade. E dentro dessa inferioridade existe esse conceito de que eu preciso, de algum modo, me provar demais. E a mulher, ela pode exigir o quanto que ela quiser, que eu vou me sacrificar, né? E como eu volto a dizer aqui nesse canal, uma coisa é você, de fato, fazer um sacrifício, porque o relacionamento tem isso. Perfeito. O problema é quando é só um lado fazendo isso. Então é importante eu ressaltar, eu não sei o caso deles, tá? Mas é importante eu ressaltar que não adianta nada a Malu aí em questão ser exigente se ela não entrega características que realmente também indiquem um sacrifício da parte dela, tá? Mas enfim, eu não vou entrar tanto no mérito do relacionamento dos dois, mas sim da discussão que veio por trás disso, que é justamente a discussão sobre a exigência, tá? Então eu vou colocar aqui na tela 2 comentários que eu encontrei na internet, como eu disse, que foi o chamariz para o vídeo para mim, né? Eu soube pelos comentários da existência desse vídeo, e aí logo depois o vídeo acabou aparecendo para mim aí, graças ao algoritmo, né? Mas vamos lá. Então temos aí 2 comentários, eu vou ler aqui os comentários para ficar mais fácil para vocês, mas basicamente é o seguinte, tem uma moça chamada Natália ali dizendo, ó, vi um vídeo de uma menina que negou o pedido do namoro 3 vezes antes de aceitar, porque não gostou do pedido. Aí o cara simplesmente cronometrou o tempo que ela demora pra ler, escreveu um texto fofo que terminava com qual história de filme não tem fogos na hora do beijo, para que simplesmente os fogos estourassem na hora que ela terminasse de ler. Isso me fez perceber que eu aceito tão pouco, kkkk. E aí vem embaixo outra mulher chamada Lari Garcia dizendo, ó, gente, vocês têm que sair um pouco da internet, isso tá longe de ser amor. Uma mimada que provavelmente queria o melhor pedido para postar no Instagram e um cara que ainda não percebeu que nunca estará à altura das expectativas instagramáveis dela. Quando eu li que ela negou o pedido 3 vezes, já me deu um asco. Onde está o amor das coisas simples? Ai galera, então tá, devo ser muito louca mesmo. Eu até dei um like no vídeo dela porque justamente o que mais salta aos olhos, e a própria Malu ali no vídeo dá a entender, eu sei que eu pareço chata aqui, não sei o quê. Porque, de fato, ainda mais um namoro, né? Porque eu até entendo que o pedido de casamento, ele tem ali algumas coisas, né? Existe aquela ideia do homem ajoelhar. Perceba que tem todo um cenário que, como eu disse, quer colocar você como um ser inferior, tá? Isso eu não vou negar, tá? Mas eu consigo entender, apesar disso. Eu consigo até entender um pouco dos porquês, tá? Ainda assim, o que nós temos aí nesse cenário? Nesse cenário nós temos uma moça que para aceitar um pedido de namoro entrou em todos esses aspectos e beleza, o cara ter feito esse gesto, se esses gestos de fato fossem muito valorizados pelo feminino, né, se a gente pegasse ali os históricos, né, ao longo do tempo aqui, principalmente em períodos onde elas têm uma liberdade maior de escolha e tudo mais, como são os períodos aí há um bom tempo, né, eu até acharia, pô, legal, o cara fez ali um mau esforço, eu acho criativo, até acho interessante isso, né? Eu quando eu era mais novo, em algum nível, eu tinha um pouco essas piras de tentar fazer um negócio diferente e tal, só que na prática não tem um impacto tão grande assim, né? É como a própria Lari falou, o que ela queria não era necessariamente que a figura dele, né? Já estavam meio namorando, mas ela queria um negócio que ela pudesse falar para todas as amigas, que ela pudesse postar no Instagram, que ela pudesse, né, dizer o quanto que ela é especial, o quanto que ela é incrível, o quanto que ela é maravilhosa e o quanto que esse cara faz tudo o que ela quiser, entende? Então, a característica que salta aos olhos é justamente essa, de que no fim, esse cara, ele entrou num beco sem saída, porque a partir de agora é muito provável que todas as questões que envolverem esse relacionamento vai ter que partir dele, né, o aspecto de fazê-la feliz. A felicidade dela vai estar atrelada provavelmente a ele, tá? E se não for o caso desse relacionamento, em outras perspectivas similares, é o que vai acontecer provavelmente. Pode ser que no caso dela, ela só queria o pedido, era só o pedido mesmo que tinha que ser exagerado, que tinha que ter aquela coisa toda, mas ao longo do relacionamento, ela é uma moça que entrega pra ele a liderança do relacionamento e tal, e os dois, né, têm essa harmonia e tudo, e mesmo sem essa questão, é um trabalho em equipe, né, um ajudando o outro, sempre querendo o melhor de cada um, e era isso. Se for assim, pô, legal, beleza, mas é provável que seja? Não, ainda mais nos dias de hoje, ainda mais quando a gente sabe muito bem que o homem costuma ter ali uma certa escassez, aí surge uma moça que ele acha interessante, que ele gosta, e ele não quer perder aquela oportunidade, aí ele começa, aí percebe que a moça é exigente demais, exagerada, e ele vai entregando, mesmo que no final ele saia dali todo rapado financeiramente e emocionalmente também, tá bom? Então, é triste perceber que na prática isso vai acontecer com cada vez mais homens, mas é bom pelo menos eu apresentar para vocês 2 pontos de vista femininos. Um deles vai olhar para isso e vai pensar, nossa, como eu aceito tão pouco, e vai ser cada vez mais exigente, e vai entrar naquela pira, tipo as que as coaches gostam de vender por aí, né, do quanto que você tem que exigir, que o cara abra a porta de não sei o que, né, que ele tem que fazer isso, fazer aquilo, ele tem que pagar uma conta de um restaurante de R$ 500 no dia que você está se conhecendo, e ele tem que gastar, ele tem que fazer isso e aquilo outro. Pronto, tem esse ponto de vista. Mas também existe o ponto de vista como dessa Lária aí, que percebe claramente que esse amor, né, essa coisa toda, se ele existe, ele deveria estar justamente nas coisas simples, em olhar para a pessoa e ficar empolgada, né? A pessoa te mandou uma mensagem, você está conversando, você querer conversar por horas com essa pessoa e não sei o que, querer sempre estar próximo, né? E, enfim, essas são coisas que teoricamente deveriam, né, criar esta emoção, essa conexão. Mas por mais que isso, de fato, é o que gera. A própria atração, ela é muito simples, é bater o olho, gostou, aí você conhece a pessoa, fica ainda mais atraído pela pessoa, né, o comportamento dela e tal, são realmente coisas simples que, de fato, fazem você gostar de alguém. Essas papagaiadas, ou você vai levar um fora, né, astronômico e vai ficar totalmente humilhado, né, eu levei flores lá pra moça no trabalho, não sei o que, levei um fora, não sei o que, bem feito. Porque essas papagaiadas, é só isso, é papagaiada. Ou a moça, ela só quer para poder, que nem a Lari falou, botar no Instagram, contar para todo mundo, né? Ou ela nem queria isso de você, porque ela não tem interesse em você, é no máximo uma ficada, e às vezes nem isso, e você tá aí se esforçando, criando todo um plano, e não sei o que, não, eu vou conquistá-la e tal. Cara, é muito simples, a conquista, ela tem que vir na facilidade. Só que não é facilidade no sentido de uma mulher fácil que se entrega, não é isso. É simplesmente uma facilidade no sentido das coisas simples. Né? Se a pessoa ela gosta de você, ela vai simplificar as coisas. Se ela tá atraída por você, ela vai simplificar as coisas. Pode ser que ela seja mais tímida, pode ser que leve um tempinho maior, beleza, mas vai simplificar as coisas. Ela vai, num dado momento, procurar conversar com você, vai se demonstrar interessada. Isso vai surgindo. E se isso não acontecer, mas a moça gosta de você, então azar o dela, porque ela tem que fazer a parte dela também. Né? Não é só o homem que tem essa movimentação. Eu sempre dou o exemplo do lenço, né? Antigamente as moças jogavam o lenço pro cara pegar, faziam algum gesto para demonstrar, olha, eu estou interessado em você. Por favor, me corteje, né? E aí começava o cortejo e tal, a pessoa... Então, assim, essa coisa da dama e cavaleiro, atualmente, elas querem que o homem seja cavaleiro ao máximo, full, e ela não entrega nada da dama, nada, nem mesmo, às vezes, né, essa sinalização. Entende? Né? No entanto, muitas vezes essas damas aí do mundo moderno, né, para quando é um cara que obviamente só quer uma relação casual e é muito atraente, pré-selecionado, aí para esses, elas nem fazem só um sinal, é muito mais do que um sinal, né? É uma ação propriamente dita, né? Mas enfim, não vou entrar nesse mérito aqui agora não, né? Diria que atualmente muito mais os homens é que estão exigindo pouco do feminino, tá? Características que antes eram essenciais, atualmente não são, né? E no fim elas ficam com esses cenários aí onde, para alguns, né, para algumas no caso, esse vídeo é um indicativo de que, meu Deus, eu preciso exigir mais, e para outras, né, que eu diria que são a minoria, infelizmente, mas para outras isso é simplesmente, nossa, que moça, né, que exigência exagerada, meu Deus, cadê as coisas simples e tal? Mas enfim, na prática, né, como eu falei para vocês, vai ser difícil. A maioria das pessoas, infelizmente, está sim contaminada, isso vale para homens e mulheres, né, está contaminada pela internet, pelas coisas maravilhosas que a internet mostra, afinal de contas, a vida no Instagram sempre é perfeita, né? Ai, ai, tamo junto então, cowboys. Não esqueça de mandar mensagem lá para o professor Léo e também mandar mensagem ali para você poder entender um pouquinho mais sobre essa consultoria, né, para te ajudar, com certeza, a chegar aí ao físico ideal. Eu vou correr atrás aqui e eu espero que vocês façam o mesmo, tá bom? Aproveite, sempre é importante vocês darem apoio para pessoas que acreditam no meu trabalho, tá? Eu tenho certeza que vocês, se realmente são inscritos que querem ver este canal crescer, que gostam do meu conteúdo, vocês ficam felizes de saber que tem pessoas apoiando aqui o projeto, enquanto vocês apoiam por meio do like, do comentário e por aí vai, né? Então eu agradeço demais o apoio de todo mundo que acredita no potencial do canal e que acredita neste trabalho. Fechou? Tamo junto e até a próxima.
Salve, salve, amigos da astronomia em todo mundo! Meu nome é Sérgio Sacani, sou editor do blog Space Today e você está assistindo a mais um Space Today TV. No programa de hoje vamos falar dele de novo, de quem? Do hidrogênio, isso mesmo. Por quê? Porque está tendo aí uma treta muito grande sobre a produção de hidrogênio no mundo. O que parecia ser a salvação da humanidade, parece que não é mais assim não. Mas esse vídeo aqui é diferente daquele outro que eu postei sobre o hidrogênio. Aquele lá são reservas naturais de hidrogênio. Esse aqui não. Esse aqui é a produção de hidrogênio para gerar combustível. Tá tendo muita confusão, projetos sendo cancelados no mundo inteiro e fica aqui de novo a minha opinião. Quem vai salvar a humanidade não é o hidrogênio, mas sim quem? Quem? A fusão nuclear. Vamos entender essa história toda, a treta que está tendo, projetos cancelados, falar um pouco mais do hidrogênio natural, o hidrogênio que está em reservatórios aqui na Terra. Manda a vinheta. Muito bem, pessoal, vídeo novo aqui no canal. Antes do vídeo começar, você já desce aí, já deixa o seu like, já se inscreve no canal, para você não esquecer durante o vídeo e para ajudar a causa da divulgação científica no Brasil. Como eu tenho falado sempre, não se esqueça, chegou o 2025, ano novo, vida nova, ano de você mudar de vida. E para isso, o que você tem que começar fazendo? Adquirindo a sua cidadania. E para isso, fale com eles, com os meus amigos da Master Cidadania, patrocinadores aqui do Space Today. Vá lá, troque uma ideia com eles. Vou deixar o link aí na descrição. Você precisa tirar dúvida primeiro, né? Tem muita dúvida sobre esse lance de cidadania. Será que eu tenho que morar lá? Será que eu tenho que fazer o quê? Será que eu posso ter a cidadania ou não? E a Master faz tudo para vocês. Por quê? Porque eles têm anos e anos nesse negócio, fazendo cidadania para milhares de pessoas. Então vá lá, fale com o pessoal da Master, lembrando que eles têm lá uma equipe especializada para atender quem vem do Space Today. Falou que vem do Space Today? Você vai ter ali um atendimento especial com o pessoal da Master Cidadania. Então vá lá, cidadania italiana, cidadania portuguesa, é chegada a hora de você mudar de vida e tendo esses passaportes você vai poder então se espalhar aí pelo mundo e que vai ser muito melhor do que aqui, diga de passagem, mas vai lá, Master Cidadania, link está na descrição. Vamos para o vídeo de hoje, passar aqui nossos 10, 15 minutinhos, batendo um papo sobre algo importante, interessante e relevante que acontece no nosso universo. Mas vai falar de hidrogênio, vai falar do universo? Lógico, por quê? Primeiro que a grande questão de todo o universo é energia. Uma civilização só justificaria uma civilização cruzar metade do universo, metade, né? Metade eu falo numa boa aproximação, mas só seria justificado para uma civilização sair cruzando o universo aí, cheio dos seus perigos, se fosse por problema de energia, se fosse para pegar energia num outro lugar. Só isso que justificaria. E todo mundo fala, né, muita gente fala por aí, que a salvação do planeta Terra é o hidrogênio. Porém, o hidrogênio tem vários problemas, tá? Eu fiz um vídeo aqui outro dia falando das reservas naturais de hidrogênio. Então a primeira coisa que tem que deixar claro é o seguinte, existem duas coisas. Uma coisa é você produzir hidrogênio. Então você vai lá, produz hidrogênio. Do que, por exemplo? Da água, né? A água, para quem não sabe até hoje, é H2O, é hidrogênio e oxigênio. Você usa um método ali, eletrólise, por exemplo, você quebra o H2O e você sai com o hidrogênio. O outro hidrogênio que eu falei aqui no canal outro dia não é esse. O outro hidrogênio é o hidrogênio natural que está em reservatórios na Terra. Tem uma diferença muito grande que é a seguinte. Primeiro, produzir hidrogênio, que esse hidrogênio que a gente produz da água, a gente chama ele de hidrogênio verde. Produzir o hidrogênio verde, primeira coisa, é muito custoso em termos de energia. Para quem não sabe, né, o hidrogênio ele é muito pouco eficiente, tá? Muito pouco eficiente mesmo. Para vocês terem uma ideia, a eficiência é em torno de 40%, isso quando a gente pega os casos mais otimistas. Tá? Realisticamente falando, é muito menor. Por quê? Porque a produção de hidrogênio é um processo químico e torna-se mais eficiente mais frequentemente quando você precisa aumentar e diminuir. Infelizmente, isso ocorre porque é exatamente o que você precisa fazer, né? Você precisa gastar energia para produzir energia. Então, quando você faz esse processo, acaba que a eficiência do hidrogênio acaba muitas vezes não compensando. Então, isso é o hidrogênio que a gente chama de hidrogênio verde. O hidrogênio que é produzido a partir de energia, de meios, né, de fontes renováveis, no caso a água. O outro hidrogênio que eu falei no vídeo passado é o hidrogênio natural que está nos reservatórios da Terra. E tem grandes vantagens, porque o hidrogênio que é produzido ele tem um outro grandíssimo problema, que é armazenar ele. Armazenar o hidrogênio, a gente vê aí os foguetes, né? Pode dar vários problemas. O hidrogênio ele pode escapar, ou o hidrogênio se torna altamente inflamável, pode explodir, né? Inflamável não, podemos dizer que ele se torna altamente explosivo, então é super perigoso. Armazenar esse hidrogênio é um grandíssimo problema. De novo, o hidrogênio verde. O hidrogênio natural, ele já está lá armazenado nos reservatórios. E isso, todos esses problemas, todas essas questões sobre hidrogênio, elas têm sido notadas nos números que nós estamos vendo aí no mercado de energia pelo mundo. Olha só que coisa muito interessante. Então, olha só, vários grupos como que a gente fala, de analistas, vários grupos de auditorias internacionais fizeram um levantamento estatístico muito legal. Então vamos lá. Cerca de 1/5 dos projetos de hidrogênio verde na Europa já foram cancelados. Mas esse não é um fenômeno só da Europa, não. Em outubro, uma das maiores empresas de energia da Austrália desistiu dos planos de uma instalação para produzir hidrogênio a partir de fontes renováveis, o hidrogênio verde. Em novembro, a empresa americana Air Products desistiu de um projeto de hidrogênio verde no Texas. E o Financial Times, que é um jornal lá famosíssimo, relata que as ações de algumas das maiores empresas de hidrogênio dos Estados Unidos e da União Europeia caíram drasticamente ao longo do ano entre 30% e 50%. Então é isso que está acontecendo. O pessoal está falando que a bolha do hidrogênio está para explodir. O que está acontecendo é isso, né? É a realidade. Usar o hidrogênio para armazenar energia parece bom, mas depois combinar, né, com o oxigênio, o hidrogênio cria água e energia. Poluição zero, você não tem culpa nenhuma, mas não tem zero problema. Primeiro, como eu falei, o hidrogênio é um gás. Quando mistura ele com o ar, ele vira altamente explosivo. Para ser útil como armazenamento de energia, ele precisa ser mantido sob pressão. Isso não é algo fácil. Já falei do problema também, ele tem um problema maior do hidrogênio, né? Por ser um átomo muito pequeno, ele se infiltra em praticamente todos os materiais e degrada rapidamente. Isso afeta tudo, desde tanque de armazenamento, tubos e até a parte eletrônica que cuida de toda a planta ali relacionada com o hidrogênio. Torna a manutenção cara. Depois, há toda a questão se as células de combustível que criam eletricidade a partir do hidrogênio precisam de outros metais que são os famosos metais terras raras. E aonde que tem metais terras raras? Só em 2 lugares, na China e na Lua. É isso aí. E tem o problema da eficiência que eu já falei para vocês. Então, este é o grande problema de tudo. Isso, basicamente, usar o hidrogênio para armazenamento de energia é como tentar correr, né? O pessoal fala aí, né? Correr uma maratona de chinelo. Você vai chegar em algum lugar, mas provavelmente não vai ser na linha de chegada. Tá? No entanto, né, não só os Estados Unidos, União Europeia, Reino Unido, Austrália e vários outros países estão investindo pesadamente nisso ainda. Investiram no passado. E agora tudo isso está aparentemente ruindo. É o fim do império do hidrogênio que nem começou, hein? Que nem começou. Então, como eu falei, né, os números que estão aparecendo agora, eles não parecem ser os melhores. Em abril do ano passado, obviamente, porque desse ano nós não chegamos ainda, a empresa de contabilidade britânica, a PricewaterhouseCoopers, publicou um relatório sobre o status dos projetos de hidrogênio verde em todo o mundo. Então, aí você vê a comparação dos planos para 2030 e depois tudo mais, você vê tudo, né? Para dar alguns números, a meta europeia para 2030 é de 120 gigawatts de capacidade instalada. E o operacional, no momento, é de 0,2 gigawatts. Aí tem a Agência Internacional de Energia também, descobriu praticamente a mesma coisa em outro relatório, que para alcançar os planos de 2030 teriam que aumentar a produção de hidrogênio verde global por um fator de 200 nos próximos 6 anos. Por isso que a gente está falando, né, que essa bolha aí do hidrogênio, ela está para explodir. Está para explodir. Além de, obviamente, né, nesse meio todo tem também todo o lobby da indústria do petróleo, que não é fácil, né? Indústria do petróleo que domina o mundo, e tem um lobby por cima disso? Obviamente que tem. Então, resumindo para vocês, o hidrogênio pode ser algo muito interessante? Pode. Mas não esse hidrogênio verde, ou hidrogênio rosa, ou hidrogênio azul, que são hidrogênios que seriam produzidos em laboratório. Por conta de vários problemas. Você teria que produzir, gastar muita energia, e você teria que armazenar. Porém, tem o hidrogênio natural. E nós estamos descobrindo que tem muito hidrogênio natural na Terra. Qual é a vantagem? Você não vai gastar nada para produzir. Ele já está lá produzido e você não vai gastar nada para armazenar, porque ele já está armazenado. Você bastaria tirar ele dali e usar aquele hidrogênio. Só que aí tem um problema. Qual é o problema? É encontrar o hidrogênio. Porque o hidrogênio é muito complicado, ele é um gás, ele rapidamente, né, se mistura, ele rapidamente vai, né, a molécula, o átomo, né, mais leve que a gente tem, imagina só. Mas o hidrogênio natural, a Terra tem muito, e com um pouquinho desse hidrogênio que a Terra tem, a gente já faria muita coisa. Então, o que o pessoal tinha que fazer é o seguinte, fica aqui minha dica, hein. Em vez de investir na produção do hidrogênio verde, do hidrogênio rosa, azul e etc., investir em técnicas para mapear e para descobrir o hidrogênio natural da Terra. Porque aí sim você vai ter uma reserva boa, você não vai gastar produzindo nada e ele já está lá armazenado. Isso vai ser legal demais. E, obviamente, investir no quê? Na nossa queridíssima fusão nuclear. Por isso que a gente tem que voltar para a Lua logo. Porque lá na Lua, e outra coisa, na Lua tem água também. Então a gente pode pegar a água da lua lá, mas aí é produzir, né? Então produzir vai cair no mesmo problema desse aqui. Mas o que a gente pode fazer é pegar o hélio 3 e aí investir na fusão nuclear. Então fusão nuclear e hidrogênio natural, não esse produzido, seriam sim a salvação do planeta. Esse hidrogênio produzido, o pessoal já está notando, e os números aí que eu passei para você, vou deixar todos os links aí na descrição. Se você falar aí que eu estou mentindo, você vai lá e leia os relatórios todos e leia os números todos, que você vai ver o que está acontecendo com essa economia do hidrogênio, essa bolha do hidrogênio. Será que ela vai explodir? Será que o pessoal vai começar a investir em ir atrás do hidrogênio natural? Torço para isso. Porque as técnicas que a gente usa para achar petróleo, por exemplo, podem todas elas serem alteradas ali, atualizadas para encontrar o hidrogênio e aí sim nós teríamos grandes vantagens. Beleza? Pessoal, esse então era o vídeo que eu queria trazer aqui no canal para vocês agora. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. Se gostou, já sabe, aquele tapa no dedão, aquela voadora com tudo no peito do like, isso ajuda pra caramba o vídeo e o canal a ganhar relevância. Nunca se esqueça do pacotão youtubístico, compartilha, favorita, se inscreve no canal se você ainda não é inscrito, deixa aí nos comentários o que você quiser saber. Tamo junto dioturnamente na luta contra a má divulgação científica no Brasil e contra a anemia na divulgação da astronomia no nosso país. Mais uma vez, meu nome é Sérgio Sacani, sou editor do blog Space Today e você acabou de assistir a mais um Space Today TV. Fui! Salve, salve, amigos da astronomia em todo mundo! Meu nome é Sérgio Sacani, sou editor do blog Space Today e você está assistindo a mais um Space Today TV. No programa de hoje, vamos falar
o Pix. Salve maromba! Para iniciante que nunca teve experiência com a ex, o que você faria de primeiro ciclo? E quantidades?
Experiência com a ex é complicada.
Cadê o Pix? Cadê o Pix? Libera o Pix!
Igor Janiski mandou uma mensagem pelo Pix. O que aconteceu quando aplicou e deu ruim?
Isso aí foi ontem. A gente estava trocando a ideia sobre locais de aplicação, spots. Aí eu falei que no glúteo eu não aplico mais, que deu ruim. Eu peguei o ciático, né, irmão? Apliquei errado, muito errado. Eu acho que eu tava com uma agulha 37 ou 25,7, não lembro. Uma das duas. E fui muito pro centro. Apliquei errado, auto-aplicando. Apliquei errado e, pô, doeu para um caramba, nunca mais. Beleza. Paulo Vitor. Hoje preciso aplicar, mas depois do que aconteceu quinta passada, voltou sangue no vaso lateral, tô num cagaço, muda o lugar, vai pro deltoide, pô. Até pegar confiança. Vai. Cara, voltar sangue é normal. Demora, eu sempre falo, cara, tem que aspirar. Mas, pô, maromba, aspirei, dei aquela batida seca, óleo grosso, pô, sabe qual é? O óleo nem mexeu, o êmbolo, puxei o êmbolo, não veio nada. Apliquei, na hora que tirei, saiu o óleo, saiu sangue e tal, pegou um vaso, acontece. Até pegar confiança, irmão, muda de lugar aí, vai pro glúteo, vai pro deltoide, vai variando, entendeu? Dá um cagaço mesmo. TH, tamo juntos. Stephen, desde que comecei a usar trembo, meu peso estagnou e até caiu um pouco. Mesmo vendo resultados nos músculos, é normal isso? Fez exame? Viu impedância, dipômetro? Maromba, ganhei massa magra, perdi gordura, perdi água e na balança tá a mesma coisa. Não use a balança como parâmetro. É o que você tá falando, esteticamente falando, tá bom. O que vai te falar se tá funcionando ou não são os exames. Entendeu? Às vezes você tá com a massa, você subiu massa magra, você deu uma secada, às vezes até catabolizou, acontece. Mas esteticamente tá legal. Mas se você ficasse pegando a peso, fica complicado, entendeu? Tem que ter esse controle. Matheus, produto de ano é osso, nem a comida pra comer, quem dirá Danone. Pô, Matheusão, você não falou isso, Matheus. Ô, Matheusão, você não meteu essa, Matheusão. Parceiro da comunidade falando isso. Vou te explicar. As maiores e melhores matérias-primas do mundo dos ergogênicos estão na China e na Índia. Basicamente, você está dizendo o seguinte, a grosso modo falando. Americano olha para o Brasil e fala assim, pô, criticando a Embraer, uma das maiores empresas de aeronáutica do mundo. produz os melhores jatos, principalmente comerciais. É americano virar pro Brasil e falar assim, pô, os caras moram no morro, passa fome lá no Brasil, como é que os caras vão fabricar avião? É isso que você acabou de fazer, irmão. Uma coisa é uma coisa, outra coisa é outra coisa. Tá? Não faz isso não, queridão. O parceiro da comunidade metendo essa. Só pra você relembrar, assistiu Jason Bourne? Naquele filme lá do arqueiro, que não teve o Jason Bourne, na verdade, só tinha um nome, né, Jason Bourne. Ele foi lá produzir a medicação lá, né, pra a situação dele, né? Não vou dizer antídoto, mas ele foi fabricar, né? Lá na empresa, a empresa era onde? Na verdade, não era nem China, Índia, se eu não me engano, acho que era Namíbia e tal, mas assim, só pra você ter uma ideia de onde os caras produzem. Mão de obra mais barata e tal, e o produto é bom. Entendeu? É nessa vibe aí, queridão. Caio Lima, tamo juntos. Voyeur, tá certo. O importante é estar aqui, irmão. Rodrigão colando aí. Falei que a comida, pelo menos, você comparou, né? Você comparou. O produto indiano é osso. Nem a comida dá pra comer. Quem dirá do não? Você comparou. É o que eu tô dizendo. É americano comparando os melhores aviões do mundo fabricados pelo Brasil com o que eles veem do Brasil lá, né? Morro, pobreza, entendeu? Falta de conhecimento, queridão. Stephen Souza, pode usar trembo por mais de 8, 10 semanas? Se você aguentar a trauletada, depende da dose, depende do shape, né? Me dei muito bem com ele, não tive colaterais metais, dose baixa, junto... São da dose, né? É aquela coisa, eu vi um vídeo hoje do Manu Meirelles, né, Manu, lá o coach, ele falou uma coisa que eu achei fantástica, né? Perguntaram sobre trembolona, sobre, trembolona é tudo isso mesmo, da BO e tal. Aí ele falou, cara, para efeitos recreativos, de acordo com ele, né, que seríamos nós, né? Utilizar por um período, parar, às vezes fazer um ciclo no ano só, pá. Ele falou, cara, depende muito da sua fisiologia, né? Da quantidade que você tá mandando, da qualidade do produto. Para atleta, não. Atleta que utiliza por muito tempo vai ter efeitos degenerativos, cerebrais, cardíacos e tal, vai ter. Né? Porque principalmente vai usar por muito tempo em grandes quantidades. Agora, para efeitos recreativos, vai depender muito do seu organismo. Agora, trembolona, na minha opinião, ou você manda grandes quantidades ou não manda. Maromba, tô pegando um acetato de trembo, tô mandando meio ml por semana, junto com testosterona e tá batendo, tá legal. O importante é ser feliz, mas eu acho que é, sei lá, é lamber Proviron pra TPC. Que mais nós temos? No trampo, mas passando para dar um like. Tamo juntos, Rafa. Esse horário da tarde é complicado, né, irmão? É complicado. Deixa eu só dar uma olhadinha aqui, porque tem umas perguntas para responder lá do nosso Insta. Eu falei com o Ed para deixar a caixa de perguntas do Insta aberta por mais tempo. Ele tá deixando muito pouco tempo aberto. Eu de certa forma, até prefiro. Porque... Opa!
Cadê o Pix? Cadê o Pix? Libera
Gabriel
o Pix!
Henrique Tave mandou uma mensagem pelo Pix. Maromba 80 de estradiol. 1.200 de testo. Libido 0. Acha que anastrozol resolve? PS, já mandei pro médico. Mas queria a sua opinião.
Valeu, Gabriel. Tamo juntos, queridão. Manda tanque na tela. Aqui assim, mandou o Pix Priorities, respondo na hora. Vamos lá, o que você manda pra nós? Cinetola, pô. Gabriel Henrique mandou pra nós aí. Maromba, 80 de estradiol, 1.200 testes. Tá dentro, né? Tá dentro. Proporcionalzinho ali, tá dentro. Libido 0. Acha que a anastrozol resolve? PS, já mandei pro médico, mas queria sua opinião. Libido é multifatorial, queridão. O que eu quero dizer com isso? Pode ser muita coisa. Pode ser estresse, pode ser o seu colesterol. Eu já tive problema de libido com colesterol alterado, né? LDL lá em cima, HDL lá embaixo, colesterol total zoado, mandando estano. estradiol controlado, teste controlado e libido ruim. Aí, né, fazendo exame, descobri que era. Então, assim, não é só estradiol e testo. Você tem que fazer mais exames para ver. Né? Normalmente, a marombada que tem problema com libido, entre outros colaterais, durante o ciclo, tenta dar uma segurada no ciclo, diminui dose, tenta fazer com que o eixo fique o mais próximo do normal possível, se a libido for sua prioridade. Tá? Por que eu digo isso? Que tem maromba que às vezes tá com 1.200 de teste, tá com 80 de estradiol, o shape tá insano ali, né? Insano que eu quero dizer assim, tá bom, olhou no espelho, pô, tô legal e tal. Libido não tá lá essas coisas, aí tem que pesar, irmão. Ah não, maromba, libido mexe com a minha autoestima, mexe com, entendeu? A esposa vai reclamar, o marido vai reclamar, pá. Beleza. Aí você já vai ter que partir mais pra uma TRT, vai ter que controlar isso aí. Mas o estradiol não tá tão elevado. Pode ser que mandando ali o anastrozol, né, mandando um inibidor de aromatase ali, você consiga reduzir o estradiol e melhorar a condição. Mas, volto a dizer, depende de muitos outros fatores. Não necessariamente é o estradiol que tá te derrubando o libido. Estradiol alto, libido ruim. Estradiol muito baixo, libido pior ainda. Fora as questões cardiovasculares, né? Beleza, meu bom? Tamo junto. Vamos ver, nos mantém informados, ver o que o médico vai falar. Estamos aí. Se for mandar anastrozol, o sistema de desmame, na minha humilde opinião, tá? Porque mandar anastrozol todo dia, por exemplo, por 15 dias, você zera esse estradiol aí em 2 palitos, tá? Vai de 80 a 0 em 1 semana. Show de bola? Tamo juntos aí. Obrigado pela fortalecida, pô. O que mais nós temos aí? Cola aí, cola aí, cola aí. Stephen, 300mg de testo e 200 de trembo. Espera aí que o vento tá batendo aqui, pô. 300mg de testo e 200 de trembo. E não tá. Os dois. Como é que é? Desenvolve ideia pra nós aí, irmão. Ah, tá, entendi. Não tá testosterona e trembolona. Ok, entendi. A dose boa, pô. A dose boa. Quanto vale uma dura Aspen vendido por aí? Aqui na minha cidade está entre 50 e 70 reais na farmácia. Aécio, importante estar aqui, queridão. Tiringa! Ah, pera aí, falou Tiringa, falou Pix. Ah, aquele lacinho oxandrolano, até pra segurar minha máscara aqui que tá caindo, pô. Ah, aquele lacinho oxandrolano aqui pra dar aquela fortalecida. Ai, caramba, Henrique, Maromba, fala um pouco de protetores hepáticos. Vamos muito de doses. HCG pode se aplicar fracionada e dose. Irmão, HCG, eu não sei. Tem um vídeo muito bom, eu sempre indico o vídeo do Thiago Selle. Joga no YouTube aí, Thiago Selle HCG. É um vídeo antigo, mas muito bom. Ele fala de doses, ele mostra como misturar lá na hora da aplicação, como guardar, né? As quantidades de aplicação, ele fala tudo. É um vídeo muito bom. Eu sou uma negação em HCG, até porque eu não... Acho que eu usei uma vez, ou nunca usei. Eu não lembro, irmão. Sinceramente, eu não lembro. Com relação ao protetor hepático, hoje os protetores hepáticos mais utilizados, né? Eu não tô com ele aqui. NAC, N-acetilcisteína, né? Vende na farmácia. Tem xarope, tem pó. O pessoal usa mais em pó. Bota na água, 16 sachês, né? Sachêzinho não é barato, tá? Uma caixinha com 16 sachês deve estar uns 100 reais. Mas é um dos melhores protetores hepáticos que existem hoje. Silimarina é uma opção também. Eu tô usando um que eu importei, que é uma mistura de fitoterápicos. Tem milgo triste, tem metionina, tem uma porrada de coisa que não tá aqui, tá lá na cozinha. E aí eu uso atualmente, sei lá, eu gosto de mandar de vez em quando uma coisinha pro fígado, tá? Mesmo não ciclando. Tem muita coisa, irmão, mas os mais utilizados são esses, Silimarina e NAC. Beleza, meu bom? Quem mais tá aí? Lacinho da sorte, isso aqui é... O Ed falou que toda vez que eu coloco esse lacinho aqui é no mínimo 100 reais de Pix no dia. É um brincante, né, cara? É um fanfarrão, né? É um fanfarrão. Tá me cobrando aí o dia que ele veio moderar aqui, que eu não paguei ele do Pix que entrou no dia. Eu tenho que voltar lá a live pra ver, que eu nem sei quanto que foi. Rafael, já resolvi isso, diminuindo a dose usando maca peruana. Deu só show de bola. Show de boleta. Proviron precisa de receita? Sim, infelizmente sim. Se você achar, né? Proviron, Proviron, Franol e Hemogenin sumiram, cara. O Franol é porque parou de ser fabricado, né? A Sanofi avisou que não fabrica mais já tem um tempo. Agora, Proviron, tenso. O pessoal tá pegando aí no underground ou mandando manipular. Sérgio Kawasaki, tamo juntos. Raul Maromba, fala um pouco sobre aromatização. Tô tendo umas crises de choro, ou nada. Não sei se tô aromatizando ou se é depressão. Raul, tá tomando o quê, queridão? Fala pra nós aí. Toda vez que alguém pede pra falar de colaterais ou... Pergunta do ciclo. Ciclo e exame, né, cara? Tem que fazer exame. E ver como é que tá o eixo. A questão de aromatizar, principalmente a questão do psicológico, depende muito de como que tá o seu eixo. Tem maromba que fala assim, cara, eu não tô sentindo nada. Leva mais pra questão física, né? Eu não tô sentindo meus peitos, eu não tô sentindo gineco, nada. Mas tá batendo uma badzinha. Tá batendo uma rage. Isso é colateral, pô. Então depende muito do que você tá tomando e de como que tá o seu eixo. Não dá pra ir pelo que tá sentindo. Tem que ter certeza ali nos números até pra tratar. Caio, tamo juntos, queridão. Importante estar aqui, pô. Edu, fala pro Ed que vai abater os Pix do monitor. Ah, quer bater Pix? Eu quero um monitor novo. Eu quero o Samsung lá de 5 conto que ele falou que ia me dar. Esse negócio de abater, não. É que se eu falar isso, ele vai falar... Eu tenho certeza, ele vai falar assim, então tá. O monitor custa 3 conto, na hora que bater 3 conto no Pix da minha parte, eu te passo o monitor. Meninão lá esperto, rapaz. Eu nem vou pra esse lado aí, nem falo sobre isso. Não, o Proviron não acha mais não. O Proviron tá muito... não acha mais não. Alex Nascimento, tamo junto, isso aí. Wellington Andrade. Pô, um Gold Member, hein, Alex? Tem mais Gold Member aí presente? Eu não vi. Não. Tem mais não, né? É difícil aparecer... É difícil não. Toda live aparece um Gold Member aqui. Mas é um. Eu acho que hoje a gente tem... se eu não me engano, 12 Gold Members. Salve, Maromba. Tamo juntos, queridão. The Magican, tamo juntos. Boa tarde, Sandro, Marcelo. Show de bola, marombada colando aí. O Ed mandou hoje de manhã pra gente. Fala um pouco de TPC. Fiz exames e meu colesterol está um pouco alterado. Tô pensando em entrar com alguns fitoterápicos para colesterol. O que você acha? Dá uma explanação geral de fitoterápicos. Cara, fitoterápico é bom, irmão. Não é ruim, não, né? Umas ervinhas, umas paradas ali é bom. Mas depende do estrago. Eu costumo dizer isso. Né? Eu vejo aí, igual o Maromba falou assim, eu mandei maca ali nos comentários. Cara, às vezes você tá com um problema hormonal ali do ciclo que fitoterápico não vai te ajudar. Você tem que entrar com medicação. Você pode mandar maca, o ashwagandha, long jack, boro. Eu vou dar um pico na minha testa. Não vai, a sua testa tá zoada por causa do ciclo. Você não vai conseguir subir a testa com fitoterápico. Não enquanto você estiver sofrendo os colaterais do ciclo, na minha opinião. Tem um ano que eu parei e eu consegui fazer minha testa voltar ao normal agora depois de um ano usando fitoterápico. Aí tudo bem, pô. Tem um ano que você não usa nada. Tá naturalzão. Mas esse negócio de mandar fitoterápico durante o ciclo, atrapalhar não vai. Mas também não faz milagre. E na minha opinião é mais pra natural. Quer dar um upzinho ali na libido e tal, e mandar maca, o ashwagandha, long jack. Aí beleza. Mas pra quem cicla eu acho complicado. Viu? Não tem muito o que falar, na verdade. Edu, maromba, tomei clomid por um mês e parei, pois senti um incômodo no peito, tipo um caroço, aí parei, sumiu. Mas pra que você tomou clomid por um mês, queridão? Fala pra nós, qual era o objetivo de tomar clomid por um mês? Desenrola essa ideia pra nós aí. Aracnete, tamo juntos. Rosos Vastantina, faz milagre. O problema é que vicia, né, irmão? O problema de usar astina da vida aí pra controlar colesterol é que depois, quando você para de tomar, dificilmente seu colesterol fica normal. Porque você tem um estilo de vida, você tá com uma alteração no colesterol, aí você entra com medicação, controla artificialmente, você não vai parar de tomar nunca. Entendeu? Essa é a grande questão. Às vezes o maromba tá com sobrepeso, gordura visceral, isso tá impactando ali no colesterol. Aí o cara vai, mete medicação, reduz o colesterol artificialmente nos exames. Aí quando para, ainda continua com sobrepeso, ainda continua e volta. Esse é o problema. Edu, decidi tomar qualquer coisa para teste. Fiquei uma época fissurado para tomar uma dura, mas sou hipertenso, fiquei receoso. Aí meteu o clomid? Ah, irmão... Cara, Sermes, Clomid, Tamox, dá um pico de teste, mas é, tipo assim, é temporário, vai durar no máximo 15 dias, não bota shape não, irmão. Ah não, maromba, minha testa tava zoada, mandei um Clomid pra ver qual é, pra dar um picozinho na testa e dar uma melhorada. Beleza, é uma estratégia, mas pra estética não serve não. Por isso que eu achei o tempo longo. 30 dias de Clomid, tempo longo. Dá uma melhorada na testa, pois estava com alguns sintomas de testa baixa. Mas fez exame? Fazer exame, pô. Ah, eu não acordei bem hoje. Ó, acordei sem ereção. Eu acho que minha testa tá baixa. Não é assim que funciona, pô. Tem que fazer exame, pô. Sandro, maromba. Quem passou um tratamento... Urologista, deve ser, né? De 6 meses, 5 miligramas de Tadala, 5 de ioimbina e maca. Tá dando bom, pai. Meninão tá se... Pô, show de bola. Raul, Aécio, 7 ml por aplicação? Quem que tá mandando isso aí, irmão? 7 por aplicação? Aécio, usando Dura, Lander Gold, 2 vezes na semana, 7 ml por aplicação. Aguardando os 3... Tá zoando, irmão. Tá zoando. Leonardo Souza, tamo juntos. Salve, salve, salve. 07. Aí, pô, aí sim, cara. 07. 7 ml, caralho. Vai ganhar a Coca-Cola, né? Lembrei lá do pô, Léo Stronda falando, na academia dele lá, os caras faziam, valendo uma Coca-Cola, quem mandava 10 ml na aplicação. Você tá doido, irmão? Anão de chuteira. Maromba, tinha testo quando era natural de 386. Tá certo. A minha deve estar 450, entre 400 e 500. Varia por isso aí. Não mais, não menos. 400 e 500. Os 3 últimos exames que eu fiz nos últimos anos, deu isso. Aí eu levo pro médico, o médico fala, 46 anos, 400, tá bom. Fala, doutor, pelo amor de Deus. Aí você vai nos shorts aí, nos cortes, aí você vê os médicos falando, não, porque o homem, ele tem que estar com a testa acima de 600 para a qualidade de vida, não ter problemas cardiovasculares. Tal, médico gigante, cara gigante. Acima de 700 e tal, tá vendendo o peixe dele ali pra fazer reposição, tá ligado? Aí você chega pro médico lá, doutor, pô, 400 eu vi um médico falando, aí fala, isso aí é vendedor de hormônio. Sua testa tá boa, tá, não sei o quê. Não tô com a cabeça muito boa, não, vai pro psicólogo. Queria dar um pico de testa, treina a perna. Os caras têm resposta pra tudo, mas ele não vai passar hormônio, cara. Não vai, hoje tá complicado. Plano de saúde? Complicado, pô. 07, agora eu entendi, pô. Cê louco, achei que o cara tava tomando dose de óleo. Pô. Caramba, eu falei, zoação, pô. No meu caso foi só pra melhorar os sintomas mesmo, não foi pra shape, não. Ah, mas eu acho complicado isso, irmão. E assim, se a sua testa tiver... Ah, eu tô com, sei lá, 150 de testa. Ah, vou tomar clomid para dar um pico de testa. Vai dar um pico, mas dependendo do porquê que sua testa tá no 150, vai voltar a 150. Ela pode normalizar, vai dar um pico para chegar em 300, ela vai bater 600, 700 e depois, numa semana, na semana seguinte, você pode fazer exame, você vai ver isso. É temporário. Então, assim, depende muito do porquê que sua testa tá baixa. Às vezes você tá com déficit ali, você tá com uma alteração de algum outro hormônio, tá tendo algum problema que o Sermes ele não vai te ajudar temporariamente. Aí você vai ter colaterais. Eu, por exemplo, tenho uma dor no olho do caramba com clomid. A última não vou dizer TPC, né? O médico não quis passar nada. Eu tava com a testa baixa, ele resolveu fazer isso. Ah, vamos usar aqui um Sermes pra dar uma melhorada na testa. Só que assim, o custo-benefício não valeu a pena, não. Eu fiquei igual pirata durante uma semana com o olho fechado aqui, com uma dor. Parecia que alguém tinha pego uma colher de sorvete e tava tentando arrancar o meu globo ocular de tanta dor. Então, assim, não valeu a pena pra mim, entendeu? E a minha testa, sei lá, foi de 200 pra 250. Deixa eu só dar uma olhada aqui, que senão depois... Ah, você não responde minhas perguntas. Eu tenho o maior trabalho em procurar as perguntas e você não responde. Blá, 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 blá. Fala pra caramba. Parecendo minha tia. Ó, a menina mandando aqui pra variar, né? Maromba, qual é o Danone mais forte para as mulheres que não viriliza? Mais forte que não viriliza? É porque depende muito da dose, né? Às vezes você usa aí uma oxandrolona, mete o louco aí, manda 100 mg dia, vai virilizar. Mulher, atualmente, sabendo usar, na minha opinião, boldenona. Sabendo usar. Tem que saber usar. Boldenona. É o mais forte. Tá? Ah, mas eu conheço uma menina que usa trembo, usa deca. Aí já chutou o pau da barraca. Não tá nem aí com virilização, vai me meter o louco. Aí trembo, deca, stano. Aí já é uma outra pegada. Mas as meninas que procuram não virilizar, geralmente oxandrolona, hemogenin, primobolan, masteron, sabendo usar. Sabendo usar. Tem esse detalhe aí. Aracnete, Maromba, tem algum parâmetro que você acha que não volta mais ao normal devido ao tempo que você usou Danones? Tem algo que até hoje não volta? Cara, não. O que fica assim, o sentimento que fica é que a testosterona nunca mais volta como o que era antes, entendeu? Mas por causa da idade também não tem como precisar isso. Quando você usa testo por muito tempo e para... Eu tenho essa impressão que minha testo natural, ela poderia estar um pouco acima do que ela está hoje. Mas nunca vou ter certeza. Mas essa é uma conversa que eu já tive com os amigos lá no grupo e todos falaram a mesma coisa. Independente da idade. Não volta ao normal. Assim, marombas que usaram e pararam, tá ligado? Não usa mais. Tem essa impressão de que a testo deu uma zoada. Não volta 100% do que era antes. Tem maromba lá de 30 e poucos anos que a testa do cara tá nessa faixa de 400, 500, às vezes um pouquinho. Mas é aquela coisa também, né? É uma coisa que a gente conversou lá. A nossa vida hoje, ela é muito corrida no sentido, é muito estresse. Vários fatores que reduzem a testosterona. Estresse, a gente se alimenta mal no dia a dia, tenta se alimentar bem, mas às vezes não dá. Tem uma vida estressante, não só a questão também de saúde, de não ser sedentário. Uma coisa é estética, outra coisa é não ser sedentário. Fazer uma esteira, fazer qualquer coisa, caminhar, sei lá, qualquer coisa. É igual eu falei aqui ontem, tem semana que eu não consigo ir na academia. Tem semana que eu não consigo almoçar. Tudo isso contribui, entendeu? Então depende muito, mas na minha opinião, testosterona é o que mais sofre. Que mais? Edu, falei pro doutor da reposição, ele nem quis me ouvir. Falou que esqueci, não vou passar nada pra você. Ah, tá. Grande maioria. Cara, eu não tiro a razão deles, não, cara. Conselho Federal, Conselho Regional de Medicina tá apertando a cabeça dos caras, pô. O cara não vai botar o CRM dele na reta pra te passar uma dura por semana. Não vai. Financeiramente não vale a pena pra ele. Eu fico vendo aí, pô, tem plano de saúde aí que paga 100, 200 reais pro médico por consulta. O cara vai botar o CRM dele em risco por causa de 100, 200 reais? Não vai, não vai. Médico de plano só passa... E olhe lá, hein? Nebido? E olhe lá, hein? Um desse lato ainda tá no lucro ainda. Que tem médico aí que tá passando teste em gel... Cara, é igual, ele tá mandando CERMES pra dar pico de testo. Tá mandando ir pro psicólogo pra... Entendeu? Tá complicado, irmão. Tá complicado. O plano de saúde tá complicado. Eu tenho um cliente que ele... Como é que é o caso dele, cara? Eu tenho até que olhar a documentação lá. É o meu sócio que tá conduzindo o processo. Mas eu quero dar uma olhada na documentação. Ele tem 70... Ele tem acho que 72 anos, 70 e alguma coisa, tá? Ele já é idoso. E ele tá com problema ósseo, né? Não sei se é osteoporose, né? Ele tá com um problema lá, que é em decorrência... Tem laudo. Em decorrência da baixa testosterona. Ele tá tendo um problema lá, tá? Inclusive já caiu, bateu o joelho, se machucou e tal. Aí a família procurou um médico, fizeram lá uma bateria de exames... E o médico falou, você tá com a testo baixo, procura um endócrino, procura, né, um especialista, um geriatra, sei lá. Tem lá no laudo. Pra fazer uma reposição hormonal. Beleza? Beleza. Aí procuraram vários, médico nenhum quer passar hormônio pro homem. Não quer. Não, isso não é caso de hormônio e tal. Ele não tem doenças, ele não é diabético, ele não é hipertenso, ele não tem doenças da idade, vamos dizer assim. E médico nenhum quer passar. E tem um laudo dizendo que ele precisa. E, inclusive, chegou ao ponto do absurdo deles consultar com um endócrino. E o endócrino falou assim... E ele fez a bateria de exames com não foi clínico geral. Ou se foi clínico geral. Eu não sei qual é a especialidade do médico que deu o laudo. O endócrino falou assim... se o colega aí tá dizendo que ele tem que fazer reposição, por que ele não prescreveu? Ainda teve essa, entendeu? Essa conversa. E aí tá nessa situação. A gente tá avaliando lá o que a gente pode fazer. Porque médico é um negócio muito complicado, né? A justiça não pode obrigar o médico a fazer isso ou fazer aquilo. Depende muito. No caso, a gente tá pensando seriamente em entrar contra o plano de saúde. Porque, além disso, teve um exame lá caro que o médico pediu, o exame de saúde negou. E ele paga R$ 2.500 de plano de saúde, tá? O plano dele é top e ele é idoso. Paga R$ 2.500 de plano de saúde. A gente tá avaliando a situação ainda. Mas é uma situação complicada, né? A gente vai entrar com um processo para obrigar o médico a fazer um tratamento. Possivelmente vai ter que pedir uma perícia. Um médico perito do juiz vai ter que analisar, ver se realmente é aquilo, se é necessário. Nesse sentido aí, vamos ver. A gente tá avaliando lá, é um processo complexo. Trembo é hormônio com menor poder de virização, Maromba. Procura alguns vídeos do Adam. Então, Caio Lima, seja bem-vindo aqui. A Não de Chuteira já colou ali, já mandou a letra. O Abas, ele fala para atleta. Ele não fala para nós, réis mortais. Sabe por quê? A grande maioria da marombada que tá aqui, nunca usou, ou se for usar, entrou na academia ontem, treina fofo e não faz dieta. Aí lê isso aí que você falou, vai assistir o vídeo do Abas. Pô, entrei na academia ontem, vou mandar trembo porque tem pouco efeito colateral. O Abas falou e o Scarpelli falou que na hora que assina na academia já tem que mandar trembo. Aí o cara se ferra de colateral, chega na minha caixa de entrada, como acontece toda semana lá no Insta. Maromba, pelo amor de Deus, me ajuda. Tô batendo uma rage aqui que eu bati na minha mãe. Eu não consigo dormir tem 3 dias. Tô tendo um problema sério com essa trembolona e o Abas falou que tinha pouco efeito colateral. Não só homens, mulheres também fazendo isso. Então, assim, cuidado com dicas de Abas, Kaminsky, Zogaib. eles falam geralmente para atletas. Os clientes ou pacientes deles são atletas. É o caso, por exemplo, clássico da oxandrolona, diana, hemogenin de pré-treino que eles defendem. Eles defendem porque os atletas dele estão com trembo, DNP, insulina, até no buraco do ouvido. Aí vira balinha pro cara mandar uma ox e tal. Só que no corte, só aparece ele falando, não, eu entendo que uma oxandrolona 2 horas antes do treino vai dar um up e tem um efeito muito bom. Mandar um Tadala protege o coração. Protege o coração de atleta que tá mandando a porra toda. Agora, chega um cara aqui que entrou na academia ontem, quer mandar 30 miligramas de Tadala para proteger o coração, porque o Abbas falou que tem que mandar. Tenta avaliar as realidades. A nossa realidade é totalmente diferente da realidade de um atleta. Entendeu? Por isso que eu falo, meu canal não é para atletas, não é para médicos, especialidades da área. É para maromba que treina fofo, não faz dieta, manda a bola para dentro e não sabe fazer TPC. Essa é a linha do nicho aqui do canal. Beleza, queridão? Seja bem-vindo aí à nossa live. O que mais que nós temos? Derek, Maurício, estamos juntos. Cola aí, cola aí. Thiago Rocha, resultado de teste da Farmacon Sustanon, 300mg, 1 e 2 ml semana. Teste bateu 2, show de bola. Farmacon é Farmacon, né, irmão? Farmacon é Farmacon. Pena que a Farmacon é difícil de achar aqui. Cara para um caramba quando acha. E a chance de falsificação é gigantesca. Aí é complicado, né? Como é que é? Epa, não fala do meu Tadala, não. Mano. Cara, até hoje o Maromba perguntou lá no Telegram sobre Tadala. Cara, Tadala eu não achei grande coisa. Tadala funciona pra mim, tá? Pra vocês eu não sei. Aí não é que eu tô indicando nada pra ninguém, não, hein? Cara, 20, 30 miligramas pra dar pump, cara. 5 miligramas não dá nada, não. No máximo você vai ficar com a berinjela dura no meio da academia dando seta. Mas pump. Não vi vantagem, não, sinceramente. Só mais tomar um pré-treino, pô. Mandar pré-treino aí, tô mandando aqui, ó. Hidromax aqui, ó, da PS aqui, muito melhor. Glicerina de padeiro, pô, papai, muito melhor, cara. Eu vi aqui porque quem me pertence começar a live, começa. Entendeu? Então, assim, tem umas coisas que eu não... Sei lá, pra mim, tá? Eu não vi vantagem. Tem gente que toma e tem gente que gosta. Fala, vamos, eu mandei 5mg aqui e tal, tá dando barato, pump veio e tal, aí cada um com seu cada um. Lucas, ou seja, 90% de quem acompanha mudar. E não reconhece, né, cara? E não reconhece. Júlio, cipionato 1 ml por semana é válido para cruz? Júlio, cruz pra mim, na minha opinião, é 1 ml de teste. Vai fazer o cruz, engata ali um cutzinho, né? Acerta a dieta, o treino. Quanto mais regrada a dieta, menos coisa eu tomo. E 1 ml de teste é uma ótima opção, na minha opinião. Beleza? Porque assim, quanto mais coisa eu tomo, ou quantidade, seja no vou mandar meio ml de teste com deck e tal, me dá uma fome do caramba. Aí zoa a dieta. Então um cruzezinho pra mim é 1 ml de teste semana. Cipionato, enontato, durateston, sustanon, que seja, né? Só o propionato que eu acho mais zoadinho, mas 1 mlzinho por semana é uma boa. Tem que controlar a dieta, né? Tem uns malucos que chegam aqui, eu quero mudar 3 ml de teste no cruise, o que você acha? Aí falou no cruise, eu penso no blast. Vai fazer o que no blast? Vai mandar 5 ml de teste, mais deca, mais stun, como é que vai ser seu blast? Falou em cruise, eu penso em blast. Falou em blast, eu penso no cruise. Tem que ter estratégia, né? Luiz, pra nós que treina fofo é foda, hein? Ué, mas não é verdade, Luizão? Verdade, irmão. Verdade. Eu fico vendo, às vezes, lá no grupo, tem uns caras que fica bravo quando eu falo isso. Eu não treino fofo, não, e tal, não sei o que, deixa eu ver o shape. Aí eu vou olhar o shape do cara e falar, para. É porque tem gente que acha que levantar grandes cargas não é treinar fofo. Mas não tem resultado, pô. E que adianta o cara botar 600 kg no leg e ser redondo igual um salame? Não tem resultado. É strongman, pô. Você foi strongman, beleza, tá no caminho certo. Agora, Pra shape? Aí os caras ficam putos. Ah, pô, eu não treino fofo não, cara. Eu sei fazer dieta. E esse barrigão aí? Matheus, tamo juntos. Fábio! Ah! É nóis. Ó o emblema. Ó o emblemazinho. Green and Reds, hein? Tamo junto 6 meses, hein, irmão? Ó, satisfação aí. Obrigado pela fortalecida, pô. Matheus. Boa, meu parceiro. Boa. Obrigado pela presença aí, pô. Mais uma live, irmão. Minha amiga comprou oxandrolona pra tomar. Adoro, né? Minha amiga, adoro. Comprou oxandrolona pra tomar. Ela é natural e não faz nenhum tempo. E não faz muito tempo. Sou meio cego, tá? Desconta aí. Está treinando. Acho que uns 4 a 5 meses natural. Já quer tomar isso. Ah, irmão. Complicado, né? Complicado, é mais modinha mesmo. Tá curioso, pá. O que eu posso dizer? Oxandrolona para mulheres, geralmente utilizado entre 5 a 20 miligramas dia, né? Ciclo de 6 a 8 semanas. Dá um up, mas tem que fazer dieta e tem que saber treinar também, né? 5 miligramas que ela vai tomar? Acho que você não falou a quantidade, né? Tem que ver também. Ah, não, vai meter o louco aqui e vai mandar 50 miligramas por dia. Aí vai virilizar, né? Engrossamento de voz, queda de cabelo, espinhos, crescimento de pelos pelo corpo, aumento de clitóris. Aí vai virilizar. O que você acha sobre ela tomar oxandrolona? Natural. Curiosidade, né? Tá curioso. Pra ver qual é. Pelo menos escolheu um hormônio que normalmente não viriliza muito se ela souber usar, né? Hoje em dia tá muita moda de tomar óxido de pré-treino, né? O pessoal tem medo de colateral e tal. Aí manda ali uma balinha antes do treino, de segunda a sexta. Na minha opinião, é a mesma coisa que nada, né? Não tem colateral, mas também não dá efeito anabólico praticamente nenhum. Tem que ver a qualidade também do produto que ela tá comprando, né? Mas pelos estudos que vi, Maromba, Tadala seria um cardioprotetor até para natural. Doença do coração é a que mais mata no mundo. Mas TS. Irmão, a gente tá falando aqui do underground, do submundo, de 7 palmos debaixo da terra. A gente tá falando de produto que sabe Deus lá como é que é feito. Os caras estão reclamando aqui que tá mandando 2 ml de testosterona fundo de quintal, não tá batendo 500 ml. E você vem me falar de Tadala pra proteger o coração, queridão? Assim, é complicado. É o que eu falo. É questão de realidades. Tá? O cara é atleta, beleza. O cara tá tomando ali grandes quantidades, tem uma sobrecarga cardiovascular, respiratória e tal. Os caras estão falando aqui de tomar óxido de pré-treino, irmão. Aí o maluco vai mandar um Tadala 5 miligramas por dia durante um ano, vai ficar broxa, pô. Tem estudo também sobre isso, utilização contínua de Tadala, sem necessidade, corpos cavernosos, vai ficar broxa, vai proteger o coração e não... Então, assim, é o que eu digo, existem estudos, mas você tem que ver o contexto, a realidade, quando é necessário utilizar e tal. Por isso que eu falo, tem maromba que às vezes cola aqui e fala, igual o maromba colou aqui, acho que saiu até no corte hoje de manhã, Maromba, tô com uma Red Shark vencida. Será que vai dar ruim usar?
Cadê o Pix? Cadê o Pix? Libera o
Bruno
Pix!
mandou uma mensagem pelo Pix. Fala, mestre, tem um TAF e está me faltando NS metros. O que acha do uso da cardarine para melhora do cardio? Tem algum relato?
Valeu, Brunão. Aqui assim, mandou Pix Priorities, hein? Mandou o Pix aqui, Priorities. Olha o que? Granadinha na tela! Valeu, meu bom. O que você manda pra nós aí? O que você manda pra nós? Fala, mestre, tem um TAF. Brunão, primeiramente, obrigado pela fortalecida. Fala, mestre, tem um TAF, teste de aptidão física. Está me faltando uns metros. O que acha de usar cardarine para melhorar o cardio? Tem algum relato? Cara, eu te falo pela experiência, tá? Metros, metas, TAF, treino. Não tem outra coisa não, irmão. Ah, Maromba, falta pouco tempo pra mim, treino. Ah, falta tantas barras, treino. Falta tantos metros, treino. Falta tantas braçadas na natação, treino. Tem que treinar, não tem nada que vai te fazer. O que acontece? Qual o problema do Cardarine? Cardarine melhora ali o colesterol, dá uma melhorada no colesterol, né? Pouca coisa. Aumenta o VO2 e com isso você melhora o cardio. Mas na minha opinião, melhora o cardio no sentido de a condição física. Você respira melhor e você faz um cardio mais longo. Não faz um cardio mais rápido. Não vai melhorar a sua performance no sentido de velocidade, de tempo. Entendeu? Você vai conseguir fazer uma distância maior. Começa por aí. 2 suplementos que eu acho que são muito bons para TAF, porque não adianta você tomar alguma coisa para fazer o TAF e te ferrar no exame médico. Que acontece muito isso. Ah, vou mandar uma testo, vou mandar um estano, vou mandar uma deca, isso vai melhorar meu rendimento. Show de bola. Aí quando chega no exame médico, você tá com colesterol zoado, você tá com hematócritos elevados, e isso é eliminatório. Como é que você vai explicar? Ah, não, tô tomando um undergroundzinho aqui e tal, a banca não vai entender dessa forma. Então, assim, creatina e cafeína, na minha opinião, são os 2 suplementos muito bons, mas aí você tem que começar bem antes. Creatina tem que saturar, pelo menos uns 30 dias antes da corrida, você manda creatina e treino todo dia, pô. Vai correr pra bater tempo. Não tem, vai baixar peso, vai melhor. Tem dopamucuna, tem o biquinol. O biquinol é top, aumenta energia e tal, muito utilizado pelos corredores, né, de rua. O biquinol é uma variação do Coque 10, né? O biquinol eu acho que é melhor, mais difícil de achar, mas vale a pena. É nessa pegada, irmão, e treino. Beleza, queridão? Tamo juntos aí, obrigado pela fortalecida, Brunão. O que mais que nós temos aí? O cara toma mais veneno que o Rossi e o Brandão e tem shape de tio de bar por não fazer dieta. É o mais comum, né? Hoje em dia também tem a questão, Aécio, da qualidade dos produtos, né? Tem muito produto subdosado, aí os caras sobem dose, pô. Os caras sobem dose. Eu conheço maromba que usa 3 ml de testo, com 3 ml de trembo por semana, 6 ml. Cara... E o cara sabe treinar, sabe fazer dieta, mas o shape do cara não é nem questão de genética, é produto que é ruim. Aí o cara joga exame lá no grupo e tal, o que vocês acham e tal. O cara mandando 3 ml de testo, batendo 1.600 de testo, 1.500, mais 3 ml de trembo. Falei, cara... Umas marcas que eu nunca ouvi falar. Jonathan, da BO fazer reposição de testo por longos períodos? Não. Se for reposição, não. O que é reposição? Até 100 mg de teste semana. Se você pega uma Durateston que tem 250 mg por ml, normalmente se utilizam aí esse 1 ml a cada 15, 20 ou 30 dias, entendeu? Não é para estética. A teste do homem varia entre 200 e 800, 200 e 900, depende do laboratório. Não é para sua teste ficar acima de 1.000, entendeu? Você vai tentar manter ela ali 600, 700, 800, 900, ali ó, ali em cima. Não tem normalmente não deveria dar colateral, porque é um tratamento. Mas também para estética, é óbvio que assim, se você treinar legal, fazer uma dieta, você vai conseguir aproveitar esse tratamento. Mas não vai botar shape não, raramente bota shape. O que mais nós temos aí? Diego, mínimo de óxido é 50%. Cara, para nós homens, entre 20 e 60. Manda um ml de teste pelo menos por semana, né? Mandar só óxido é complicado. Baltazar Leal, tamo junto, Gold Member, hein? Hoje os Gold Members estão... Tamo juntos, queridão, obrigado pela presença aí. O segredo é não parar nunca. É uma ideia, né, irmão? Mas nem sempre a gente consegue fazer isso. Seja pelo atraso dos fornecedores, falta de dinheiro, vida corrida, às vezes você não consegue ir na academia, vai ficar se picando pra quê, né? Percalços da vida, né? Quando a gente é meninão novo... Beleza, mas vou mandar teste pro resto da vida, vou ficar na academia, vou botar o shape, quando chegar nos meus 40, 50 anos, vou estar gigante. Com o tempo vai vendo que não é bem assim que a banda toca, né? Ó, Edu, tem uns doidos aí que malha fofo, não faz dieta, assim, top de Danone e acha que é atleta. Ixi, o que mais tem, mano? Para as mulheres, Masteron bem melhor do que Ox. Só tem dois problemas. Primeiro, que as mulheres preferem orais do que injetáveis. Aí parte para Ox. E segundo que, cara, é difícil achar Masteron bom também, né? Ainda tem isso. Tadala sem motivo, dá fibrose nos... é isso aí. Mas aquela coisa também, né? Tem que ver quanto tempo vai usar, quantidade. Quem importa é confiável, Leonardo. Cara, Leonardo, eu já até fiz live sobre isso, cara. Tá uma briga feia aí. Lá no grupo do Zap, nossa. Os caras que era Saque King falavam que King Import não prestava. Aí hoje os caras que eram da Saque King estão na King Imports. Aí tá falando que a Saque King não presta. Quem presta é King Imports. E já apareceu gente falando que a King Imports não tá entregando. Eu já não sei mais nada. Tem gente que fala que Saque King e King Imports é a mesma coisa. Eu não sei mais nada, irmão. Já tô escutando tanta coisa aí que eu não sei nem mais em quem acreditar. Ó, Aracnet. Tadala foi criado para controlar a pressão. Recentemente eu vi essa história. Mas notaram que um dos colaterais que foi uma ajuda na ereção. Daí o resto da história já conhecemos. A gente não fala aqui de fontes, tá? Squad Garage. A gente não fala de fontes aqui, tá, irmão? Onde comprar, aplicativo, essas paradas. Senão isso aqui vai virar um mercado livre, né? Metade quer comprar, outra metade quer vender, e aí vão cagar pro canal. Não é o objetivo aqui. A gente fala da marca, a gente fala do que tá acontecendo, mas a gente não fala de fontes. Eu vou encarar como propaganda, tá, Squad Garage? Aí você me quebra, irmão. Olha lá. Pedrão manda ali, ó. King Imports, aqui estão roubando dos clientes e dando perdido nos... Aí é complicado, ó. Pedrão deu uma... Eu tô escutando muita coisa, cara. Tá? Eu sei que, assim, quem defendia a King Sack... Passou para King Imports, era até patrocinado, passou para King Imports, aí, sei lá, tô ouvindo de tudo. Tem coisa que... Tem muita gente aí também puxando tapete e tal, a gente sabe que é concorrente. Mas eu tô ouvindo... Não tô ouvindo bons relatos, não. Tanto da Saque King quanto da King Imports. Olha lá, o Pedrão, ó, Saque King é a mesma coisa. Isso aí eu também já ouvi. Sérgio Kawasaki, qual o segredo da Vivian Winkler ficar a cavalo daquele jeito e não visar a voz maromba? Cara, você viu o último vídeo que ela postou? Não sei se foi shorts e tal, ela falando que ela mostrando uma celulite, falando, teve um período que eu passei agora de um tratamento, não fiquei legal, e agora eu tô bem, aí mostrando... Eu fico me perguntando, por que ela tá mostrando isso agora que ela tá bem? Não mostrou durante o tratamento. Porque durante o tratamento ela postava coisas que ela tava bem. Aí agora, o antes e depois, tá ligado? Então assim, esse mundo maromba, cara, é complicado, irmão. É complicado. Alfax? Conheço não. Fernando, Alfax? Não conheço não. Alguém conhece? Esses dias vi Masteron em comprimido, achava que era injetável. Você acha que bate? Cara, antigamente as coisas que eram comprimido hoje são injetáveis, as coisas que eram injetáveis hoje tem comprimido, hemogenin, masteron. Cara, o que é comprimido pra mim. O que é injetável é injetável. É igual clenbuterol. Cara, clenbuterol pra mim sempre foi em gel, sempre foi. Aí agora os caras estão vendendo clenbuterol em comprimido. Eu já não sei de mais nada. Quando você fala de reposição, não dá colateral, nem cabelo cai, tipo poxa, a cada 15 dias? Não. Porque assim, a reposição hormonal é um tratamento, né? TRT, tratamento de reposição de testosterona. É a mesma coisa você virar pra mim e falar assim, Maromba, eu tô com uma infecção, fui no médico, o médico me passou um antibiótico, e cara, o antibiótico tá me dando impotência. Assim, eu tô, entendeu? Só pra você ter uma ideia, tá me dando impotência. Até que a infecção, não tive problema, tive febre, tive nada. Fui lá, fiz exame, descobri que tava com infecção, comecei com antibiótico, tá me dando impotência. Então assim, o colateral é pior do que a doença. Como é que você vai usar uma medicação dessa pra tratar, tá ligado? Então assim, é um tratamento. Pra que serve reposição hormonal? Qualidade de vida, melhorar a pele, cabelo, autoestima, você equilibrar os níveis hormonais ali, deixar lá no máximo, mas não, né, dentro da normalidade. Ter uma melhor qualidade com relação ao organismo, funções renais, hepáticas, circulatória, cardiovascular. Não é para dar colateral. Pô, Maromba, comecei porque tem uns caras que falam assim também, pô, vou mandar fazer uma reposição. Aí pega 1 ml de Durateston, manda a cada 10 dias. Estaria, entendeu? Entre uma reposição e um ciclo de estéreo. Aí a testa do cara bate 1.100. Não é reposição, né, queridão? Não é reposição. Então, geralmente se controla em cima do nível. Ah, tô mandando a cada 10 dias, a cada 15 dias, 1 ml. Teste começou a bater 1.000, o médico faz o quê? Estica. Ah, você vai começar a aplicar a cada 20, 30 dias. Ele não quer que sua teste bate 1.000, porque vai vir colateral e vai ser pior pra cabeça dele. Vai ter que começar a te passar medicação pra combater colateral. Isso não é tratamento. Agora, se você tiver predisposição à calvície, meu amigo, se você lamber um Proviron, seu cabelo cai. Aí é complicado falar de hormônio, né? Aí tem que ver o que você quer. Matheus. Marão, o que você acha que é bom para dar junto com a Testo Jack, hein? 300 da Now Foods? Que produto é esse, irmão? Um booster para ajudar junto com a Testo Jack. O que leva? Qual é a composição desse produto? Até a Franciele Matos tem celulite, era mostrando no time vídeo. Mas normalmente elas não mostram, né? Você vai ver atleta, geralmente quando elas mostram o corpo, elas já estão ali preparadas para apresentação, já tá com tinta, né? Já tá ali. Aí você não vê celulite, então já tá no... Dificilmente você vê atleta fora dos palcos desfilando, né? Se apresentando. A Vivi, ela não é atleta. Ela é uma digital influencer fitness, né? Diego Oliveira, tamo juntos, queridão. Sérgio Kawasaki, vi uns estudos que mesmo a TRT feita direitinho, com o passar dos anos, não tem jeito. De alguma coisinha ali no coração, não tem. Mas aí, possivelmente, tipo assim, de 100 homens pesquisados, 10, 8 tiveram problema. Aí depende da fisiologia também, né? Tem que ver como é a saúde do coração. É igual, por exemplo, hoje em dia tá tendo muita incidência de câncer. Vários tipos de câncer. E com isso, a maioria dos médicos não estão querendo prescrever hormônio porque tem essa correlação, né? Aumento de hormônio, aumento das células cancerígenas. Aí, geralmente, médico, quando você fala de hormônio, pergunta assim, você tem caso de câncer na família? Tenho. Acabou, ele não vai te aplicar nada. Ó, Diegão mandou clenbuterol com pré-treino. Aí é complicado, né, queridão? É a tremedeira do caramba dependendo do pré-treino. Leandrão, fala maromba, tomo 1 ml de teste por semana, 2 meses. Tô querendo ciclar testa e deca agora, 300 de testa e 100 de deca. Tá bom, é pouco. Tá bom, né? Vai mandar um blastzinho. Fez um cruise de 2 meses, né? Mandando 1 ml de teste, agora vai entrar com deca. Show de bola. É uma estratégia, né? É uma estratégia. É um feijão com arroz que funciona. Matheus, extrato de tribulus. Padronizado para 300 ml de saponinas. Ah, é fitoterápico, né? Ah, tribulus, maca, ashwagandha, long jack. Entendi. Ah, ginseng. Entendi. É, irmão, fitoterápicozinho aí, bom pra quem é natural, né? Pra quem nunca mandou nada, é bom pra dar um upzinho na testa, libido. Mas não bota shape, não. Marombada! Obrigado pelo carinho de vocês. Volta 8 horas da noite, beleza? A gente volta aí a trocar ideia. Deve ter combate hoje, hein? Vai ter um combatezinho hoje aí. Vamos ver. Vamos ver o que nós temos aí. Um grande obrigado. Agradecimento a Bruno. Gabriel Henrique mandou aí pra gente o Live Pix. Tamo juntos, tamo juntos. Beleza. Vou mandar aqui também um salve para Fábio. Colocou a gente aí. Renovando aí o seu... Convido todos a vir para nossa comunidade. Show de bola? Cola aí. Quem não é da comunidade, cola na comunidade a partir de R$3 por mês. Estamos aqui todos os dias às 3 da tarde e às 8 da noite. Manda pra gente aí, o link tá aqui. Venha para a nossa comunidade. Batemos 210 membros, hein? 210 membros aí. Devagarzinho a gente tá crescendo. Beleza? Maromba, baseado no meu próximo ciclo. Diego, 500 de enotato, 200 de deck. Jesus, meu pai. Vai subir no palco, pô? Mais de 1 grama? De que forma você se protegeria? Eu tiraria a boldenona, tiraria a diana, diminuiria o enotato e manteria a deca. Você tá doido, irmão? Não tem o que mandar pra proteger, não. Vai mandar 400... Ó, vamos lá. Pra finalizar. Enotato, 500mg. Vamos dizer que você tá usando aí 1 ml 250. Você vai aplicar 2 vezes por semana, né? Deca 200, 1 ml de deca. Beleza. Boldenona, aí tem que ver quantos miligramas tem. Boldenona, meia vida longa. Não adianta mandar por menos de 10 semanas. Mas não adianta mandar esse por menos de 10 semanas. Vai aguentar 1 grama por semana por mais de 10 semanas? 40 de diana, já vai socar o fígado. Dianinha ali, se for mandar da meia vida correta, é 4 semanas só. Beleza? Vai mandar no início, no meio ou no final do ciclo. Tá preso a 10 semanas da boldenona. Já começa por aí. Então, assim... complicado falar em proteção. É mandar exame, pegar na mão de Deus e ver no que dá. Beleza, meu bom? Mas eu não mandaria esse ciclo, não. Tamo juntos. Valeu, 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 valeu. Aquele abraço. 8 horas da noite. Espero vocês.
Esse é uma cápsula e nós vamos falar agora sobre a entrevista histórica que o Zelensky deu ontem. Ele fez uma coletiva de imprensa com um monte de jornalistas ocidentais em que ele expôs o lado dele, dessa conversa toda, esse palavrório todo que o Trump tem falado aí, chamado ele de ditador e não sei o que lá, falado sobre o acordo de minerais, enfim, ele deu a versão dessa história de uma maneira aberta, de uma maneira franca, sem recusar pergunta nenhuma de jornalista nenhum, realmente como é o padrão do Zelensky, né? Lembrando que isso foi ontem, dia 23 de fevereiro. Hoje, 24 de fevereiro, é o aniversário dessa guerra. Fazem 3 anos dessa fase mais aguda da invasão russa à Ucrânia. Lembrando que a invasão começou em 2014, começou em fevereiro de 2014. Mas a fase mais aguda dela, com a Rússia efetivamente tentando destruir toda a Ucrânia, começou no dia 24 de fevereiro de 2022. Então, é uma data significativa, muita coisa pode se resolver essa semana, mas eu não acredito que a guerra vai acabar agora, por um motivo muito simples, né? O Trump está todo animado, achando que o Putin vai conseguir uma solução e não sei o que lá, e que ele vai impor essa solução para a Ucrânia, sendo que o Zelensky já deixou muito claro, olha só, a gente vai continuar lutando pelo país com os Estados Unidos ou sem os Estados Unidos. Essa notícia foi sugerida por Revolução da Gambiarra, Libertário Aristocrata e várias outras pessoas. Obrigado aí ao pessoal que sugeriu notícias lá no nosso site, no visãolibertaria.com. E obrigado a você que está assistindo o nosso vídeo. Se você gosta do nosso conteúdo, por favor, deixe o seu like e se inscreva aqui no canal, né? Desde o início dessa guerra, os russos têm vendido a história, né, vendido a narrativa de que é uma guerra da Rússia com o Ocidente, da Rússia com a OTAN e coisa e tal. E nunca foi isso. Sempre foi uma guerra da Rússia com a Ucrânia. A Rússia está perdendo para a Ucrânia, não é para a OTAN. A OTAN não entrou nessa guerra. A OTAN deu ajuda para a Ucrânia? Deu alguma ajuda. Uma ajudazinha a conta-gotas ali na época do Biden, com muito esforço. Os Estados Unidos só começou a ajudar a Ucrânia, aliás, os Estados Unidos e a Europa, em julho de 2022. Então, a Ucrânia ficou do dia 24 de fevereiro de 2022 até o final de julho de 2022 por sua própria conta. Não, desculpa, foi o final de junho. Em julho já chegou a ajuda americana. Ou seja, ficou até o final de junho de 2022 sem ajuda nenhuma. Nesse meio tempo, eles conseguiram retomar todo o norte do país, toda a região de Chernihiv, Kiev, o norte ali da Ucrânia, e também conseguiram parar o avanço russo no sul, né? Ou seja, a Ucrânia conseguiu se manter nesse período. Foi, aliás, só por isso que, de fato, os aliados resolveram ajudar a Ucrânia, porque havia o temor no início da guerra que a Ucrânia simplesmente não aguentasse e caísse para a Rússia. Havia esse temor realmente. Eu acompanho essa guerra desde o primeiro dia. Tem vídeos, inicialmente aqui no Ancapso, depois eu criei o canal Mundo e Revolução para falar só sobre essa guerra. Todos os dias teve vídeo meu nesses 3 anos de guerra, né? E hoje tem também, tá? Esse vídeo que eu estou fazendo aqui no Ancapso é só um apanhado do que o Zelensky falou na entrevista dele, porque é muito importante para a política mundial. Mas vai ter o vídeo lá no canal Mundo e Revolução falando sobre o que aconteceu na guerra da Ucrânia. E acredite, aconteceu muita coisa de ontem para hoje, tá? Vou deixar o link do vídeo lá do canal Mundo e Revolução.
To go, we had enough shares that we started to climb out of this one, got some out at the 50 period, let this thing run up, and then honestly, man, I was just like, I'm putting these at VWAP and I'm setting it and forgetting it. And this was a monster trade. That's that 132. We got there 134, 134.50. More outs here at 135 as it looks to now. Break down a little bit. There's another out, taken out at the 200 period. Now we have like, it's such a small piece left. By the time we started cashing out up here, we had 10% left or so. So I'd say we have less than 5% left as we hold on to this NVIDIA, but it was an absolute monster trade. I don't know if Intel's going to be on there, but we did something very, very similar on that one. So I went right back. We followed our rules. Now NVIDIA is not going to be the biggest one up. We probably could have picked a better trade than this. But at the end of the day, it was savior. Like we were down a lot. Not a lot, but down enough. And we made it all back in spades. So that was NVIDIA right now climbing to the top. And again, just believe in some of those trades and then watch your lines, right? Obi and I talk about it all, well, we all do. Just there's VWAP, you know, there's the 200 period. So this is a significant out for me. These were all just playing out 135, support and resistance. There it goes to the top side. You got to play properly. And if you do that and, you know, you're flying with that seatbelt on, then these stop orders right here will save you. So NVIDIA, big W there for me today. Pretty proud of it. Next area, I was going to say right about here to get out. But yeah, let's try a 133 breakdown because right now the futures, I don't know. I think they're okay. Nice battle back, only down 0.34, but that was a pretty savior trade for me right there on NVIDIA. Proud to take it because it was a big one, but at the same time, yeah, I think it was also well traded.
No, I think that's pretty solid there, Sean. Absolutely beautiful reversion trade. You know, I love the reversion, and right there, Sean getting in on the break of that morning trend there for a reversion to VWAP, and it's been at VWAP right there. And yeah, futures on a bit of a curl here with that Nvidia pulling back in off of that VWAP there. But bigger picture, I kind of want to note here again, going into earnings. So I want to see how we're building up going into earnings, and something to note here is that post split. John, the high was like around 140.
Yep.
And then the lows around 91. We reclaimed that 100. We've been attempting to break that high being at 141 and some change. We got to 150s, but we're pretty much trading within that 2, 3, 4 month range since that split, pretty much kind of sideways there. Bigger picture, yes, we are still kind of uptrending, making higher lows and higher highs, but it's going to be interesting. The range is pretty wide, and it's been getting wider. You can see not as tight as some of the trend range that we had in 2024. And so yeah, it's going to be interesting going into earnings here. But yeah, we're closer to resistance than we are to support. That's what I'm kind of seeing on Nvidia today. But with earnings coming up, we could gap either way. We could not gap. I have no idea, but it's definitely going to be it's definitely going to prove.
I mean, we could go up or we could go down.
Yeah, we could go up or we could go down. Who knows? Wow.
I'm glad I'm back to drop that science right there. Or there's another thing you could do also.
Sideways. Yeah. Boom.
Wow.
Let's go.
So you've been trained by some of the best around here.
You know.
Okay. Sharif, it's Tesla.
Yes, 3 different headlines today, Sean. So let's start with the top one over here. They're going to roll out a software update to Chinese EV owners of Tesla. They're going to basically deploy their long-awaited FSD full self-drive, which has not been available in China, looking to take on some competitors there, like stuff XPeng, BYD, all dropping their own FSD-like software. And then we also got word they're going to refresh their Model X, their Model S, 2 of the most expensive models that they had. Last time around, they got refreshed was 2021, so they are due. And then looks like they're beginning their hiring campaign for the Cybertruck. It looks as if they posted multiple jobs out there from engineering to otherwise, Randy, for the Cyber Cab. There's Randy. There he is. So looks like they're hiring for that, guys. Tesla down 0.3.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Pretty big move this morning.
Yeah, pretty huge move. And again, like, I always think that you can't just sit around here, make calls on some of these Mag 7, or this is for any stock in particular, and not have stop orders and not have areas of concern. It's funny that the 2 worst stocks for me today, we made it back with Nvidia, but they're number 1 and 2 on the board, which means, at least for me, that we're trading the right names in the right space where there's people looking at them and there's some volume and there's some catalyst, right? So we had that with Tesla today. You know, at one point it was great. And whenever that's the case, like whenever you're closing and then having a nice move to the upside, I'm always going to play a pull back to the 200 period moving average. And what a banger that was. We were long at 337, getting some out there at 341.42s. So it was, $4 or $5. And we're like, we're back, baby. We love this stock. This is the greatest stock of all time. And then about 15 minutes later or so, 9:45, Tesla started to go, the carnival there came in. And then for me, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to get really involved. So we got in and got out. So right there, we're still up on Tesla. Everything's all good because there's the nice move. We're getting out. It goes to the 50 period. And we have rules around here as well. When you're going, you know, from the 200 to the 50 and you're kind of trading like that, especially into some of these lows there, those are outs. So you got to cover there. Then when it came back in, there's, again, trying to probably play off some of these bottoms there. 335, 336, we lose that and we go out. Then we did pretty good until I thought 325. Remember we zoomed in and we saw that daily chart on Tesla, and it was right here where I was like, this 325, if we, no, not even there. Yeah, I guess it was there, 320. Anyways, I don't know. It wasn't, our charts weren't great. I used the e-signal chart for that. 325 it held. I think it went back to February the 11th or so. So I thought a 325 smack to the downside would have been there. It was not. So unfortunately, we got hit there about $2.50 or so as we hit that short. Then we waited, got it about a dollar better right there. Then again, then lost it. Then we tried to short again. Then we were building our short into where I thought there might have been something available. And unfortunately, Obi, we had enough shares to really make something happen. But at the end of the day, kind kind of like a rug pull there. We went all the way to the upside. We got stopped out at 332. And I was like, well, whatever, we got stopped out. Then I went back about 2 minutes later, almost threw up, because then it came all the way back down to the point where we didn't really need to take any hit. Like, all of this loss in here is very similar to what we made up here. So this is fine. Like, all of this down there is very similar to all of that. It's when we start averaging in here at 330 up to 332, I want to give it $2 to $3, right? We just didn't give it enough. And that's too bad. And then it came back in and then that happened. So for me, I kind of want to stay away from Tesla, to be honest with you. And part of the reason for that is just there's so much turmoil right now. It's on, obviously we know what side of the bench this guy's on. And I just don't know, focusing on Doge there. I mean, there's been a lot of pushback on Tesla. And again, whether or not people are being a little too dramatic over this, like, I'm never buying a Tesla again because of this guy's, political affiliations. I think a lot of that is a little silly, for sure. But hey, man, money talks and bullshit walks. And right now, the money on Tesla is going the other way. So you tell me what that is right now on Tesla. So, I don't throw no punches. Don't hit me in the head. Maybe I don't want to get concussed over here as well. But for right now, that is what it is on Tesla. I think it's going to be a great stock. I like it for the year. I really do. I just wonder if it needs to settle down a bit.
No, I think I definitely agree with you on the settling down. All of last week, if you guys were watching, I was talking about how 350 can be a little bit of an over-under, and we saw that 350 get tested multiple times prior week, and on Friday, along with the rest of the market, we broke below that, giving us a significant sell-off all the way down into the 330s. And coming in today, we got some good news, right? We had that, they were like, okay, FSD rollout in China, absolutely solid, goes from 333s all the way up to 347s, trying to get to that 50, right? So it's like, all right, so if 350 was my over-under, and we get some aggressive strength from below 350 into that level in pre-market with a catalyst, what happens off of the open? Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but you can clearly see that we sold off of that news, kind of giving us a bit of confirmation that 350 might be a little bit of an over-under if we can't really reclaim. And right off of the open, we can see that 350 it had supply this morning, right? Does it continue to have supply? I have no idea, but you can see that VWAP reclaim was nice. We're holding above VWAP right now, 335s, still trading within this opening kind of range, even though we sold off pretty crazily. So yeah, I'll be watching that 324-day low to see if we continue this bigger picture move. Again, going to a higher time frame on the 3-hour chart, you can see that Tesla, again, we've been kind of in a downtrend right here, right? And I know when I put all my indicators on, everyone goes crazy with all the lines and the anchored VWAPs and everything that I have, but I guess a lot of them make sense to me. But the thing is, I'm not looking at all of them right now. The two things that I am looking at currently are the bolded lines. This is the anchored from the highs, and then this is the trend line that sold off from that anchored from the highs, right? So I was like, okay, those two things, we kind of, that's why I thought that 350 was a great over-under. We broke the trend at that 350. That was beautiful. We tried to sustain. Now we're getting a little bit lower. I have no idea what Tesla's going to do, but I think definitely calming down off of the highs is something that it has been doing. So where will it catch a base? I have no idea, but I think that, again, great opportunity if you're taking a close look at it on the day today. Throw it up in the chat. Have you guys traded Tesla today? Some solid trade opportunities on this one.
Yep.
Guys, Alibaba next. A tough day for Alibaba. I don't know if it's SSR on your side, guys, but it's awfully close, 9.89%. Most of these Chinese ADRs are in the red after we had a big red day on Friday, but they've been very strong lately. I'll show you the daily for Alibaba in a second. Separately, Morgan Stanley upgrading Alibaba today from hold to overweight and boosting that price target up to 180. As well, Alibaba letting us know today that they are not falling behind in that CapEx race for AI. They're investing $53 billion as they look to take on Stargate. But have a look over here at the daily chart on Baba. So we gave back obviously 10% today, but we were very, very close. Not close to all-time highs, but definitely at local highs with the last little print there.
Ooh. All right. Yeah, look, we wrote down here today FXI as a short. We had Michael Noss on. We talked about that a little bit. It's just too far too fast. I mean, we saw JD, we saw a couple of these other names in the space get to the downside. I had sold Alibaba Thursday afternoon after the show, got around a 136 price, basically where it is right now. Yeah, so I feel like it's a huge move up right there. It's very sensitive to what happens to NVIDIA as well, right? Because I mean, again, you always want to try to play checkers when others are playing chess and so on and so forth. And it's like, if NVIDIA does miss, I wonder if they're getting a little bit ahead of this because, we know that DeepSeek and some of the AI models, they're being built for a little bit less than loading into some of these H100s and whatnot for Alibaba, let alone Blackwell and some of these other models. So we'll just wait to see what that all means. I wonder if this is a little bit of an early profit on that. Sometimes you get sort of those huge moves up. We had gap. Now you're just filling it up. I don't want anyone to panic. You're just back in here to 125 again. But as we know, in the afternoon, sans any news from Donald or anything like that, they don't tend to move the greatest in the afternoon, but I do think that here, underneath the 200, underneath VWAP, if we can get anything up to 130, 150 or so, to me that's a sell on this name. So I think we'll wait for that. Or I already got burned once, huge shorting that, because if I don't short that Tesla bottom, I probably don't have the short in my mind. So maybe that's a little bit of a risk to wait to punch that short. We got basically taken to school on that when we did that on Tesla. I don't think we want to do it on Alibaba, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a tariff talk name. It's going to be an AI name. It's done really, really well. I feel like there's a lot of money that's come out over the last couple of days on Alibaba. So I'm joining the club here today and going to sit on it, wait to see if it bumps back up, get it into 130, 150, then that would be where I'd short it. Other than that, I'm not going to break the bottom, but I don't hate the way that looks, Obi, to be honest with you. So Alibaba in trouble today.
You mean for like the continuation down?
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's already SSR.
To add to that, look at where it's holding the consolidation highs. Like, where is it holding resistance as of right now? Earnings day one. And we know that earnings day one had a lot of participants and also a lot of volume. And this consolidation holding underneath VWAP plus earnings day one low, that's definitely a little bit bearish to me as well. And yeah, a little bit of a puke coming in off of the open on a break of trend, but you gotta see where this thing has been coming from, right? So we've been on the curl. You can see that again. It's not just Baba. It's a lot of stocks in China. The Hang Seng has been trending up pretty nicely as well. But yeah, you can see we started off at a bit of a base in and around the 80s, and then breaking out of this bit of a downtrend, 90s, 100, consolidation leg, kind of a gap up continuation. And yeah, Baba's been pretty strong in that sense. And yeah, we get the first day where we get some strong selling. So I definitely want to take a look at the Hang Seng as well to see if that's reflected there. So yeah, still we can see that bit of an expanding trend here, and this aggressive selling expanding that trend range a little bit more as we get back below 23,000 here on the Hang Seng. So we couldn't necessarily hold above this prior high is what I'm seeing as of right now. Let's see if this strong selling leads into a trend break on the bigger picture on not just Baba, but a lot of the China tickers.
Before we go back to Sharif, pitch, yeah, thanks. I mean, again, more Chinese. That's why I was looking at FXI, like for those of, maybe. But anyways, I just had Pitchbull mention that VWAP maybe confirmation hold here on Tesla. So again, yes, I'm nervous about a name here. And we just did a video about I did a little bit of a talk there on chart setups and what our layouts look like and whatnot. Like watching out for the NASDAQ versus the stock is somewhat important. NASDAQ's still down, stock's still down. I do for a long, fine. For a cover of some shorts, fine. Is just be careful with this. Like, the market's underneath here. We've seen it really bleed out. And it's just kind of like we're at that same level right here that I'd already sort of confirmed this level as an area that we wanted to look at anyways. So I think you're right looking at 334. If you are going to go long thinking that VWAP's going to hold it, I almost think you do have to give it to whatever this little bottom wick is right there, which is 331.85. So I think if you're going to try here, you are looking for almost a complete retracement back to the 50 period, which is 337. And I just don't know right now with the futures coming in a little bit, if that is going to be a trade that you're going to want to take, because futures lose this right now, then I think you lose maybe 100 points. So Tesla's not going to hold up. See, like if this market, you're underneath. So trading is not, like we said, believe me, I mean, nobody's the only man left back behind us. Trading is not for the weak at heart. There's so many different factors that hit trades every single day that if you're just basing it on one little thing like a VWAP, I just think you got to expand out. And great call there, Pitchbull. I do hope 334 is the hold. I don't know if you're long or short or just making that comment, but just watch out because I do feel like the Nasdaq's getting a little bit weaker. I do want to talk about Intel. I'll do that when SMCI comes through. Intel is my P&L number 2 today. It's a big one too. All right, let's go over to Sharif and let's go over another stock that I've never heard of. What does that say? Planet Fitness. Okay, what's up, Sharif?
Yeah. Been there.
Yeah, this would be Planet Fitness chart probably, if I had my say. I know, but Palantir, guys, loses $100. It's a bit of a tougher day, 9 3/4. But I mean, we were really at all-time highs extended there. So we continue to sell off after we got wind last week that Donald Trump wants his new Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to find about 8% costs cutting per year from the Pentagon's defense budget there. It's going to be about $500 billion. We also got word that Alex Karp was taking the opportunity of these elevated levels to sell some of his stock. I think he's going to sell a little over $1 billion. And then the options market has taken notice of that as well. So on the left side, you have the call option activity. On the right side, you have the put option activity spiking recently, guys, as we got all into those all-time highs.
Oh boy, yeah, that 125 failure to follow through. I mean, Palantir's been continuing. Right. Honestly, this was a big miss for me today, Sean, because I mean, I messaged Wayne in the morning and I was like, yeah, my top 2 ideas are Nike continuation and Palantir continuation. And I didn't take either of those trades. I didn't follow the plan, but again, the plan definitely did work out. The short on Palantir, the continuation is definitely working out here. 100 was a bit of an over-under, and we cracked that in the pre-market today. You can see, again, strong selling from yesterday on a ticker that already sold off aggressively last Wednesday, and then aggressively again on Thursday off the opening drive. Sure, we recovered a decent part of it, but then coming into Friday, we give back a chunk of that as well. So coming in the morning, if we are consolidating below some of those lows, you can see what happens when that day 2 from that strong sell-off gets broken off of the opening price action, breaks that opening range low as well, and then get that continuation all the way from 95s all the way down into here. And honestly, like when I sat down at the desk here, I was looking at Palantir to take the continuation trade as of right now. I was like, all right, well, we've been kind of consolidating at VWAP, and if this cracks any sort of trend, the probability for coming a little bit lower, I think, becomes higher, and it definitely is showing us some of that as of right now. Will it get to low day? I have no idea, but a beautiful continuation on a ticker. Again, you got to take a look at the weekly to see how strong this has been, and a bit of a healthy, is it a healthy pullback? I have no idea, but a strong sell-off nonetheless. You can see the past week was one of the more aggressive red weeks that we've had on Palantir, selling off about almost 15% from Monday to Friday.
Yeah, big move down there for Palantir over the last couple of days, and kind of be expected. I mean, we've seen this happen before. I mean, it went from $20 to $7. Like, it could lose a lot here as we do get more and more nervous, of course, every single day about government cuts and where the funding's coming for Palantir. Obi just did a great job there looking at it sort of from the longer standpoint of things. I'm just going to just keep it as simple as possible. Today's trade was real easy for me. We looked at that exact same level that Obi mentioned there at 95, right? So we were very, very patient. I sat there, bid 95. It actually came in right off the open, right away at 930. Then it was sirens up, man. You don't sit on winners when they come through like that immediately, especially when you actually have your default on. And again, we just got to call something lucky, I don't know, but we were able to get into this trade on Palantir because we had looked at that 95 bottom. So when it filled out there, we already had to stop at 94.75. All of that was in when it was in. So we didn't have too much to worry about here. But at the same time, we tried to respect it again. And when it lost it, it lost it. So this is how I like to trade Palantir here moving forward. I think this is the smartest thing to do. Let it make its move, react, then react that way as well. So Neil picked up some bottoms down there at 90. We'll see if it can hold again down there. For me, it's looking short. We talked about that opinion that we had on Tesla, very, very similar. I still think this is a short in and around here, 93, 94. The market's going to be down today. This name's getting kicked for a bit. It needs some upgrade. There needs something to happen. There needs something to spark some interest again in PLTR. So I don't know what that's going to be. And huge downside move, options sending it upside, options sending it downside. So yeah, wait for it. That's the 50-period moving average at 85. We had gotten out of some of our position there at 114. So we had talked about that earlier as well. That looks like that's going to play pretty good. So for right now, Palantir remains on the sidelines for me, looking for a short around 94.
All right, guys, SMCI last on the list here, down 5 1/4, but it had a strong week earlier in the week, and then it got a little consolidated with that sell-off coming aggressively on Friday. No real headline except this Goldman Sachs chiming in, maintaining neutral on SMCI and boosting that price target up from 32 into 36. But I'll submit to you guys, this one will be on watch Wednesday after the bell when NVIDIA reports, heavily reliant on their products.
Yeah, this one's been a little wild here. Again, I think it's kind of similar to the move on Palantir. Obviously, not as aggressive or a strong pullback, but again, we saw that strong selling coming in on some of these tickers here on prior Wednesday, and it's been selling off, making lower highs. A bit of a held offer here at what seems like 62 halves. So both Thursday and Friday kind of clipped that as a high and continue to make lower lows. Today, we kind of broke some of those prior levels from Thursday and Friday. Wednesday, that low was already broken on Thursday, but kind of coming in a little aggressive. But take a look at that 50 bounce. That was pretty nice. Bit of a reversion to VWAP off that $50 level, and VWAP coming in at 53.60. So maybe this still has some more room to the downside. I have no idea, but sellers are clearly in charge for the past couple of days on this ticker, SMCI. I did borrow shares in the morning, Sean, to be honest, but it didn't really set up the way I was looking for, so I haven't used them yet.
You remember, I think it was probably relatively cheap.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Yeah, okay, good. Good to hear. Oh, I just asked, sorry, yeah, no problem. Actually, hey, Ramin's turning a page here.
What's happening?
He's like, could you please repeat that because I accidentally had muted you. Normally, it's, you know, right, we're blamed for things. But, no, I was just saying I was hoping it was relatively cheap, and you had said that.
They were, so, pretty much.
Yeah, so good call there. And I think, again, just staying with the names that were kind of tradable. Okay, you know what? I'll go over SMCI just real quickly here for you guys as well. So I didn't trade this today. I didn't pay for the shorts or anything like that. I didn't have it written down as something to look at, but I mean, I do understand it's always something to look at. We talk about different catalysts. It's just, you know, it's these violent moves. And for right now, you want to play names that, you know, when volume starts to spike. And I just, into this level here, if anything, like, were those really decent bottoms down there at 52? Probably right now. I'm going to go over to a 5. So the biggest chart that I look at right here to try to figure out if I want to trade a stock is really just this 5-minute chart. And that'll tell me, like, where we are just going back a little bit. So, you know, like that $50, that's 51. That was obviously a good little level there to hold as well. And I guess, yeah, see, and this is what I mean. You could find levels when you're looking back. And if you were focused on SMCI right there today, I mean, you go right back and we talk about the 18th, 19th of last week where you were holding in and around this 52. You did wick down into there as well. You did wick. So yeah, some good support down here, low 50s for SMCI. So if you like the stock, you like the stock. But we talked about it with news pending. It's just one of those things where you wait. And you don't need to get in front of any prints or try to play a guessing game with a lot of stock, especially. I don't think NVIDIA is going to be a huge reaction to a stock like SMCI, nor do I think SMCI is going to do anything to this market in general. But at the end of the day, great move to the upside. And again, if you were long down here on SMCI in the teens, then that's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, you had $18 down there for the bottom of SMCI. So well traded right there. And that does it for the rundown. All right. Another big stock, though, today. And I was going to almost talk about this before we went over to SMCI, but because SMCI was on there. And I think you and I probably trade the most Intel here. And I don't... Recently, for sure. I mean, yeah, I'm jumping. I know I trade more than Neil, and I think that you've been trading it more than recently. Yes. And the reason why I say that is I think it's important that we stay on the same stocks. It's like what you said about Nike today, and we're going to talk about the trades that you made over there as well. You already had that on your radar. Yep. So you have a trading plan, you have levels built, you have this and you have that. Well, for Intel, I immediately went back over here. So there's that spike that we got. And I want to talk about this for a couple different reasons. So I was trying to go long, remember, on NVIDIA. That was a little after 11 o'clock. That was in and around this area for NVIDIA. Okay? But we had seen this bottom come through for Intel. We know it has a nice move back up to the upside potential. And as soon as we cleared out through this 24, the 50 period is going to be a little bit lower, but this was also a break of the 50 period and news on some of their new AI chips. So once we had the break there, so we followed the 50 period all the way down, we broke it, and we had some levels here that we were interested in, including $24. So when that came in, man, it was all aboard. You guys saw me trade this live. I was buying more. We wanted more down here in the 80s. That didn't come through. I was going to play this as a bottom. And all of a sudden, right now, Intel P&L number 2, off of a very simple trade for me, all the way back up into pre-market highs. Again, trade the news there, look for a level, look for a reason. Intel really started to pop up there. So we hit it and literally quit it. Right now we have less than 1% left here on Intel. I like the trade. I don't love it anymore. We'll see if it comes back into view up, or we'll be buying more of Intel if that does happen. But again, just a 50, and you have to use tick replay to go back. This is, the 50 period was in and around here at $24 when I did it. Now it's a little underneath it, but you could see it was a nice move to the play to the northbound there for Intel. So again, like the stock there, and that was a good trade. A $24 name, you know, share size appropriate, because you don't want to trade liquidity. Exactly, lots of liquidity, and liquidity is just the opportunity to. And I went back. Ramin and I did a video today a little bit about liquidity, and I changed the words a little bit. Liquidity is more about the ability to not impact the current stock price.
Yep.
That's the availability of liquidity. We don't have to make this, we don't have to make it like, you know, there's lots of shares on level 2 versus there's not, or anything like that. It's will your order and the shares that you're attempting to trade, and is there enough liquidity there that orders are not like rapidly affecting that stock price? Yep. You know, if they are, like if a big 100,000 share order hits the market and your stock goes down $1, there's not that much liquidity there. You know, but you can send 100,000 shares at Intel right now, and it might move it 2 or 3 pennies. Yeah. So it's, and
you see that happen,
right? So it's how are bigger orders affecting the current price, the market price, and your ability to get those prices. And we like to use words like slippage and things like that. So where's the slippage, and what does liquidity look like? And on Intel, liquidity is bountiful, because you know, you can trade this with any share size. I feel like. Their INT. You
don't want to throw 1 million shares at the book. I mean,
I don't think that would do that much damage.
I mean, yeah, maybe it drops at like 50 pennies. But
no, not
here's
even.
the thing, though. You throw 1 million shares at it, algo is probably going to move out. Like a lot of that book is probably going to move out of the way. And
you want to bet if I put 1 million shares on the offer right now, I believe it gets eaten up immediately.
Maybe, I don't know.
No, because it won't
always test.
No, because you know why? The market's rigged, and we've talked about this before. Because it just shows up on a random gateway that I'm using. Yep. There we go, dance, guy, dance. Right there. I think it's like, the puppet is here. But I just think that at the end of the day, they'll realize that it was probably a fat finger and run that order against me, is what I was saying.
That's what I mean.
Right. Yeah. So I think you can actually get them immediately, and then they'll test you on that. Because 1 million shares moving 3 or 4 pennies, 30 or 40 pennies or something like that against me is finished. Yeah. But 1 million shares, 30 or 40 pennies against some of these algos or some of these hedge funds, that's just game time. So, you know, you gotta be ready to play with the big boys and swim with the fishes, and not in the other way. So hopefully we do that very, very soon.
No, I like that. I think Intel is definitely something. Again, like you said, I've been indulging in it a little bit more. And funny enough, we were talking about not following the plan. And it's a third one on my list. But again, I was talking to Wayne about this in the morning. I'm like, I have so many ideas, and I didn't necessarily grade them too well. I had a long list of maybe about 15 tickers. I narrowed it down to about 2 tickers. But I realized in the morning that some of them might have been a lot stronger of an idea than others, and I didn't necessarily grade some of these ideas as well as I could have. And one of the ideas on Intel, Sean, was I was like weekly backside question mark. Therefore, again, it's just an idea, but the execution set around that is to look for continued sellers in and around VWAP, around pre-market levels. Maybe not necessarily any specific price, but you're maybe looking for a certain type of price action. But yeah, different execution sets for that idea, and Intel worked out really well off of the open, right? But again, like we say, there's lots of opportunity on the board, and you caught the reversion on Intel off of a catalyst, right? So it's like, okay, let's see if that catalyst can break some of that weekly trend. But definitely, players are offside intraday because of that. It's a situational change relative to what's been kind of happening, and if the volume is going to show you that on the chart, yeah, you definitely have to kind of respect that. But yeah, a lot of liquidity on Intel as of late. Again, in the eyes of a lot of people, because they also have that buyout rumor that's coming in. So if we go to the daily chart here on Intel, we can just see how that volume has been expanding.
We got to 27 though, didn't we?
Yeah, it got to 27s. It was, I think, a bit of a false break of that prior high as of right now. But you can see how aggressive we got off of this bit of a demand zone that we've been holding over the past couple of years, 2024, 2025, and this 18 and a half, 19 level continues to show up as a bit of support in the past as well. You can see from 2015, Sean, from 2015, this level has been a spot where buyers showed up, and coming back into it, a little bit more confluence, and they show up once again. So again, market environment is different, catalysts are different, the company is different, but the price action is absolutely staying absolutely beautiful here. And again, this is why I love to look at some of these charts here. But 25, we're trading below that as of right now, and a strong push back up on that AI, the new chips. I think the Xenon 6s kind of maybe being used in terms for AI purposes, right? So interesting look on this one, maybe a potential buyout rumor. But Nike, here we go. Nike was one of the ones.
Yes,
Sean.
this
So
was one of yours. Yeah, let's go.
We can talk about what I kind of did on Nike. You can see it here. A little bit of a short to start off with, under a false break of 80. Guess what? I don't necessarily stop out of the trade. I can make this a little bit bigger so we can take a look at some of my entries and exits a little specifically and do some trade review. So from the morning session. So you can see a false break of 80. Doesn't really work. I don't really take anything off. I think I was like 40, 50 pennies in, and I'm looking for it to come right back in. False break of 80, I like it. It doesn't work. This entry, I shouldn't necessarily be getting back in. This is a reason to get out. It showed you that buyers are still strong. My original idea was Nike continuation, and we'll see why in a second when I show you the bigger time frame, bigger picture of what Nike was doing, not only last week, but in the pre-market this morning. So a bit of a tilt short there, because I'm like, all right, I missed the long that I wanted. I like that 79 break. I even disrespected this pullback that held a little bit higher on the 79 halves. It was a great place to get in, and then it kind of hold that short against me a little bit. But I see there's a bigger picture, maybe some. I'm looking for maybe supply to come in that 80-81 area, because my original idea was to take inventory from the 79s into this area. But again, stop out, get back in. That's what I need to be doing better here. It's okay to, I think it's still okay to get in short here, but it's still got to respect your levels. It does come in, it breaks that VWAP. So we do get a break of that bid from the morning session, which was absolutely beautiful. And I have some shares from the highs, so absolutely solid there. But guess what? I only cover, let's say about 30%, 20 to 30% on this pullback. And when it reclaims, it's clearly showing me that buyers are still in charge. So why am I still getting involved? I got to be cutting a lot more off here on Nike. And this is, I think, going back at it, I think this is a great example of a continuation trade. And again, we'll see why when we look at a higher time frame. I pretty much relatively like broke even on the trade, even though I slightly degened and held against me. It started consolidating on top of VWAP, and multiple sells into VWAP were met with aggressive bids. I'm like, all right, where this is clearly holding above 80, so I do need to respect that regardless of how I'm up or down on the trade. The trade is showing me that it's clear that buyers are potentially here at a higher level. So let's go take a look at a higher time frame and see where that potentially comes in. So why did I have Nike on the board today? Simply, staples were strong. Staples were very strong last week, and again, Nike definitely one of staples in my opinion. It's fundamentally sound, right? It doesn't have too much volatility, but it does well.
Tariffs in China, right? Because everything's made over there.
Yeah. So I think that's something to consider as well. But take a look at what we're doing in the morning session, Sean. We're gapping above prior weeks monthly highs, right? This is almost all of February, and we're gapping above monthly highs, consolidating above that 78 level. So automatically in the morning, I'm like, all right, we know that Nike's been a little strong. Post earnings, last week I was watching it as well when this aggressive bid came in on Tuesday. This is February 18th. So when that Tuesday bid came in, I started watching it, keeping eyes on. And today, I'm like, okay, we're gapping up above. Let's see if we actually break out, and that continuation does come in into Nike for that push in through 80. So in my opinion, in the morning, this was a pretty strong trade for me, and I wasn't necessarily part of it because of how fast it came in. So what do? I try to fade the move that I originally planned, which is an issue I have sometimes. And it's like, okay, maybe it's plan for it. I think that's the biggest lesson here. It's like, okay, if you plan for the trade and then plan for what you should be doing if you miss the trade. Maybe if you miss the original, look for the continuation. VWAP clearly had buyers, and it gave you a whole point, almost just under, I think, 30 to 40% ATR off of VWAP for the continuation. So it's like, there's many ways I could have tackled this, but that's what I did in the morning, and I understood that I wasn't making the best decisions, maybe not the most rational decisions, so I kind of stepped away. I'm like, all right, maybe observe. Don't put on too much risk. We have NVIDIA this week. We have MSCI at the end of the week as well. Got some strong rebalances potentially, maybe, who knows? But yeah, we'll see what the week holds for us. But as of right now, I'm just trying to manage my risk as best as I can. That's all. Went on a bit of a rant.
No, you didn't.
I apologize.
I'm a trade explanation. I mean, this is what this.
Yeah, I mean, I said I'm reviewing my trade. There's a little quick couple-minute review. Yeah.
So. I think Adara was clapping.
Thank you, Dara.
So, Obi?
Yes.
Get it.
Thank you.
All right, all right, shout out to Daniel T there in the chat as well, because he was asking about the Boots Alliance of Walgreen, because I don't, huge move to the upside right now. I've asked Adara about someone. Okay, they have the post. Okay, there's nothing. Adara was just looking at social media to see if there was something here for Walgreens Boots Alliance. But it's again, they removed their dividends. Obviously, okay, all right, yeah, sure. Let's, less of me and more of everybody else is what I'm happy to do. So let's go back over to Adara and figure that out. And we'll hear some more stories from Obi, and then I'll just hang out. What's going on, Adara?
I did just do a deep dive here into Walgreens Boots Alliance. There's nothing news-wise on Benzinga, and there's not a ton of X content. But one thing I did find was apparently someone named the Chart Doctor, or I guess the Chart DR on X, the username, made a post about Walgreens. Apparently, this individual has 273,000 followers on X, and some major stock market related accounts do follow this individual. So this could be market moving. Unfortunately, we do not know what the Chart Doctor posted because their post has since been deleted by them. So unclear if that was a market moving related thing. I'm just seeing some posts asking why this individual deleted the post. But I think it's worth noting here, sometimes we know that posts, especially from influential figures on stock market Twitter, can move the market. So be aware here, some potential social media interest for WBA, which has about a 9% short float. Back to you.
Short float is, thanks, Dara. The 9% short float is somewhat interesting. Oh, by the way, I was in one day last week. Yeah,
feeling much better. Feeling much better now.
Much? Yeah,
it's good.
I'd say I'm like 79%.
Boom. Let's go. That's an uptrend.
But I'm working on the dramatic pauses. Been working on that for a while. Yeah. Not getting any better at it. All right, so I was in here last Thursday. All right, someone tagged me, and they said, "What about good old B. Riley?" And I say, "You know what about B. Riley? This stock, when they brought it up to us, I looked it up, and I had known about this stock for a minute because it was breaking some key levels, and we had talked about this on the market recap show a little bit. Once we had broke through this $15, it was game over. It was this stock not even that long ago, right? Like back in last summer, or actually this summer. No, sorry, it's July of 23, my bad. 2 summers ago, and again this summer we had that nice move upside, where you were at $60, $70, all right? So the thing is that we indicated this stock, and I came on here. And someone had super chatted for $10, and they said they're stuck at $5, right? Is that stock price? Oh, hallelujah! Randy's in the building. Thank you, Randy, for that tea. Yes, in a minute, Ramin. He wants me to do these ad reads, like. Paying for the bills with my trading alone. No, okay. So at the end of the day here. It was, long story short, which is getting longer and longer, it had over a 50% short float. And we talked about that on Thursday. That's Thursday. This is Friday. This is today. Boom goes the dynamite. Riley right back there into $5 as if somehow, the stock was listening to us. Nice move up there for B. Riley. So this is all really, okay, I got to get it up, and then we will do the ad for you, because this ad is very, very at the foremost of my mind, because it's something that we've talked about this over and over and over again. I don't even see it. Oh, there it is right there at 248. Okay, that's a little extended, but, oh no, it's 252 right now. My bad. Okay, where are we? Where am I right now? Oh, we're on the show. Are we live yet?
Are we live?
Are we
doing this live?
When are we putting this show live?
Oh boy.
Okay. Whew, I was a little nervous there.
What's going on, everybody?
The thing is, I'll be like, I don't ever really want to go in front of anybody. I'm pretty nervous about, public speaking and things like that. So I'm really excited for when we finally launch this on YouTube.
Whoa, there goes WBA accelerating. It's crazy.
So by the way, Walgreens is blowing to the upside right now. So thanks for the super chat. Like we just talked a little bit about it. And there it goes. No, Ramin, I got to do this first. All right, let's go. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with foremost clean energy. There it is right there. Leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered now with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as, get this, Ramin, the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Not just clear, it is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE FAT. Go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details. Make sure you do scan that QR code there. And again, we talk about something has got to power this sort of AI revolution. I think it will be nuclear, and there are many different opportunities for that. So definitely go check that out. Wow, thank you, Daniel T, for this one, man. There goes Walgreens Boots Alliance. Boom, right there. Get those rain boots on, because sloshy up here. And the thing is that when you're looking at it, you're going to come into some levels here that you're still a little ways away. We can get up to this 12 or 13. Report.
Oh, boy.
Now the guy literally stops in my ear.
Yeah. I think Neil left the squawk on, so I hear that as well.
Here we go. Yeah. Possibly involved in.
Oh boy.
A deal with Sycamore Partners. So Walgreens, a possible deal involved with a deal with Sycamore Partners. So we'll see this private equity. We'll see if they come in right now and look to do something with Walgreens. Again, I don't know what their online business is like. I'm not sure what stores, but we talked about how Amazon came in and, ate the lunch of a lot of these. Not smaller, but, I'm pretty sure we don't have Walgreens around here, but most items that you can get at a Walgreens, I would assume, are also available somewhere on Amazon. But I guess that's true of most major markets there. So I don't mind that. If it's a buyout rumor or some sort of a rumor there, it's not really moving around too much. You do see some increased action right now on the volume. So right now, WBA and Sycamore Partners, so again, traders circulating report that companies suggesting financing here for potential Sycamore deals. So we'll wait to see what's going on with WBA. Miss Adara has the story.
So to clarify, this story with Sycamore and WBA is not new. We've heard reports of a potential deal between the two since as early December, though. It is worth noting it's been kind of on and off. We've heard some rumors that the deal has ended and that it's back on. The key difference here apparently has to do with the fact that there's now financing for this buyout. So again, I want to clarify, the Sycamore relationship with WBA is not new. What is new is the fact that apparently there's some financing for a potential buyout. I am not seeing any report, and I've done some pretty deep research, but Seeking Alpha saying that apparently this report is circulating again. I have not yet seen the report, but I will continue looking and I will provide you with more details the second I have them. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, so like 5 minutes later, I asked Adara, pardon me? Yeah, so that's what I was going to get at in a second. Okay, so we are having people complaining about mic issues, but I think it's just a stream issue. So, okay, good. So it's good. So everything's fine on our end. So please, guys, try to refresh if you are having a problem with the stream. We've double-checked, triple-checked everything, and it should be fine for here. So refresh your systems. All right. Oh, now I forget what I was saying there. But, oh, yeah, it was that I asked Adara 5 minutes before. We couldn't find anything. Then this story comes through. So it is a new sort of development on that same Sycamore connection there. Thanks, Adara, for bringing that to our attention. Something that we've known for a minute, but some new action here on that. All right, just quickly, we talked about Tesla. I was like, I was in love. Oh, gosh. Trump right now talking about Ukraine. So we can look at LMT or maybe some other names like that. I cannot believe he was saying that he was going to go in there and he'll end the war in a minute, but he wanted 50% of all the resource profits up to $500 billion, which is more than what they've paid in there. So there's going to be some back and forth, but at least the deal maker is in the building here, and we're going to see what happens with that going through. I just wanted, you know, people got sort of all geared up about Tesla there, and I had talked about it down here at VWAP, and I want to say that whoever... I forget, I should remember the name, but we were talking about it, and I said that it may not do too much. Well, you did get a move down for about 80 cents, move up for about 80 cents, and then you landing at VWAP again. I still think with this market heading to the downside, this is why I stay away from some of these names and why we look to go short. We talked about playing NVIDIA, which is going to be P&L number 1 today. We... you know, get out when levels break, because you can't hold things all the way. Because what was a good trade at some point, if you don't start to exit and sell some of those bags, then, you know, you're unable to capture that profit. So just be careful with it. A name on the nuclear side, and I'm going to throw it back to my guy over here, Obi, who's a little less shy to talk than I. You could see SMR's also breaking down. So there's been some, you know, nuclear plays that have gone a little bit the other way here over the last little while. I wonder if funding is drying up for some of these names, and meaning not funding for the company themselves, but just for the market. Like Google's down a lot right now. The Palantirs, like I feel like there's companies that are down that are sort of sopping up people's interest right now, and some of these better, you know, opportunities are maybe upon us right now. And when I look at SMR, I just think it's bled down. Like if you get someone coming in again, talking positively, whether or not it be Amazon looking to take a spot. I believe Amazon does have a little tie-up somewhere with NewScale, which is SMR. You're coming into some levels. Look how good this looks down here, Obi. I mean, support and resistance-wise, like this $17, $18 on shaking my rear isn't that bad down here right now. You do have a 200 period protection. This isn't horrible, but, you know, my hands up in the air because I had bought some down here on this break, and we didn't get anything out. So again, a little bit of a longer term spot there for me on SMR. And I do think we are getting into a space now where you could probably buy the dips now in SMR because you're getting into some sort of support. So there is also other names in the space, and we can go over those. But so we looked at some WBA for you. Thank you for putting that in the chat. And we did go over it. So I want to thank everybody for that. We did go over obviously some of the plays that you had there with Nike, looked at some Tesla. So let's keep it going, man. So apparently we may still be having some audio issues. I don't, you know, our team is testing it out, and the best ideas that we have for you right now is log out, log in, refresh, things like that.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yes, exactly. That's the, like when you phone the, you know, this support staff, it's like, or that's our answer for everything around here too. You know, I'll tell like our IT is like, guys, my charts are a mess. We'll just log out and back in, and then it'll be okay. And you know what, to be honest with you, I actually think that fixes the problem more often than not. It's like when you're at home, right? And you're like, something's going on. What do? You immediately just off and on. Yeah. Off and on, baby. Yeah. We had to drive up to Gravenhurst. So where's that?
Yeah. How far is that? North, east, south? Gravenhurst.
Yeah, north. Yeah, north of Barrie, north of Aurelia.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was not bad traffic there. And then my daughter sort of, so it was a win or out, basically. It's a playoff against North Bay. And so North Bay is like 4 hours north. We agreed to meet in the middle. They were down here last week in our barn, not in our barn, but in Etobicoke. And we had lost that game 4-3. And so this was a go home, win or go home game. You couldn't even tie because it's best out of 3. And point is, anyways, if you win and tie, you're through because we need to get it going. Anyways, so my daughter, very proud of her, she fueled her inner Mitch Marner, which of course you know what that means. No idea, of course.
would say that
And she got these 2 beautiful assists, and they wound up winning 3-1. And it was a great opportunity. So we were able to get into there. We drove up there on Saturday. That was a big game, and I was really proud of her for doing that because she's really the team. And like, the thing about hockey is most, and again, I didn't get an opportunity.
Yes. Oh, yes.
You know, I wore the jersey here. And there's a lot of people saying 51st state, this might still happen, you know. But think about hockey, you know. We have to take an opportunity to celebrate a little bit because that was a hell of a game. And I was tweeting it out too. And congratulations to all the U.S. fans as well because like that was just a great game. It could have gone either way. Jordan Binnington, the goalie there at the end, made some huge saves in overtime. But at the end of the day, McJesus came there, saved the day, and the rest is history, man. Team Canada rightfully back on top of the hockey world. So well, not that we ever left it, but, you know, we're there now, undisputed. And the good thing about this tournament was it was not IHF rules, which the Olympics, there's basically no penalties in the Olympics. Like, you know, it's no fighting. Like if you fight in the Olympics, you're basically kicked out, I think, the next game for sure, so on and so forth. So there's different rules there. So it was nice to see just a great overall hockey game, well-spirited. I have no idea what Winnipeg's own Chantal Kreviatsuk was doing there. I think Adara has some explanations to do because that was the most pathetic "Oh Canada" I've ever seen in my life. And they're like, Winnipeg's own Chantal. I was like, okay, I got to tell this to Adara, first of all, there. And I was like, this is, so I don't know if this is done on purpose or not, but like the American anthem there, you probably didn't watch it, but it was beautiful. They had
I saw the tweet about how the game ended, yes.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, let's go.
Yes, let's go. But they had a beautiful, I think it was either the Boston, I don't know if it was the firefighters, but they had a beautiful, like, 20-piece band there, and they had this amazing opera singer just belted out. Like, the Star Spangled Banner was amazing.
Yeah.
And our girl kind of came out there, and I was like, you know, like, all that just not what I was expecting. See, I like it, Joe. See, so now Joe's running his mouth about how the Americans are losing, but I didn't hear one thing while this guy's live on the air. Like, I got to catch all the shrapnel. I'm not even looking at the chat right now. But Joe, you see that game? Did you watch it down south there?
Oh, it was sick at the bar.
You know, yeah, I was
sick at the bar.
Yeah. I remember I was in Cancun, and I forget, it must have been, so it was, I don't know if I was a freshman or what, but in college, we all went to Cancun on spring break. So it was, you know, this time, and there was a tournament. So how old would have I been here? Graduated in 2002. So it must have been, it was either the 2002, there must have been either an Olympics or something, but I remember watching it in a bar in Cancun, and it was great because there's so many Canadians were down there, and it was great to see like all of that. So I'm sure some similar love there for Toronto or for Canada down in Jamaica as well. But yeah, what a great game. Congratulations to everybody who's a fan of hockey. It was a great opportunity and really shows. And I tweeted something out. Hockey players get beat up and, you know, punched in the face, pucks in the face, all this. They go out for exhibition games, like what they were doing, playing no matter what. Right. Dude in NBA just has like my elbow a little sore, 4 or 5 months. Okay, Adara, what's up with Winnipeg?
We could talk about that too, but just keep an eye here. REGN, Regeneron here. Apparently their DB Odo trial actually showed, quote, clinically meaningful hearing improvements in nearly all of the children they tested with profound genetic hearing loss. So great results here for the hearing trial for REGNB, where this one does not tend to get as much volume, but certainly one to keep an eye on. With regards to Chantal Kreviatsuk, she is Winnipeg royalty. She did do a song with Drake, and my entire family saw her in concert last year, so I will not be speaking ill of Chantal. Back to you.
I'm not speaking ill of her. I'm saying that performance was like she was in another zone. Like that was one of the worst Canada's.
Oh boy.
I think, and it was all over the internet. I mean, everyone was like, "What is going on right there?" It's almost like she was like drugged or something to just perform that poorly.
That's wild.
It was bad.
I haven't seen it, but
Don't watch
it. Now I'm curious, but
okay, watch it. Watch
yeah,
it.
no.
I did buy some. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Congrats on both the games. Congrats to the game, to the players. What's your team called?
Etobicoke Dolphins.
Etobicoke Dolphins. Congrats to you guys, and yeah, congrats to the Canadian team for winning as well. I think that's solid. Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I don't really necessarily watch sports, but when I saw that we had won, I did a little bit of a celebratory. Just like, yes, let's go.
Nice.
But,
yeah.
That was. It's good stuff. But yeah, no. I'm kind of looking at. I'm looking at WBA as well here, but I'm looking at Palantir, to be honest, because I was like, when it was at 93s, consolidating around VWAP, I'm like, well, this is great to kind of look for the continuation short, risking up to 94s. I think 94.11 was that consolidation high, and oh boy, we're coming right back in to the day low, guys. 89.30 is the day low, and 90.30s is currently trading right now on Palantir. So a bit of a continuation happening going into the end of the day, and we get that tailwind from the market as well, a bit of a reversion or maybe even a continuation of the morning action, reversion of the bid that we kind of got up here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. So my question is, what is really moving around? What's kind of breaking trend? The first kind of thing that I look for, if again, taking a peek at some of these Mag 7 names, I see that Softy is probably one of the more relatively strong ones. Obviously, Apple is the strongest on the day today. You can see that if you guys have taken a look at Apple at all, you can see that very strong, aggressive move in the pre-market. I think there was a catalyst about them spending 500. Was it million or billion? 500.
It would be only million. I don't think you'd be spending billions on what stock?
Sorry, 500 billion in the States in the next 4 years. So they're going to invest. So we kind of saw a bit of drop in price off of that, but reverted the whole move, broke that reference high, and strong push coming in off of the open there on Apple, and it's been holding VWAP since, so relatively strong compared to some of the other Mag 7 names here on the day today, and Softy as well. Softy kind of creeping a little bit higher here, retrace about 50% of its move, but relatively weak is Goggles here. And again, Google, I was looking for a bit of reversion on Friday, never really got it, definitely gave it a couple tries, lost on both, and I was like, oh boy, the selling is quite aggressive. And coming in today, we kind of come back into that some of those levels. I was like, okay, Google also had news this morning, and I think it was I don't remember specifically what it was, but I think it was a deal with CRM and some of maybe people moving on to Google's cloud services there. On that, we got a push and reverted a decent chunk of Friday's action on that. So I was like, oh boy, if we can get past this Friday high, then maybe we're set for higher levels here. If we can break out of this aggressive selling that happened, but guess what? We kind of gap up, push into that opening range low on the 30-minute chart here on Friday's opening range low is what I mean, and then kind of selling comes right back in for an aggressive flush. Again, the market sold off as well, so that was some strong tailwind as well. So Google trading near its day lows. Tesla, I know a lot of people were talking about Tesla, some solid trades on Tesla, like we talked about earlier during the rundown. But yeah, that 350 kind of over-under, still trading within that opening range as of right now. So that's kind of some of the more relatively strong and relatively in line with the market, I guess, rundown of some of those tickers there. SMH as well coming to the downside. So yeah, a lot of these chips, AMD, Intel is about to turn. It's looking like it's trying to turn. So maybe something there. That was that continuation I was talking about when we could not even hold 25 in the pre-market. We broke below some of these levels, opening range high, kind of testing that 2480 before quadunking all the way down to 2360s here on Intel, but nice little reversion there on Intel off of an intraday catalyst, definitely putting a lot of shorts offside. And we saw that Sean had that reversion trade as well. Very, very strong, still holding up there off of that news. Now, I know on my other, I guess, charts, I did have this anchored on. So it's like, okay, where did the news come out? Throw an anchored up on there. And you can see we've been holding this. This is the dark black anchored there. We've been holding some of this above these prices since then. Maybe a little bit of a hold of that 2450 that was trying to happen during a good chunk of the midday session. We're still trading in and around there. So I got my eyes on that one there. 25, bit of an over-under. I don't know if there's going to be much going into the later end of the day from Intel, but I'll keep an eye on. A little involved here on this WBA. Don't know if it's going to work out, but where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking Sean. And again, I kind of, want to stay a little bit nimble. Don't really want to put on too much risk as of right now. But if the trade does show up, Sean,
yeah,
we're going for it.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? Is to get locked and loaded and be prepared for the next trade. And on that note, I mean, what a great segue. I want to thank Adara. So first of all, I tweeted this out, but I just retweeted her work. So again, thank you for all that. Adara's going to be running this, is running this Trader TV research page. So if you're not a member of X, fine, but if you are, make sure you get over here and follow at Trader TV Research, as well as all of us here. Like, you follow one, it'll probably sort of lead you to the others. So go there. I just retweeted it here, get it going a bit. And I want to thank everybody for looking at it, man. Over 2.6 thousand right now views on this pre-market calendar, earnings calendar, where we can discuss right now what's going to be happening here tonight. So Berkshire Hathaway pre-market, this is going into Monday. So we had them, Domino's Pizza tonight, Diamondback, Tempest, Zoom, Riot, Hims and Hers. So we could talk about probably Riot. I mean, a lot of traders looking at Mara, things like that. Hims and Hers, I think you looked at that a little bit earlier on as well. For me, a big interest. Any names on here, Obi, that you're looking at? I'm very, very excited to say that, a play maybe, hold on a second, I just got to get that Intel trade out in case it pops lower. I do want to get out if it does break that shelf. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But Home Depot, I think, is an interesting name. I think with rates supposed to being cut this year, you think he'll cut rates this year?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay, no opinion for now. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they could, they can't, they couldn't, but I'm just. Here's the thing. I do
so they could or they
best,
couldn't? Yeah.
I do my best to stay a little unbiased because if I feel like sometimes if I have too strong of a bias, then I find myself fighting action. So like we could get a cut or we can't or we don't get a cut, and then the market does one thing or the other, regardless of what we get. And I don't want to find myself fighting that kind. So I try to stay kind of away from having a strong opinion.
Was just asking you what you thought maybe, but it's all good. It's all good, my guy. It's all good, my guy. No worries. Yeah, so I was yeah. No, but hey, to your point though, it's true. Like the minute you get married to one way, and I said that about Tesla, like I nailed that short, the bottom on Tesla. I was like, okay, maybe I don't have the right level. And then, you average into that short because you're already short. Yeah. So even though I'm only short, let's just say 50 shares or something, I'm like, okay, I feel like there's something there. Then I average it in, and then next thing you know, you've just made, you've made
it's easy to get.
You made a decision, very, very bad right there. But okay, so I was going to say though, that if there is a rate cut cycle upon us, I do think Home Depot. And again, I'd hate to talk about the staples. I mean, I don't hate to talk about, I'm about to do it, but the wildfires and all that kind of stuff, obviously we hate for that, but there is going to be a rebuild that's going to have to happen there. Home Depot and some of those plays. I don't know if that's the biggest beneficiary of all of this, but there is something there for sure. So I look at this list and I see Home Depot. I think Home Depot will obviously trigger something with Lowe's that comes through over there. I'm interested in Kava. Kava's gone the other way right now. Again, a name that we don't have here in Canada, but a relatively new name to the market, a couple years old. Again, in the right space, I believe. So Kava would be something. The biggest and the baddest is right there with that video. We'll have a watch party with myself, Adara, and Sharif, I believe, on Wednesday, if all goes well for this. Salesforce, NVIDIA, C3AI. I mean, there are going to be some names coming there. And then later on, I think Clover Health's had a couple good moves recently as well. So there's something about Clover there that I think can be interesting as well. And then, of course, Fubo is something for us on Friday to look at. TD Bank, sort of the beat-up bank name here in Canada that has had a nice move up. So go over there, find out what's going on. Join Adara and Sharif tonight as they will be going over all of these earnings plays. All right, so you're in WBA. Is that doing anything?
Tries. I mean, it's starting to slow down, right? We got that aggressive push, a little bit of acceleration of that price into that $11 area, and we're kind of slowing down, stalling. Again, this could continue to go. They had news on the 18th of February. I forget what that news was, but we made a bit of a high there at 11.18. That's what I'm looking at here. Current day high is at, what is this, 11.11. So yeah, just kind of trying to play some of this price action on WBA. Let's see if it lasts. That bid came in quite aggressive. And yeah, it seems like we've been catching a bid since that $10 level here. And you can see that started in and around pretty much right off the open. We've only been bidding up since the open on this ticker. So very, very strong trend here. Not really hitting full-on criteria for reversion just yet, but I like to do a little bit of a dabble to see, and definitely want to get in a little bit more if this trend does kind of crack. But
isn't that funny that you've traded today only two names, Nike and Walgreens?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
not
a lot of days I'll trade like one or two tickers.
Yeah, it was just more about the names. Like we talked about how some of these, the action's been in some of these bigger cap names on the NASDAQ, and there you are finding your way with those. So great
opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Great opportunities there. We talked about that. I don't really, for me, I mean, I was looking at Walmart last week when I thought the opportunity was there as well. Oh no, where's my fail button?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I bought some Big Bear. I think it was at 6.15, so I'm already down again. Man. That's why I'm saying I'm just going to be buying some index, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. No, but just for some play money. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
No, but it is womps because right there now, unfortunately here we're going to have to wait to see on Big Bear, but it's coming back into some bids. So I did add a little bit during lunch on this name. Again, I like the AI play. We've done really well with Palantir. Not that Big Bear AI is something similar, but they did get a Department of Defense contract I think a couple weeks ago. So I do like the name. I do like the space. So yeah, I'm a fan of this. But we did talk about where this potentially is going. It looks like we're getting a little closer to that right there, down to $5. And the reason why we look at the 50-period moving average is because, okay, here we go, man. This name Rigetti is getting interesting as well because this has also made that move down. And the last time we had bought, the only time that we had bought Rigetti was right there off the 50 period, and we got out the very next day, which was probably a little too frugal. But at the end of it all, it worked out for a nice win. But then it had some continuations as well. But now you're starting to go underneath. So I'm a little bit worried about some of these quantum names. The big name, Oklo, right? That was one here that we had talked about as a possible winner in the space. Oklo, just, a lot of traders were sort of circulating that it was Sam Altman was involved with this name as well. So, and it's come right back in, and look where we're dancing off of right here too. The 50-period moving at, we're not dancing off of it, we're at it right there. That 50-period moving average was something interesting to consider for anybody looking at a nuclear name there, Oklo. Maybe get into this one at $34. So, yeah, that's what I've been looking at. And then before we go, I was talking about getting some orders set up for Intel because it was basically the only position that I'm in right now. And I know you're in WBA, and we're going to look for some more with its 320 already. Wow, that went fast.
It's a little quick.
I feel like that went real fast. No guests.
We did the rundown.
Nothing. You and I over here doing this. Yeah, no, I like it. Thanks, Obi. Again, Neil, if you're here for Neil, I'm sorry, I'm here. Obviously, everyone loves Obi, but I'm filling in for Neil today. And as you see, it's just he wasn't feeling. He got like the little read there on his. He said he went to the bathroom or he got up or whatever and came back and he was like, oh, that's like it was showing him that his heart rate there was a little elevated. So he felt like he may be coming down with something. So we're like, oh, I really like that. What? I want, whenever I'm in, there's a heartbeat right now that I'm hoping everybody can hear as well. Yeah. And I feel like whenever I'm in a big trade, I want that. I want that button. I want something to that too, because that's what winds up happening. And then I told that to my wife and she's like, well, it's a trading show. Of course your heart rate's elevated. I'm like, well, okay. But everybody knows themselves. And when you get those spikes, sometimes that's a good indicator. So yay for technology.
Look at that. Size on the ask, 1098, 2,000 lots right here on, what's this ticker? Oh, WBA, yeah. So let me just throw that up for you guys here so we can look at it together right here. There's Buddy sitting on a NASDAQ gate right there. Let me pull this up right here. So some size on the ask at 1098 to 2,000 lots there on a NASDAQ book. So let's see, this is the first time we're seeing a little bit of a distinct difference here. See if he gets taken out. No idea what we're going to do with that size. Let's see what Adara has to say.
His press conference with Macron, which is mostly just about the geopolitical tensions right now in Russia and Ukraine. Trump was asked, though, about if the countries, specifically Mexico and Canada, that had tariff concerns, if they are responding appropriately. Donald Trump said that the tariffs are scheduled to go as planned. We are expecting tariffs here. They pushed them back a month, but I know we're expecting around March or April is what we're kind of expecting there. So Donald Trump says that these tariffs are going forward, and apparently they're, quote, on time. So be aware here, tariffs are, quote, on time. We do still have to worry about tariffs, according to Donald Trump. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Adara, for that report there. Yeah, I don't think many of us thought that they were going anywhere, but it, as delayed as possible would be nice for sure. You know, just noticing around here, our fuel prices still seem to be okay. You know, obviously a little bit worried about, you know, the masses, and that would be including groceries and then energy prices, because that affects everybody, right? I mean, I don't really care about, oh my God, the price of Teslas are going up. Like, who cares? The rich people are the ones buying those cars anyways, or just cars in general. I'm talking about the day-to-day, how this affects the average consumer. And I think that here in Canada, obviously as tariffs go up, we do get, you know, cheaper cost of goods, I guess, from the United States. Although with our recent exchange, I don't know exactly how that's going to pan out, but I obviously, a lot of Canadians here pretty worried. And we do have an election that's about to happen in 3 days on Thursday that's changing. I don't think it will change our current government here in Ontario, which is a province, which would be similar. We don't have as many powers as individual states do, but that provincial election hits right now on Thursday. So just like there we saw in Germany, the Conservatives took that down. It was only 29% of the vote, but here the Conservative Party's been in power. Is this Dougie's second or third? Third, right. So he's in his second right now. This will be the third term for Doug Ford. So that's a Conservative there. So each term 4 years, very similar. So and he looks like right now Liberals are behind by about 10 points, which I think is going to be maybe even more than that. It can be probably hard to cover that. So we'll probably have a very, very similar government looking to take, you know, again, re-control. And all the talk is we're going down to Washington. We're going to talk. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, that's some of the talk around here. All right, Apple, just to get going. And again, then we have our federal election, which is maybe more about what you guys are interested in as well. That's coming probably in the summer. They still have to announce the date for that, as the Liberal Party right now, as Justin Trudeau has stepped down and resigned. So right now, still acting president or prime minister, but we will be electing a new one I'm hoping this summer, but we'll see. Isn't that funny how it's like we haven't even announced when our federal election is yet? And it's like, I'm just like saying it could be summer, which is just a little bit of a runway for that. All right, so Apple right now trying to hold out pretty good today. You know, up to that 245 area was a good breakout. Now you're holding. We try to get through 250. Apple's been a good stock. It did hit its all-time high. It is the most valued stock in the world still. So Apple up to 260 right now. Nice little play. That was the high. Then you had almost a reverse meta where you had almost straight down 20 straight days for Apple or so. Everyone was wondering what was going on there. Then you had the bounce off of, and again, not rocket science, 200 period moving average. That's where it caught that bid. So I really like Apple holding up above 240 right there. I do like that newer phone. We'll see what happens with it. A little bit of a cheaper alternative there for many to get involved. I saw my credit card get dinged for $17, I don't know what it was, dollars or so for Roblox came through yesterday for one of my kids. So that's been hitting to the downside as well, down there near $60. Again, we often look at some of these bigger names, but there's a lot of names that have been pulled back quite dramatically from highs. We talked about Google. I know Joe was looking at Google earlier today as well, but back into $60. Some interesting dip buy opportunities for some of these names. I'm a little bit into Roblox, not that much. I have not been able to get involved with DraftKings, but this is going to be another name that seems to be, once it loads up here, it seems to be getting a little bit of a haircut as well, right back in. So there's a couple names that I'm looking at as interesting plays here, DraftKings and Roblox, some names that are still in the tech space, but a little bit different than maybe what you're used to.
Yeah, no, I kind of just watching this Palantir here, Sean. It's coming right back into that $90 area again. Initially, I was like, oh, it's headed for the lows. Catches a bit of a bounce off of 90s. That low being 90.07s, coming back into 91s. But look at that, we're kind of still making that downtrend off of that VWAP hold as of right now. And a bit of a continuation on a bigger picture as well. 89.30 is the current day low. But yeah, I'm going to continue watching this one there. If it can get to day low, maybe that could prove to be a little interesting here as well on Palantir. But yeah, throw it up in the chat. What are you guys looking at? And again, I know a lot of people were asking about watch list last week when I was on. And honestly, like I don't think, like I'm still learning, guys. I'm just like, my watch list is nothing crazy. It means a lot more to me than it does to anybody else because it's relative to my playbook, right? So it's like, all right, I had a lot of different ideas here, and we can kind of go through some of these, Sean, because I kind of no regrets, but definitely some missed trades. So some simple ideas here that I have on my screen, and we can take a quick rundown of some of them. I was looking for, like, it's very, very clear, looking for continuations, looking for maybe reversions, or maybe just having eyes on for, to look for any sort of playbook setups that might show up on some of these names. This is what I was talking about. I got what, like 3, 6, 9, 12, 11, okay, so in the morning I had 12, and then I added Nike in the morning, like I said before, after what I saw it did in the pre-market session. So you can kind of go through some of these tickers here. Oracle, we know that's been an interesting name. Oh boy, Oracle I had down for continuation, but then took eyes off of it because it pretty much reverted a decent chunk of the move. But guess what? It kind of showed us with the VWAP test and kind of a double topping action at underneath 175 that there might be a little bit of supply, and you can see that is an area that was support in the earlier on in the week and then turned into resistance on Friday. So that resistance underneath 175 coming in once again on Oracle for that continuation. So I can definitely be a little bit more thoughtful about where I'm looking for continuation on some of these ideas, because sometimes I'm like, oh, it's got to crack pre-market level or prior day low right off of the open. But sometimes, you know, it's the market. It's not going to be clean like that always. And the continuation trade still on the table, bigger picture underneath that 175. So something to consider there as well. So Meta, I was also looking for continuation. Very, very strong continuation happening on Meta today. Did I participate? Absolutely not. So I left a lot on the table. And again, shout out to Wayne. He's always reminding me of not getting anchored to certain ideas like Nike, like I was earlier today, and missing out on so many of the other morning plans that I had. And we've gone through 2 of them already, and we see that both of them worked. Maybe not cleanly, but in their own way, definitely worked a little bit here. Intel, I was like looking for the backside. I'm like, yeah, on the weekly, if you take a look at the weekly on Intel, you can see a little bit of some selling coming in off of some of the prior earnings as well. Bigger picture, we kind of rejected that 50 mark here in January of last year, and we've been we've been trending down off of that. So a little bit of potential resistance there. I was like looking at the weekly, very strong top wick here on the weekly prior week on Intel. I'm like, all right, do we take a little bit of a pullback? And coming into today, you can see right off of the open, we do get some selling underneath that $25 level here. So yeah, I'm not going to go through all of these, but some of those were my top ones. And again, some sector trades as well, maybe staple continuation, bank fades as well. PLTR was a big miss on my part. PLTR continuation came in right off of the open, right? So right off of the open, if this will load, I'm just going to reload that. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Let's go back to PLTR here.
You're just full of memes, man. That's the thing about you.
I mean, life is memes.
Would you take a look at that?
Would you take a look at that?
Here you go.
There it is. It's frozen once again. So, you got one?
I got this one. That.
Oh yeah, come on, do. Yeah,
Fabian did something there.
Yeah, he's.
To me, that
some stuff.
I'm not sure that looks.
Mic might be a little wonky right now. But yeah, no, Palantir continuation comes in right off of the open. Not only just off of the open, but it kind of comes in the pre-market, because I was like, oh, 100. I want to look for that 100 to reject, and it's happening right here after 7 a.m. And not actually right at 7 a.m., but 7:20. So it had to be in pretty early for this one, and that 100 consolidation breakdown came in. And even if you didn't have that, the reject of that 99 level, a bit of a lower high happening on a bigger time frame relative to what we did last week and in the prior weeks there, on Palantir. Again, strong selling, kind of giving us that continuation. The question becomes, we're below 100 now, Sean, so do we get even lower?
Yeah.
Do we hold this 90 level? I think that we might have some room to go to the downside before we catch a bit of a bid again, but what do I know?
A lot.
No, I know nothing.
Well, I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, we all pretty much are. Right. The more you know. I mean, I was very proud to tell you that Michael Jordan played for which team?
The Chicago Bulls.
Yeah. No, he didn't know before, but we've.
The last time you hit me, I almost got blindsided. I was like, right away, I was like, oh, what did I say? Buffalo Bulls, because I got mixed up with this little guy over here. So oh boy, indeed. Go Sports.
Go Sports.
No, it's funny enough because what was it? I think it was in elementary school. I did a project on Michael Jordan. So, yeah. I did like a PowerPoint.
Okay.
I did one of those.
This is a little bit of a risk. Yeah. I'm going out on a little bit of a limb here.
All right, go for it. We take.
Is there a chance that you potentially, from your days of doing this?
Yeah. Do project, I still have that document?
No.
Oh. I don't
do you happen to remember Michael Jordan's number?
23.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dang, man, not just a pretty face, this Obi over here. As many people say around here, get it, Obi, because that was a very, very good response right there. You would have no idea then who many would consider his wingman at that time. You would have no idea who that would be.
I saw. What was the?
Did you say Bill Wennington? That would be incorrect.
Yes. No, I did not say
okay,
that.
no, right.
I saw the movie. What was it? Air.
Okay.
I think,
was there? I mean, there's been a lot of documentaries. Which you mean Air Bud?
Well, not documentary. It was like a movie. No, not Air Bud. No. Great movies though. Great movies. I've seen some of the Bud movies. Yeah.
I did. I said Air Bud. Yeah.
Those are great movies. No, the Nike movie that had Jordan in there. Yeah, that was great. It was a good movie.
Yeah. Did you? Oh man, my kids watched one in the school. What those cartoon ones? What were those ones? They just redid it. It had LeBron in it. The old ones. Space Jam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen the movie. I haven't seen the. Yeah.
All right. So let's go and just keep on looking here because we do have 330 right now. The market is making. I don't want to say new lows because it just bounced off of it because it's not even anywhere near new lows, but it is making new lows here this afternoon. And we had sort of thought about, potentially there underneath VWAP. I was talking short pretty much the whole way. I never got an opportunity to discuss. I mean, we told you we're holding less than 5% of this Intel trade, looking at a VWAP trade to get out of it if that is the case for us at some point here today on this name. So Intel, nice little fade down there into those levels. We'll have to watch out to see what Intel's doing. And the more you know, Obi, the better we will all be. So there it goes. Intel with a nice little move to the downside there. Amazon just popping up on a screener. So let me have a quick little petite look here at Amazon and what's going on there. Yeah, so just up to VWAP there. So that's the scanner that just hit us on that as the market looks to rally a little bit back upside right now on this. I'm just going to make sure that I do have my Intel stops in there, Obi. So what names are you looking at here with just a couple minutes left?
I got the WBA. I got Palantir on watch. And in terms of large caps, again, kind of have eyes on Softy because of how strong it is. Apple, not so much because although it is strong, it's still kind of within prior weeks range. We've been holding that like underneath that 250 area. So I got that one on watch, but Softy a little bit more than the other ones. Maybe a little bit of Tesla, but other than that, nothing too crazy. Let's see what shows up on some of these imbalances.
All right, good call. Yeah, why don't we have a quick look to see what is there right now? And I mean, what could be possibly sending this market the other way right here? CNQ, okay, that shouldn't be a big deal. LUV, of course, Southwest there as a sell right now. Anything that's going to be NASDAQ, or you see here with a 9:30 time means it's not being updated. You're looking here for all of these. And then as of 350, the NASDAQ imbalances will update, and those are the ones that we'll be more specifically interested in, I feel like, as we go. So we'll wait to see about NASDAQ imbalances and whatnot, trying to hit out here at 350. Other than that, Enbridge, yeah, I mean, these aren't major movers here. So we'll focus elsewhere maybe for right now, but a good call there by Obi, of course, because that is something that we look at consistently into the close. You talked about MSCI rebalancing and things like that. Eventually going to hit this market later on this week. And we'll talk more and more about it come Friday when the MSCI CI imbalances hit the market. And there's Enbridge, nice move to the downside. Wow. Okay, another Canadian name getting hit there. Gas pipeline name. What's up with Oracle? You know, this name's been pretty dramatic, right? I mean, one way or the other here.
Bit of an
especially
AI
over
player. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, a little bit of a move down. They're up 1.5% today, so relatively strong. Goes Oracle. Weren't they part of not Stargate? What was it? Was Stargate, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, so something there. They you know, they had a nice move up there into the 185 zone. Tried to take out right before earnings that 195. They did wind up going the other way, then boom to the upside. So trying to catch a bid here looks interesting anyways, as we look at Oracle up 1.5%. Look for some relative strength in this name possibly tomorrow, taking out this level 171. I like that trade for Oracle. Bouncing again, good level. Get rid of this garbage. We'll see if it could take 171 tomorrow for ORCL. Again, tonight, earnings plays, right? And we sort of looked at those. Big ones, whoa, where are we going, is HIMS. So that's been absolutely rocketing. Of course, this online kind of health situation here where I guess you can get prescriptions. Huge move to the upside. Now came right back in real aggressively over the last couple of days. So watch out for this name off earnings. I feel like this is one of the more expected movers there tonight as we get it. TEM Tempest is a big one there. We talked about Miss Pelosi being involved in this one as well. So that's had a huge move. It's implied move right now, 16% tonight. I'm trying to find HIMS. HIMS is 21% implied move, Obi. So that would get a oh boy reaction right there.
I was like, wait, is this a trick question?
From that one. So that could be a big mover there. Tempest AI and HIMS. Zoom 6%, 9% actually. And then we looked at Riot, right? Like we wanted to see what was going on with Riot blockchain because they're also going to be reporting here tonight. And you know, that's had a quite aggressive move as well, as we've wondered often, like kind of like, what's up with that? Like, why is Bitcoin kind of holding out okay? And some of these names like Mara and Riot Blockchain continue to test some of these bottoms. So just be careful with this. $10 marker. Wow. If I don't know, right? If there's going to be a beat or something here for this name, you could get a huge bounce on Riot because you're right down into the 200 period moving average. Although we've bounced off there, if you get a bump up there, that's your 20%. So I always say to myself, what is the short flow? We did this with B. Riley and we're able to make some, see, look at that. Wow, this page has B. Riley up. So that shows you the last time we were here on Thursday, we had used this to look up the B. Riley. So RIOT right here, it's short float. There it is, man, 20%. So yeah, I think the risk is to the puts, like the calls. I'd rather be in the calls. I think the risk to the upside here on a better than expected report there, 20% short float. Watch out for Riot tonight. We could get into that $12 area. I don't mind RIOT if you're looking for something there as a play for earnings. Riot long, take a shot.
Yeah, no, I definitely again, I'm watching some of those names for earnings. Yeah, the miners tend not to necessarily follow the Bitcoin and some of the other cryptos as well. Again, I'm sure there's people can come up with multiple sound reasons as to why or why not. But the thing is, if you want to look for something that aligns a little bit more with Bitcoin, we see Joe trading it often, IBIT, course, right. Maybe MSTR as well, because pretty much all they do is hold Bitcoin. So maybe that's a little more reflective of their price at times. But even that can have mispricing events, as we've seen in the past year, especially on MSTR, right? IBIT not as much because it's an ETF. But something a little speculative like MSTR can definitely have those outlier days where there might be some mispricing going on. So again, lots of opportunity in the Bitcoin space, but I think that I don't really see too much on Mara Riot as of recent. Okay. Haven't really had eyes on. To be honest,
your charts were going into that zone with any of them. If you had the charted levels, or
So we can take a look at Mara here. And take a. I think I had my Mara chart charted. I got to make sure on this other screen here.
It's okay. I was Amazon did drop off. We'll let them load it up, and if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Just all right. So 214.60 there. Amazon did spike up, and again, we want to thank eSignal again, man. We don't. It's not up there right now. We have Trade Ideas, actually, kind of a competitor there. But at the end of the day, this trade scanner does give us some opportunities here to look at different names. So there you go. You got HIMS moving around right now. No surprise on SMCI, Palantir, Nvidia. What is INDS? That sometimes we just get names. Oh, Pacer Industrial. Yeah. So this is sometimes it doesn't show up, like no volume going up there as well. But Amazon right there, Google. Oh, Nubank there as well coming through. There's SMCI 52 and change. So we want to thank them for that. Right now, SMCI. So yeah, I can do that in a couple of seconds here for eSignal. But again, very interesting times when we would talk about earnings reports, because coming through today, some big ones. I'm excited for Home Depot. That's going to be a name that I'm excited for. But if you all do scan that QR code that you do see on your screen right now, then you can get involved with eSignal. And again, really, really like eSignal, like the space here to get reliable charting, right? We talk about how important that is. No matter who you're trading with, you want to get the best charts. Listen up, the first month is now free. Absolutely nothing wrong with taking it. We're waiving those fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Capitalize on what I believe to be the best trading platform right there with infinite data and instant trading. Connects to over 50 plus brokers right now with the best back testing in the business. I use it all the time. You can do tick replays. You sit right down here, you can replay the whole day real quick. I know you, Obi, you're a big proponent of doing that. Not just replaying it, but at least looking at the day, figuring out what one of your levels hit, what didn't. I believe in eSignal, one of the strongest products out there. So definitely scan that QR code below. Develop your trading systems today by the help and use of eSignal. So definitely go grab that signal again for helping us with this segment of the show. So yeah, man, that's that's a little bit of a talk there. SMCI nearing that $52 mark. Again, looking like it wants to come into that downside. Oh, the imbalances. So there you go.
The alarm that I have on for imbalance.
There you go. So see, I mean, alive right there. But that's nothing to be ashamed of there. His phone just dinged off, just saying that the imbalances were coming in 10 minutes or 8 minutes or so to have a look at them. You need those little reminders, man.
Yeah, of course.
We're going to do a video about the setups that we have. And part of that is what it is. It's like, if you don't have those imbalance locators up, then sometimes it's out of your mind, right? And you're not looking at it, then you miss those opportunities. So
and I've made that mistake in the past, right?
Well,
that's why I was like, solution to that, throw up an alarm. It's simple. It's it's not necessarily intrusive. You just turn it off. You're like, oh yeah, well, a reminder of a thing. And I said this a couple times last week as well. Multiple times I found myself not at my desk, maybe in the kitchen or maybe out for a walk, and maybe I've kind of lost in the sauce. Don't remember what the time is, and
hopefully not that.
There have been opportunities where I've missed trades on going into the last 15-20 minutes because I wasn't at my desk. So I'm like, well, easy fix. Just remind yourself to get back to your desk, and been doing much better with that. But yeah,
I think building.
90 on
Joe, I believe. Well, it doesn't matter. We all talk about it, especially these two guys. Building good habits will result, and whether or not it means like I was saying, I didn't head out, so I went on like about a 30-minute walk today. I'm just trying to get back into it before I get back into that pool and start to lift some weights a little bit again. But it does help clear that mind, whether or not you do it pre-market, anytime if you have time. It doesn't have to be working out or exercise or anything like that, but whatever it might be, some people choose. I've seen you over there meditating a little bit, or breathing exercises, things like that, because honestly, this is something that no matter what you do, take some time for yourself.
No, I think that's very important, Sean. We were talking about this a little earlier. It's just like survivability is a big part of this game, and you have to be able to take a beating and get back up. That's
kind of like marriage.
What you have to.
Is she watching?
Oh boy,
cut that.
Well, I don't know too much about that. 90 on Palantir.
Are we live yet, by the way?
I don't know.
Okay, hopefully not. Ooh.
Well, we'll see. But yeah, no, definitely something to remember, and meditation definitely helps. Like, losing necessarily is not here comes day low on Palantir, 89 to 70 here as of right now. So I already have it pulled up on my chart as the Palantir cracks through that 90 level. Let's see if day low breaks. Again, 89.30 is that day low, and we're coming in a little bit there. into some of those day lows. But 90, catching a bit of a bid. I'm going to stay a little patient here, but continuation nonetheless happening on Palantir in the last 30 minutes. So I don't know if it's going to break that low day, but that short off of VWAP consolidation was quite nice. But yeah, going back to the topic, I think meditation definitely helps me kind of, zone back in, kind of calm down. Because trading is definitely it can be mentally exhausting. And over time, you learn how to take the punches, and you learn how to roll with the punches as well. And maybe start to throw some punches of your own.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think it teaches you about that, right? It gets you understanding your strengths and some of your weaknesses, and just be able to focus a little bit more. We know, high pressure athletes, same type of thing, right? I mean, they're in there, they're getting ready before the game, and they have their little routines. And I think it's just as important that we have them here as traders as well. All right, so a little bit of an out there at 24.35 for Intel. Just not wanting to bleed this through too much. I was going to stop out there. Again, even though it's a smaller piece, we don't have to worry too much about it. As there goes the market. The biggest advice that I had given earlier was we're only, I'm trying to stay away from some of these longs today in the afternoon, as we were underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period, and now continue to get lower here into the close. So there goes the ES. Just trying to look at IBIT as a tool for Bitcoin, and it's kind of just holding out, right? So I think that there's some relative strength here. As the market goes to the downside, you can see right here, crypto trying to hold out. So that could be something to look at as far as strength maybe coming for crypto. IBIT's, you're at levels where you're looking to break lower. We talked about that 93 area, 92 level for IBIT, and then, for Bitcoin, and also looking at 88s or so. So that could be the next little leg down. But for right now, I feel like at least in this afternoon, you're going to go out here maybe at afternoon highs on crypto, while you're definitely not going out at any highs in the market. So we'll wait to see if IBIT can pick it up. Did SMR bounce a little bit at least? So I like SMR and Oklo down here at some of these levels. We did a little bit of talk there. Let's Go in the chat said thank you to me, I guess, for reminding them about Oracle, that they wanted to pick some up down there. And I think that that's all that you can really do, is look for some opportunities to pick some stock up. Oh, wow. Rivian, forgot to talk about this. I came in here looking short on Rivian. I think most of us did, right? And Rivian today didn't give the longs too much to celebrate, it doesn't look like anyways, as you could see here, down 7 and a bit %, but it was really violent right off the open. So I think to take anything away from some of these markets that we continue to see here every day is that no matter what, the open gets really going, and that was a nice move. A little sleepy here into the rest of the day, but I still do like this play. Again, like Rivian for the long, in and around $10, but we got to get there. That could be the bottom for Rivian, somewhere around here. But wow, what a haircut. I know Neil was long in and around here. I think he said he got out. Again, he's not here right now, but he did say he got triggered out, so I don't know the price. But at the end of the day, Rivian, if you didn't get out up there, then now you're kind of like, So I feel the same way about some of those nuclear names where you didn't get out at the top. I never had too much faith in some of these EV plays. We talked about Polestar there holding. Is that still above $1? Yeah, okay, so that's good. Like, as long as some of these names are still hold. I saw the Polestar. I was at Sherway over the weekend. They had the Polestar. Yeah, they had the 3 out. Was that the new one, the 3? 2, 3, and 4 now they have too as well. Yeah, fine. It's just when you're looking at the 3, I think it was the guy was in at 105 or something like that. So it's a lot, just a lot of money. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you can afford these things, then fine. But not everybody playing in that same sandbox, which is why I think that the Model 3 and whatnot still remains something to look at as far as value and all that, resale value as well. So we'll take a look at that Model 3. I'm excited for Tesla to come out with their little robo-taxis. I think that'll be really cool to start to see those flying around there,
Oh boy.
Going around.
Not yet, Sean.
Not yet, but I was going to say that's probably next. So we'll wait to see there. With only a minute left, any quick ideas before we get these imbalances?
No, I'm starting to cover little pieces of this WBA here. Going into the close. So yeah, we'll see what we have on watch. Only about a minute or less than a minute left here, about 45 seconds left here until some of these imbalances come out. But yeah, like I said, watching that Palantir, watching that Tesla, watching WBA as well, kind of bidding up all day, taking a little bit of a pullback as of right now underneath that $11 mark. What else did we have on watch? Throw it up in the chat. Are you guys watching anything interesting on going into the close. Again, only about less than 10 minutes, or about 10 minutes left in the trading day before we hear that bell. So I want to take a look at some of those as well, potentially. But other than that, maybe Google. Google's also near day lows, Sean. So that could be something.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're going to get rid of the broker feed here and see what's going on with these NASDAQ imbalances. So, all right. LESL, so this could be some sort of a delist or something with a 8 million share sell right now. So this name getting hit right here with a lot of volume coming through. Google, there you go, man. You just nailed it. I mean, sometimes they're here for reasons, right? And it looks like there is one here for Google. Nice move to the downside there. As you're talking about it getting near the low of the day, it comes as a sell. Intel, we're long. Nice little bid. I don't know, man. I might just get out of this one. We've been in it literally all day. I'm going to offer it here, 37s. If we can get it, great. Amazon, we did talk about that. Oh, is Beyond Meat tonight as well?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. So good one there. Just hearing into my ear, Beyond Meat coming through later on. There's Amazon, man. If we were going to take anything, that was right there at VWAP. We talked about some names coming back into VWAP, possible sell candidates. Looks like we would have got that with Amazon right there at 215 or so. So that looks like a good one to the downside as well. Was that a call for Adara? Okay, let's go.
I just wanted to clarify Beyond Meat earnings. Everywhere I have seen, it says they're going to be on Wednesday after the close. So BYND reporting alongside a murderer's row of earnings names. We have NVIDIA, we have CRM, we have also C3AI, and we're going to have Snowflake as well as BYND. Again, that is going to be an earnings name for Wednesday after the bell, according to everything I've seen. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was on the list, but the guy here on Benzinga did mention it. So, all right, so that'd be cool. I think it'll be what's up, Fabian, my guy? Yes, sir. Always a big shout out. Thank you.
That board looks solid. That looks pretty cool, eh?
How's it going, stream?
He's at the. Oh, can they hear?
Yeah.
Can you guys?
We would like to know if you could hear him over there. But
You guys heard me. They heard me.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, we hear you, and so do they. So there you go. Yeah, Fabian, you're a Bitcoin guy, right? Let's give a thumbs up for that, or not, or he's gone. Yeah, there it is. All right. Basically, if age under 30, insert thumbs up. I mean, I think that's what most traders these days, if you are of that ilk, like watch this, Obi, thumbs up for Bitcoin. There you go. But I mean, look, I just turned 32, so I am also thumbs up there for Bitcoin. Yeah, that might have been 10 plus years ago, but at the end of the day, we like
Bitcoin was around then.
Yeah. I was telling you, man. Neil and I literally, like, we have a friend that made in the hundreds of M's off of Ethereum, and we had talked about that because Vitalik was here as that coin was being minted. And unbelievable, went to University of, I think it was Waterloo. So shout out to that school and to anybody that was able to get in early on that one. But okay, yeah. So
what was the first? So you heard about it at ICO, right? I think my first exposure to it was in and around like $50 on
yeah, ETH. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think you know what scared a lot of people early was that Mt. Gox.
Yep.
Because that got hacked, and then it was like, okay, now we're uncertain about the sort of the security of it all, right? And then cold storage became a thing of that people were talking about that started using, and that gave some more confidence that you're not on exchange somewhere.
Right.
I think they've recovered a lot of that, but that was part of the problem there. And of course, Bitcoin, with all the dealings that I had on the Silk Road. Those were, used to push around funds over there as well for illicit opportunities.
Do you think there is an entire
is this
crypto,
live?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think there's an entire crypto market cap EFT instead of a Bitcoin centered one or an altcoin centered one?
Okay.
I've already talked about I've talked about this on the air, Fabian. I thought that there's
working. I can't be focusing on the show all the time.
Right. Work, right. So I thought it would be really cool, Fabian, if they had like a top 20 or so ETF for all of the coins. And I don't know if it exists. It probably does. And I think that would be really cool. And then just kind of like the S&P 500.
Right.
Like maybe 20 is too much, but once you get through a certain market cap, whatever, you get added or removed to it. And that would give traders an opportunity to do that. Or I feel like it's hard to manage it yourself. And I just wonder that because of the volatility of some of the crypto, like what would the expense fee be on the management fee on something like that? Probably a little high. So I don't know if that's something that we all want to be involved with or not, but great question, and something that I've talked about many times here, where I thought it would be real cool to get an ETF that at least tracked the top, even the top 10 would be really cool. Get some Solana in there. And by the way, Kanye, so I just want to tell everybody, Kanye, just like some of the other scams that have been happening with rug pulls and stuff like that, he sold, there's rumors going on that he had sold his Twitter account. I believe he did. So they're going to rug pull a Yay coin coming up very, very soon. So just be careful with that. I don't know if you're hearing it from me first or not. Do not invest in any kind of a Kanye coin. I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to do whatever you want. But apparently they're using that account right now to get it going. There could be a Yay coin coming very, very soon. And so just watch out for the pull on the rug there. I did get out there with only 5 minutes left. Get ready for, again, what's going to be an amazing aftermarket show with Sharif and Adara. They're going to go over all the reports here, and it's going to be a big one. We did get out of Intel right there, so that was a good trade to end it off. We'll finish today at the highest spot we've been at. We really turned it around with NVIDIA today. That was a huge trade there. And look at these outs, man. Like right back into the day's low. Always, man, have your risk stops so you don't have to worry about this. Like out there at the top. If you're looking for shorts, it was clear as day. We did warn about Tesla, talked about watching out for those longs as well. You were underneath view up. We didn't like that one. So if you've learned nothing from me, which probably many of you, it's just that watch out for this near the end of the day. In the last couple hours, if you're underneath view up and underneath the 50-period moving averages, stay away. The market can bleed non-stop. There's no buyers coming in right now to buy. I can't really find a bull case. Well, hopefully we'll get one on Wednesday. But we talked about, and I thought, I thought gold was actually down a little bit today as well. When I had looked, we had talked about, okay, now gold, see the rally in gold. Right, so gold was down, nice little rally there at the end of the day. So sort of going oppo, right? So oppo, what the market was doing here in equities, gold making a nice little upside move. We talked about it. I think there's a place in everybody's portfolio for that. Man, like I said to the wife, like I'm going to be talking a lot today. I don't know how we're going to be panning out, but we stayed pretty good. So so far so good there.
Yeah, no, we were talking about gold just last week when Melania was here in the studio, and yeah, we were talking about gold all-time highs, absolutely crazy. Yeah, yeah, I think it's definitely in interest. I think recently they were like, oh, let's go check out Fort Knox. Did you hear about this? They're going to go check out some of the gold reserves in Fort Knox. I think Doge is might be on that right now. I was reading about stuff in the morning about something about gold. People withdrawing gold in Europe. As well. So
is there a run on banks over there or something like that? I
don't know. Things are starting to seem a little interesting here. Yeah. But, no, gold a little bit of a bid here on gold over the past couple of I'd say past couple of years at least. I mean, it's another example of maybe stonks only go up, but it's had downtrends. It's had significant downtrends in the past as well.
Well, it's nice. It finally started. I mean, gold, for the gold bugs out there, it finally did start to run. So I know there's a lot of people excited about some of the gold plays as of recent, and we did jump on board with some of those gold plays. So that turned out to be a decent one. Okay, with only 2 minutes left, let's just check out quickly some of these. Yeah, the market's at the lows. Yeah, oh boy, yeah, that was a big move to the downside here. Palantir catches a bid right now, so we'll see if that is doing anything right there. But yeah, the market goes out on the lows. You never want to see the market going out on lows. We had talked about this earlier, 522, that needed to hold, and that's not doing it right now. Look at this next leg down, right? So yeah, not a great time, in my opinion, to be dip buying right now. Normally, if you're playing the longer game, I hate talking about, like, I'm just leaving these all to my kids. And I know Neil says that, and I say that all the time often too, but it doesn't mean that you can't be responsible. I mean, leaving something to your kids is one thing, but actually trading out when you do see some concern there. And I just think that right now, this is a huge drop there in the last hour of the market, giving it all back. So a little bit disappointed here in what's been happening as we go out on the day's lows here. So not great. I mean, I'm probably looking at a stock like NVIDIA coming out at its lows. Not great. My prediction is, though, NVIDIA does look near all-time highs. But, I mean, I don't have a look on that number. So they wind up missing. This market could be in for a world of hurt, Obi, if we do wind up missing on that. So, all right, man, with only 20 seconds to go right now in the market, we have now next to 10. Daryl will be ringing the bell. We want to thank everybody for watching. And as the countdown goes on right now, this countdown, of course, brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. Scan that QR code below, FMST. My clock must be way off.
That was pretty, that was on.
Okay, so hers was on. Okay, that happened to me this morning too, by the way.
I saw it,
so I'll have to refresh my clock on my computer. So, okay, going through there. All right, thanks, Adara, for hitting that one. Low of the day on SPY, low of the day on NASDAQ. Not great when we go out like that. All right, Obi, I'm not going to take for too much longer because there's a big couple reports coming through that we want to get to. So I want to thank you for coming through. Be on standby tomorrow. I don't know, man. Mr. Heart Rate he'll let us know how he's feeling. Hopefully he's feeling better. We'll see if he can avoid it. But right now, okay, Obi. Thank you so much. Best of luck with anything that you're looking at in all your studies there tonight. We'll see if we can get you on there tomorrow. So, all right. Thank you to everybody, man. Thank you to Big Joe. Great to have you back. Thanks to Sharif and Adara for doing this after show. Fabian, you just saw him, man, that handsome devil. Thank you so much for that. Ramin, thanks for all the work in the midday and everything that you're doing. Brendan's all right. He's back there. Thanks, Brendo, for everything as well. Andre, the man, the myth, the legend that we don't know enough about, but we saw him last week as well. We'll talk to Andre more as it goes. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls, and thank you to everybody over there. Now, time for the best of us. It's Sharif and Adara on the recap show. Ciao.
Welcome, everyone, to the Market Recap Show. Glad to have you. We've got a whole bunch of stuff for earnings. Adara, I think we already have Tempest AI reporting. It's zigging and zagging right now. Big move up into $74, 6 6/3%. I think we closed out something like $70. We're already up into $72.60. So here's the deal with Tempest AI, baby. I still haven't seen the news blotter show me anything. There we go, Adara. Now we got it. Okay, so let me know when you have those numbers in, because here's what we're expecting, guys. 20 cents loss per share on revenue of $203 million. Did we beat, miss, or in line, Adara?
So I'm seeing quarterly revenue here of $200.7 million. So that would be a miss. It is worth noting, though, sometimes the numbers that we get for estimates are not always going to align with the ones that the market is using. So I don't like to be too hardline about it. Right now, it looks like they might have missed, but it did grow by 35.8% year over year. So that's not bad. Specifically, their genomics revenue apparently accelerated 30.6% year over year. So that looks like some good growth as well. Net loss here, let's see what this is per share. I'm seeing net loss total of $13 million, but I'm not seeing what that was on a per share basis. Their annual revenue grew by 30.4% year over year. And their genomics, which apparently is a huge good segment for them because they mentioned this a couple times, genomics revenue increasing 24.4% year over year for the fiscal year. So revenue up year over year for both the quarter and the fiscal year, but quarterly revenue possibly below estimates.
All right, Diamondback Energy as well, Adara. We're waiting for this one. FANG reporting at 4 o'clock. It's already zigging. It's already zagging. Already popped up into 156, dropping down into 150. Adara, I've got here the expectations for FANG. Let's bring that in and show everybody. EPS of $3.38 on revenue of $3.5 billion. Adara, how did we do?
So what we got here was, let me get this revenue out. So their revenue for, this is interesting. They report this in kind of a different way. Some places do not necessarily put revenue first and foremost. They have their total 2024 cash return first. That's $694 million. Apparently, that's roughly 51% of their adjusted free cash flow. But what about your revenue, guys? Yeah, I'm seeing their net cash provided by operating activities, $2.3 billion. Are you seeing their revenue?
Yes, I got revenue, Adara, of $3.71 billion, beating the street's expectations of $3.55 Ram on EPS of $3.64, beating the street's expectations of $3.38. So it's a beat on the top and bottom line. But as we always talk about, I mean, it really comes down to that guide, and we're still undecided here. The price action is doing bupkis in the aftermarket, down 0.56.
I do have more in Tempest too that I'd like to give. So as I said, I thought we probably missed on revenue. We did miss on revenue. So that was, they reported revenue of 200.7 million, as we said, but the analyst estimates that we're now seeing here were 202.94 million. So that would be a miss. But again, it is up about 36% year over year. Their adjusted earnings, they reported losses of 18 cents per share. They were expecting losses. Losses of 17 cents per share, so slightly larger than expected loss per share. Now, their guide, though, actually was stronger than expected, quite significantly so. 1.24 billion for Tempest's guide versus 1.048 billion expected. That would be for their revenue, and that also would represent a 79% year-over-year increase for revenue, Sharif. So Tempest guiding well and above what we expected for their revenue for fiscal 2025. Their adjusted EBITDA apparently a little bit down for last year.
All right, we're also waiting on Cleveland Cliffs. Coming fast and furious here, baby. We're waiting for that 405. It is 405 now, so we'll be expecting that momentarily. But here is what the numbers are in terms of expectations for Cleveland Cliffs. HIMS is out. We'll get that in 1 second. $4.31 billion in revenue is the expectations for Cleveland, with earnings per share supposed to be about 64-cent loss, so not earnings at all. Earnings ESP about 2.8 minus 2.81, indicating a low probability of an earnings beat. So I'm still waiting for the number out on that. But HIMS up already 1.5%. How do we do there, Adara?
So I think, yeah, the way they do this, they kind of have like a table where they compare all of their numbers. So monthly online revenue per average subscriber, I guess their version of ARPU, is up. Their subscribers for the end of the quarter and the year are up. In terms of their revenue, let's get into it. So total revenue, 481,000. Oh, this has got to be in... Okay, in thousands. So 481,139 versus 246 expected. That's, or previous, that's 95% year over year, but I'm wondering why it's in thousands. Okay, here we go. So 481 million for the quarter. That's weird. They had a typo in their report.
Don't get me started about how bad these...
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, there was a typo in HIMS's report, and that's their official report. So they said it was in thousands. It was actually in millions. 481 million for Q4 2024. That is up 95% year over year. Gross margin 77%, so that actually contracted a little bit from Q4 2023. Net income up quite significantly on a year-over-year basis as well.
So it looks like it was an in-line expectations, 11 cents per share. Telehealth continued recorded net income of $25.5 million on 11 cents per share. The street was looking for the consensus EPS was 11 cents per share on revenue of $470 million. They printed revenue of $470.3 million. So am I seeing that correctly, or that was the expectation of 470.3? So it was an EPS in line. They put some profits there, $25 million profit, so not a bad look, $25.5 million profit. Let's see how the stock is doing. Not being met well here. They're down 7.5% in the aftermarket, so we'll have to keep an eye on to see what the deal is with, we're talking about HIMS here,
yes,
with respect to the guide, because that always seems to be one of those wild cards that we don't really have right away, and the market deciphers that and sends it down. Just to give you an idea, the low of the day today, the worst we did on the day was 43.81. We're dropping into 45 right now. We moved up aggressively to close into 52.72. That was the high of the day. The spike took us up to 55, but we're already moving down.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be singing hymns about that report. We know also
up for that.
We had that acquisition as well that they announced on Friday, which led to a little bit of volatility on the stock. I know Sharif mentioned that on the chart today, but also another earnings report I think we should talk about is Chegg, because you knew where I was getting there, Sharif. Total revenue here for Q4 2024 down 24% year over year, came in at $143.5 million. Their subscription services revenue also decreased 23% year over year. Net loss of $6.1 million. That's obviously not per share. That's just total for the quarter. Non-GAAP net income of $19 million. Adjusted EBITDA of $36.6 million. And their total subscribers actually decreased by 21%. But in terms of subscriber earnings, Sharif, the one I'm really excited about, Duolingo, your and Ramit's favorite. Actually, that comes out on Thursday after the bell. So just remember that with regards to subscribers. Yeah.
I know we got Michael Noss, but I have to cover this. A pandemic play that a lot of people know about. We got Zoom here. It looks like it missed here, Adara. We're down 6% more in the aftermarket here. We closed out at around $82.50, or sorry, a little bit below that, $81. $82.50 was the previous day's close. In terms of expectations For Zoom, why don't I have it? Okay, it looks like I missed that one. We were looking for revenue of 1.18 billion on EPS of $1.35. How did we do?
Yes, we got 1.184 billion. So that looks like it's a slight beat, more or less in line. It's up 3.3% year over year. Their Q4 enterprise revenue up 5.9% year over year. Operating cash flow up 21% year over year. Their full fiscal year operating cash flow up also 21%. And then their fiscal year operating cash flow margin up 42% year over year. I'm not really seeing any decreases here. And like I said, at the very least, they're in line with revenue. But I always like to exercise caution because sometimes the estimates we see are going to be different because all analysts are going to have slightly different interpretations. And a lot of times these numbers change literally heading into the report.
Oh, yeah. All right. I think we got Michael Noss. The little what? The button, the trader talk? Hey, okay. It wouldn't be an appropriate entry unless I did that for Michael. So
Absolutely.
how you doing, Michael? How's it going on over there?
It's going fantastic. This market is nothing but interesting. So
yeah, it's,
I'm
I was going to say a
trade
different word. I was going to use a different word. You used interesting. I was going to use another word which I won't use. Interesting day, though, to be fair, on the market, Michael. We closed out, or sorry, Thursday was a record day for the ES. We got into all-time highs. Friday brought a lot of blood. It was really kind of unexplained there. We didn't really hear much in the way of tariffs or anything novel that would, justify that precipitous move to the downside. My suspicion was, and I don't know how you feel about this, reaching those all-time highs really does, elicit profit taking. How did you read that?
Yeah, I was the same way. I think the market was looking for any excuse to take profits. I came on here, I remember in the beginning of January, and said, hey, year 3 of a bull market, it's usually a choppy year, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And a lot of people don't remember, so we can go back here on the chart, but a lot of people don't remember the first term when it came to Trump's first term, and there ain't nothing political here, but this was the market then. This is a weekly chart of the market, in 2018 all the way to 2020. You had this chop and a high volatility chop all throughout that period of time. So I don't expect anything different this time. Beauty of it is that we've seen all this before. We've seen the tweets shifting around the market. We've seen this market kind of consolidate sideways. And if you look, this was actually year 3 of a bull market. So 2016 and then 17 and then up to 18. And then that year 3 of a bull market was very choppy. So I'm kind of looking at this as the same way, where you have 23, 24, and then now you're into 25. I wouldn't be surprised to see that chop as well. So when we get to highs, it's going to be one of those things, I think, where the market's going to want an excuse to sell. And then when we get back to lows, it's going to want an excuse to buy and kind of rinse and repeat.
Which is not a bad thing. At least it gives you a predict. It's not such a bad thing. It gives you a predictable setup off which to work. I mean, it's not ideal, obviously. Everybody wants to wake up in the morning, see their personal account up and to the right, but I don't know how realistic that is on a continuous basis. Michael, I want to bring a different little look to your attention. Gold continues to work near all-time highs at the same time that we're either a little consolidative on Bitcoin or we're kind of making lower lows and lower highs, at least in that consolidative range that we've been in, that 90 to 100,000 range. Gold, not so much. Gold continues to put in higher lows. What's your look there, Michael?
So full disclosure, right? I've been a bit of a gold bug ever since we broke out of this cup and handle that I was talking about for ages. This is like a 12-year cup and handle. And we ended up breaking out there. We exceeded the profit target of the cup and handle. But this is interesting for people who don't trade commodities quite often. And it's the fact that commodities can have these super cycle trends in which they just break out and continue to frustrate bears that are fading the top. Easy thing to look at just to show currently is cocoa, right? If you take a look at not the cocoa company, but yeah, the cash contract, right? This had this insane move from 3,000 a contract all the way up to 12,000 a contract in a straight line. So it is very common for commodities to do this kind of push. Now, so I don't really look at this as so much as a flight to safety or anything like that. I just look at it as it's the continuation of this potential move. Where it ends, I have absolutely no idea. 2,500 or so was my target. Now we're almost up to 3,000. So I think you just have to continue to bet on higher prices and kind of stand out of the way. Definitely not kind of short this thing. Eventually, all these commodities end up cracking and coming back down, but I have just no idea when. This thing just continues to march higher. So I don't really, again, see this as people running for the fences, because it had been breaking out long before that. It's actually been participating in the bull market for 2023 and 2024. So I just look at this as a continuation of an already existing and an incredibly strong trend.
And you just touched on something there that I want to double click on a little bit. You said commodities tend to do this. And so when I read TA books, Michael, basically the gist of it is once you get into that trend with these commodities, they can become quite sustained, both to the top side and the downside. Anybody who was in nat gas for the last couple of years knows exactly just that. What is it, without really, going into a ridiculous amount of detail here, what is it specific about commodities that tends to do that?
I think it has a lot to do with the lack of ability to have market making in commodities, if that makes sense, where there is a moment where you can obviously tell with a company like Zoom or Peloton when they're going crazy that it's a little overdone, right? For a while there, I think Zoom was worth more than ExxonMobil. And at this moment, there's a bunch of contracts and there's a bunch of different ways that you can actually short this particular instrument. But when it comes to shorting even the futures contracts in these commodities, there's rollover fees, there's all kinds of fees associated with actually trading these contracts. So I think that might be a lot of it, is just the inability to take the other side. Same thing that we saw when it came to a couple initial Bitcoin surges, is that when you can't short something, because at least in the beginning of Bitcoin, it was very hard to short, that becomes a very hard instrument, I guess, to create some sort of a market on it. So I see this happening a lot. The other thing is that it can be some sort of, I think cocoa is probably a better example of this, where can be a fundamental kind of shift. In this case, I think it was weather related or whatever that was that caused that breakout in 2023. So when you're talking about something as large as gold, again, it becomes a lot harder for short sellers to come in and say, okay, things have gone a little bit too much, I'm going to balance the market, because you're talking a market that spans countries and continents and the whole 9 yards. When it's one security that's getting a little bit too wacky, it becomes a lot easier for large institutions to kind of play that arbitrage and take that other side.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Michael, today. And one name that we're still waiting for, I think the last name we're waiting for to report right now is Riot, of course, a crypto-related name. Then we'll get Marathon Digital coming through after the bell on Wednesday with their earnings. MSTR has been pretty weak lately as well. So with that in mind, are there any crypto assets or crypto-related stocks that you are watching right now?
I think you have to go to profit, right? And again, you're talking to a technician here, someone who's not a fundamental analyst, but as someone who worked in a crypto miner for a long period of time, I know it's a rough business. It's a very expensive business. It's very capital intensive. It's very labor intensive. You have to, you have to power these things. You have to cool them. It's a hard business. And most of these companies lose money over time. So when it comes to something like MSTR, this is going to be a great vehicle until the moment that the Ponzi scheme ends. Because, it is, if you go in and you look at what he's doing, it is very Ponzi scheme, very pyramid scheme-esque. And at some point, that's going to blow up. And it's going to bring the whole crypto market down with it. It's probably going to be a great buying opportunity when it happens. But if I'm going to trade individual securities, it's either going to be the ETFs, it's going to be the currency itself, because they're going to watch them or they're going to mirror them a little bit closer, because they don't have that drag of losing money quarter after quarter. Whereas before, with things like Mara, before there was ETFs, before there was ways to trade it, these were the only ways to get exposure. So Hood, I think, is a great name. Full disclosure, I bought some of this today on this pullback. And the reason I really like Hood or Robinhood is that if we have a big surge in crypto, you're going to get that benefit in Robinhood, because they're one of the main ways that people trade these cryptocurrencies in the US. But it's core business is actually doing well as well. So even though Bitcoin hasn't moved, Robinhood's actually been doing pretty great here. So I think that's one great way to trade it. They make money. They've got a bunch of other businesses. Then the other bet, I think, is just Coinbase, right? It's not looking fantastic here, but it's got this giant cup style, and it from the long-term chart, it looks okay. This is another one that at least it doesn't have that capital intensive, that labor intensive problem that when it comes to Mar and it comes to a lot of these other names that they do have, where you're owning Bitcoin, but you're owning Bitcoin that loses money every quarter. Especially in a world now where you could just own Bitcoin or own the ETF, it doesn't really make as much sense to me to own these money-losing names just to get a little bit of leverage on the coin itself.
All right, Michael, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Always insightful. And hopefully we'll see you on Friday.
All right, we'll see you guys Friday.
Take care.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right, guys, we are still waiting for Riot Blockchain, or Riot Platforms, excuse me, as they used to be called. Adara there, it's down 4%, but that was before the bell. Before the bell closed. We closed out right at that $10.04 area. It was supposed to report at 4:15, but we know how some of these earnings reports are. They can just be on their own timetable. Here is what we are expecting for a Riot Platforms, looking for earnings or revenue, excuse me, of $134 million. Compare that to last year when they printed about a little bit less than 80 million, 78.8 earnings per share. We're looking for 11 cents positive, not a loss per share of 11 cents. We're actually looking for profitability this time around, 11 cents per share. Let me know when we do get that, because I don't see anything.
I'm waiting. I have it up on my Benzinga, but it's not quite out yet. I'm going to see what the social media versus saying about this, but I suspect there'll be a lot of people waiting on this report. No one in the chat, to my knowledge, has also mentioned this, so it looks like Riot, we're just waiting on here.
Okay.
Yeah, in social media, I'm not seeing anything else either. People just waiting for this number. It's like when we had Meta all over again. Meta's supposed to report at 4:05, and then it reports at 4:45 or 4:40 or something. So that's what we got so far with Riot. No numbers yet.
All right, the pandemic plays. Zoom, ZM, down 3.5%. It looks like as if it was the forecast here that kind of sent this down a little bit, a bit of a downbeat forecast of annual revenue below what the street was looking for, a sign of weak demand for its wide range of, different tools there. Shares are down about 4% here in the aftermarket. Zoom expects fiscal 2026 revenue between 4.79 billion and 4.8 billion, compared to the street's expectations there of a little bit higher of 4.81 billion. So not much of a miss, but definitely not a good look there as the street setting this one down. Tempest AI also reported that one came out right at 4 o'clock. We are down almost 10% here as we really take a bit of a hit. We're going on to that $60 area. Just to give you some context, we had a high today of 74.20. So this one decidedly in the red. FANG, Diamondback Energy, literally the only green stock right now on the watch list for these earnings plays. It's up 1.7%. Not much of a move there. This one also reported at 4 o'clock. Cleveland Cliffs. This one kind of flatted there, 0.09% in the negative. This one also reported. We'll give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about this one, but it was HIMS here that we had some color context. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think with HIMS, it is worth noting, apparently this is their 18th or 16th straight quarter of meeting or beating revenue estimates. So HIMS steady, I guess, growth in that way. They did report in-line earnings per share as sales beat, as evidenced by that last stat I just read for you guys. So 481.14 million versus 470.31 million. And their guidance also above estimates, 2.3 billion to 2.4 billion, well above estimates of 2.087 billion.
As well.
Yeah, so really great look there for HIMX. It's a color commentary I will add as of right now. We're still waiting here for Riot. Cleveland Cliffs, I think we did discuss a little bit as well, but CLF certainly on watch too in a larger time frame with regards to X. Because U.S. Steel, Cleveland Cliffs has been wanting to buy U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel has made it emphatically clear they want Nippon, but Cleveland Cliffs has been trying to get involved. So CLF, I think, certainly one to watch every time you hear any catalyst with X. I think it's something to remind us all of as well. But Sharif,
yes,
we are 8 minutes late with Riot earnings. And there's something, at this point, we're going to riot about the lack of earnings. Like, we can't be upset about the report because we don't have it yet.
What happened to no putting at the big desk?
It's the market recap.
Right? Yeah, it's a market recap show. Guys, no, seriously, we're keeping an eye out on Riot, still waiting for any movement there. It has been kind of stagnant since we started the show, down into that $10 area, down 4.2% on the day. Yeah, some of the other earnings names we had, Chegg as well. Now, this one is kind of, Yeah, it's a small capper. I mean, it's a $125 million market cap. It's $1.20. Here's what we were expecting in terms of earnings for Chegg, a revenue of $143 million, which would be about a 23.5% year-over-year increase on adjusted EPS of about 18 pennies. The revenue decline is accelerating a little bit here, 8.4%. Sorry, that revenue was of 143 million. That was supposed to be a negative year-over-year look of a drop of 23.5%. So it looks as if the market really making them pay there. With respect to things that went on the day, let's have a look over here exactly how we did with these Mag 7 names. Let's flip on over into our growth area. So in case you haven't been with us all day, let's have a look at how the Mag 7 did. So starting with Microsoft here, down 1% as we continue to get word that, maybe CapEx for AI is not going to be as aggressive as we once thought. I know Satya Nadella came out midday, reaffirmed the $80 billion that he was looking at spending there. Didn't really change much in the way of the stock. Meta continues to take a hit. Adira down, well, stop smiling. It's down 2.5% on the day, down well below $700, $667 after, getting into that 740 area on the day. Google as well. Marginally negative here. We lost about 0.5% on GOOGL. Not too much in the way there. Really no headlines that I saw. Amazon also got smacked today. Hey?
I just said yikes to that chart.
Amazon down 1.75% today. I didn't see any headlines specific on Amazon either. And not last but not least, but the Cybertruck today also getting creamed, 2.25% negative. This one had multiple headlines. Looks like we will get FSD in China sooner rather than later. We didn't really get much in the way of details there. My understanding was that the regulator out in China had been preventing Tesla from launching FSD as they hadn't done enough mapping, et cetera, et cetera. The logistics required there. We also got word that they're looking at hiring for their cybercab division. So they're hiring for multiple positions for that. In addition to that, they are going to redesign the Model S and the Model X to their two oldest models and their two most expensive models, depending on how you price the cybercab there. So those are the three headlines for Tesla. There could have been more. Apple was the only Mag 7 name that was positive on the day, believe it or not. This one actually moving up a little bit less than 1% there after we got word that they were going to spend $500 billion.
Yes, and someone in the chat, I like the eyebrow raised there, Sharif, at that $500 billion. I mean, I think it's worth noting we had a little bit of context on this. We know that Trump, it was reported first that Trump and Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, or Tim Apple, that they had met there as of Friday. Then Donald Trump confirmed this meeting, said Apple will be producing in the U.S. And then Monday morning, today, we get this record $500 billion investment note. So I think that's of note. There was a lot of context for this. Some of the chat was asking, why is Apple going up as the market's going down? I mean, now it's had this Trump-related U.S. investment catalyst for 2 days straight. This is its second day of this catalyst, and technically a new catalyst because it got a new update. So I think that certainly helped it. Both days we have this market sell-off. Apple's like, oh, but wait here, I'm doing things in the U.S. with AI and with money. So I would maybe say that is what makes it distinctly different, to use an Obiism, from the rest of the Mag 7, because that investment is not small potatoes. And Oracle moved as well. I don't know if that's related because of their AI investment with Project Stargate, but I do think it's worth noting regardless.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was talking about this on the midday show, the How to Trade show during the midday with Joe, and there was an interesting article that said, this this $500 billion, I should say, has already been earmarked by Apple for spend on AI. So it's not really novel spending. So a lot of questions had been asked whether or not that would put the kibosh on the share buyback program, as they'd have to reallocate money elsewhere. So if you are of the opinion, if you are of the belief, and we still haven't got this from the company confirming yet, that this money had already been earmarked and it should not put the kibosh on the share buyback program. One of the things that we do like about the company, obviously, so we'll keep tabs on that. Still waiting, Adara, for Riot platforms to report. We're not getting anything. Yep. I'm not getting anything on my blotter, nor are we getting anything price action wise. But let's just review what the earnings plays have been so far. We're still waiting on Riot, as I mentioned. Zoom zoomed to the downside there. Sorry, that was bad, but yeah, I said it myself there. We closed at about 81.75. The stock price took a bit of a hit there, dropping below 77, trying to recover right now above 80. Chegg we already covered. Hims, kind of an interesting one there. We'll have to digest this a little bit more. It looked like it was a beat on the top and bottom line, as well as a beat on the guide, yet the stock sold off anyway. We're looking like we're going to hit $41 awfully soon, despite the fact that we hit that $55 area there on the algo spike there. Cleveland Cliffs as well, as we mentioned, reporting, not really doing much, kind of like FANG there. Cleveland Cliffs down 0.44. Diamondback Energy, FANG up about 0.5%, but it is Tempest AI with a big move down here, 10.5%. They're expecting revenue for full year of 2025 to come in around 1.24 billion. That's a decided beat. The street was looking for a little bit higher than $1 billion on EBITDA of around 5 million. That'd be $110 million over the 2024 number, as they printed a negative number there. Do we have to do the shout outs, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we're just waiting here for Riot. I don't know if there's...
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's happening there. And guys, I'm sorry, we still do not have this. I'm not seeing anything on social media. Ash Sharif mentions the stock's not reacting. But yeah, usually around now, we do the patented roll call, where we just yell at everybody and we do those shout outs. But unfortunately, Riot, I guess, is not joining that party.
Well, that's okay. I mean, there's just like, it's not an NVIDIA or anything like that.
No, we're a Meta.
So what we'll do is we'll hit that, and we're gonna do the roll call. All right, here we go. Who do we got? I can't see anything, Adair, so you're gonna have to do it.
Yeah, we'll start.
Signed out.
We've got Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much to everything you do. Huge, awesome community, and thank you so much for really just cultivating it and making it so awesome. Thank you to Sharif here. Thank you to, I'm just gonna thank everybody. We got Sean, we had Neil, we had Obi step in, we had Joe, we had Fabian Ramin, Andre, we have Brendan, of course, and we've got Joseph Birch Music. We have Ryan Hamblin, we have Robert Liu, Walt Winchell, Mark Alborahout, Showtime One, Bob Esther, Poopy Pants Hands, Poopy Paper Hands,
Right, so
Joseph Brown. Oh, and we have Riot, so
there
great.
We go.
There we go. Thank you, Riot. Daryl Flint Celery too, and we've also got RIOT. Apparently, total revenue 376.7 million. That is up from 280.7 million this quarter last year, and it's also above estimates that I'm seeing of 129.3 million, though I wonder if those estimates are accurate. Just want to make sure. Their average cost to mine Bitcoin apparently is much higher. So it's now going to be 32,000 versus 3,000 last year. That's quite significant, but apparently that was primarily driven by a 53% decrease in power credits for fiscal 2024. So, I mean, the revenue, like I said, it looks like a beat, but we do not have all of the details yet. Like I said, sometimes the analyst estimates are a bit different. Also, apparently Goldman's referring a buy here on Microsoft is coming out now.
Sounds good. Okay, yeah, definitely getting that same number there. Here's what we were expecting for Riot, by the way. On the quarter, we were expecting revenue of $134 million. Previous quarter was about 78.81. We were looking for earnings per share, a positive earnings per share of 11 cents. I don't have the comp from the previous quarter there, but what I'm seeing vis-a-vis this article here coming in from the Dow Jones Institutional News is that we are looking at revenue here, Dare. Riot reports revenue of 376.7 million in total revenue and deployed hash rate of 31.5. Is that exahash? Exahash per second?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah, that's to my knowledge.
I took a shot there. Why not? All right. They had a remarkable 2024. This report goes on to say on revenue, as I mentioned, of 376.7 million and net income. So it looks like they took home money this time around of a little bit less than 110 million, $109.5 million. They were noteworthy because Bitcoin's networks halving event in April obviously had a big effect on their ability to generate new Bitcoin, which is obviously how they make money here, guys. All right, we did the roll call.
We did.
We did Riot.
We did.
We're going to see everybody bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:30. Everybody has a good night.
Jason?
preparação de atos em sentido de tumultuar a cena política, inverter a cena política, eles já são puníveis.
Gilmar Mendes descartou a possível aprovação do projeto que visa perdoar réus do 8 de janeiro. O ministro classificou os supostos crimes cometidos pelos manifestantes como atos próximos do terrorismo.
O debate como um debate político. Não vejo nenhuma perspectiva disto frutificar. Em alguns casos, inclusive, são crimes que sequer poderiam ser contemplados por anistia. São crimes muito próximos do terrorismo, contra o próprio Estado de Direito, e não deveriam ser contemplados por anistia. Não vejo condições para que esse debate prossiga na vida jurídica, mas entendo a perspectiva política, a ideia de falar-se em exagero judicial, de tentar minimizar os fatos do 8 de janeiro.
Silvio Navarro, começamos essa rodada com você, vários pontos para a gente analisar aí dessa entrevista do ministro Gilmar Mendes. Só deixa eu aqui ressaltar que já somos mais de 108 mil telas acompanhando o Sem Filtro nesta segunda-feira, além, claro, de quem nos acompanha também pelas TVs e rádios. Silvio, só vale um registro, essa entrevista com o ministro Gilmar Mendes foi publicada ontem no Estadão, mas ela foi concedida na terça-feira, última terça-feira, dia 18, poucas horas antes da denúncia do Procurador-Geral da República, Paulo Gonet, apresentar ali a denúncia contra Jair Bolsonaro e outras 33 pessoas. A própria reportagem do Estadão traz essa informação. É curioso.
É vidente ou vigarista?
Pois bem. Olha, Paula, a despeito até da cronologia que você traz, vou me ater aqui na fala do ministro Gilmar Mendes, que é o decano da Corte. O decano da Corte. O ministro Gilmar Mendes está antecipando um eventual voto. Isso já anularia qualquer processo. Ele está antecipando como ele pensa, como ele votaria. Ou será que, se porventura for chamado a voto, ele vai mudar a sua opinião nesse percurso? Tudo bem, ele já deu vários cavalos de pau na própria opinião, nos seus próprios votos ao longo da sua longa trajetória também. Mas isso é antecipação de voto. É disso que se trata. E, ademais, é uma fala política. Não é uma fala de um ministro de corte superior. Nós já tratamos aqui da série de erros, da série de problemas que vão, um dia, quando o Estado de Direito, o devido processo legal, forem retomados no país, eles vão acarretar na nulidade de tudo o que nós estamos assistindo nessa página mais escura da história do judiciário brasileiro. O Augusto já elencou vários aqui, o Piotto. Eu insisto na questão da reanálise no direito do cidadão, independentemente do seu CPF, de recorrer a cortes superiores para solicitar a reanálise do seu processo. No caso de um cidadão que não tem foro de prerrogativa, ou seja, não é deputado, não é senador, não estava com mandato naquele dia do 8 de janeiro de 2023, ele vai recorrer a quem? A quem? A Deus? Porque as comparações, por exemplo, que o Gilmar Mendes, ministro da Corte, faz com a Lava Jato, já derrubariam, em efeito dominó, tudo que ele acabou de falar. Na Lava Jato, o presidente Lula da Silva ou outros tantos políticos, empresários, foram condenados em primeira instância, passaram por outras instâncias do judiciário e vamos lembrar que foi a última quem salvou numa decisão até hoje controversa, porque o presidente Lula nunca foi inocentado, quem salvou o presidente da República. Então, por que essas pessoas não têm esse direito e por que o presidente Jair Bolsonaro não tem? No dia 8 de janeiro de 2023, ele não era presidente da República, ele não tinha mandato. E estico aqui apenas mais um ponto que considero relevante. A figura do Ministério Público, do Procurador-Geral da República nesta hora, não podemos esquecer que ele foi sócio do ministro Gilmar Mendes. É impossível conceber dentro de uma estrutura de um judiciário independente e imparcial. A mulher de César precisa parecer honesta, não basta ser honesta. Que o ex-sócio do ministro Gilmar Mendes seja o agente acusatório ou parquê nessa história. É impossível. É impossível.
Adalberto Piotto, quais pontos aí te chamou a atenção nessa entrevista com Gilmar Mendes?
Todos esses pontos que o Silvio mencionou, mas eu vou a um outro pensamento aqui. Nós estávamos vendo só o ministro Marco Aurélio Mello, como ex-ministro do Supremo, que não fugiu do debate até o momento e é o único que tem feito isso como ex-integrante do Supremo, de forma clara, insistente em defender a Constituição e a legalidade. Aponta todos os erros, e não são nem equívocos, os erros desse processo, os erros do comportamento Supremo. A minha pergunta é: onde estão os outros ministros do Supremo? Onde estão todos os outros juristas? E eu não estou dizendo aqui para nenhum deles fazer julgamento em relação ao caso em si. Eu estou dizendo em defender apenas o devido processo legal. Porque se este caso for adiante como está, sendo julgado dentro do Supremo, pouco importa se vai ser na primeira turma ou se vai ser no pleno do Supremo, porque não é lá que ele deve ser julgado. Essa denúncia, além da tese da árvore envenenada, que o Augusto já mencionou, não é só este o problema, é que a continuidade piora o que foi começado já errado. Então, se há alguma salvação para isso, é ir para a primeira instância, porque lá um promotor e um juiz de primeira instância, apenas com o livro da lei brasileira, vai dizer assim: não, isso não é golpe. Não. Ato preparatório não pode ser incriminado. Não, mas qual é a ligação? Não, isso aqui é muito pouco. Aí você vai ter análise de forma crível, de acordo com a lei, do que está sendo apresentado ali. E muito provavelmente, a se tomar pelo valor pacificado dos tribunais brasileiros, que seguem a lei, não políticos, estou falando técnicos, muito daquilo vai ser anulado. E se anulado, daí vai sobrar muito pouca coisa para ir adiante. E essa pouca coisa que irá adiante também será revista provavelmente na segunda instância. Então a minha pergunta é muito clara. Só tenho visto o ministro Marco Aurélio Mello como alguém expoente da justiça brasileira, de dar a cara a tapa e continuar dizendo que isso tudo é ilegal, arbitrário e abusivo. A pergunta é: onde estão os outros ex-ministros do Supremo Tribunal Federal? Todos eles conhecem a lei, eu não tenho a menor dúvida disso. Todos eles têm seguramente certeza de que está tudo errado. Mas por que não estão falando? E todos os juristas, não vou me referir àqueles ou parte daqueles que assinou aquela carta da democracia, porque eu estou me perguntando cadê essa carta, uma carta agora de verdade em defesa do Estado Democrático de Direito. Estou me referindo lá à escola de São Francisco, do lado de São Francisco aqui em São Paulo, que até agora eles não se manifestaram. Mas vamos lá, só com relação a ex-ministros do Supremo. Cadê todos eles? Porque nós estamos vendo o desmonte da legalidade brasileira, do Estado Democrático de Direito e do seu bem maior, chamado devido processo legal, que garante todos os direitos brasileiros que estão na Constituição.
Ana, tem um outro ponto. Na entrevista também perguntam sobre a anistia. Não é a primeira vez que o ministro Gilmar Mendes se manifesta, emite opinião fora dos autos, de maneira, vamos dizer assim, parcial, mas eu queria trazer aqui o que ele diz sobre a anistia, aspas, para o Gilmar Mendes. Entendo o debate como um debate político. Não vejo nenhuma perspectiva disto frutificar. Em alguns casos, inclusive, são crimes que sequer poderiam ser contemplados por anistia. São crimes muito próximos do terrorismo, contra o próprio Estado de Direito e não deveriam ser contemplados por anistia. Fecho aspas para o Gilmar Mendes.
Mas veja só, Paula, se mostrarmos de novo essa parte, ele fala que a proximidade de crimes de supostos crimes cometidos pelos manifestantes como atos próximos, você vê que ele para um pouco, eu acho que ali ele devia estar pensando, será que eu falo? Mas eu vou falar, né? Do terrorismo, porque ele sabe, Paula, ele sabe, todos os ministros sabem que o que aconteceu no 8 de janeiro não tem nada a ver com terrorismo. O que tem, quando usamos a palavra terrorismo, a gente fala sobre o Hamas, sobre o Hezbollah, sobre o que o Hamas fez no 7 de outubro. Aliás, eles falam tanto a palavra terrorismo para cá, terrorismo para lá, usando o 8 de janeiro como base para desgastar, né, essa palavra, eles não deram um pio sequer sobre o 7 de outubro. Eles falam do 8 de janeiro como terrorismo, mas não do 7 de outubro e sobre o que o Hamas fez. Não precisamos nem ir tão longe assim, porque é a obviedade chamar de terrorismo o que aconteceu no 7 de outubro. Mas o que o próprio MST faz no Brasil, só colocar aí, buscar imagens, como eles invadem fazendas, degolam animais, matam animais, vacas que estão prenhas, tiram os bezerros, né, da barriga da vaca e mata ali na frente de todo mundo. Tudo isso, desculpa falar uma coisa gráfica assim, mas o MST fez isso. O MST é um grupo terrorista no Brasil. Eles não falam nada, mas, no entanto, um bando de vândalos, que nós sempre falamos aqui, tem que pagar de acordo com as nossas leis. Vandalismo, a balbúrdia, tudo que aconteceu. Mas não foi terrorismo o 8 de janeiro, nem perto de terrorismo e nem perto de golpe de Estado. Então, falar da proximidade de execução de um suposto golpe de Estado, quando nós lemos aquelas 272 páginas da denúncia do Gonê, só fala plano para cá, plano. Aí fala da tal minuta. Se você fica esperando, é igual filme, você fica esperando. Daqui a pouco vai aparecer o assassino, daqui a pouco vai aparecer o cérebro, quem pensou no plano. A minuta não aparece, os kids pretos não aparecem, o plano, como Augusto fala, quem vai agora tomar o quê, quem vai ficar encarregado do quê, não aparece absolutamente nada. Eles sabem, Paula, eles sabem que a peça é fraca, que o que aconteceu no 8 de janeiro foi uma confusão, eles sabem de tudo isso. Agora, esse julgamento indo para uma turma e não julgado pelo plenário da corte, isso vai contar também nesse quebra-cabeça que eu estou falando sobre o Brasil, o atual Brasil, regime totalitário Brasil, no quebra-cabeça aqui dos Estados Unidos. Porque um caso tão importante, tão emblemático, que envolve um ex-presidente da República, um plano de golpe de Estado, um plano de matança geral, mata o presidente eleito, o vice, não vai cair no plenário da corte? A situação do Brasil vai ficar mais óbvia ainda do que já está.
Augusto, só para a gente lembrar aqui, para quem nos acompanha, quem é? A gente está falando de primeira turma do Supremo, né? Então são 11 ministros, cada turma tem 5, e o presidente, que hoje é Luiz Roberto Barroso, mas quem integra a primeira turma, além do ministro Alexandre de Moraes, Carmen Lúcia, Luiz Fux, Cristiano Zanin e Flávio Dino.
Nesse nome eu gosto, turma. Turma, é a turma do fulano, é a turma do Zanin, é a turma do Gilmar, isso aí é bom, no pior sentido. Agora, vamos lá. Ou o Gilmar Mendes é farsante, ou é um vigarista, ou a mistura das duas coisas. Ele se refere aos crimes da seguinte maneira: proximidade de execução de um suposto golpe de Estado. Onde é que está isso em qualquer código brasileiro, qualquer código legal? Que crime é esse? Repito. Está aqui. Proximidade de execução de um suposto golpe de Estado. Então não houve. Não houve nada. Não há crime, não há julgamento. Atos próximos do terrorismo. O que é isso? Soltar um rojão caramuru, por exemplo, deve ser. Se o sujeito for simpático ao Bolsonaro, é isso e mais um pouco. Mas ele diz que a anistia, certos crimes não podem ser anistiados. Por exemplo, tentativa de golpe de Estado. Mas como? Ele não conhece a história, nem isso. A anistia de 1945, ela perdoou, só tirou da cadeia os participantes da intentona comunista de 1935 e os participantes no ataque integralista ao Palácio Guanabara em 1937. Eles tentaram, com todas as letras, um golpe de Estado. E foram anistiados. Quem não pode ser anistiado? Além do Bolsonaro. O Gilmar Mendes, numa discussão que teve com o Barroso, né, aquela em que o Barroso define ele muito bem com pitadas, né, termina com pitadas não, enfim, se o
psicopatia.
Ele chama
psicopatia, pitadas de psicopatia era a parte mais leve.
É.
Chamou de louco. Chamou de louco.
Um homem ruim.
Pois bem, que era um jeito mau, perverso. Agora tudo bem. Naquela discussão, o Gilmar Mendes acusa o Barroso de ter libertado o Zé Dirceu. É o que ele fez há pouco, o Gilmar Mendes. Ele soltou o Zé Dirceu. Mas foi ele que desempatou a votação em favor do Sérgio Cabral, condenado a 420 e mais alguns meses, anos de prisão, em regime fechado. Ele soltou. Ele anistiou, portanto, Sérgio Cabral. Os outros não podem ser anistiados. E o próprio Zé Dirceu, amigo dele, não quis derrubar o governo. Ele virou guerreiro do povo brasileiro para fazer o quê? É que não teve coragem de, em vez de tentar a implantação do foco revolucionário da guerrilha rural, ele foi tentar a guerra conjugal, lá com outro nome, casando com a dona de uma boutique, numa cidade chamada Cruzeiro do Oeste, no interior do Paraná. Esse é o guerrilheiro. Todos foram anistiados. Assassinos foram anistiados. Golpistas, comunistas, extremistas, né, de todas essas seitas foram anistiados. Por que agora não podem? Porque o problema é o Bolsonaro. Então, o Gilmar Mendes, se ele vai ficar até quando, Gil? Em tese, até lá vai haver tempo para a gente rever tudo isso aí. Esses processos serão julgados e anulados, queira ou não o decano do Supremo.
Bom, já somos mais de 115 mil telas nesta segunda-feira. Agradeço a sua audiência, peço o seu like. A gente faz uma pausa rápida, só o tempo de tomar uma água. Já voltamos.
Olha, pessoal, é impressionante, hein? Cada vez mais as pessoas estão reclamando de dores. Não é normal sentir dor, não. Não podemos nos acostumar com isso. E aí, eu tenho falado sobre o Ora Pro Nobis super concentrado da Vita e Gold, com esse depoimento também da Lucinha Lins. Acompanhe.
Eu tenho uma vida muito corrida. Do cinema para o teatro, dos shows para os estúdios. Algum tempo atrás comecei a me sentir muito cansada. Primeiro achei que era só um mal-estar, depois vieram dores nas costas, nos braços, nas pernas. Eu estava assistindo televisão e um comercial me chamou a atenção. Era sobre um produto 100% natural. Passei a tomar o Ora Pro Nobis da Vita e Gold antes das refeições. Logo nos primeiros dias eu senti diferença. Aquele peso nas pernas, nos braços, foi aliviando totalmente. Hoje a minha concentração e energia aumentaram 100%.
Viu aí? Não é só a vida da Lucinha que melhorou. A sua também pode ser diferente. Você que está aí com dores crônicas no corpo, artrite, artrose, reumatismo, fibromialgia, inflamação, desgastes nas articulações, eu te apresento o Ora Pro Nobis super concentrado Vita e Gold, que também auxilia no combate à diabetes, à pressão alta, no controle do colesterol. É aprovado pela Anvisa, não tem contraindicações, tem origem garantida. E o melhor, você pode tomar na forma de cápsulas ou, se preferir, em pó. Então, tem um número exclusivo aí na sua tela, é o 0800 101 1800. E para quem ligar agora, além desse desconto da Revista Oeste, 70%, gente, também vai levar o colágeno tipo 2, que acelera a recuperação da cartilagem nas suas articulações, e também essa câmera que eu trouxe aqui, Wi-Fi. Ora Pro Nobis da Vita e Gold, o número tá aí, é o 0800 101-1800, desconto de 70% para a Revista Oeste e esse presentão, uma câmera de Wi-Fi para você.
O advogado Celso Vilardi, responsável pela defesa de Jair Bolsonaro, se reuniu hoje com o presidente do STF, o ministro Luiz Roberto Barroso. No encontro, Vilardi requisitou que o julgamento do caso sobre a alegada trama de um golpe de Estado ocorra no plenário e não na primeira turma da Corte. Vilardi também pediu que os ministros Flávio Dino e Cristiano Zanin, ambos indicados por Lula à Corte, se declarem impedidos de julgar a denúncia da PGR contra Bolsonaro. Zanin foi advogado de Lula, principal adversário político de Bolsonaro, e Flávio Dino, além de ser ex-ministro do governo petista, já fez uma série de críticas ao ex-presidente. Durante as eleições de 2022, o atual ministro da Suprema Corte chegou a dizer que Jair Bolsonaro seria o representante do diabo.
Eu sou cristão, eu acredito que o diabo existe. E nesse momento, a encarnação do mal, não há dúvida. O representante do diabo no processo eleitoral é o Bolsonaro. O que eu posso fazer? Isso é uma visão cristã do mundo, é a que eu tenho. E tenho e reitero. Então, quando eu me refiro ao exorcismo, é no sentido teológico mesmo, de afastar o mal. Então, isso não é no sentido, obviamente, da violência física, mas de exterminar moralmente no mundo o mal.
Bom, Piotr, estratégia da defesa de Jair Bolsonaro, do Celso Vilardi, ele está ali listando as ilegalidades e formalizando, né, perante o Supremo, pedindo para que seja julgado no plenário e não na primeira turma, pedindo os impedimentos ali, alegando essas questões tanto em relação a Flávio Dino, Zanin, ao próprio ministro Alexandre de Moraes, que é o relator do caso. Agora te pergunto também sobre essa visita que ele fez ao ministro Barroso, presidente do Supremo, pedindo para levar o caso a plenário. Você acha que pode surtir algum efeito, Piotr?
É difícil imaginar, porque nada hoje é previsível, né? Conversas com